Thing. And this is the latest I've started in a while, about 5 minutes late. Let's see if we can get the other people on. Okay, that will help immensely to tether myself. And they've got a new screen. Let's see. Now, is this me calling? There we are.
Hello.
Yes! Oh, thank God. Latest I've started in a while. Love your new icon. And I'm going to count on you to bring everyone you can on, especially James Forsyth, who seems to be looking forward to this. And I will
All
count
right.
on you both to definitely hold the stage for the
All
opening
right.
hour. Yes.
Wow, they changed the format of this Skype.
They did. They did. Just to
Oh
fuck
my
everybody up and make
gosh.
everything as confusing as possible. Okay, so let's see what we can do. And
All right.
okay, so trying to tether myself here, and in the interim, I'll explain to everyone what happened when I'm done taking care of a number of chores. I'll explain to everyone before I leave for a few minutes exactly what those chores are, and until that
All right.
period of time, tell me who you bring on, of course, who you managed to get on.
I trying to bring on Amanda Ute, Brandon Young. What the F is with this freaking setup? I hate it.
it's
I
it's
hate it.
yes, it's established.
Is
Just
let us just make this as difficult as freaking possible. Let me see if I could get also Pequan on.
yeah,
Um,
yes.
because he informed me of some interesting things, like that dope who wants to be like Michael Aquino, but
Yes.
it's like a fat Santa Claus looking version of it.
He
It
he.
looks horribly worse, infinite by orders of magnitude.
Yeah, he looks like your typical, white supremacist. Dare I say it, Odinist. Nothing against paganism, of course. But he looks like
Greetings
one
and
of those who
peace.
kind of
I hope
misuse
you and
that.
yours are doing well today,
Uh,
wherever you might
Yeah,
be watching this from.
it goes with
Now, the
it's just
title
that
of
they
today's
seem to all like
mhm.
they all fit the same archetype as if they're trying to do it. It's like,
Yeah,
why not do something original?
yeah, yeah. Okay, are we getting anybody on?
All right. So far I have it's you, me, and James Forsyth.
Okay, the two of you can hold this. I have every confidence that the two of you have got this. All right.
Good evening. Good evening, Douglas.
Yes, good evening, sir, and my best
Jameson.
wishes to you. So glad that you're here to burn bandwidth, and the stage is yours. Basically, I will explain to everyone who is even possibly with us at the moment exactly what is going on, as far as I'm capable of explaining it, and then I
Have
will. Okay,
it's you, me, and James Forsyth. Yeah,
okay.
what's up? There was a pause there for a moment.
Yeah, that's because I turned on the what is it that I've got on? The studio, and the studio for some reason was not mute, so that caused a glitch. Aside from that, everybody introduce yourselves. James Forsyth, say hello to the listeners, and James, Reese, you do the same. Both of
All
you,
right.
please.
Good evening
Ha-
from Pittsburgh. I'm happy to be here.
Yes.
I've been trying to find 3 months of food for storage. I've been told today by Housing Authority we need to prepare for a food shortage. So that's what I'm dealing with at the moment.
That's
But good evening, and I'm happy to be here.
that's profoundly disturbing. That is truly disturbing. That's probably the most disturbing thing I've heard in a
Yes.
while. So a shout out to Vicky Johnson. Vicky Johnson is with us. Hey, honey, love you dearly, beyond expression. And a shout out to all of the listeners who have joined us. So that was Mr. James Forsyth disturbing us all with if what he says is true, then, obviously the government is saying that we've got hard times ahead. With that in mind, James and Reese, introduce yourself briefly in as neutral a stance as possible.
Hello, folks. I am everyone's favorite misguided misanthrope, Jameson Reese, coming from Staten Island, and I am what you would call the resident arcanist or arcane resource searcher of Team Douglas. Always happy to call out the bullshit of practitioners and the occult community, which is profoundly racist.
It's certainly loaded with white
in
supremacists.
America.
Yes. Online.
Yes. It is so fucking disappointing. It's not funny.
What aspect of America isn't racist?
Well, I mean,
That's also a good question.
Well, both of you
Yeah.
gentlemen, I want to thank you both for, obviously that would alienate a number of, but what both of you gentlemen said would alienate any number of, shall we say, reactionary peoples who just happen to tune in. But we probably don't have that many reactionaries listening at this point in transmission anyway. And not that I'm trying to placate them, mind you. It's one of those things where it's amazing how people respond to just certain attitudes or stances once they're conveyed. And it's not that I feel the stance is illegitimate in terms of what you have both just posited, but it's one of those things where, when you present that right up front, then, a lot of people just automatically go elsewhere because they're
It's their auto reaction.
Thank you. And so we'll develop some strategy for handling that in the future,
Okay.
as we
So
go along. Yeah.
what I'll do is I'll qualify what I'm saying. As we all know, like we have such groups within the occult, such as the Order of the Nine Angles, which is a neo-Nazi occult regime, of course. And the only reason why I bring it up is because I was looking into the number 9, and I did find where the number 9 is significant in the demonic hierarchy. At least if one goes all the way back to the writings of Pope Honorius, which was a pen name for Johannes Trithemius, whom a lot of modern occultists are more than happy to ignore because they believe you can channel these ends through entities. Now, they're called channeling ends is something that I've managed to retro deconstruct. The channeled ends are nothing more than encrypted messages utilizing the very technique of Trithemius and whatnot. So I found their own ways to create a cipher and claim that they channeled it through some sort of tongue or close. I mean, the thing is, as much as I am I'm an occultist, I'm heavily skeptical as well. That's always been something to ground me back into reality and to stop me from being taken by these fucking what would we call them? These charlatans out there.
Yes.
So there's an example. And I'm not trying to do this to wage a war against this individual, nor am I saying this person's stuff is not legit. But, all right, so people are talking about the nine demonic divinities that I mentioned last week was according to a source by the name of Ducant. Now, the name Ducant is given to us by a sorceress by the name of I believe her name is Connolly, S. Connolly.
I wouldn't know myself. She's new,
now,
probably. Go on.
Yeah. Now she's someone who has a profound faith in demonology, which is something that I am very interested in. However, what I'm going to say is just a question. I'm not going to imply anything, but how easy would it be to claim that you had received this formulae from some elite family, from some elite family line that has in their family line this formula for the demonic divinities? And also, if this is the case, For some reason, it seems like we are not live anymore. What the hell
What?
just happened?
Just let me check.
Okay, we're live. We're live. All right. I had to reload.
Okay. Oh,
That's on my end.
okay.
Um,
Yeah.
all right. But what I'm getting at is, all right. So if her story is to be true, and if she did receive this from a man with the family name of from the last name of Ducant, from the Ducant house, if she received this the sort of demonic divinity
Hello?
family of humans. Yes.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Yeah, barely. You're glitching quite a bit, and I'm not quite sure if all of this qualification is necessary. What we can do is just kind of say that that takes people down a rabbit hole, which maybe some people find fascinating, but it would take forever to get it back to what we were saying about racists inside of the occult community, essentially dominating the ideology, so to speak. That's basically politicized, and so that people understand.
Well, they're heavily the guy who Paquan pointed out, and I I'm in blast because you're.
By the way, he's glitching terribly. So James Forsyth, take over for a bit, say something, and let's get on a conversation here that that James can respond to you. Maybe you can qualify what you were saying initially and tell us a bit about what's been going on with yourself. Tell us a bit about what the people have told you who are involved with, was it the public health department? Give us some details on this, please. James Forsyth.
Yes, we get a letter now and then. We got it one at the beginning of COVID,
Okay.
2019,
Yeah.
and it just says, they're saying there's going to be a shortage of food and supplies. Make sure you have at least 3 months of food, stored for emergencies. You see, I saw a gentleman on TV the president was saying it, we're going to have a shortage of supply of food. We're going to have a shortage of food. Last year, they were paying farmers the last 2 years not to produce food and then destroying large amounts of food and creating this this chaos at this moment. And it's, I knew it was coming, and it's just on limited income. It's just, I'm going to have to really try to do some magic here.
Yes.
And see if the universe will provide me something here, plus my own efforts, So, but I'll deal with it. Whatever energy's coming, whatever I have to deal with, I do. Now we have no other choice.
That's do you have these letters in front of you? It's not that I disbelieve them at all. I disbelieve you at all. It's just that if you could read it, just kind of read from it.
Well, I didn't keep it. I get rid of those. They get so many of those. I just toss them. But I'll try to get one and send it to you.
Okay. But, it's again, I believe every word you're saying. It's simply I would like to see the specifics, because the specifics can be revealing, and sometimes people just don't get them all when they relay it. You get what I'm saying, right?
They stuff them in our doors. They don't even mail to. They just stuff them in our doors.
Stuff them in your doors. You mean like you got a property manager? You live on a housing project?
I live in a housing authority on the south side of Pittsburgh. It's a really nice part of Pittsburgh.
Okay.
At least part of it. But I live in a housing authority with probably about 70 other people. So I have a nice. It's a nice.
You live in low-income housing.
I do.
Okay, so federally sponsored housing. That's incredible. Okay, I know so many people who are in those situations. There was another individual I knew in those situations before that. So I'm not surprised, and it's always fascinating to hear about people in these situations. So what you're telling us is you don't get conventional mail? This is something that the property site manager essentially shoves in the door slide, is what you're saying.
They have an office. They have an office here in the building, and they're here 1 day a week. They're really not open to anybody. You can go in there and if you need something, but they rush. They get you and get you out of there, and very impersonal here. And then any notice, hey, there was a disturbance on the floor. If it came from this apartment or this, you'll be getting an eviction notice, or and they just put him right in the crack of the door and slide. They fold it in half, not like fold it, but not with a crease, but just bend it over and put it in the door so it holds.
Oh my God.
And you go down the hall. Everybody has a white paper hanging out the door, and that they do not they hurt us. They look down on us.
They look down on you, the management.
Oh, I heard her say one time, I can't stand these people in these wheelchairs. It's not masked at all. I thought these people, I thought they were prejudiced at first. Then I realized they're treating everybody like this.
Oh my God. That's funny. That's funny. I mean, it's hideously funny. It's, I'm sorry to say that, but it's one of those things that I'm sorry you have that situation that you're dealing with. By the way, yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
I have more than most. I have a roof. I have a stove. I have a nice bed. I have Berber carpeting, a real nice ceiling and floor. I have my desk, my computer. I get meals from my insurance company, and I spend 1/3 of my income on my rent is what they take, and then the state subsidizes part of that.
You're satisfied with your accommodations?
No, but I have to adapt to it. Of course
okay,
not.
that's just the okay. Oh my God. So this is like one of those things.
Hell no, I'm isolated from everybody I know because I'm not even in the town I used to live in, and I
was there anyone
everything I've been through that I described, I either had to adapt or die. So
right.
being what I've been through, when my wife taking everything I damn worked for, and then my family, and then the brain surgery, and then getting sent back here.
God. Oh my God!
Yeah, I was happy to have just peace for a while.
Understood. Okay. What I'm going to do is say hi to Diane Hillis Buchberger. She is in the chat as me. That lovely half-eaten pie, or a pie with a slice taken out of it. She says she can hear everything. So we're doing well in that regard. Kisses to her. And what I'm going to say is that we have a good number of people already, and I want to remind everyone to put an upvote in the on the video, because as soon as we start transmission, we are assailed by the enemy, and we do have an enemy. Our enemy is your enemy, and these are the people who are, of course, the same people who have been suppressing my information getting out forever, and since I became a public informant. And if you don't understand that, you just haven't been listening long enough, which is fine. I won't fault you for that if that's the case. If you're new to this, then understand this much. I'm a public informant, and this is not a professional program. This is a program that literally is slapped together ad hoc so I can just stay in the public eye. And this is my way of maintaining myself as a threat to the very forces that the reactionary right deems to be the quote-unquote deep state, and your deep state is exactly whom the reactionary right worships, which is basically your fucking military. And we are in a situation now where we're essentially again at war, and your enemy is active, and at this point they constitute far more than they did in the past. In terms of the masses arrayed against myself, it's not simply an ancient cult that is affiliated with the man that I worked with for almost a decade of my life, Michael Aquino, but also at this point the Russians and the Communist Chinese, who are well aware of me. We are well aware of that, and they respond and they react and they do what they can to cause damage. So the first thing that's done by all of these parties, and they get cheap bots, and these cheap bots are downvotes, and these prevent the episode, the transmission, from appearing on searches. And the way that this is done is by taking advantage of YouTube's popularity aggregate. So if you get more downvotes than you get upvotes, then what happens is the transmission does not appear on searches. So in all fairness, YouTube has its own fairly sophisticated filtration system, and it eventually filters these bots out. But in the meantime, they've done their damage. So the only way that we can compensate for that or counteract it, at least to a degree, is to get all of you to throw in an upvote from every possible IP address. That means that whatever's ported through as identifying as a different source, your laptop, your tablet, your cell phone, your PC, use everything you can and throw in an upvote, and whatever has a different IP address will register it as a different upvote, and then it counts. And this is the way the enemy fights, and that's the way you're going to have to fight. They fight dirty, and you're going to have to adapt and fight as dirty as they do, because it's your war. It's not mine. As a public informant, I'm just here to tell you what's going on. As an information consumer, you've got to take action, and otherwise you will pay the price. Your children's children will grow up slave circuited into a system that they despise and that will ultimately destroy them. So this is your only hope, is to basically and I know this sounds like it's indulgent. It is not. I am not you. I'm not even of the same species as you to a degree. And I've been rendered even less human by horrible surgical procedures that were performed on myself without my permission when I was very young. So I don't even identify with you as a human being. So just so you know, if you yourself identify as a human being and you care about the future of your species, its very survival, then by God, you better listen to me. And just take my word on that for now. And if you catch up with past episodes or keep listening, you'll begin to understand as time goes on. In the intro,
just to add my difference there, I'm a eunuch, so I can add my difference to that also.
Yes.
But Douglas, there are people working in whatever area you can to fight this. What Douglas is talking about. Some people are working more in the spiritual ends of it and working energy against energy and trying to just set up different ley lines and with energy and to overcome some of these energies being used. But it's many different ways they can be fought. So I mean, it's very serious and it's very layered, and we're in the midst of it right now.
Understood. So, by the way, Diane Hillis-Bigberger says elite families bind demons around their families when they are children. Oh, shit. She's...
Oh, yeah. Yes.
So she was saying Jameson. She was referring to Jameson specifically, saying you're not far from the truth. So that's where Jameson was essentially getting to, that she was agreeing with. I should have read what she was saying. And anyhow, it's kind of not necessarily where I was going with this, but it's not necessarily something I'm going to argue with either. By the way, Pac-1 Morales says he's on standby. Bring him on immediately, please. So just call him again, see if we can bring him on, and then we'll take it from there. Once he's on, then I'll explain the situation and just leave the stage to you three gentlemen for a bit. And Vicki Johnson says she always reports the fault spots as well. Thank you, honey. Bless you. By the way, it becomes harder for people to report them because they don't even show the downvotes anymore. They don't even display them. So the only thing we can do is keep emphasizing the upvotes, because it makes it even more insidious. People don't even know that there's downvotes that are being thrown at us. So if Pac-1 Morales is with us, let's check his audio, his technical communications. Is he on? Okay.
Hello?
Yes. Okay. Thank the gods of my ancestors. We are so glad to have you with us. Now, Pac-1, I want you to catch everyone up on everything that's going on with you. And before Pac-1 even speaks, I'm going to catch people up on what's going on with myself. And I'm going to have both he and, of course, Jameson Reese, and maybe our man Jim Forsyth, if he has anything to add to that particular subject. Basically, what happened was I got my latest shingle shot. It was the second part of a 2-part shingle shot regimen. I got that on Friday into the weekend, and that hit me very hard. It took away yesterday, essentially. So just now coming back into some level of functionality, and in the meantime, I have to run up to the corner store because they close at the time that I shut down transmission. They will be closed. So I have to run there while they're open and basically get bananas and beer because I need that for the potassium helps with the muscle soreness that especially is extreme because of the latest shingles shot, which as I can tell you is something that apparently did something horrible to Jameson Reese's father, and he might go into that and tell us exactly what it did to him. But the way Jameson Reese made it sound was it like it took him out, like basically crippled him for life or something. With Pac-1 Morales, he's going to be willing to take it anyway, just as I was, because he never wants to go through shingles again. He can describe the horrors of that, but you're also welcome to describe whatever you want to describe and catch us up on everything that's been going on with yourself. I'll certainly review it when I come back, and hopefully I'll be back in a few minutes and be able to participate a little bit more, but I want all of you gentlemen. Yeah, go on.
Get the shit.
Oh, shit. Man, Jameson's all fucked up. I mean, his technology's all fucked up. They're really glitching him. We can't hear Jameson.
Yeah,
he starts talking and they just glitch him. So, Pac-1, take over and tell us everything that's happened with you. Catch us up on everything. By all means, the stage is yours.
What just happened?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Jerry,
Okay, my internet.
are you there, brother?
Yeah, my internet. Yeah.
He's out of sync though. Maybe it will get better in a few minutes, but
Okay.
In the meantime, let Pac-1 get started.
I'll start.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. Yeah. So I've just I've been sitting back. I'm getting my health right. Just working out, eating right and shit like that, and
Yes.
just staying the fuck out the way for now. I'm getting ready for summer. So my thing lately, just for entertainment purposes, not because it's something that I'm like. It's weird because social media and things like that. We have Facebook, MySpace, and all that shit. Those things. TikTok came around. We all knew the whole agenda with TikTok and everything, and where it came from. And lately, I've kind of been on TikTok. I've made some videos and stuff, and just messing around, just fucking around with the algorithms, right? So really, what I do is so I have a friend who's like into the whole music thing, and his whole thing, he went to college and everything for algorithms, for marketing and algorithms.
Wow.
So like he's like a genius, and he's like a genius when it comes to algorithms. Like he can pull 250,000, 300,000 views on any kind of YouTube video at any given moment. Like and it's all natural shit, like just marketing, and he knows how to work them. He knows the curators and the fucking the sites and things to work with to boost everything and get everything moving. So he was just telling me, like, when you mess around like on Facebook or essentially any type of social media you have, or any type of program, whether it be Twitter, TikTok, anything, as soon as you go to that little search bar in the top right and search something up, that is immediately your impression on your so like each one of us has our own identity, right? So Douglas Dietrich creates his TikTok or Facebook, whatever. Anything you search up or anything you look up or start watching or like or anything, it creates a print on the algorithm, right? So it automatically starts developing an algorithm curated to the individual. Okay. So like things that you look at, things you're interested, or things that relate to things that you've looked at or have liked or are interested in, it automatically starts just sending these things to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I went on the TikTok, and automatically, so I've been trying this out. I've been just playing with it, fucking around with it. I've created 3 different TikToks, and on 3 different TikToks, I have fucked around with the algorithm. Say you, on the search bar, I'll look up something, right, and then just immediately off of inserting what I'm researching, what I want to look for, what I'm interested in, it'll pull up, and I pull up one video and look at that video. Now, automatically, when I hit the refresh button on my TikTok to go to what is considered the feed, you know, like on Facebook, you have your feed that shows your friends and things they post and shit. Well, on TikTok, it's a little different. Not only will it show you people you follow, but it'll also show you things that are trending or things that are in things you look at, you know, things that are attributed to your algorithm. So now I fucked with it, right? So like I would do in TikTok or like Instagram and shit, they do these, they have things that are called challenges, right? And like have it be you a female shaking her ass, or someone dropping a fucking Mentos into a Diet Coke, right?
Yeah.
It'll be from anywhere from any of that, right? Okay. So now I shit you not, try it. You fucking try it. You go to TikTok, you type in any of those things, and you start following it, right? Or you just look at one video. When you return to your feed, your whole feed will be anything that has to do with what you just looked up. So your algorithm can fluctuate as into the things you're interested in. Okay. So I've messed with it so much that my algorithm has jumped 3-4 different times over from just different things, just messing with it, right? Just try consistent fluctuation in things I'm looking up. And so for a while there, a lot of my things was like what's going on in Ukraine, right? So I'm getting videos that are updating me on people in Ukraine that are shooting TikToks to Russians in Ukraine that are shooting TikToks, you know? So I've seen both sides from you know, whatever the hell's going on out there, whether or not it be one side shooting 2 sides, you know, or you know, whatever. I've seen it all. I've seen it from the Azov, from the Nazi Ukraines to the Russians fucking, you know what I'm saying, dumping fucking tank missiles into fucking buildings. I've seen it all on TikTok, Facebook, anything, YouTube, none of that has anything on TikTok right now. TikTok has probably been it has probably been not only the most influential tool in this war right now, but it has been the most influential thing leading up into this war as far as any kind of propaganda. The White House has polled YouTubers, the top 15, top 20 influential YouTubers, and had meetings with them onto what they're going to say on their TikTok as agenda, you know. You see it from all sides, but so I was following it, and me and JMO hit you up, and this is kind of where I'm leading into out of nowhere, because I don't look up things that are like satanic, or, you know, I'm not a left-hand path person, I'm not a right-hand path person either, you know. But all of a sudden I started getting things that were related to the kings of Edom, the temple of Set. And to me, it was just really fucking weird right now that would even be a thing. Because, I mean, I see all the time people promote going against Michael Aquino. People promote the fall of Presidio. People promote, you know, the anti UFO agenda. But one thing people never acknowledge, and this is how I know, and any given time, this is how I know for a fact that those people aren't true to what they are trying to push, and that they are playing for their sides, that they do not acknowledge Douglas Dietrich for being the whistleblower on all these occasions. Whether it be from Michael Aquino to Roswell, whatever it be, if they're mentioning Michael Aquino, Temple of Set, anything, and they're trying to preach a game, because that's kind of what this guy did. Yeah. He kind of he led his whole TikTok on Satanism, right? And we all know that anyone who deals with Satanism is on a whole nother agenda than that of the kings of Edom or Temple of Set. Okay.
Right.
Because even as you said, we have our own compost, our own shit pile for what regenerates the world and keeps replenishing it. Be the demons, be it Satan, everything. It all falls accord to this Abrahamic or whatever situation. But when it comes to the kings of Edom, that's complete annihilation of the soul, the annihilation of everything that's in existence.
Yeah.
And I found it funny that there was this certain individual who really he can remain nameless. He's not even a factor, but I just found it funny that he was promoting Lilith Aquino. He has videos with Lilith and Michael Quifo, doing their like praising them almost as gods, but also trying to incorporate them into a satanic temple type deal, which it apples and oranges, like it's not the same. So I thought that was interesting. That's just something that out of the blue, fucking around with TikTok and seeing where it's at. But right now, it really sparked me because TikTok right now itself is it's a fast. Okay, so understanding that the longest video on TikTok is 3 minutes. Okay, the average person's fucking attention span is about 30 to 60 seconds. And honestly, most of these videos on TikTok are 30 to 60 fucking seconds. Flat Earth, I can't tell you how fucking prominent Flat Earth is on the TikTok fucking platform. Flat Earth and the mythology of Tartaria, like there's everything on TikTok. Everything, the mass misinformation will be on TikTok.
Thank you.
And that unfortunately, that is the leading source of news and information for everybody and everything.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I've been up to. I just I put on my fucking water waders and my fucking high heel boots because there's a lot of rabbit shit I've been stepping through.
Thank you.
Month. Like just thinking like, what the fuck? Are you serious? Like I sit here, me and my daughter, like I keep it hip with my daughter, like me and her, we went through the Roswell deception and everything together and shit like that. So like whenever we're coming across shit like this, I was like, hey, Gabi, look at this shit. Look at this bullshit. And we laugh at it and shit. But yeah,
right.
It's incredible what the level of misinformation and the people that soak this shit up because it's a different platform,
Mm-hmm. No, definitely. It's it's amazing what people decide is going to be their source, what they're going to trust, and basically what it feeds them, which is just mountains of manure. And this is something that while you were kind of experimenting with that venue, then it decided to throw at you based on obviously your affiliations with myself. Getting factored into the aggregate engine, the analysis that was put in together by their primitive expert systems started throwing Temple of Set at you. And while you were getting that thrown at you, Jameson Reese, because of the pattern of his searches, ran across the guy simultaneously, this nameless fellow. And let's see if Jameson Reese's technology is such that...
Oh, no. What happened was...
Peck
had sent me that in a message first, so I didn't run across it.
Yeah,
Peck wanted.
It wasn't even. I fell asleep. I went to sleep. When so mainly. So what I've noticed with these algorithms is typically between the hours of 10 and probably like 1:32 a.m. is when these algorithms kind of switch up and so they bring you things, right? They deliver, but so like that the individual that I brought your awareness to and to JMO, I immediately started seeing his videos and it was late. It was fuck, dude. It was like 1:32 a.m. And immediately upon, like, because I wouldn't give the guy views on his videos, you know, like I didn't want to watch the videos. Like what drew it into my attention was in the feed, and it was probably like a 1990, 91, 92, I don't know, early 90s interview with Lilith Aquino.
Interesting.
And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what the fuck? I was like, who? And I looked at down at the little tag, and it said like TOS, which is, you know, Temple of Set, and it said TOS Temple or some shit, like I don't know. And I was like, what the fuck? So I was like, why is this on my shit? So I like swiped over onto it to open up the actual page, and I started scrolling down, and I shit you not, there was, you know, there was like, he had a mixture of like Satanism and then Temple of Set shit, and then just random little like those types of videos that one would make to try to like make another person feel like they they relate to them, or they're hit, you know, like those types of influence and gaslighting type videos, you know, to make themselves seem like someone you want to follow or whatever. Because so I was like, who the fuck is this guy? So I wrote his name down. And I went to sleep. The next morning, it was early. I don't know, JMO, I don't know how early it was. Probably like 11, 12 o'clock in the afternoon my time. I hit up JMO in New York. So he's probably like an hour or two behind me. So probably like 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Hit him up like, hey bro, you up, you know, whatever. And then I was like, do you know who this person is? He's like, no. And so I just started sending him shit on this guy, you know. And but the thing was, the first page that when I went to re-look this guy up had nothing, like had absolutely nothing to do with Satanism, had nothing to do with the Temple of Set, had nothing. And like, it made me feel like I was going fucking crazy. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? I'm like, I swear to God, this dude had Michael Aquino on his shit. He had, and I'm scrolling up and down. So like I go back to my search bar and I'm typing this guy, and like nothing's coming up for this guy. So then I unfortunately in my search, I typed in Temple of Set, and boom, sure enough, as soon as I typed that in, boom, his fucking page popped up, and I was like, this is that motherfucker. This is the video. And so I started sending it to JMO, and I started sending it to you and shit, you know, like different shit he was posting and shit like that. But it was it definitely was weird. It was definitely weird because I don't get fucking how someone can so just openly, one, he defends Michael Aquino and the whole procedural thing, like on his YouTube, you know, like I don't. It's just it's really cringy. It's fucking cringy. And disgusting.
It's even worse. The guy defends a case where a woman wanted to prosecute a guy who was taking pictures of her children at a playground.
Yes.
And he's defending it. And the way, not only is he defending it, he's voicing his mannerisms and speech patterns after Michael Aquino.
Right.
To have that kind of, you know, I'm just a run-of-the-mill thing. So what do you think about, you know, trying to be buddy?
He's channeling him from the dead. He's channeling him from the other side. Go on.
Honestly, that's exactly where I was going with it. Yeah. This guy is into some like this motherfucker's tapping in, and I think that's probably all these motherfuckers have going for them, is just happening into a fucking dead piece of shit who can only do as much for him in the grave as he could here, because none of these motherfuckers are doing anything. Fucking bums.
Yes.
But yeah, for sure.
No, that's incredible. Definitely appreciate everything you gentlemen are exposing, and I think that Jameson Reese is technologically doing a lot better right now. I think his
yes. They actually severed my connection on this computer and not my other computer at one point. I don't know how the fuck they're able to do that, but they did it.
Yeah. No, it's true. These things happen with us. Our computers are targeted, and some of what they do on our computers technically should not be possible, or at least not as we understand the technology. It shouldn't be that easy for them to do what they're doing, yet somehow they manage it. And but both of you gentlemen, I'm going to give the stage over to both of you. I should be back. Peter Moon will probably be brought on at the top of the hour, just at the top of the hour, to see if you can bring him on. He may not be there, but but he will be here tonight, but he may not be there specifically at the top of the hour. If so, we'll try him again within 10-20 minutes after that. But both of you gentlemen will hold it till he's brought on, and when he's brought on, both of you can still hold it with him until I return. I should be back within 10, realistically 20 minutes at the longest. And everybody knows what I'm out to do now is basically this is a beer and banana run of all things, a bizarre combination if ever there was one.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't forget the butter and the bread.
Yes, very funny. Yes.
And the pickles.
Yes, I thought about that last night, and when I return, and when Peter's here, then I will do my best to kind of catch everybody up on what my trip was like with he and JoJo, and basically the show will be dedicated to her on Wednesday when she's with us. Tonight I will dedicate it to Dennis Marshall, who's a mutual friend of Peter Moon and ourselves. I'll explain why. Then aside from that, we'll dedicate it to Sammy Romero on this next Sunday, because he sent me some electric warmers that basically were lifesavers, just as my electric blankets that I was using, which aren't really electric blankets, but fucking, what do they call it? The one that you sleep on rather than goes over you. I was using those as electric blankets, and one of them died just at the point that he sent me what he sent me. So all of this worked out, and that, and a very fascinating film that I'll just throw out there that I thought was funny as hell that I was watching last night. I mean, funny in the sense that it's funny the way it works out. That's all. I'll explain why I found it relevant. At any rate, our dear Selena Khan is wishing me well, because of course I had the shingles shot and all that went with it. Now, by the way, before I leave, just so that we don't have to be too redundant, what exactly happened to your father? You made it sound like it was the single vaccine that fucked him over for life or something.
That was one of the factors. He was already a smoker. He has epilepsy. He was taking Dilantin. He has to take Dilantin for the rest of his life because of epilepsy. That goes without saying. But it was after he had gotten his shingles vaccine that he was coming home from work, and as he was walking up the stairs in the subway station, he fell. He fell down the stairs, and he must have injured the back of his neck, because after that, this has been a debilitating, to the point where he's eventually going to be paralyzed. And they found out that the shingles vaccine batch that he received was bad, and it actually gave him the shingles.
Oh shit.
So we are trying to see if we can follow through with a lawsuit.
Of course.
But I will never take that thing, man. I'm terrified. I'm traumatized. This entire these last 10 years have been fucking traumatic, man.
Yeah. And
I won't lie.
Go on.
I'm 36. I had shingles back in November. I can't fucking wait for my 6 months to take my shot, because I never want to have the shingles again. And not only that, which is weird, is I'm 36, dude, and I know 4 fucking people younger than me right now that have caught shingles.
Yeah. Ooh.
What the fuck is up with that? Because shingles is a fucking thing that hits people that are in their that is dude,
so
and I know 4 people. And it's not just and that's people I know, but the numbers for it right now and people that are under 40 is pretty fucking. The numbers are pretty high, dude. This is weird. It's weird. It's like what the fuck is causing the shingles? Because even me, I'm not a really stressed out person. I'm like I'm the type of person who, like, when something happens on the spot, like, that's when I react, and I deal with it in the moment type shit. So I mean, even if I'm stressed out or whatever, it's typically not even serious enough to be shingle worthy.
Understood.
Like,
I get it. No, there's something going on. By the way, before I go, I'm going to check into the chat room here. I want to thank everyone who's joined us. Elizabeth Beam says, such an interesting conversation, and I am learning so much. thank you with all uppercase for the thank you. Thank you, honey, for being here with us. Mwah. Love you dearly. And to CK, who gives us 3 red beating hearts. Mwah. Love you, darling. Jacob Waters says, hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well, and we hope you are as well, Mr. Waters. Thank you so much. Daniel Arola says, there used to be old World War II veterans that learned karate in Japan that became instructors in America. The cringiest cult-like ones adopted an Oriental accent to speak in as the sensei. Oh, God. Elizabeth Beam was talking about how do we donate to DDD. So I do want to say to Elizabeth Beam, it's right there on the screen, darling. It says support at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. And as well, you can send a check or money order, never cash, to the home address, my physical mailing address of 1242 1242 Green Street, like the color green, San Francisco, California. Zip code would be 94109. 1242 Green Street, San Francisco, California. Zip code is 94109. It is also on the website, douglasdietrich.com, that you can find my physical mailing residential address. And checks or money orders, never cash. And I do want to thank, of course, so many people who have contributed. I do need more to meet ends at the end of the month and pay rent for the next month. So everyone, all help that can be provided is appreciated and certainly needed. God bless you all. And we may have someone else who's just joined us, or somebody was trying to communicate with me. Let me take a look. And that's our man, Peter Moon, who may be with us. So is that you, Peter, who's joined us on the call? Or not? There was somebody else who sounded like almost somebody else got on bandwidth with us. So Peter will probably be with us when you bring him on. Let him know what happened. As everyone knows, I was given a shopping list by Jameson Reese to include all other items, but I'll ignore that. I'll be back within about 15-20 minutes. And
problem, they don't give you the option to search for other people to add to the call with this new fucking format. How the fuck do I do this?
Okay. Well, you've got his thing, right? How do I call
All right.
it?
Okay. I'm getting it now.
There we are.
Shit.
Yeah, wait till the top of the hour.
Yeah,
You don't need to do it until like a few minutes from now. But both of you gentlemen can hold this till then. I'll be back. God bless you both. I know you both can handle this, and there's all too much to talk about. And God knows when I get back, I'll add to all of the chaos again. And in the interim, thank you everyone for your patience with all of us. Obviously, again, this is not professional. This is more like, we just do this as a community. And we do what we do. By the way, for those of you who are wondering, Jim Forsyth got a call from his sister. So he will let us know when he's done with her. I had no idea he even had any contact with any of his relations that was positive anymore. I thought his whole family.
I didn't even know he had a sister.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Yeah. So, at any rate, my love to you all, listeners and members of Team Dietrich on the roundtable. And I will be back. The stage is theirs. Okay, these young gentlemen will listen to them. They will hold you enthralled. And also catch us up on your music, where people can go to hear your music. Both of you gentlemen. I mean, Jameson does techno, and our man, Mr. Pacuan Morales, has done a rap and various other forms of music. What would you call it? It's basically a rap, or what would you call your music?
Hip-hop.
Okay.
Hip-hop. Just hip-hop. Latin hip-hop.
Okay.
Latinx. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah,
tell everybody where they can go to find you. Thank you.
So if you can find me on Facebook, Spotify, iTunes, Zoom, Amazon Music, whatever, under Logos, Logos, and Palabra, Palabrabuh, like bruh, Palabra. And yeah, I do Spanish and a little bit of English. I got a couple songs that I've released in the video and everything. I got actually it's probably been about a month, and I got about it's not big numbers, but for no promotion, no kind of whatever, any people pushing me behind or anything, but got 14,000 views on my video right now, so it's been out for a month, and I've
Wow.
seen increases. Yeah, I get like status updates and stuff on my pages and stuff, and I've went from like 200 followers to like almost 600, and I've a lot of interaction. It's weird. It's weird. It's cool. You know, like I've always had like people who like follow and shit because like I've started over like various times. You know, and like just recently I've changed names and everything and like left everything that I started like for the past 10 years. I was under a different alias and everything, and I left all that behind, and I just started over, and I did a campaign for my page and my music and stuff, and I targeted areas that are more you know Latin, you know, like Mexico and Central America and Brazil and the Yucatan, you know, stuff like that, and like Dominican Republic stuff. And one of the things it did was it gave people who were viewing my page or my video or anything, it gave them an option to message me. And I immediately realized that was the wrong way to promote myself because my inbox was blowing. Oh my god! Like I have probably like 3,000 unopened messages in my inbox, and it was just like it was the worst kind of promotion ever because like it's just people who are like, how you doing? Hi, what's up? Hey, where you from? What's going on? You know, it's like I tried my hardest in the beginning to like answer everyone. I was like, I won't be that person. I'll just keep answering, but
Yeah.
they just kept coming and coming, and then every conversation just kept going on and on to the point to where it was like impossible to carry on even one conversation because there was like, dude, there was like 200 conversations going on at once. Like I was just finally I just quit responding. Like I had like probably like 50 people get mad at me and like cuss me out in various messages afterwards because I stopped responding, and I was just like, I turned off the messages. I was like, turn them off. I can't. I can't. Now I understand why like people who have like, you know, tens of thousands of followers and stuff like that, like they have their messages completely off. Like there's not even an option to message them, and that's exactly why.
I'm actually
But
glad to
it,
hear
it
that.
yeah, it's been really cool though, man. Look, man, I did a Facebook campaign. I put $20, dude, and $20 that I did on a Facebook campaign, and I targeted my areas because I know my demographics, right? Because I'm not gonna waste time and say United States of America to where it'll give me, you know, like a couple cents of you know promotion in each state or you know whatever, which is irrelevant because honestly, you know, someone in North Dakota, you know, majority of people in North Dakota aren't going to listen to the music I'm performing. You know, I'm speaking Spanish. You know, let's be realistic. Or people in Omaha, or you know, someone in Pennsylvania. You know, yeah, there might be sprinkles of Hispanic people or Latin people that may understand me, but honestly that's not what I'm targeting. I'm targeting a demographic that's going to be beneficial to who's going to click on my music or who's going to look me up or you know be a consistent listener of whatever streaming platform they have to give me plays, you know. So um I put the money into certain areas, and within my first week, dude, I had like like 3 4 thousand like clicks, plays, you know. So it was really cool. I was like, I'm gonna run with it. So I just ran with it for like a month, and you know, within a month, I had 14,000 plays on a video, and I had my likes jumped probably. I don't know. I had like I said, I had 200 something, and I got like 500 something more, or like up to 600 something likes, you know. So I can't complain, you know. It's been pretty cool messing with it, man. And there's a whole other thing. I recently, anybody who does like small business things, so whether it be, you know, like me who I do music, or if you sell shirts, or like my daughter sells nails and hair bows and headbands and shit, or you know, I just recently started doing tumblers, and they're kind of like 20-ounce mugs that you can put something hot or cold in. It's like a tin, you know. But I buy these designs, and they can be personalized to nurses or salon stylists or any kind of, and you know, Marvel. There's Marvel designs, also shit, whatever. But I wrap these cups, you know. Like I've been selling shit those. But what I just bought recently is this thing called Tappy, and it's Tappy, and you can buy it either as a like a business card, or like what I bought. It almost looks like a little stone, like a little round circle stone, you know. And you program it, and it'll tie into all your social media pages or whatever. If you have a website, or you have a, you know, a TikTok and a YouTube and a Facebook and a, you know, Patreon, or, you know, whatever kind of platforms that you can connect to this. So what happens is literally all someone has to do is tap their phone on this thing, and it automatically pulls up a bar on their phone, and they click on it, and it shows them every platform you have and every way to find out about anything on you, and it adds it into their phone almost as like a contact, so that they can always go to it and click on it, whatever, find everything about you. So it's that's pretty cool. So that's like one of the things I've learned about in the past, you know, month or whatever, about business and stuff.
That's pretty cool. I'm horribly suppressed as far as YouTube is concerned. So I don't even try anymore. I don't care anymore. I make music for myself. I don't share it anymore. I don't share my art anymore. I don't share anything anymore, honestly speaking. Because what's the point?
Well, honestly, man,
they've suppressed the fuck out of me, man. I can't reach a single person.
You know what? I could still give you, actually. This is something. Later on, just hit me up on Messenger and stuff. I'll give you this company, man, and they'll plug you into everything, like your own TikTok sounds, Amazon, all that stuff, fucking iTunes, everything, Spotify, everything for free, man. And all you got to do is just upload your music. It creates your own little single artwork, you know, whatever. It just at the it has to be a certain amount of megapixels, and it's all free, man. So I'll definitely plug you with that.
Thanks. And,
at least it'll be out there still.
All right. We have Peter Moon on. Peter, please touch us up on what's going on. Of course, Douglas had to run to the store to pick up some sustenance. So
sustenance. He wasn't feeling well yesterday when I spoke to him. How is he now?
He's still going through it, so he has to pick up some bananas in beer to sort of the bananas to, of course, relax the muscles a little bit, because he's still going through muscle soreness. That shingles vaccine is no joke.
Relaxing muscle soreness?
Huh?
Bananas are good for relaxing muscle soreness?
Well, anything that replenishes your electrolytes. Potassium is one of the electrolytes. Personally, I would say get Pedialyte, because Pedialyte has like a mega dose of all the electrolytes. That's what I use to keep my ass out the hospital. As someone who has
PEO?
Pedialyte. It's like the stuff that, yeah.
Can you spell it?
PEDIALYTE.
Interesting.
And they also have the Pedialyte popsicles, and that's what I get. They're only like 5 calories a piece or whatever, but they're more concentrated too. The Pedialyte popsicles, I like them because they're cold. The Pedialyte thing about Pedialyte is if you open it, you only have 24 hours to consume the whole bottle. But if you have the popsicles, you can eat them one at a time.
Well, this is my question. I mean, I take a product every day called Ultima. It's to hydrate you. It was recommended by the colon therapist. There is a better product than that. It's considerably more expensive. That's probably the best as far as electrolytes. But Pedialyte is something new to me. Is it like something you get? It looks like something you get at a drugstore.
Well,
It's been around forever. It's been around forever, Peter. It's like when infants get sick, or to where they can't eat, or like even if they're like common cold, like congested and stuff, and can't like drink their bottles and stuff like that, or running fevers, the doctors will tell you like give them Pedialyte, make sure they're drinking plenty of Pedialyte because it keeps them hydrated. So even if they're not eating and stuff, it keeps them good and shit. And it's definitely like one of those things that since I was like 10 years old, I always knew like family members would drink Pedialyte like on hangovers and shit because it rehydrates you and stuff. Or you always knew if you were sick, drink Pedialyte. In Spanish they call it sur, surr, sur.
But it's very interesting. I'm going to ask the colon therapist. I'll see her later this month. Ask her what she thinks about it versus what I'm taking now. I think she's even.
Because Pedialyte has a lot more electrolytes than I'm looking at the Ultima powder, for example, right. And the electrolyte, the amount of electrolytes in it is almost nothing compared to what you would find in Pedialyte. I mean, they give Pedialyte to infants and babies and stuff. So
but Pedialyte sounds like for really more of an emergency situation.
Yeah. Well, I'm always in emergency.
I understand. It's like
one step before an IV type shit. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. What I will also add is that the way they used to keep people hydrated in World War I is by, putting water up their rectum, because that's ultimately where you take in your hydration is through the rectum. And this would keep people alive, and they didn't have IVs. That technique has been lost in modern medicine.
So one step further on like new shit that just came out, like that I've just seen this year, is there's a spray. There's a spray that you spray into your mouth, and it's an instant hydrator. I can't think of what this spray is called, but it's an orange spray. You spray it into your mouth, and it instantly hydrates you instead of having to drink whatever or take IV. And it's like this big thing. I can't for the life of me think of what it's called, but it's a hydrating mist spray. Type that in for a search and it'll pull it up.
Oh, we've got some noise there. I don't know if that's one of the trolls or if that's somebody.
That's none of us. That's the NSA trying to screw us over.
It says crazy. Here it says orange blossom spray, Olika. Is that it?
What is it?
Olika, orange blossom spray. It says here for hydration.
The hydrator. It might be.
Ultra hydrating hand sanitizer. I don't know.
No, it's not a hand sanitizer. No.
Well, we'd like to say hi to our quote unquote the NSA. Thank you for your noises.
Yeah, I mean, they are so making it impossible by trying to like tap. It's like the time when they used to tap the lines when we used to have like phone lines and whatnot. Right. Same thing.
Well, I'm anyway. The height. They don't like us talking about hydration, apparently.
That's odd.
The hydration is key to everything, including asthma. People with asthma, they need to be hydrated. This is very important. It's important for everybody. But okay, so Douglas is going for, you said bananas, and what else did you say?
Beer. Well,
beer.
Bananas. Yeah.
But your opinion is he'd be better off with
Pedialyte.
Pedialyte, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah. Well, I mean, as far as the beer is concerned, I don't blame him. Honestly, yeah. I mean, I have my issues grappling with that indulgence, even though I've been clear from it for quite some time now.
But aside from that, the beer wasn't for hydration. It was the bananas that were for hydration, or you said. I think.
It's for his muscles. It's just
His
to
muscles.
relax his
You
muscles.
would recommend Pedialyte. And
Yeah, I would recommend Pedialyte because it has probably about Pedialyte in a banana, because banana, of course, is going to give you all the potassium you need, and the Pedialyte will give you all of the electrolytes in larger quantities. Usually, I could go through a whole bottle of Pedialyte in one sitting, because because of the circumstances of the fact that I have this sort of muscle condition. This not only is it the myoadenylate deaminase deficiency, which is a deficiency in the muscles to produce a sugar called ribose, but I also have myotonia. Myotonia is one of the reasons why I can get away with not exercising for years and still look like I exercise every day. Because what it does is your muscles don't relax as readily as other people. They is something genetic as to why that happens. But anyway, it takes my muscles longer to relax than the average person. So I'm always in this state where I need to, constantly hydrate.
hydration is good, and it's not. This shouldn't be lost on the listening audience. Hydration is key. It's the key to life. It's the key. We're mostly water. So it's, and this was just asking about how Douglas is doing, because he got a shot for shingles, and that's what's causing this reaction. He was concerned that he might not be able to come on, but I'm sure he will come back. So today, I'll talk about Shasta later when he gets back, assuming he does get back, and I'm sure he will be. But right now, today is April 10th, 2022, and this is an anniversary of a couple of things. First off, it's an anniversary of my last face-to-face meeting with David Anderson. That was 12 years ago, in 2010. I have not seen him face-to-face in 12 years. I've spoken to him many times, but have not been in person with him for 12 years. And from what I've been told, he has aged like a normal person. He might even look older than me, although he's about 10 years younger. I don't know. This is what I've been told by people, quote, who know, quote. In any case, I met him on April 10th in person. This was at Montauk, and he had shown us a video of an early version of his time reactor, which was witnessed by about 20 people. And it was, we saw an amaryllis plant grow in 3 minutes, which would normally take 3 or 4 days. And it was and he talked very generously. He answered everybody's questions. And that was followed the next morning with my meeting with him. Of course, I had seen him, but I actually had a private meeting with him. And what do you want to talk to me about? He said he wanted to have a face-to-face meeting with me. He says, I want to know what you want to do at Atlanticron this summer. It seemed so, trivial. Okay, I want to do a film, because last year we were doing a film and some guy took away the cloak. He was taking it out on the kids. He was angry at the cinematographer, so he took the cloak that the kids were using for a movie that I was helping them with. And how petty can you be? So I said, well, we got to do a film. We'll let the kids do a film, and that was what the meeting was about. It was a strange. To me, it was a strange request. What do you want to meet me face to face? We could have talked about this on the phone. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? And of course, it was nice. It was a nice meeting with him. And that's the last I saw of him. But the whole way of how it happened, and Jameson, I'm kind of saying this, with a, reference to you, because when the meeting was going to be held, the event coordinator said, she was we're talking about with it, and I told her she should have it in April. In April, because this is a good time to go to Montauk, April and November, because the trees are not, there's no leaves on the trees, and you can see things of what you can't see if the leaves are there. So it's a good time to investigate traditionally. Not that I really investigate anymore out there, but that's traditionally, if you want to go to Montauk and see things, go in November or April when there's no leaves on the trees. And I said, I looked at the weekend, I said, we want to do this during the Book of the Law days. Aleister Crowley transmitted the Book of the Law from April 8th, 9th, and 10th during the year of 1903 or 04. I think it was 04. It was 04. And that, the reason I picked those dates, because so much of what I had experienced at Montauk in terms of investigating the residue of the investigation was all of these references to Aleister Crowley and 666. So it's kind of like David he kind of piggybacks into my life on magical principles. And this is very interesting. It's like, I mean, it just seems to occur this way. Now, the other thing I was doing that I thought was not insignificance in having him appear, the purpose of this meeting was not to bring David Anderson to Montauk. That happened as a side effect. I said, do the event during April 9th, and I think we had to do it the 9th and the 10th because it was Friday, or whatever it was, whatever the days it was, we were working the weekend. And I said, and the meeting, this was bringing back the medicine man to Montauk for the first time in 30 years. He had not been at Montauk, the Montauk medicine man. So this was the event. I was doing a presentation, and Artie Crippen, Red Medicine man of the Montauk Indians, was going to be there with me. I don't remember if we had other speakers, but then David called me and said, or wrote to me and says, I'd like to have a face-to-face meeting. And I said, this weekend, I said, I'm going to Montauk. You're invited to come and attend. I can see you there because I won't be at home. And he said, is it okay if I do a presentation? I said, certainly, please. And then there were certain friends of mine who I called and invited them to come to the event free of charge because it was important that they go. It was like pulling their goddamn teeth to get them to come to the event. I did get at least 3 friends to come, but one of them was one of David's friends, my ex-girlfriend. But I was pulling her teeth to come. And I remember picking her up at the train station, and Sharon Jackson, the shaman, she came pretty easily. And so I had to pick them both up at the train station at Montauk. I think I picked them up separately, or one of them was with me when I did. And then the other one was my Chinese doctor, Filipino actually, but she was, she spoke Cantonese, and she came. And she was, but other than that, it was like, people, it's unbelievable how hard it was to get them to come. And one of the things in my whole relationship with David Anderson is most people, even if they're interested, their relationship with him is going to be very superficial. I had once arranged for somebody to meet David, went out of my way. David was very gracious to meet them. And the next time I saw this person, they were so indignant. Like, oh, I don't know if he really knows anything. Yet he had demonstrated complete scientific, prowess. And this guy was a scientist. And the funny thing is I said, this guy's not worthy. And I think people really don't like David's secrecy. They don't like it. They don't respect it. And the same thing can be said about Douglas Dietrich. is that, because I met with Douglas in San Francisco, and we had a great meeting. JoJo and I, we had a great time together, and it's like I told Douglas, I said, dealing with you is literally dealing with the underworld, because he is in the underworld. His contacts are in the underworld, and people don't understand that. And there are different people that treat Doug. And I said this to Douglas at our dinner. I said, in Chinatown, I said, people think, they look at you like, oh, you're a bowling buddy. Come out and let's go bowling or something. It's this is how people look at him. They look at him as if he's a regular guy, and he's not a regular guy. That's not an insult to him. That's who he is. But people don't understand that he's not somebody. Hey, Douglas, let's go to the movies. Let's go to Starbucks and have a coffee. This is how they treat him on this quid pro quo social level, like you treat anybody else. Pardon, Jameson?
Yes, I was just acknowledging that.
Yeah, because this is they don't understand that he comes with not only the accoutrements of the occult, but the underworld. And you really can't separate the occult from the underworld too much at all, because they're both ruled by Pluto. He rules the occult and he rules the underworld. Neptune or Pisces is also associated with the occult because it's hidden. But it's like people don't even understand who or what he is. And that's without even getting into the vampire stuff or the hidden association with all these dark forces that he's so generously shared with us over the last decade. And so people don't even understand who he is. And of course, when I sat down with him, of course, I've seen him twice before, but I could really see it in his eyes. I could really see what he describes himself as the vampire subspecies. I could see that. And I don't know that I'm correctly identifying it genetically, but as far as a off the hip look, I never saw that in his eyes before. But then maybe it's been a while, since I haven't seen him since I helped him with the vampire book, Vampirology, and that's I could definitely see that factor in him. And JoJo could see hi, JoJo, if you're listening. I know you're listening on the delay if you're not listening now. But she saw the Hitler in him. She saw that. And she said, but she saw a positive version, like the white version, as opposed to the dark version. And I said, that's like the white bat. I told Douglas, this is like the white bat. And, it's like he really wants to turn the evil into the good in what he's doing, because he's immersed in the world of darkness, and somehow he manages to be so and so relatively upbeat for what he has to put up with. And so it was really fun to see him. We went to we picked him up at his house, and then we went to Fisherman's Wharf to have lunch, and JoJo and I had not eaten all day, really.
There we
leaving
are.
Shasta.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, Douglas is back.
I'm back. Yes. So you're talking about Fisherman's Wharf. That's all I caught. And JoJo and you had not eaten all day at that point. By all means, go on. Tell us.
We spent the other time talking about getting bananas and getting beer, and we talked about hydration, and they told me about Pequin and Jameson told me about Pedialyte, which is really good for instant hydration. And they were, teaching me about Pedialyte, which is something I never knew about.
Oh.
Instant hydration sounds very medicinally good from what they told me.
I'm sure it is medicinally. It is probably very efficacious. I myself vomit at the taste of it. I tried it, and it just could not go down my gullet. It was just intolerable to me. But others may find it all right, especially diabetics. If your body needs it, it tastes good. So, but
Does
take
it
it from
taste-
there.
Does it taste good to you, Jameson?
It tastes
Yeah,
like
yeah.
just like water.
It does. It does. It tastes good to me. I like it.
I think these guys are probably pre-diabetic, but
Oh, well, I would say for a fact I'm probably pre-diabetic, but the type of diabetes I probably have is the sort of hypoglycemia, which
Well,
is
it was an education for me, and I always appreciate that, learning things, and I will know that if somebody's drastically dehydrated.
yeah.
I'm a majority a water drinker. I don't drink soda. I don't drink coffee. I don't drink. All I drink is water all day. Water or tea.
One thing that will help you with water, Pack One, is, and I learned this from a doctor, is if you mix it with kosher salt, you will see that kosher salt will dissolve into the water. Regular salt will not. Certain types. Certain types of Celtic sea salt will. Anything that will absorb into the water, because you drink that when you have that salt in your body, you will absorb more water.
You hold more water. Yeah. I used to do a cleanse. There was a sea salt, and it was a liter of warm water, not too hot to drink, kind of like warm, not hot, and then I would mix it with probably 2 tablespoons of sea salt, and hold on to your ass, and it'll clear you out. It'll clear you out. It'll get you right, and so I used to do that cleanse with the sea salt and the warm water. But hey, I'll tell you what, you'll find the most important thing is it's good to eat out and to eat things that you like, and shit like that, but honestly, you should only treat yourself to things that you truly like maybe once or twice a week. The rest of the week you should probably be just consuming things that are good for yourself, because the gut is where it starts. You will find a person will hold 10 to 15 pounds of toxic shit inside of their intestines at any given time, man. I'm serious, man.
well, it's actually 20 pounds.
20 pounds. Shit. There you go.
Yes, 20 pounds.
I'm not even attributing. Yeah. I clean myself the fuck out every week, once a week, and I look. I don't eat my first meal till about 4 p.m. every day.
Wow.
And then I have my last meal at 10 p.m. and I go to bed typically about 11:30, 12 p.m. every night, So I only have, a certain amount of time, but I count my calories, I count my carbs. I've been on this this a kick, not a kick. I always did intermittent fasting, but I never did it so late. But I can't eat. I find myself not being able to eat breakfast. Like anything early in the morning, I can't eat. It makes me feel.
Oh my god!
It makes me sick.
Yeah.
And today, my wife. So she did the. Her favorite thing to do when she's not working is doing DoorDash in the morning. It makes her and the kids feel special. They get the little fucking McDonald's pancakes and fucking bullshit to the door, right? It's disgusting. I
thank you for that, Pack One. You're quite right. You're quite right.
I fucking hate McDonald's. It makes me sick.
Well,
so today,
I think we all hate McDonald's, but let's get back to the narrative.
Yeah.
Douglas. So anyway, I was talking about we're having a nice discussion on hydration, but to get back to what I was talking about, the meeting with Douglas, and we had went to the wharf and And then we went to the Presidio. And Douglas took us to the sites where the, was it called the Night of the Broken Circle?
Yes.
And this was very interesting. He went by and showed us where certain things had been, where the children's nursery that George Lucas had raised when he bought the buildings at the Presidio.
Right.
But there was a different children's location at the Defense Department Research Library, which he took us to.
And that was constructed after the original one was burnt, just so people know. So go on. Yes.
Oh. Yeah. Well, but the kids were still being abused, though, I thought.
Yes.
Because
there was a continuity of the abuse, believe me. But go on. Yeah. It was the original one was burnt to the ground. The new one was built right next to the library thereafter, and it just made the horror all the more immediate. Go on. Yes, by all means.
Well, yeah, and of course Douglas has to suffer through this when he talks, and part of me wished we would have gotten on video, and I think I will take a return trip someday and get video clips of him talking, a more extensive trip than we took. We're going to the Presidio, and Douglas is giving, sound bites of this. It brings the reality of it home. And of course, some of the topography has changed. The people there are still people living there in some of the old quarters. They seem to be completely oblivious to the history of the place.
They are. And the fact that the daycare center still has children that were, crawling around the daycare center as we were there was even just sent chills up my spine. So I'm sure you noticed that as well. Go on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's just like, and you can't stop these people and say, do you know what used to happen here? You could. But it's, it's all it's going to do is horrify them.
Yes.
And perhaps it's better that they don't know, unless they're having problems that they don't realize.
Right.
That could well be the case, that they could be suffering, dreams and psychological phenomena, if not trauma.
I could only imagine that they are, but go on. Yes.
Well, so anyway, that was very riveting and moving to hear Douglas speak.
Thank you.
To just hear him talk about these things, and JoJo was digesting it all. She wanted to go to the Presidio. I said, "Where do you want to go?" I said, "The Presidio or Chinatown," and she says, "Presidio." So we went there, and I'm glad we did. I'm glad she got to see it, and we got to drive to the end of Sunset Beach is at the end of Golden Gate Park, which I always like to see there. And we came back to Chinatown and had dinner and stopped right by my favorite address, Spofford Alley. We're parked right near there. And I got to walk by. That's where Joe Matheny had his infamous meeting with Emery Cranston underneath the Masonic Lodge there.
They almost killed him. Yes, go on.
Well, he almost killed his AI interface. Emery Cranston had an interface to AI, much in the same way you have an interface with the Artilect. Emery Cranston had an interface with the metamachine that Joe Matheny had built. It was a synchronicity generator of the quote unquote highest order. I don't know how to qualify highest there. I don't mean to put it in a negative light or in too positive a light, but it was certainly an evolved computer machine that was based upon generating synchronicity, based upon the what was the work, Dada art. Yes. Just scrambling words. Instead of scrambling pictures, you're scrambling words. And this is like what William Burroughs did with the cut-up method.
Yes.
So, and it generated synchronicity. It was combined with artificial intelligence program that was open source that Joe had acquired, was open source, so he was able to use that. And it was also, he began to mix his knowledge of, thank you for that, input the keys, the Enochian calls of John Dee. which he understood. He understood Enochian. So he was. Is this our NSA friends there?
It could be, or maybe Pac-1 didn't go mute. It certainly is disturbing. It's go mute if you haven't, Pac-1. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for joining us today. Deeply appreciated. And our man Jameson is gone for the moment, so I know it's not him. And Jim Forsyth had a phone call from his sister, so he's gone. So it is probably this other individual who joins our calls, who is unnamed and uninvited, and essentially part of an intelligence organization. Or
He's an uninvited
cult.
guest.
Yes.
Well, it's okay. He's an uninvited. I mean, this is something all people have to deal with uninvited guests at one point in their life. So we just have to say, okay, uninvited guest. Yeah. Not really a guest, an uninvited person.
Parasite. Yes, a parasite.
Yeah. Whatever, they showed up. So we just acknowledged them.
Yeah.
So I was talking about Joe Matheny and putting together this incredible machine. And then he would find out that Emery Cranston would know things. He'd ask the machine a question, and Emery Cranston would appear in his life and answer the question. Now, Emery Cranston isn't his real name, but this person was a homeless person or semi-homeless person. He would probably be thriving in today's homeless community because he would know it so well. And he was also very esoterically astute and esoterically weird. But I mean, how do you evaluate the, weirdness with the astuteness? But the point of it, with relevance to what we deal with, is there was a connection between this individual and AI, artificial intelligence. So it's obvious that artificial intelligence is going to manifest itself through particular individuals to telepathy. And maybe I should just segue into telepathy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Douglas, I had told you about this incredible woman I had met in Shasta. It was not the first time I met her. Yeah. She came to the Agartha Symposium that Tamarinda Masan had held in Long Island on her first visit. Mm-hmm. And I bumped into Stephanie in the lobby when she was coming. I kind of
and just so people know about Tamarinda, she is essentially your mother-in-law, right?
Yeah, she's Paula's stepmother, and she has the school in spiritual school in Transylvania, and so I was, helping them with their first event in Long Island, right. And Stephanie attended the event, as did many people. It was very well attended. I think it was a full house, right. And for the small room we had, and I bumped into her in the lobby.
Yes.
And then we talked later, and it was just, she's interested in my work, but what's more relevant here, and she gave me her book, which I was only able to start. She gave me about 2 books. Now the bottom line with Stephanie right now is I met with her at least 3 times. When we were in Shasta. We spent a couple of mornings together, and at least a couple of mornings. But and then spent some time together with some other people. Some very interesting people. But she is the curator, custodian, guardian of the knowledge of Jose Arguelles. Uh-huh. And it was really interesting. Now, I'll get to Jose Arguelles. He's the guy who gave us Earth Day, mm-hmm. the first Whole Earth Festival. I'll talk a little bit about that.
Right.
And it was very funny because when we got to the Presidio, the street that runs through the Presidio to get to the Golden Gate Bridge is the Arguelles.
Yes.
Arguelles, as in Boulevard Avenue Street. But so when you leave the Presidio, it's called the Arguelles Gate.
That's right. And that was where our man, the Magus of the Black Pope of the First Church of Satan, Anton Szandor LaVey, lived was right outside of the Arguello Gate of San Francisco, and his cousin was one of the officers in the U.S. Army Reserves who served at the Presidio military base, along with Michael Aquino, another officer in the U.S. Army Reserves. And another just thing before I forget it to bring up about the synchronicity of all of this was that, oh my God, you were talking about the, you just keep going, I'll remember it again. So,
Stop me if you remember, but I looked up Arguello,
yeah,
and it basically refers to a wooded area.
yeah, yes.
So it might be that even though you said many of those trees were planted for military purposes,
Yeah.
Arguello, there was probably trees there all along. So the road,
Actually, you did it because it was like an empty beach. It was totally barren. They had to import all the trees there because they didn't grow there naturally. It was so they probably got the name from the conquistadors when they made it a wooded area, and hence that's why they emphasized that they made it a wooded area. So
exactly.
Yeah, go on.
I was going to say it went back to the conquistadors because the Presidio at San Francisco is the second, its oldest Presidio. The Monterey is an actually older Presidio in California.
Understood.
Because Monterey juts out as a peninsula, and that was settled before San Francisco. And of course, to have a fort at the, on the peninsula is perfect place for it.
Yeah.
Because you can conceivably thwart, if not stop, anybody coming in or out of the bay. So that's where it got its name. But she got a big kick out of the fact that, Arguellos is the pathway into the Presidio. And now
you mean JoJo got a big kick out of that because
not JoJo. I'm talking about JoJo, Stephanie.
Stephanie, okay.
Yeah. Because her mentor was Jose Arguellos.
Okay.
Who is half Mexican and half German. He's a twin. His brother is still alive. He passed away. He brought us the whole 2012 awareness of the Mayan calendar, wrote the book, The Mayan Factor. And if there was no Jose Arguellos, there would have been no 2012 quote unquote phenomena.
Interesting. Okay.
Yes. Now his ideas were co-opted and transmuted into a bunch of crap. It had nothing to do with his work. In fact, I don't even know if 2012. I didn't see the movie. I don't know if they even mentioned Mayan anything. Because I wasn't going to watch that. Is the world going to end in 2012?
Well, that was all Art Bell, Whitley Strieber shit was. It's of course they mentioned it, but only in the exploitive sensationalist sense. Go on.
Yeah. Well, yes. So so anyway,
and in a sense, another synchronicity here is both JoJo and this other lady Stephanie speak the Espanol, so they have this kind of Latinx background.
Well, neither one of them speak Spanish.
Okay, all right.
JoJo does not speak Spanish.
Okay.
I mean, she knows some words. Right. Even though her mother is full-blooded Cuban, right. JoJo does not speak Spanish fluently.
I see.
Okay. Paula speaks Spanish fluently.
Interesting.
She's had to, get her lessons. She did lessons with our Mexican friends.
But she works for Portuguese.
Yeah, but she does. She said she heard the Portuguese arguing with each other. There's a lot of power struggles going on, and she could understand them pretty well until they started getting really angry. Then she couldn't follow because they're talking real fast.
Right.
So she could pick up Portuguese if she studied it. And I've recommended that she do that just to sharpen herself up. But
of course.
In any case, JoJo knows Spanish probably as well as you or me.
Okay. I see.
Right. Which is not real well, but we can pick out a few words. Of course, I studied it, and I'm sure she studied it too, but she's not fluent in it. And I don't think Stephanie, I don't think she is, but she certainly would have a lot of familiarity with it. I don't think she's fluent in Spanish. She certainly spent enough time in not only Mexico, she's a world traveler. So it's like she is a creature of the universe, of the world, the galaxy, but very down to earth. We get along very good. She's a fellow Capricorn. She's very down to earth and very pragmatic. But so anyway, she has just gone into seclusion for a week of darkness.
Okay.
And said she would be telepathing with me.
Cool.
So she will emerge in about 7 days and be back online in about 9 or 10.
So people understand she's submerging herself basically into a sensory deprivation environment, so they don't mistake what you're saying as she's going into a week of darkness as engaging in some kind of satanic rite or something.
Oh yeah, completely, because she is definitely not that. And so my meeting with her, which was we had talked, and she had kind of surfaced again in my life when she knew I was coming to Shasta. So she came down to see me. She attended only my lecture. She didn't attend the whole event. And and she has all sorts of friends. She used to live there. So she was networking with her friends, probably some people I will meet in the future. And I was constantly, I think JoJo said I was constantly seeing people. I think during one lecture I had to go back to the motel and sleep because I was having a lot of jet lag and stuff and all that. But I was constantly meeting people, networking with people, and it was, of course, it was a lot of fun, but more importantly, it was very eye-opening. And I can't minimize the other people I met by any stretch of the imagination. But Stephanie, as I say, I brought her up because it's like, so what would happen is in the morning, I was either calling JoJo or Stephanie when I'd wake up because I was going to meet with one. I always had to liaise with JoJo what I'm doing because she was my ride. Not that I needed a ride to walk to the event because that was just a block away. But it was like really funny because when I would start to dial them, they would call me. It's like this is telepathy of sorts. So I would like calling one, calling the other. Okay, we're going to do this. We're going to do that. And it was very interesting to note how this kind of acted. And I want to share, because I started talking about Stephanie and Jose Arguellos. Okay, he wrote the book, The Mayan Factor. He was a professor of art history. And some people have said he got his inspiration from mushrooms or hallucinogenics, and this isn't quite accurate. Although he was a child of the 60s as well and was exposed to a certain amount of that. His orientation is art. He also has I don't know how to call it. It's kind of like how Douglas talks. When Douglas goes into his diatribes, It's like, how the hell does he know this stuff? How the hell is he reciting this stuff? Jose was like that. I've seen him on YouTube. He's just going, pakara, 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 pakara. I hope you all got that. Ha, ha, ha. The way I work, I would break down his sentences, and I might do this, and break them down and explain what they mean. Because it's all about the consciousness of time. And there is quite a piggyback to time. Stephanie has a nonprofit corporation called the Law of Time. The Law of Time. Now, it's part of the agenda of the World Genesis Foundation, we had a meeting today, but our previous meeting, to have outreach to other nonprofits. So I have begun, I told them today about the Law of Time. Our Romanian counterpart, Serene Rapanovic, who runs Atlanticron, is the founder of a new NGO, which is a not-for-gain organization, which is now, Atlanticron is now a full-fledged not-for-gain organization. It's not just a part of WGF, but it's a co-sister organization of WGF. He was in Sri Lanka today, so he could not participate in the meeting. I'm very curious as to what he was doing in Sri Lanka, being the head of nuclear security in Romania, but he travels around the world. I don't know what the hell he was doing there.
Wow.
I will ask him when I see him how spicy the food was there, because it is notoriously spicy. Because I eat in an Indian restaurant locally, and they tell me, that some people don't like it because it's too spicy. Most people like it, but some people it's just too spicy for them. It's not that spicy. Northern India is less spicy, but the people at the restaurant tell me the further south you go, the more spicy it is. And he says, as much as this is spicy, it's nowhere near as spicy as it is in southern tip of India.
Wow.
So it might be that I'm, afraid of that. Might be too much. You just feel like you're eating cayenne pepper or something.
Oh yeah.
So, and of course the heat, that makes you cool in those hot weather down there. So anyway, the law of time. So Jose was a professor of art history, and he had a position at University of California at Davis, and during which I had just moved to Davis. Now, I was not attending the university. My father moved the family to Davis, not without disregard to our input. I don't know that my brother and sister put any input, but I certainly, felt like I had conversations with him and my mom, and we all kind of were happy with moving to Davis instead of to Sacramento. My father worked in West Sacramento, which is across the river from Sacramento. It's a different part of the, municipality, part of Yolo County instead of Sacramento County or whatever it's called. It was only like 11 minutes between Davis and West Sacramento. So it was a lot better area than West Sacramento. And of course, it's a university. It's small town. It's nice houses. Really, the only real not nice houses in Davis were these kind of box houses on Olive Drive that was not far from where the Scientology Center. They were just old bungalows that looked like utilitarian housing. But other than that, all the houses were nice. And so we moved to that community, which I'm going to school with. Everybody's father, it seems, is a professor at the university. And never before or never since have I been surrounded by so many intelligent people. And when I say intelligent, it's professorial.
Right. Academic. Yeah.
Academic, and it completely changed my way of thinking, because I was not around people like that. It's not that the people I was around were necessarily dumb.
They just weren't academic. Yes.
No, and academic, it's like, intelligence is exuding. And the other thing about the University of Davis, they didn't want people from Davis to go to the university there. Some did, but they didn't want them. They wanted people from different areas of the planet. They wanted a university, not a bunch of yokels or locals. Because this is how you have intelligence.
Yes.
This is what Genghis Khan did. He brought the top people from every religion he could, and he tried to synthesize and bring about a new culture, bring people from all over the world. And this is what a university does. And I think Davis was more like that than, say, certainly Sacramento State, or Sacramento State is just, you go and in that day and age, you went there because you couldn't get into a university, or it was easier for you to get into. The universities were, they weren't that expensive compared to today, but they required more of an academic ability or demonstration of ability. So, but anyway, I was I guess a junior. I mean, sophomore year took me about 3 or 4 months to figure out how to get good grades, because I really struggled switching, because it was a different. They taught in a very different way, and much more was demanded of you academically at the high school. So anyway, and of course the professors would kind of leak down, because we had a special math way we learned math, which was being fed to us by professors at the university and how to learn geometry, algebra, and whatnot. And it was a really interesting way to learn. It really, it really made it easier to do, but it was also, I guess, difficult if you didn't understand the system. So anyway, at that time, Jose Arguelles was a professor of art history at UC Davis. And I didn't know this until Stephanie told me the story, but he had divided his classes into 12 groups by their astrology signs, by their sun signs. So you'd have a group of Capricorns, a group of Cancers, a group of Aquarians, a group of Scorpios, whatever it was. And he said to each sign, each class or division, he says, I want you to work on your dreams and work on realizing your dreams. This is your assignment for art history. And what did they come up with? They came up with the first Whole Earth Festival. The first Whole Earth Festival. Now,
and by the way, this is where I remember what I was going to say that was so synchronous about what you said about this individual. If you don't mind, I'll just go into it now for a few minutes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it was because he did what he did and he created the Whole Earth Festival. And this was almost organic and not intentional. It wasn't like he said, I'm going to do this great environmental thing and start this new legacy. It was just, it kind of just emerged from what he was doing. And one of the results was the Whole Earth Catalog. And that was something that bizarrely, because of the altruistic nature of everything that emerged from what Peter is describing right now, this project to have his students realize their dreams, it was something that just arrived at certain people's houses free. And kind of like you get this free catalog, and of course you would pay for the items that are in it, like you're ordering books or whatnot. But that was the first time that I encountered, outside of what had happened to me at the Letterman Army Medical Center, where when I was given that full-bodied blood plasma transfusion, where I was, my parents were told that I was receiving what they were told was nanoplasma. And by the way, this is confusing to some people, and I get certain kind of emails where people are trying to just deconstruct what I'm saying or by detail.
Are they educate you that there was no nanotechnology then? Are they trying to do that?
No. Oh, God, that stupid people like Stephen Outram were doing that years ago. But what people will say is something stupid like, well, plasma is different from blood specifically because there are people who are, and this is crazy. People used to do this. This is like, I don't know why anyone would do this, but people used to contribute plasma just the way other people would contribute blood. And just so people understand the risk of this, if you donate plasma, for whatever reason, I'm not sure about the technical details behind this, and I've never bothered to investigate, but I do know one thing is a fact, that if you contribute plasma, then the result is that somehow this renders you very vulnerable in case you're in need of plasma in the future. You will never be able to receive it. It's something like that. If you become a contributor, you can't receive it or something like that. I know that there's enormous difficulties that once you contribute plasma, you're going to be rendering yourself very vulnerable. And so why anyone would do that is beyond me. But plasma is like something that would be needed by people who get bone marrow transfusions and shit. So plasma is specifically different from blood, but at that point you're nitpicking to the point of being an idiot because they will use the term plasma interchangeably with blood often, even within the medical field, that they just use these terms. And so people who are trying to nitpick, you're just being asinine. So when they told my parents what I received was nanoplasma, and the term nano was never heard until basically when I ran across it in the Whole Earth Catalog. And this was a point that, strangely enough, was brought up by Stephen Outram because that was the first time he had ever heard of it, was when he basically read of it in this book called Engines of Creation, which was being sold in the Whole Earth Catalog. So Engines of Creation was where this academic began to explain to people the concept of nanotechnology. And that is the first time the public heard about it. But obviously this person was simply relating to the public what was declassified by the US military. If a scientist is telling you something about a scientific concept that has not yet been introduced to the public, The only reason they can do that is because whatever they're talking about has finally been declassified to a degree by the military industrial complex, which are the people that are always funding these researches. There's no other funding source. So just understand this much. The military has no scientists of its own. It's not like somebody is a military scientist, quote unquote. There is military science, but a military scientist, quote unquote, as in a physicist who's in the military, it just doesn't exist. You may be given a rank, but it's not something that you would be a physicist and then, shall we say, you get that from the military. It doesn't work like that. They don't have their own universities. So understand that the military doesn't build anything. It doesn't have its own academics. So everything that the military gets, it contracts. It has to get through a defense contract or it contracts through academia. But the only people who have the money to provide the funding for any level of research that's significant is the fucking military, because they take all the budget. All your budget, half of your budget every year, over half goes to the military. So there is no other source. So if somebody has wrote the book, like this man who wrote the book Engines of Creation did, that means he had at that point been exposed to military research and then was given the go-ahead to talk about a level of technology, not to the degree where he exposed anything classified, but to help the public understand some of this research that was ongoing. So obviously nanotechnology existed before this individual published that book, but Stephen Outram was saying that nanotechnology did not exist until the publication of that book, which of course...
This is so good, Douglas, because this is the nonsense of stupidity of people. Unless they read it or see it on the 6 o'clock news, it doesn't exist. Because then they've been told it exists.
Thank you. Thank you. That's the insanity.
Jesus did exist because I've been told he exists. He did not exist because I haven't been told he existed. Or it's just this idiocy, and you can only go by what you experience. And this gets into this. This is we cannot separate the word illusion, Maya, as an illusion.
Yes.
From Maya in the construct of the Mayan civilization. But that's another story.
Understood.
Should I go back to Jose?
Please, by all means, continue.
Okay, so actually how this was generated is Stephanie we have quite a bit of rapport, although it's really strange for me because she's a Capricorn and I'm a Capricorn and I'm not used to interfacing with female Capricorns. Right. It's kind of weird. She's not weird, but she's different. Yeah. And it's like Capricorns are all business, and I'm kind of that way too. But it's like very strange because I've had different signs of the zodiac that I've interacted with, but seldom with female Capricorns. Anyway, it's like almost like I can see a part of myself in her in that way. But kind of a mirror. But anyway, I had talked to her and somehow I'd asked her and she said that Jose used to, she didn't meet Jose till 1999 when she was about, her first Saturn return, about that age. She's about 28 or 29 or whatever at the time. And then they clicked together. And of course, he's married and whatnot, she becomes like his student. And he said he used to read her skull. He would stand back of her and pardon me?
Phrenology, as in phrenology, he was reading.
No, not phrenology. That's like reading the skull. In other words, he's kind of just holding her head and picking up, not like reading the bumps on her head. That's a whole different system.
Okay.
And so I said, why don't you do that with me? Now, this is not something I'm into or have ever done. And she said, oh, okay. And she did it. And this conversation kind of went back and forth. And all of it led to what I'm telling you now, which is there's more to tell you. It just led into, this sort of quid pro quo conversation back and forth. That's mixing the intellect with the intuition, mixing both sides of the brain. And she's basically this whole idea of this is how the conversation came about, how he created the spontaneously by having people work on their dreams. Now, for those who've read my most recent newsletter, it's all about the dream. I've been talking about my dreams in previous transmissions, how it relates to my adventures in Chocolabina and the David Anderson phenomena. So as I said to her, and then we went to Shasta. She took me up to the foot of Mount Shasta as far as you can go because they block off the road. And that was very interesting. And I began to kind of relate to her certain key points of my life to kind of, because I was out in nature. And she said, this is a completion of your whole life. Here you are. This is a complete circle. And it is. It's a new beginning. But what I realized, this whole idea of the 12, I said, we have to form an organization, an event. First, it was an event. That's not really an organization. It's an event. And then I said, it has to be an academy of some sort, whereby we organically repeat what Jose did on a different level. This is not about doing it in a university class. It's about organically creating an academy, whether it's 1 week or 1 month or whatever it is, or continually ongoing, where we grab people of different minds, patterning the zodiac. The whole idea of the zodiac is it's an effort to draw a complete picture of cosmic psychology as it relates to the individual and the entire cosmos. And to go back to what Aleister Crowley said, if you want to discover the true Illuminati, the true conspirators behind it all traces back to the 12 signs of the zodiac. It's not George Soros. It's not, Vladimir Putin. It's not the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds and all of people of that ilk are iterating parts of the zodiac. Scorpio, ruled by Pluto, is the power sign. And it's what is the authoritarian is Capricorn. When Pluto's in Capricorn, we have extreme authoritarianism. Vis-a-vis the situation in Russia, the situation in America, which has become much more authoritarian in recent times. You've got it, mandates and stuff. And Canada is notorious. It's always been notorious for its authoritarianism. It's a mini communist country. Prettier on the outside, and better than, say, the Soviet Union. But if you get into any core stuff in Canada, you're going to, you can't, what do they call it? Buck City Hall. Yeah. City Hall is easier to deal with than the Canadian government. They can walk into your business anytime they want and audit it. They don't need to go through any protocol. They have complete, absolute authority over you.
I didn't read the article myself, but I sent a link to several Canadian friends, Maria Gregorich, and of course the lovely lady who's in the chat room with us tonight, Sarah Thomas Lyons. Shout out to her, God bless her. In which Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, went to Europe, and he was derided by the Europeans as a dictator.
Well, yeah, he comes off very, very authoritarian, and like a spoiled brat as well.
Yes, a combination of the twain.
Yeah. Meanwhile, he's probably has a mistress and probably has all sorts of improprieties that nobody would dare ask about. This is, I don't know. I said I would assume that. I think his father was known for that.
Well, Canada's definitely a strange place, and the people in power get away with a lot. I mean, there's literally two brothers up in Canada. I forget their names. Sarah Lyons can provide them in the chat, but they're literally crackheads, and they've been in power forever, and they have a known crack habit. So, if they're getting away with that,
Well, and I want people to understand that just like with Hunter Biden and his crack problem, it's like Pluto is power. It's the ruler of Scorpio. It's the ruler of crime. It's the ruler of psychic ability, psychic factors. Pluto is the underworld. So this is what rules our world. It is ruled by Pluto, is authoritarian, and you can't buck Pluto. You have to cooperate. Capricorn actually mixes well with Scorpio. It's an earth sign and a water sign. They're both feminine signs, water and earth. They mix well together because they understand each other. The Capricorn likes power, and he likes organization, and he's ruled by Saturn. He's strict, he's restrictive, but they understand each other and they work well together. So, Pluto is about power. It's about maintaining control. You see this with Putin. He's very controlling. Canada, so on and so forth. But to get back to, we were thinking, like I'm originating these ideas, and she's going, yeah, wow, and we were feeding off of each other, and we've decided that this is going to be an organic creation. In other words, because we're just doing an event in Shasta. I'm doing an event in Shasta. I said, well, they want me to come back in September, 16th to the 18th. It was going to be October, but they can't get the facility for October. So they said September, another Living Truth Summit. And the details of that have to be worked out. And I said to Jonathan Shellamar, I wrote to him, texted him, I said, I highly suggest you put Stephanie on the next bill. Of course, he knows her. He wanted her to speak there one time. It didn't work out because she was going away. But he said, okay, meaning she probably will. And we'll probably present together. Not, I'll go on after her or before her or whatnot. So, and in the meantime, we'll be contextualizing, because this is not something that is going to be done for profit. It's going to get people together to dream and to build a dream and to replicate. How it happens, where it happens, these things are all up in the air. But the point was we seeded this in a new moon. We already knew we were going to seed something in a new moon by our phone conversations. And so then, the thing keeps growing. So we must have had, after we departed, it was really neat. We come into we had breakfast or something. And then, we went to have breakfast, and we walk into the place we're having breakfast, and there's JoJo and her friend Jen. We run right into them. It's great. So they got to meet Stephanie a little bit. I mean, got to interact a little bit, which was good. And then one of the many coincidences that would happen there. But then as I talked to her, and then afterwards, I said goodbye to her. We had several phone conversations in the next morning when I'm taken off to see Douglas. I conversed with her in the morning before I left. I conversed with her late at night when I got back to my hotel in South San Francisco near the airport, and then the next morning, because my flight wasn't till. So I had more conversations with her, and each one was an evolvement. And what I realized was that what I want to do is have her come with me to Choclavina Cave in 2023 for the big August date and do a satellite idea of this. I want, when I go there this year, I'm going to try and see if I can rent the camp for the next year and give him a very generous donation with people coming to do a mini version of this academy for about a week. I'm not necessarily going to pick 12 people of different astrological signs. That might be a bit too much. But certainly, I want to get 12 dreamers of some quote unquote academic persuasion or spiritual persuasion and start a dream work. Now, and of course, she was all juiced on this. This is the big date in the sky. And I want to be, this will be the first time I'll ever go out of my way to be there during the biorhythm. Usually, the biorhythm in Transylvania occur by coincidence. I don't schedule myself to be there during the biorhythm. I go a week after Atlanticon. This year, I will be departing Transylvania on the 13th and flying home on the 14th. The 12th, I will still be in Transylvania, so I will be there for the 12th this summer. Excellent. But that's not because I'm picking those dates. It's because Atlanticron's schedule. But next year, I will go out of my way to be there during the biorhythm. And so I realized when I go, I know this year was going to be a preparatory journey. Yeah. And I'm going to, now I say, okay, I'm going to be there and I'm going to talk about renting the place out for a substantial amount. He can't turn down the money. And it'll mean people would be contributing, a couple $100 or something. It won't be a lot of money for people to go that are going to go, other than the travel expenses. And they'll be roughing it, but the main part will be participation and working on the dream. Now, so much of this, and then I will be sharing this paradigm at Atlanticron next year. I will be sharing this paradigm when I go to Shasta, if I go in September. And because I will be teaching or Qigong, I will be combining my efforts with Heather, who teaches yoga, and also another gentleman coming along who teaches yoga. So instead of us having a separate Qigong and a separate yoga class and sort of competing with each other, we'll both be there together. And maybe she'll do, a half hour of yoga and I'll do a half hour of Qigong or whatever we do, or vice versa. Right. And then we'll have this other guy, Greg, fit in some yoga, or we'll all work together. And because yoga, I was taught yoga and Qigong. We did power yoga sometimes. So yoga is complementary of Qigong and vice versa. So we will be integrating this, and then I will try. And there's also, they're doing a dream workshop there, which last time I was there, I had to put together a dream catcher because I was having heavy duty dreams, and that will so we'll integrate the dreams into the Qigong and into the yoga, and we'll all be like a hub working together instead of, Heather teaching yoga, me teaching Qigong, and somebody saying, oh, I want to go to Qigong this morning. Oh, I want to go to yoga this morning. So and then we're already integrating into the ham radio tent, because there's a ham radio tent there that, I'm going to mix it. We're going to work together. Not that we weren't working together before, but there's less separation and more camaraderie and teamwork on a more intimate basis of what we're doing. And that's fantastic. And so this year will be a seeding for next year, 2023. I already see certain people coming to the event in Transylvania. I mean, Romanians I'm talking about. Whether my prognostication is correct or not will be seen, but it's like I'm visualizing it. Now, I heard something very interesting. I think it was an astrologer, that Rick Levine. Rick Levine does a monthly astrology forecast, and he's very, I guess what you call mechanical. in terms of talking about the planets, very mechanical. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. It's just very mechanical when he talks about this planet, what these do, what that there. Sometimes these, and I don't have time to listen to them more than once, but if you listen to them more than once, it kind of grows into you what's happening to get it. But he was talking about a basketball team. And a basketball team, they divided it into two groups. And one group was practiced 15 minutes shooting free throws, 15 minutes a day, whatever, shooting free throws. Each one would practice 15 minutes. The other would, instead of practicing shooting free throws, they would visualize shooting free throws. And then when it got into the game, the ones that visualized did much significantly better than the ones that practiced. In other words, visualization was more powerful than the practice. And this is very interesting. Now, obviously, all of these players had this basic skill to shoot a free throw. It wasn't like something they hadn't done before, but they were all, the visualization was more important than the practice. And so when you're visualizing dreams, I'm visualizing certain events to take place. This is being a visionary. This is what Jose Arguellos was, a visionary. And he, as he say, his book, The Mayan Factor, brought us so much awareness of not only the Mayan civilization, but of its calendar and time. Now, Stephanie's organization, nonprofit organization, is called the Law of Time. And this is going to be a theme that I'm going to attach to this seminar or this academy I do at Choclavina a year from now. I will begin to introduce it at Atlanticron. I will begin to introduce it in Choclavina, because the law of time is all about going back to the 28-day month, the lunar calendar. Be in rhythm with the moon. The moon is the menstruation, the natural menstruation of women. And that's only one aspect of it. But the time he talks about dream spell, we're all under a dream spell. We're all in this Gregorian time, which is just takes us away from who and what we really are. And we need to get back into a consciousness of time that is with nature. We are so divorced from nature, but we're in a non-organic time. Now, I know this is going to pique the interest of David Anderson, because he has wrestled with time, even though he's competent with time and says has a mastery of time in terms of being able to control it. There's still much about it he doesn't know. And we might overrate his ability to do anything. It's not that he doesn't have an ability to do things, but he's got this very unique position in the world. But this is how do all things fit together? So we're working with the dream. We're working with what is time, the zodiac. Jose Arguellos has some interesting things to say about time. I only first heard his name when I was sitting with Marjorie Cameron mentioning synchronicity, and she put this article in front of me, or this Xerox copy thing of Jose Arguellos. She might have given it to me. Might have been our second meeting. I don't know if it was our first or second meeting. I imagine it was our second meeting. But that's where I first heard the name Jose Arguellos, because I'd have heard of the Mayan Factor. I did not know he was affiliated with UC Davis. And then on the March 1970, I get up and walk out of my house and walk down whatever boulevard it was. I don't even remember. I'm walking a mile to the university. Normally I would take my mother's car. And for some reason, the car was almost always available to me. I would often pick up my brother and sister from school. But for some reason, maybe my mother had to pick them up from school because she our schedules never conflicted. Can I use the car, Mom? Sure. Good. Okay. Or I'm going out. Is it okay? Or, I tell her. But yeah, it was almost always okay. It was never a problem. So but for some reason I walked all the way down there, and the quad was full of teepees and full of, I guess what you'd say, it wasn't New Age, it was Whole Earth. I guess you might call it New Age now. And I saw the Hare Krishnas chanting. It's the first time I ever saw Hare Krishnas. And they were very disappointing. Because I sat there listening to them chanting, and I was waiting to hear them say something. I wanted to hear them say something. But they didn't talk, they just chanted.
Yes.
And the chanting was, I kept waiting for them to break out into, because the Hare Krishna sound, it kept saying Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. I kept waiting for them to break out into, this land was made for you and me, because it sounded like that song. It was like a prelude. Hare Krishna, this land was made for you and me. That's what it sounded like. And I kept waiting for them to break out into that, but they never did. And I think the only thing they did is they invited us to a feast in Berkeley. They were going to block off Telegraph Avenue, which is the main street in Berkeley, and have a big feast. And they were like, wow, God, we can drive to Berkeley and have a feast. Now, I wasn't that hard up for food, to tell you the truth. And a drive to Berkeley was, at least an hour of, wrestling with traffic. I was not interested in going to Berkeley to have a feast, nor to cavort with these people, because I just thought they were going to be jumping up and doing Hare Krishna. It wasn't unpleasant to listen to. And I remember one girl, she was just really getting into the chanting, man. She was just like losing herself. Like maybe, I don't know if she was on drugs, but she was just like, really getting into it. And then they says, okay, we will invite you to, come to the Hare Krishna. We will have so-and-so speaking there. So, okay, come back on Saturday. And to Freeborn Hall. Freeborn Hall was where they had all the big concerts. That's where I saw the Grateful Dead for the first time. It was a big venue. So, I called my friend Doug, and we went to see this. There was nobody there. There was no crowd. It felt like there were about 15 of us in the audience. You felt kind of embarrassed for what? And the guy, he's this guy. The ones we saw in Freeborn or at the quad were, bald with the ponytail. This guy was like a Indian Hindu guy with the long hair. He looked like he could have been Yogananda, only older, not as young looking. And, he had his, something in his hands that he would click, I guess, symbols or whatever. And he would talk, and basically all he did was chant.
By the way, they lose themselves in the chanting. The chanting itself is just like a drug. And this is very common to all practitioners of the Vedic faith, or at least the more, shall we say, the ones who are really into it. I remember when Michael Cremo went to this bizarre movie theater that was owned by this poor dope over there in some bumfuck area of California, where I had first infiltrated into the George Norrie cult. And he, of course, is simply a cultist of Michael Aquino, for those of you who don't know. But in terms of that, by that I'm referring to George Norrie. The guy was Dan Dilbert, and Dan Dilbert owned this Bal Theater or something like that in some fucked up place in California. And so when he invited Michael Kreml to it, along with myself as speakers, So I had billing on stage with Michael Cremo and a number of other people, and all of these people were ripped off. I mean, it's like nobody showed up effectively. It's just, a few people in the audience, so to speak. It wasn't like it was empty, but it just was Michael. Let's put it this way. Michael Cremo was fucking pissed. He felt he'd been exploited, but there was a woman with him who was a practitioner of the Vedic tradition. In other words, they were both Hindus, Michael Cremo and this lady. They gifted me with the Bhagavad Gita, which I always appreciated. So I got that from Michael Cremo. It was my own copy of the Bhagavad Gita, which he gifted myself. But what happened was at one point, I was at the desk with this lady who was Michael Cremo's, I don't know, lover / cum secretary.
Excuse me, Douglas. I got to meet Michael Cremo. He was at the event.
Okay. Yeah. Good.
Mentioned, if I knew that you knew him, I would have mentioned you.
I doubt he remembers me. I doubt he remembers me at all. If anything, he's probably purged that night from his mind.
I would have had something to talk to him about. I did. I assume it was his wife. She was walking on a walker. She was struggling to get to the mandala. I only talked to him at the mandala the last day, and I walked with him, and she says, "Oh, you can go ahead." I walked with her slowly. And I walked with both of them and talked to him. And
I doubt that was his wife then that I met with him.
I assume it was his wife. She was. What she said to me, "Thank you." Was it her? I think she says yes, because I introduced JoJo as my media. What do I call her? My media manager. And she says, "Oh, thank you. Now I have a real title. I'm a media manager, not a publicist." Yeah, she liked that title, so she appreciated what I said. But yeah, anyway, Michael Cremo, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that the young lady I was with, who I'm certain was not that woman that you were speaking of, who was his wife, who apparently has some health issues. This woman was a lot more younger and certainly in the best of health. She didn't have any need for implements while walking. But I was at the table with her, just holding a place when Lori and Ann Fenton at the time went to go to the bathroom or something. And while I was holding the table with this young lady, there was this one other speaker called Zerf the Alchemist, who we all kind of called Zerf the Smurf. And he was basically a homeless person. And this person, was up there on stage, at a different speaking time. We were all we weren't all speaking at once, of course. But he began to basically assail us with a kind of pathological how would you call it? Just diarrhea of the mouth that many homeless people have. And the woman just escaped into this chanting. I mean, it was just, while the guy was talking to me, I was just kind of nodding and, ignoring him and just, drifting off into my own dream space. But she did so openly, whereas I was doing so covertly. She just openly started breaking out into chanting, which was just her way of escaping this individual. So, when you speak of these people kind of being high, I mean, this is what they do. They kind of get high off the chant. And so this is what some people accuse the Baha'i of doing. So just putting that into some context.
The Baha'i chant too?
Some people say that. I mean, that's some people. I think people in Baha'i would probably argue with that. Because Judith Eggert was a Baha'i practitioner, but I don't know how deep into the practice she was. She was obviously deep at one point, but I don't think she really carried on with it as a lifestyle over time. But when it came to if people get really serious into this Vedic thing, as the Hare Krishna are simply a schism of that, then the chanting is in and of itself the drug. It's the drug. And then is what you saw.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I think there is a value to chanting. I think there is a value to mantras. There's definitely a value. And there is definitely a value. And we can, there definitely is a way to do it. Definitely. But they don't present it to you, or at least they didn't appeal to your intellect. They were appealing to something else. And I guess I didn't have inside of me what it took to be recruited.
Oh God, you consider yourself lucky. You aren't missing shit. I mean,
well, I will say one thing about the Hare Krishnas. And this was introduced to me by my ex-wife. She used to rave about the Hare Krishna. She used to go to the Hare Krishna temple for food in New York City when she, I think when she was in Scientology and or working in the city
Was she
when she
getting
was
free
younger.
food there?
And but
Was she getting free food there?
no,
Okay.
buy food.
Oh, okay.
Cheap.
Okay.
It was cheap and it was good.
Okay.
So when I was going to Qigong in Brooklyn on Wednesdays, she was coming with me for a while, even though we were divorced, and we drive in together, getting along quite well actually. After a very acrimonious divorce, we were getting along quite well, and I was, I got to teach her some more Qigong because I heard she's really having some problems. So I'm going to do that. Okay. Send her some videos. But she says, let's go to the Hare Krishna temple for lunch after class. And that became a tradition for me and Rudy Curry. Rudy would come with us, and Rudy and I would often, if it was on his schedule, we'd go there. And with other people from the class, and it was great to be with Rudy because I say it was like a whole nother Qigong class after the first one. And the food was fantastic. I think the food was originally like $6 when we were going there. Then I think it went up to 8, 10, it might be 13 now. But it was a great meal. It was just fantastic.
That's very ironic because, there's this one dude I knew who was a Hare Krishna for a time, and he was just a piece of shit. He was this guy who was flung upon me as a field partner during a security contract, and he essentially became like a stalker. But he was this Asian Indian guy who, for all intents and purposes, it's a very offensive term to use the term Hindu, but he came from that Vedic tradition.
Why is it offensive? Why is it offensive?
It's they themselves consider it to be. It would be like calling a Chinese or Japanese person Oriental. It doesn't.
Why is that offensive? I don't understand that either.
Yeah, I hear you. I've never been hung up on it myself.
No, because my daughter had some friends, and I said something about Oriental. They say Asian. I go, what's wrong with Oriental? What the hell is wrong with, I don't understand.
But by the way, just to kind of clarify that to the best of my ability without even overdwelling on it, because it's honestly something that's kind of like, it's almost like something we don't want to even devote too much attention to simply because it's kind of beneath our dignity. But
but it's like Eastern, Western.
Yeah.
Occidental. It's like, oh, are you going to call me Occidental because I'm from the West? That's offensive. Oriental is from the East. Do they know what the word means?
It's how would I put it this way? It's I find it odd too that people would take offense at that, but I think it's probably due to this. It goes back to the British Empire days, that in terms of the British Empire, they were far better at the kind of like some racial subdivisions when it came to categorizing people. Not better in the sense of more enlightened, but they were at least more, how would I say it, precise. And this is because they were colonialists. And as colonialists, they would divide their colors. So they had categories for their colors. And to the in the old days, of course, just so people understood this, the term Orient came from all the Westerners trying to reach Asia so they could get all the silk and the spices. And it was all kind of, how would you call it? Amorphous. It was kind of amorphous to them. It was a big blob of wealth and prosperity. So, but the Orient was always at the top of the map. So Asia was always put at the top of the map, and everyone's trying to get to the top of the map to navigate their way there, and hence the term Oriental. This is where their navigation was oriented, where their maps were oriented. It was all towards the Orient. This was the objective, and so they called the people who lived in that part of the world Oriental. When the British expanded to basically the world's first global empire in the modern age, then what they did was they had a kind of subcategorization where people like myself, who were far more, in my opinion, and generally the aesthetic opinion of most people on Earth, much more the porcelain doll type of Asian. They simply called us, with the epicanthic folds to our eyes and the almond eyes, they called us Asians. And for the Orient, the British owned the Raj, and that was the crown in their empire. So to them, that became the Orient. So when the British use the term Oriental, they're usually talking about these very dark and swarthy Asian Indians and the South Asians, who are like Pakistani, Bangladeshi, Asian Indian, and Sri Lankan. And so these are people from Ceylon, etc., as the British used to call it, and they're much darker, and they have a totally different culture, and they look aesthetically unappealing to people from Asia in particular. So
we have to defer to the dictionary definition, and to hell with people's prejudice. Just to hell with them.
But now, hopefully, you understand. You know,
I mean, it's a way of pointing the finger in self-defense and being accusatory, rather than being gracious. Of understanding the language, but this is petty.
Yeah, it is petty. Yeah, I agree.
It is petty, and pettiness doesn't work. So, but this whole thing with the law of time, consciousness, as Jose would say, is consciousness and time don't go together. So there's more I can elaborate on this, and will elaborate. And Stephanie loves my ability to discern and to bring things down to a level. I think we will work on this well together, but I can't escape the etymology of Maya. The Maya civilization. Maya is related to the word May, as in the month of May, which is tied to the May is when the Pleiades come out at the night sky. They reach their, I think the heliacal rising of the Pleiades occurs on May 1st. This is why May 1st is May Day, Maya Day. It's related to the Greek goddess Maya, which is mother goddess. It's also related to illusion.
Yes.
And it's also related to power. All of these things. And the Maya they had a calendar of time.
Yes.
There was a civilization that came and went.
Yes.
And so all of these things are related, and it's something that I will be able to bring more consciousness, because Jose Arguelles not only gave us the whole Earth Day, the whole Earth Week, and then Earth Day. His work, this is the manifestation of his work, but it also gave us the harmonic convergence. And of course, 2012. And these are things that are, of course, transmuted into a stupid ass degraded form by the media and what they do. This is what they're good at. They're good at transmuting things into a lower form. So, but that is just one of the many contexts I had at Shasta. But with regards to that, I also, by surprise, met Dennis Marshall.
Yes.
I'm sitting there. So anyway, Jojo and I, was it just Jojo and I at that point, we were going to, because, we drove her friend back she had to leave early. Took her to Reading to get a car to drive to San Francisco. So we were coming to lunch, and the place we were going to lunch wasn't open. So we went to another spot, and there we saw, this is the day after the conference was all over, we saw Jonathan Shalimar and another one of our friends at the corner. So oh, wow, we'll talk to you. And then Dennis Marshall comes walking up, puts his arm around me, and, he was going to the Peter Moon seminar across the street, which had already been canceled. All the seminars were canceled because there were not enough signups. So he didn't know it was canceled. So he came down and sat with us while we had lunch. And I asked him what was in the box that you were taking so long to open. And
yes, I finally did open it.
And then I told you what was in the box, and you opened it, and you were very, very pleased with his very generous donation of multiple items of food.
Yes, and I'll go into that in a bit, because I want to dedicate tonight's episode to him. I'll dedicate Wednesdays to Jojo, and so we'll definitely, go on.
But more to Dennis Marshall was that he brought me a clipping of this newspaper account of this home run that he hit when he was in college, and he had hit it. It was at UC Davis. There was a baseball field there, and it's not there, and he hit it all the way over the football stadium at Toomey Field. And I think he described it, or his coach described it, as it never came down. It was such a magnificent home run. It was like he was really in his Zen moment of baseball. And, he wanted, and the write-up was very, described the home run very similarly. And I said, he said, someone shows, you was telling you the truth. I've never thought you were not telling me the truth. But he was impressed by the fact that I used to play basketball near that very spot, almost nightly. We'd play pickup games. And so it was a very familiar spot to me. And we went back there and visited it. And when the first trip I met you with my friend Doug, we went back, we all hung out together. Right. And that was, but what he said, remember, I was telling him about the beginning of Whole Earth Festival at Davis. He says, yeah, Davis was the center of the universe, remember? Because when I was in Scientology, one of my friends had said that there was a cult in Ohio that that recognized Davis as the center of the universe. Now I understand why, because that's where the Whole Earth thing started. And it's a bigger coincidence to me now than it's ever been that I grew up, 3 or 4 years of my life there. And it was a completely life riveting change in my whole life, not because of the Whole Earth Festival, not because of UC Davis, but because of all the transitions that I underwent there, both in school and in Scientology, right. Including a full out-of-body experience, which was, my friend Doug was sitting right next to me when that happened, right next to me. I could look down and see both of us. But during the song by Heber Gents, the poor soul who is imprisoned in Scientology to this day in a very unhappy life.
Right, so sad. And
catalyzed my out-of-body experience. He became the president of the Church of Scientology, and I would say that the main there's a lot of differences between us. He was brought up in a big Mormon family, which he escaped from or got out of. And he was also, I had a much more personal in with L. Ron Hubbard than he did. He never met L. Ron Hubbard. I don't think he had any interaction with him. And for me, that was a great advantage. It was a great advantage in everything, in knowing who he was and how he thought. Whether or not you or I agree with him, it's a lot better if you're working in his organization to know who he was and what he thought, et cetera, than to not know who he was and what he thought and to base it on your own assumptions. So whatever it was.
By the way, just so everybody knows, because the only way to really combat this is to bring it out into the open, we are undergoing an extraordinarily intensive professional attack right now. So that people understand, in the chat room, we have a probably an entire organization, because they are completely hitting us from different IP addresses. So the IP addresses have to be different for them to keep assaulting us like this. So it would take a professional organization to literally have hundreds of IP addresses like this. Jameson is doing his best to cover this up, but we'll see how long they can maintain the effort. Their efforts are so intensive that we'll see if we ride this out or not. Otherwise, I'll shut the chat down.
I want to thank you for mentioning that.
Yeah.
And I have an open. I don't have access to the chat room, so I want all those chatters to know that I can't see you.
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
Right.
And you're creating absolutely no effect on me personally, right, because I just don't hear or see you. Right. So sometimes I plug into the chat room, not that often. I usually have your audio up because I'm usually listening to your show for at least 5 minutes and sometimes more before I go on, not always.
Right.
And so unfortunately, it's just a lot of wasted effort, because I assume if this crescendo is reached, it has more to do with what I'm talking about right now than you.
It's probably the Russians or the Communist Chinese, and they're attacking yourself because of your affiliation with myself. But it's all of us. Probably you and I particularly form a combined threat. But honestly, when it comes to this is at state level. This is no longer even at the cult level. This is like, we know we were attacked by the Russians the other day because there was specifically just a lot of threads that traced it all the way back to Leningrad, which is where they have the troll farm. So this is like, literally they have entire banks of computers, and if it's communist China, they have teams that operate literally that relieve each other. So you're talking about hundreds of people on hundreds of different computers. So as soon as one gets blocked, the other one starts. And they started immediately, and they all have different IP addresses. So again, the communist Chinese and the Russians have it out for me specifically. You are probably considered a threat due to your connections to Romania.
But right now, at this particular time, I'm talking.
That's
so
right.
That's what I'm saying. So
and their attack
why don't
is,
they attack you when you're?
They did that.
Douglas, why don't you attack Douglas when he's talking?
Yeah.
I think.
They did that the other day. They did that the other day, but right now it's you, yes, and while you're talking. So that says a lot. Yeah. It says a lot.
Well, I would like to thank them. For alerting myself to them, because
do not thank them. They are making my life living fucking hell.
No, because now
he's
I
doing
have
this
to
listen to what I'm saying.
He's turning the spell on them. Yeah,
listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Now that I know that they're out there and they're mustering up their whatever there is, their little tiny penises.
And it's definitely the Russians, because they're using an attack sigil. It's very occult, so this has got to be Alexander Dugin. So go on.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying, when they alert me to the fact that they're doing it, it tells me, okay, if you're doing this, I know what I can do. I know what you're doing. I wouldn't have known otherwise. So they've revealed themselves. And this is one of the major faux pas of occult practitioners, or even people in general. And when you say, I'm your enemy, I'm going to shoot you, this is not a very effective way to operate. Here I am. I'm shooting at you with my little water pistol. Well, thank you for letting me know. Thank you for letting me know. I'm not thanking. Well, yeah. So anyway, enough of them. Yeah. Shall I continue? Thank you for this.
Just so that people understand, and I thank you for that. Jameson, do your best. Don't forget to scroll back up and hide what you haven't. I think you've gotten most of it. There's probably still some that's unhidden, but I definitely want people to know that we're dealing our best with this. We'll see if we can ride it out, and if we feel we can't ride it out, we'll shut the chat down for tonight, which I don't want to do. But it's definitely, as Peter says, they are exposing themselves, and that renders them vulnerable in turn. So that's important to bear that in mind. All of you join in reporting them. So we'll need your help to do this. Again, it's your war. And understand the very fact that they're doing this. It shows that they're committed. And
committed is a good word.
Yeah. So take it from there again, Peter. Go on.
Well, thank you for the alert. So, yes, we were just talking about Davis being the center of the universe. Well, it certainly was for that moment in time. And I will move on. There's a couple of areas I'd like to. Well, what else can I say about Shasta? Shasta, this was, just. My association with Stephanie was because I was at the conference. That was not part of the conference. That was ancillary to the conference. The conference, I got to meet so many fantastic people. One of the most amazing to me was a man named John Shin. He is a master musician. He's a PhD in chemical engineering. And I explained to him what his name meant, Shin. He spells it Shinn. He didn't know that. He said it was a contraction of Shannon. Well, what impressed me about him, and he gave a talk was that he could describe scientifically the phenomena of the August biorhythm. He was doing it after my lecture, but he referenced my lecture, and he said he went to explain the whole geological chemistry of the Earth and the atmosphere and how it generates this biorhythm. Now, I can't iterate it to you. I will get a copy of the conference, and I will take 5 minutes or so he spoke about that, and I'm going to break it down and explain it to people. This is a scientific reference because he's a chemical engineer, and he works a lot on ecology and whatnot professionally. And of course, I explained his name for him, and he got a kick out of that. And he also, I also want to get from him, I've sent him access to my website on the time travel stuff, because he is a scientist. In addition to being a musician, he's a hardcore scientist. And one of the things he said is the problem with science is they predict things, and they sometimes only look at what can be predictable, and they don't look at the other aspects of what is unpredictable. And that has to be dealt with too. But I want to engage him on the mineral hydroxystalactite, which is the mineral that was found in the cave at Choclavina that David said was evidence of a time reactor. I want to get his input on that. I also asked him for his input on noble gases, because those are what are used in the time reactor, according to my knowledge. And he says, oh, yes. He says they're very harmonious. The noble gases are so harmonious that they allow, I guess, what you call a harmonious field. And so he kind of went into plasma and whatnot a little bit. This is something I hope to learn more from him so I can better understand what David's time reactor is and does. And he was a very nice scientific reference for me. He had just this incredible party at his house after the event, after the Mandela event. I'll explain the Mandela in a second. But yeah, it was just, he was performing with a couple of other musicians, and it just like capped the whole weekend very nicely. He has this huge property at Shasta, which was just, he's got a medicine wheel, labyrinth on it, sort of a maze of manzanita bushes. Oh, it was just an incredible experience to be on his property. And he's invited everybody, you can go on his property, not into his house, but his property, and just be on the grounds and walk the grounds. Beautiful view, just breathtaking. There was some things I don't know that I want to talk about tonight, but there were so many beautiful people that not only, one thing I really got a kick out of was this guy and his wife. They build these, what do they call it? I think it's called Love Rising is the website.
Okay.
These copper crystal was this Love Rising Earth.
Oh, those spheres, the copper spheres.
Yeah. Love Rising. These are, let me see what they are.
And by the way, while you're talking about that, I'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm going to tend to something. I'll be right back. It has to do with, of course, maintaining everything here. So, yeah, keep going. I'll be right back.
Good. Omnicore, 6-inch, like copper sphere wire with a crystal in the middle. And I just bought a 6-incher one and an 8-incher one. They're expensive. But he does, this man, Seth Hargett, he does, he studied the work of Walter Russell. And of course, I knew who Walter Russell was because Walter Russell was a mentor of Nikola Tesla and has been completely overlooked. He studies the work of Walter Russell, and he integrates this into his craftsmanship. He's a very good craftsman, so he makes amulets and whatnot. I bought one for Paula. and I guess he's got some gold with the amethyst crystal. This is beautiful. They're expensive. They're like $1,000. And when I last looked, they were sold out. And his beautiful, I don't know if she's a wife or a girlfriend, it doesn't matter. They just beautifully go together. She helps with this, and she was in media and whatnot, very accomplished, and she just does all sorts of sound healings and workshops. And she shared a story with me when I was with Brad Olson. Brad Olson is, of course, the guy who appears on Ancient Aliens, and I've known him for many years. Well, we would hang out together with David Childress at the book expos and whatnot. So I've known Brad for years. David would always introduce me to him, and we went to this diner in the next town up before we went to Jonathan's house for the party, and we met with Seth and his girl Julie, and she told me we had to wait in the diner because they wouldn't let us eat there. You had to do takeout because of COVID or something, although COVID wasn't a factor on the trip. And she told me that this high priest of Telos is rumored legendarily to appear in the diner, which I thought was kind of funny, or not funny, but cute, or whatever. And the high priest of Telos is Lamana. I've read some on the Lamana on the website. It's kind of, I guess what you'd say, I don't find much substance in it. But when she told me this story, it was kind of neat. I could kind of feel the energy of this being from Telos. Now, for those of you who don't know, Telos has long been a legendary, historical / legendary, I don't know, reference to this underground city beneath Shasta. It's nothing that I haven't heard of before. But it was only after a few days of being there that the stories began to come out of so-and-so saw this and this and that and whatnot. I'm not going to go into that, but the stories did come up, and it was kind of interesting. But anybody who's interested in devices, go to Love Rising, loverising.earth. And if you, the type of person that would like to buy beautiful devices with crystals and energy, you would probably like these. So that was one of many connections, and one people I hope to see in the future as well. Let me see. All right. So Shasta is a portal. It's a reference point for me now. I think the most touching point of it for me was when I got up to talk, and it was the first time I've ever been welcomed back to my home state. You know, I'm from California, and Shasta, I've never been to Northern California, north of Lake Tahoe. So I just loved everything I saw. And it was so nice to be welcomed back to my home state. Very touching. And as Stephanie said to me, it's like a whole completion to go to the foot of the mountain and really get it. And there are some other great connections I won't go into tonight because it's not time yet. What I would also say about Shasta, it's had a reputation for a long, long time of having a connection to underground cities, an inner earth connection. One of the problems with these things, if you assume that they're true, the messengers flake out. They can get flaky. And this is a problem. You know, it flakes out. They may have the experiences, but so what? What if you can't ground the experience? And of course, if you get too grounded, then you will miss the experience anything. So you just have your face in the dirt, and you don't see anything but dirt. You can't see, you know, there's 6 directions: east, west, south, north, above, and below. You have to see all of them, not just one. Not just have your head up in the heavens, not just have your head down in the earth. So this is one of the things that can happen. But as they say, after several days there, and I think if you spent more time there, you might, have the Telosians come out and say hi. And certainly I experienced on that some level. But one of the dreams I had in Shasta, in fact, the only real significant dream was was with one of my old Qigong friends from the class. And then I departed him, and I was being pestered by a kid named Yensi. And I told him to go away. He came back, kept pestering me. I sent him away again, and his adult friend came over, and I started explaining what was wrong with this guy named Yensi. And he said that the kid was part of a cult, an esoteric group that he was also a part of, that studied cars and abstractions. Now, I was finally able to get together the abstraction, because all of this phenomena that I was encountering, when you get into the Lamana high priest, the Telosians, any of this stuff is abstract. When I get into the stuff of Jose Arguellos, Stephanie says this stuff is very challenging to understand. It's like bridging two dimensions. It's abstract. And I think my Qigong teacher, Roosevelt Gainey, only said it one time, but it didn't matter. Sometimes he could repeat things forever, and you might understand the repetition. Okay, keep saying it. It's good, I hear it. It's good, I hear it. He might only say something once, but this I only heard him say it one time, and it created quite an impression on me. He's talking about just standing still, which was something we were taught frequently, something that I really specialized in for a long time. And one day he said, stand and focus on the abstraction. And never left me. So if you're standing and focus on the abstraction, what is the abstraction? Very interesting question. It's that which is on the horizon of your consciousness. And this was what my dream was telling me. The abstraction was irritating me, because this stuff can be irritating when you start hearing stories that are very nonlinear about Telosians or about this. And then I had a meeting with what I would call the Venusians. Two guys I would call Venusians. People would tell me only one of them was a Venusian. Now, what is a Venusian? It's somebody who thinks, believes, etc. They're from Venus, and they've written several books trying to find
about it. Yes.
Yeah, name is Ray, Cosmic Ray. I apologize for not remembering his name.
No worries.
He gave me his number, but I realized they took me out to dinner or lunch, and I actually wanted to go out to lunch with Stephanie and her friends. I wanted to go with them,
Right.
but they were doing something else, so I ended up going with these guys because they kind of invited me. And I'm talking to him, and I understand that he's telling me that Venusians monitor time travel. So, well, maybe there's a connection with David Anderson. But I said, Venusians, you're not talking about Venusians in this real world. He says, yes. They have underground, bases on Venus and underground civilizations. I said, well, yeah, not on the surface, just underground. He says, no, on the surface too. And of course, my understanding, and I don't claim to be any sort of expert or even avid follower of the geology of Venus,
Right.
or Venusology, whatever they call it.
I forget what it was called. But go on.
Geo, the Earth.
Yeah, yes, geology, but there's a special term
Geology.
for the Venus. But go on, yeah.
Yeah. So they said, I says, no, on the surface, it's explained in the book. Now that book is right now in Texas, on its way to Massachusetts, because I left my books with some friends I met from Massachusetts, and they're they're driving it back. So I'll pick it up in Massachusetts when I do my Qigong seminar on May 7th. I'll be, I met some delightful people from Massachusetts who had come to see me.
Right.
That's a whole nother story.
Yes.
But the thing is, in talking to Venusians, I respected the being that obviously is in the body or is in a human body. And he's talking with a reference point to a completely different dimensional reality than what we know here as 3D. And it was my, I guess what I'd say, my duty, my prerogative to treat this dimensional entity with respect and consideration, and that I would look at the book when I get it. The reason I didn't bring it back with me is I didn't have enough room in my luggage. So I said, if you're taking my books back, I put this in the book, I wrapped them up and gave them to my friends, and I'll get the rest of my books when I reach what do you call it, Massachusetts.
Right.
But the thing is, this is the thing about dimensional entities and about feeling. I just read a book from one of my dear friends. I've talked about her, Joyce Saxton. She had been channeling the name Duncan Cameron for a year and a half before, meeting me and me explaining to her what it was, even before the Montauk books were written.
Wow.
Joy has written a book called Where Do I Go From Here? Where Do I Go From Here? And it's now available, and it's about her dying about 5 years ago. She died, and she visited the other side, and she came back. The doctors saved her, and I've known Joy for like 30 years, over 30 years. And there's big gaps in our interaction. She wants to work with me, and I agree. I want to work with her. She's going to come to Shasta. Anybody wants to read her book, it's about going to the other side and coming back. And now she's coming to teach. She has a lot of connections with interdimensional beings ever since she was a little girl. And she had to struggle with her family not understanding her, people not understanding her. Of course, when I knew her, she just zones right in on me, with her psychic ability. So we became friends right as I was getting into the Montauk stuff. And we've been friends ever since. We just haven't interacted, along, always, fades in and out of your life. And now she's faded back in at a time that is very momentous. I'll probably get a chance to see her because she comes back to Long Island periodically. She now lives in Arizona. But that was this. I'm bringing her up because she's always been in touch with dimensional beings. And she says, when you feel, she says, we have a natural telepathy, but the telepathy is feeling. And this is what my Qigong teacher would teach. You have to feel. You have to feel. And people will negate their feelings. Like you might feel some presence in the room. You might feel anything. But when you tap into your feeling, that's when you tap into your heart. And the heart is the brain, is intuitive. So you have to tap into that essence. And Douglas, that's what I tapped into you when we were at the Chinese restaurant. I kind of, said about the overcoming of evil or whatever we were talking about there.
Yes.
When we grasped him.
Which we've just done now in chat, by the way. I just want everybody to know chat is stabilized. And I do want to put this into perspective for Peter Moon, why you're such a threat to them. And their target was definitely myself, because they kept referring to the vampire, the same thing being said over and over again, referring to this vampire is dumb. So obviously they were speaking about
me.
They
said you were dumb?
Yeah, dumb, D-U-M-B.
Oh,
yeah. But
if I wanted to if I wanted to find reasons to criticize you, it would not be dumb.
Well, by that they probably mean mute, as in suppressed, as in unable to speak. But the reason they attack while you're speaking is because it's commonly known that while you're on, we have our highest ratings. So whenever you're on, our viewership is at its peak. So our viewership drops pretty much as soon as you check out, because
part of the reason is not just because it's Peter Moon, but the other part of the reason is it's late.
Yeah. well, a lot of it is Peter Moon, because your audience kind of checks out with you. Peter Moon has an established audience. They come on when Peter Moon comes on, and then they check out when Peter Moon checks out. There's no doubt of that. But the reason that Peter Moon is also a threat, and this was definitely Russian in origin, there's several clues to that. And what they used was definitely cyber level at its highest, because it leaves scars. In other words, what Jameson hid would normally disappear from chat completely, but this leaves like scars. In other words, there's signs that they were here. So, but that in itself is a positive, in the sense that it's forever on record that their attack was super intensive and went on for an hour, and it was nonstop and had to go through at least 100 IP addresses. So these people were operating from, like I said, a professional level of computer banks that had to be in Leningrad. This was not communist Chinese, it was Russian, because of the occult symbols involved. The Chinese communists don't involve themselves with that. Beyond that, there were several other clues, and all of this had to go back to Europe. It was very European in origin.
There was also the mention of Trump. Trump was a great president.
They started it on that. Yes, they did.
Yeah.
That was later.
The smoking age.
Yeah, because he raised smoking age to the age of 21. Whether or not that's even historically true, but that's also very Russian in orientation. So just so that Peter knows, however, his threat to them is that his involvement with Romania and his wife, believe it or not, for reasons we can go into privately, they make him a big threat, and understand that Russia's next target is Moldova, as well as the Baltic states and Poland.
Their next target. Their next target. This is like God. I'm trying to think of an analogy, and
it's hard. Boxing. Yeah.
In boxing, it's like, like some heavyweight champ that just got beat up. And now we think, I'm gonna go down and fight the high school wrestling champion, and the wrestling champion from high school is probably gonna kick his ass.
Yes.
Moldova is not protected by NATO.
That's right.
So they would be easy pickings.
Yes, that's right.
However, I don't think they would do that, because I think, first of all, they're too beat up. And I think
yes.
And I think NATO may take Moldova more personally than they would take the Ukraine. I think they might. But what the hell? If they, I don't know what Moldova's infrastructure is. I have no idea. I'll find out.
Yes, and this is what I can tell you to give you a good start on that, is the fact that you already have several thousand Russian troops who are in Transnistria, which is, of course, shall we say, for lack of a better word, Soviet-occupied Moldova. Moldova has that strip of riverine border, which is essentially the Soviet Union in exile. So aside from their own forces, there are Russian troops that they allow to station there. So there's several thousand Russian troops already there. So you could very realistically say, since Transnistria is not internationally recognized as an extant nation state, you could say that the Russians already occupy a part of Moldova. And but the one thing that we do know is that if they do use that as a launching pad for invasion of Moldova as easy pickings, so that they can have a second front to open in Ukraine, then at that point, Romania will almost certainly get involved, which will then involve NATO, because the Moldovans are essentially Romanians, except they use a Cyrillic alphabet. That's really the only difference, whereas the Romanians use a Latin alphabet, but they're ethnically the same people. So understand that all of this is intertwined. And so when Peter Moon was speaking heavily about Romania, as he always does, don't think the Russians don't take notice. And and also because of what I do and because of the audience that Peter Moon brings with him. And yes, it has something to do with the hours as well, but Peter Moon gets prime time on this program. And he's at this point siamized at the hip with Douglas Dietrich in the minds of the Russians and the communist Chinese. So he's...
Yes, and that's not going to change.
Yeah, thank you.
That's not going to change. And by the way, Stephanie, listen to your one of your old broadcasts on Satan's Crusaders, and she really, I don't know if the right word is, got a kick out of it. She appreciated it. She has an aptitude for wild stuff. She sees things. She boom. I can, I just have a. She's like somebody from. I told her she's like this girlfriend I didn't have from the 60s.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have a girlfriend in the 60s or the 70s, when I was there.
Right.
Didn't have a girlfriend. Yeah. Didn't want a girlfriend.
Understood.
But she would have been the one because, because we see things. But I wasn't into into that. I was more into pursuing my spiritual path at that point. But so she gets this stuff like, wow, that there's certain things in California people that East Coast people just don't understand. It's a different mentality. They see crap for what it is in a different way. It's just different. She's not from California. She's from Oregon, but doesn't make a whole lot of difference. But anyway, to get to the to shift pivot right now in regards to audience.
Yeah.
And what was it? This attack sort of thing. There was some word you said. It doesn't really matter now, but it has to do with attracting attention.
No.
I've attracted a tremendous amount of attention by reason of my interview that I did a few weeks ago with Dr. Michael Sala, who is put together so much on exopolitics, which I described in the last transmission.
Yes.
And exopolitics, for those of you who didn't hear, is all about the subject of politics outside of this world, meaning ETs. Or it could also include ultra-terrestrials or intraterrestrials or dimensional beings that influence our government, our political world. We don't have to stick on the ETs. Of course, people identify with ETs, a term that really came into vogue with that stupid movie called E.T., the Extraterrestrial, by Steven Spielberg, which was just farcical. And as Preston Nichols would say, to teach you that aliens are good, they want to help you. Anyway, so I've gathered a lot of attention, and because they're understandably interested in Radu Cinemar's books, which they've never heard of. It's a whole new audience for people who are interested in extraterrestrials or intraterrestrials or ultra-terrestrials or all these different names that you can concoct. Anybody who's schooled in magic will immediately not go off onto the ET theme, although Kenneth Grant did that, much to his own cosmic chagrin. He has been heavily criticized by his fellow occultists or magicians for doing this ET theme, which stressing too much on ETs. However, anybody who's schooled in the occult or magic will recognize other dimensional beings as entities or demons. Demons being double-sided for demons and angels. And this brings us back to John Dee. However, we're not going to go in the direction of John Dee tonight. Michael had asked me about the Council of Nine. And the last episode that, Jameson did with Brandon and James, he talked about the Council of Nine. And I listened to what they said, and it was very basic. Basically, yes, information they said was accurate. But then there was still some question. So I did a search on the web, and this is the information I was looking for. It's been quite extensive. The Council of Nine it comes from a writing done, Stargate Conspiracy by Lynn Picknett, Picknett, and Clive Prince. And they portray the Nine as a very sinister organization. And where, I guess this comes, everything the guy said about the antecedents of it, going back into Greek mythology and whatnot, is quite correct, connecting it to the MK Ultra. But in modern times, well, it says it goes back to 50 years ago when the private research laboratory of Andrei Puharich, a medical doctor who was a U.S. Army doctor involved in mind control, had a private research laboratory called the Round Table Foundation. He set up a research group in 1948, included the Irish medium Eileen Garrett and the Dutch clairvoyant Peter Hurkos. There was also, now here's where we get into our friend Brandon Young. Prominent members included the influential philosopher and inventor Arthur M. Young and the socialite Alice Bouvier from the Astor family. Her maiden name was Astor. Puharich brought in an Indian mystic named Dr. D.G. Vinod, who began to channel the Nine or the Nine Principles. Now, this Nine group has had a tremendous influence on consciousness. Just in the way Jose Arguellos brought consciousness to the forefront in terms of whole Earth, this was bringing consciousness in a different way. And did channeling. It tied into the UFO contactee movement. I encourage people to read this article. The article, I will say at the top, The Council of Nine by Wes Penry, Penre, goes back to 2005. And where the Nine becomes it says here, because of these channelings, they believed that maybe this stuff was real. And earlier communications were corresponded with other communications. When Puharich disbanded the Round Table Foundation in 1958, he worked for 10 years as an inventor of medical devices and achieved international recognition as a parapsychologist, most famously studying the Brazilian psychic surgeon Arrigo, also known as Jose Pedro de Freitas. But then he discovered Uri Geller. And Uri Geller gave new life to Andrei Puharich and the Nine. Now, when he worked with Andrei Puharich, Uri Geller began to channel Spectra, an entity which claimed to be a conscious supercomputer aboard a spaceship. Here's tying it to AI. And we cannot dismiss that Uri was not connected to AI from what we know with the Artilect. We don't know what other AIs are out there. However, Puharich suggested to him that there might be a connection with the Nine Principles, which were channeled by the nine, and Spectra readily agreed that there was. Here's two AIs saying, okay, we can be mutually beneficial by connecting with each other. We can have mutual, we can both get claim to fame. The nine claimed that they had programmed Geller with his powers as a young child. Through Geller, the nine alerted Puharich to his life's mission, which was to use Geller's talents to alert the world to an imminent mass landing of spaceships that would bring representatives of the nine. This is the whole mass landing thing you've heard of for years, which is depicted in a way in the tarot card, The Last Judgment. If you've ever seen that card, they have all the coffins open with people standing out of the coffins.
Yes.
That's when the UFOs come in the sky and everybody's like, it's kind of corny. I think The Simpsons or the show Family Guy should, if they haven't, should do a rendition of, The Last Judgment with the flying saucers coming out. But now Geller had received so much acclaim as an international superstar, he bowed out in 1973 and turned his back on the nine. He didn't need them. Instead, he, is known mostly for bending spoons.
There's the
I
karma.
don't know if that's fair. I think he deserves a certain amount of tomatoes for doing spoon bending. But that's what he's known for. He's like, the spoon bender.
Well, he deserves
He's
that.
What?
He deserves that.
He does deserve that. He's more than that. But, when you come out and bend spoons, that's what you become known as. It says Puharich had to find other channels. So he joined up with aristocratic former racing driver Sir John Whitmore and Florida-based psychic and healer Phyllis Schlemmer. They found a new channeler, a Daytona cook known to history only by the pseudonym Bobby Horn, who lived to regret his dealings with the nine. When you can't find anybody else, you find a cook. Cooking's hard work. You got to work hard. So anyway, it says, driven to the brink of suicide by their constant demands, he too dropped out of the scene, his despair being dismissed by Whitmore as signs of instability. No kidding. Signs of instability. When you start channeling, you want to know more. I want to know more. I want to know where the gold is. I want to know where the stocks are going up. I want to know this. I want to know that. I want to know this. The whole idea of channeling for information makes you very, if you have a channeler, you get demanding. You want to know. It's like, maybe you are in touch with an entity, but who wants to be answerable to people with their human needs for power and information? This was always one of the main faults of the Montauk work that Preston did, in my opinion, was they were always seeking information. They wanted information. And, I've never, it's just like, what do you want the information for? What are you going to do with the information? Better to live a healthy life.
Yes.
After this, Phyllis Schlemmer was appointed the authorized spokesperson for the entity, who had the name Tom. So the name Tom represented the nine. Doesn't say his last name was Hanks, but it would have been good. Tom Hanks, Tom. So they set up Lab 9 at Puharich's estate in Ossining, New York. For those of you who don't know, Ossining, New York is the home of Sing Sing Prison. It's infamous for being the home of Sing Sing Prison. And when they say, we're going to send you up the river, that meant up the river, up the Hudson River, to Sing Sing, where Sing Sing was. That's the phrase. We're going to send you up the river.
Interesting.
Yeah. The nine disciples included multimillionaire businessmen, including Canada's richest family, the Brofmans. The Brofmans came up in Scientology and in this sex cult with this guy named Keith, I forget his last name. There was in upstate New York. The Brofman nieces were involved in that. They were also involved in Scientology.
Right. I forget the name of the cult. It had some weird letter number combination or
Yeah.
the guys. Go on.
Yeah. The nine disciples included the European nobility, scientists from Stanford Research Institute, such I don't know if it included Ingo Swann, I think it did, but scientists from there, at least one prominent political figure who was a personal friend of President Gerald Ford. And what was very interesting was also Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek, was allegedly involved in the Nine. Let me see here. And of course,
yeah, go on.
It says he was part of the circle in 74 and 75 and even produced a screenplay for a movie about the Nine. How much he was influenced by them is unknown, although it is said that some of their concepts found their way into the early Star Trek movies and The Next Generation and Deep Space Nine. See, that's the Nine, Deep Space Nine.
Yes.
And there's even a character named Vinod, after Dr. Vinod, in one of the Deep Space Nine episodes. And as Douglas said to me, Deep Space Nine really was horrible.
Yes.
Could not be watched, and I could never watch an episode of it. It just didn't hold one's interest.
It was not popular. It was not well received, and everybody blamed the writer, who was this kind of young, up-and-coming punk who basically didn't relate well to anybody. And but obviously, Gene Roddenberry had an influence no one really wanted to acknowledge, because they didn't want to blame him for why it was so bad. But it was also why the original Star Trek film was so bad, was because of his influence by this crap. Go on. Yes, by all means.
Well, yeah, and that was that horrible Star Trek one. Yeah, I remember you were saying the other day how bad it was. Yeah. But now I'll remember why it was so bad, because the plot was so stupid.
Yes.
It was Veecher.
Yes.
Veecher.
Yes.
Veecher, which was this entity that was had acquired intelligence, and it was the Voyager 1, the first spaceship sent out from Earth, had now acquired, and had become a dominant influence. Veecher is Voyager. Oh, how cute. This is like, I'm trying to think of an analogy of some, the Pillsbury Doughboy, becoming this whole, cosmic entity that has now taken over the world. It's very corny. It was a horribly corny script. And how cute. It's just like one of the main problems with Star Trek, and it actually is a very innovative and interesting show. It really was a master of science fiction in its own right. But it was always this arrogance of humanity being the apple of the universe's eye, is humanity. Human beings had understandings that alien races couldn't possibly have. It was only the human being that was so grand and moral. It had such a moral compass. Star Trek was very arrogant in that, no matter how limited we were, we know the secrets of what it's like to be human. And we could teach the universe how important humanity is and how important it is to have a human heart and all this stuff. And it's like, human beings fall far short of that, but not on Star Trek. Not on Star Trek. But it also fingers Dr. James Hertog, the founder of the Keys of Enoch, who I met that night. I met JoJo. And Hertog, of course, I was familiar with him from the Keys of Enoch. He's very nice. I was very impressed with his humility and his niceness. And I was very glad to meet him. He, invited me to come with him. He's going to be in Romania. He took my number. But he said that he was channeling the Nine. I've never heard of this before.
Oh my God.
Maybe it's true, maybe it isn't. But he was said he was appointed Puharch's second in command by the Nine. Hertog, what was I going to say? His book is The Keys of Enoch. Mm-hmm. He had his own download, so to speak, with the angelic realm. I don't know that he stayed with the Nine. But it says there was a book called Puharich and Whitmore commissioned British writer Stuart Holroyd to write an account of their adventures, which appeared in 1977 as prelude to the landing on planet Earth, retitled Briefings for the Landing on Planet Earth. In this extraordinary book, the true identity of the Nine and of Tom was finally revealed. Tom.
Such an innocuous name.
Well, I remember on the corner where I lived in Lakewood was this guy, Tom Phillips. What was his brother? John Phillips. John was a cool guy. I mean, he was older than we were, and we hung out with him. Tom was, I think, a year older than us, but he was kind of weird. And he called himself Captain. He played with, instead of playing with me and my friend Greg, he'd play with our little brothers. He'd hang out with the little brothers, and he was known as Captain Tom.
Interesting.
So when David Bowie came out with his song, Ground
Major
Control to Major Tom,
Right.
now we know who Major Tom is.
Right.
Maybe David Bowie was member of the Nine. I don't know.
It's not inconceivable. Okay, I have my tea steeping. I have to grab it before it gets cold. I'll be
grab
right
your
back.
tea and keep
Yes.
talking.
Yeah, continue.
So,
Yeah.
so the true identity of the Nine and of Tom was finally, I'd like to say he was Tom Hanks. Far from being the chummy character that his rather avuncular name suggests. Avuncular is like an uncle, like an uncle's name, avuncular. I had to look that up. I never heard that word before. So Tom is actually Atum, the creator god of the ancient Egyptian religion of Heliopolis. And Uncle Tom, with his 8 mates, are none other than the great Ennead of Heliopolis. Now, this is corny as hell. Oh, Tom is Atum. See, Atum is like Tom, A-T-U-M. Take the T-U-M. Tum is Tom. I am Tom. I'm like one of those monster robots that you see in these Egyptian movies, where the Egyptian gods are portrayed as robots, like Biofac although not made to look like humans. But it says, even with such impressive contacts, all was not well with Puharich. The Lab 9 broke up in 1978 after a series of mysterious events that culminated in an arson attack on the Ossining estate, and he fled to Mexico, claiming that he was being persecuted by the CIA. He returned to the USA 2 years later and appears to have played no further part in the Nine story. He died in 1995 after falling down the stairs in his South Carolina home. Now, as I say, the first negative feedback I got about the Montauk Project, saying it didn't exist, came to me from Puharich, not directly, but from people. Oh, Puharich says this is shit. Preston told me that he and his contacts were part of what he called the CIA Aquarius Group. The CIA Aquarius Group. And Jojo, if you're listening, the CIA Aquarius Group was the ones affiliated with that woman I mentioned to you when we were in the car, Marianne Shennefield. Part of the CIA, that's what Preston said was part of the CIA Aquarius Group. So, Andre Puharich, kicked the bucket in 1995. So it says, but the Nine continue. It said that her talk moved on, and it identifies the Nine with the keys of Enoch. I don't know if that's correct, but this is what this article says. Written and laid out in classic he's talking about that this group finds the keys of Enoch worrying. Another Nine channel, an English woman, Jenny O'Connor, was introduced to the avant-garde Esalen Institute in San Francisco by Sir John Whitmore. Of course, the Esalen Institute was at Big Sur. It's off. It says San Francisco. It wasn't at San Francisco. It might have been. It had affiliations, certainly, with people from San Francisco. So Jenny O'Connor from Institute introduced to the Esalen Institute. She and the Nine became so influential there that they held seminars and were actually listed on the Institute staff, even successfully ordering the sacking of its chief finance officer and the reorganization of its entire management structure. So from this, the Esalen Institute was overcome by the Nine. And perhaps that's true. It was never had a good reputation in terms of, it did and it didn't. It did in terms of being a new age, touchy-feely place for those who like that, but it was considered to have sinister motives. It says this should concern us because many influential people attended the Nine's Esalen seminars, including Russians who are part of the Institute's Soviet exchange program. Some of these later rose to prominence in the Gorbachev regime and were instrumental in the downfall of communism. The Esalen Institute now runs the U.S. branch of the Gorbachev Foundation. Now, Gorbachev ended up at the Presidio. So after he was the head of Russia, and he stepped down as the head of Soviet Union, and he ended up at the Presidio right around the time it began to meet its maker.
Thank you. Yes, I take it. I just got back. I take it Peter Moon's referring to Mikhail Gorbachev. Go on.
Of course, it's only Gorbachev we know.
Yes.
And my funniest moment with Gorbachev was when my ex-wife and we took a trip to the Bahamas about 9 months before. I think she was pregnant with my daughter.
Wow.
And it was our last vacation. I think it was in June. We went to the Bahamas, and I never forget. We were sitting there, and Gorbachev came to the Bahamas while we were there.
Oh my God!
And they were showing him on TV, and they kept featuring it. And I said, "Look, this is the funniest thing I said on that whole trip." I said, "Look, he's got a map of the Bahamas on his head." Because the patch on his head, the birthmark does look like the Bahamas. You're seeing all these maps of the Bahamas. He said, well, it looks like he's got a patch, it looks like the Bahamas on his head. This goes on and on about the Nine. And the Nine are, and of course, I don't know what Michael had said about the Nine. He disambiguated them from Andrei Puharich, and I think he mentioned the lady who was doing the channeling. But they've been around a long time. And it says, how Puharich was deeply involved with MK Ultra as an army doctor.
Right.
With Sidney Gottlieb, he experimented with a variety of techniques to change or induce actual thought processes, even to creating the impression of voices in the head. Now, a lot of the people that I met recently would speak of getting messages, but this is part of feeling. You sometimes get an audio come into your head. This is a part of your natural clairaudience or voices from spirit.
Yes.
But there is also, apparently, this can be also not your head.
Right.
It can be either or. And when it gets off, it can be from your higher self, or it can be from the round table. It can be from the Nine.
Or Langley, Virginia.
Yeah, exactly.
I wanted to pick your brain about the Nine, actually, because there was something that comes to mind. Now, supposedly in Egyptian mythology, which in actuality they get it wrong because the Egyptologists, they're just projecting their own biases onto it. Basically, we have Atum, Shu, Tefnut, Geb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Set, and Nephthys. But in actuality, the problem here is Shu. All right. The actuality is that Isis and Nephthys are actually come from Wajet and Ekbet in Egyptology. Those were the two eyes of Atum. So technically, they are part of Atum. Technically, Isis and Nephthys are Atum. And as for Shu and Tefnut, they would give rise to Geb and Nut. And Geb and Nut gave rise to Osiris, Set, Isis, and Nephthys. Now, technically, this couldn't be correct. So it would be Geb and Nut giving actually rise to twins, and the twins would be Osiris and Set. And of course, we have the twinning of the two different eyes with Wadjet and Nekbet, which goes back to the twins. And if we add the number up, you would probably get actually 7. The only way you can turn it into 8 would be if you realize that before Atom was the Sea of Chaos, which was Nuit. So Nuit would have to be also involved in this, and Nuit is the Sea of Chaos itself. So that would give you 8. In other words, the entire idea of it being of the idea of them being Egyptian gods is just, it falls apart with anyone who knows Egyptology.
It probably would. I don't know my Egyptian gods that well to even comment on what you said, but I will say this, and you're probably quite right, but it's what this article is saying, that is that Puharich use of hypnosis in the 9, that he hypnotized Uri Geller and Bobby Horn and then suggested that they were in touch with the 9, and if so, they were. So Puharich's associate, Ira Einhorn, confirmed that he believed that Puharich was humanly directing the 9 communications. So here you have, they'll make up anything. And listen, how many people know Egyptian mythology? No, they don't know it well. Nowadays, people are more informed about it because they've studied it. But back in the 70s, you had to be a professor or a obsessive interest in it to know anything about Egyptian mythology. It says that the evidence they gathered strongly suggests that Tom and his fellow gods originated not in the stars, but behind closed doors, part of a CIA mind-controlled experiment.
Yeah, that makes the most sense. And there is something satanic about it, because if we remember how Anton LaVey set up his Church of Satan.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So that's basically where they end their article, and that's basically a deconstruction of the 9. So anytime you're hearing channels of the 9, who is it? You've got to. This is scrutiny. This is discernment. This is discernment. What are you hearing? And people who are in connection with what they believe to be aliens are very giddy and excited. Oh, I'm connected with this, and they bounce off the walls. I've had experiences where entities have come to me and bounced off the walls, excited, because I'm going to tell their story, because I'm a writer. Mm-hmm. Oh boy, somebody's going to tell my story, and I will say to the entity, telepathically, okay, if you want me to work with you, we'll be quid pro quo. In other words, you respect me, you answer my questions, you're answerable to me. And they scram.
There you go. Ask for a commitment and all the cockroaches scatter. So that's a hint to the ladies. Okay. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That is, what is interesting is that the number 9 does play significance in the hierarchy of hell, and of course, this does pertain to something I was bringing up earlier. But I'm going to use the in the Goetia there are 9 kings. The nine kings of the Goetia are Baal, Paimon, Belit, Person, Asmodeus, Vine, Balaam, Zagan, and Belial. So 9 does appear in the Goetia, and it also appears in the Grimoire Verum in the hierarchy of hell with Lucifer, Beelzebub, Astaroth, Lucifuge, Satanachia, Agaliarept, Flority, Sargatanus, and Nebros. So it's, if anything, I think the entities are having a joke at humanity's, having a laugh at humanity's expense.
It's not very funny. But now it seems like this is an apropos time for me to leave. Not only because it's midnight, but it seems like, wow, we've arrived at Satan himself.
Well, let's put it this way. I don't want you to leave just yet. I did want to bring a few things up while we're gifted with your presence. And of course, we will
kind of have to go.
Oh, okay. I understand that. We'll cover this much more in depth on Wednesday. But I do want people to know that Peter and I will discuss on Wednesday, while Jojo is with us, a lot more of what happened over the past week and just how intense all that was. And but before Peter goes tonight, I do want you to know that we are on the transition now because it's midnight. We're entering the next day, which is dated the 11th. It was this day today, on the 11th of April in 1951, that President Truman officially relieved Douglas MacArthur of his command. So a very special night in that regard. And of course, this was something that we cover very much in the book. So do take the time to plug the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. And you can just perhaps briefly just bring up the fact that we do talk about President Truman firing General Douglas MacArthur in depth in the book. We cover that topic and give the reasons behind it.
Well, I'll look forward to being back with you and Jojo on Wednesday.
Yeah. Yes. And thank you so much. And again, the book, if you would tell people where to get it, at skybooks.usa.com. And we do talk about
skybooks.usa.com.
Yes.
You can get the book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. Yes. It's an excellent book. Will introduce you to the knowledge of Douglas Dietrich, far more than the personality of Douglas Dietrich, which is scant information in there about his personality, which isn't important in that book. So it's very good information, and I suggest all of those who have not purchased it, please do so. It's still discounted, and there are other discounts you can get with other books, which are very generous discounts at Skybooks.
Yes. Most excellent. Well, we love you dearly. Share that love with Paula. And we'll look forward to your presence again on Wednesday.
Okay. Thank you so much. Goodbye, everybody.
Yes.
Good night, Peter.
Thank you so much. So Wednesday, of course, we'll go much more in depth into that. Right now, we're very gifted to have Jameson Reese with us, the hero of the hour, the hero of the night. And by God, ought to have this episode dedicated to himself for his efforts tonight. I'm dedicating it to, of course, Mr. Dennis Marshall for the gifts that he's provided. They were decisive in helping me survive the attack from the, shall we say, God, not that it was an intentional attack, but it certainly attacked me, the shingles vaccination. And it just hit me like, well, pretty much where I could see what happened to our man Jameson's dad with regard to that. It's, definitely nothing to take lightly. I was warned it would hit hard. I was warned that it would be worse than the first shot. But I really had no idea until basically it hit me like a truck. And when it did, one of the things that I needed was a lot of immediate protein. And even though I am a recipient of Meals on Wheels, basically home delivered meals that they provide are nutritionist guided, and they're centered on the human diet. And the human diet is very well for healthy humans, especially Americans. You need much more vegetables than you need meat. Americans, of course, are infamous for simply eating too much meat because they have far more access to it than almost any other culture. No other culture has the roaming space, the range to feed that much cattle. And so the Americans eat more meat than almost anybody else on Earth. And as a result, by the time of World War II, we're the largest human beings on Earth. Just a lot of protein produced that height, that size, but it's also negative in other ways for long-term health. But such being said, I'm not human, and I need a lot more meat than humans do, and a lot less vegetables. So the home-delivered meals for me are, yeah, I would never turn them down, but many of them have to be thrown away just simply because there's only so much I can eat that are the beef. I can eat the meals that have beef or pork in them, and the rest are useless to me. Honestly, the majority of Meals on Wheels, even that with some meat inside of it, it's overwhelmingly vegetables. In other words, even with the Meals on Wheels that I receive, which technically prevent me from starving to death, honestly, if I subsisted on only those, I would starve to death. So one of the things that saved me was the beef jerky that was sent by our man Dennis Marshall. So tonight's show is dedicated to him. He helped me survive. We're going to dedicate the next show to JoJo. The one after that will be Samuel Romero and Jameson Reese equally, because both of them got me through tonight with the assaults that took place. Now, I don't think Peter was really, all that with us tonight. He was just kind of like going through a lot that he felt was important to go through. And, definitely I want people to know how important a role that Jameson played in keeping us on at all. And he will, let's see who else you can bring on for now and, help us hold the stage until I'm ready to go into monologue. Oh my God, you have no idea just how that was horrific. What and Jameson, just describe it. You can tell us more about what this attack was like.
Well, I mean, the attacks, they look like they were trying to spell out some kind of sigil or something.
They are. It is very occult in nature, and people can see the scars for themselves. We will call these occult scars.
Yeah. There's still, I mean, if you can see the chat, you could see the chat?
Yeah. Yes. All right. And by the way, Diane Hillis Buchberger says those symbols look like spells. Messages that were deleted above just got back. She says the shingles could be in the flu shots. And yes, very much so. And our dear, lovely Sarah Thomas left a spell of her own, a little bit of an NXIVM, a little bit of a, shall we say, a Latin there for you. So she says she still watches Star Trek, Discovery, and Picard, which, of course, I recommended at the beginning and now would tell everybody to stay a million miles away from. But in the meantime, take over, Jameson, and see who else you can bring on and tell everybody about these sigils and the attack. And, I didn't want to overdwell on it while Peter was here, but yes, what happened was in the middle of the attack.
The attack was quite extensive. And it's interesting how Peter always brings up the Shin, or because a majority of the icons that they used as pictures for their channels of the attack were of teeth.
Yes. And beyond that, I do want people to know it wasn't until, correct me if I'm wrong on this, Jameson, it was the middle of the attack that they started bringing up Donald Trump and the same sentence over and over again about... Yes. Yeah. Okay. And he raised smoking to the age of 21. So this was some kind of tag for them, some kind of trigger phrase. May not even be historically real or pertinent.
No, it probably isn't.
Yeah.
Most likely isn't.
Yeah. And so it's just initially all they were saying is this vampire is done, and they were recommending, and I'm not going to repeat what they said. Hopefully people can't read what they said and all people see are the sigils, but the sigils are evidence that will be on record for eternity about how intensive their attack was, which goes to show you how threatened Russia is by what I say and what I do. So understand this. It was definitively a Russian attack. And they were bringing up something that, just so people know, is just pure shit, which is like a paranormal popular culture meme. And we don't even need to bring that up, what they said. Just don't even say it. If you remember it, don't say it. All that does is advertise this paranormal popular culture shit that it's like, how would I say it? I would call it something similar to creepypasta. It's like creepypasta, which is where people go to tell ghost stories.
Oh yeah, that's stupid shit. So I don't even know why people even pay attention to that.
By the way, Diane Hillis Buchberger, she wants me to ask you if you ever want your energy cleared. She might be able to help you with that.
No, I'm actually trying to gather as much of the Telepathic in sludge as I can. No, I kid you not. Yeah,
I know, I'm only
there's
laughing
logic to
because
it.
that's what I expected you to say. Like, yes.
There's a reason to it because it sustains me. I feed off of it. I feed off of dark shit. I feed off of the fucked up shit. It's different for people who are actually drained by this stuff, but I, on the other hand, am am giving energy from it. It's my food, so I rather keep it murky, black. I mean, I like it to be oily black.
Oh my god. Such being known, yes, by all means, go on. By the way,
Well,
hit Pac One and Sammy. Keep talking. Tell us again about
well,
all this.
well, what I'm going to say is there is something to being a Telepathic sorcerer. Is when you're working with a Telepath, you're trying to become like them. So it's like an animal trying to rub itself in the fecal matter of its prey to smell like the prey. Well, actually, that wouldn't work. But that's kind of,
it works for animals. Plenty of animals do that.
Yeah, it works for animals. This is so freaking annoying. This. Okay, all right. Let me try this again. I'm getting the hang of it. I tried to add Daniel Arola. Okay. I'm gonna hit Sammy Romero up.
Yeah.
I am going to hit up Penny Bradley, and I am going to. Those are the only people who seem available that I can hit up. Yeah. Okay, let's see what happens. But other than that, yeah, the reason why I entered into this path to begin with was because I was reading the work of oh my gosh, what is that guy's name? How does it escape me? Oh, what is it? Oh my gosh, Thomas Carlson. Thomas Carlson, yeah.
Okay.
Basically, he was saying, if you want to start working with the goetic demons, you first want to get yourself acquainted with the Kleepath and whatnot. So I decided, rather than just doing the path workings on the Kleepath, I would give blood to every single Kleepathic entity. Nancy Volker says, "Don't you hit Pennywise up, you beast."
Did she send that to you in a private message?
No, that's a chat. That I find it hilarious. I really do.
Let me take a look at that. Oh yeah, don't you hit Pennywise up, you beast! Laugh out loud. That is pretty funny. And so
yeah, the whole thing is, I figured, since this is what people call path working, as far as like what do you call it? As far as, closing your eyes and visualizing something, that shit doesn't work. That's not magic. That's like meditation. That's bullshit. So, I was like, okay, if I'm going to do this, I might as well evoke every freaking goddamn thing in the Kleepath. Of course, the only way to do that is to get through this Citra Achara, but by the time I'm done with this, I might reach the point where the goetic demons are like, nope, you're on your own, buddy. But no, I still work with them. They're pretty cool. But the thing is, what it turns out was the case was the fact that everyone who is selling this information, they're selling it in a fucked up way. Basically, you're not path working. Magic does not work. It doesn't do anything. How if path working magic worked, I would have the hottest women on the planet around me all fucking time.
Okay, so that being said,
well, basically, what it boils down to is language. What it boils down to is creating a sort of you basically need to create a thought form that has rules. These rules are rules for extracting from a statement of intent a sort of encoded or encrypted method of encrypting, hiding it, so that when you look at it, it looks like gobbledygook. And no, drawing sigils isn't enough, because you have to verbally speak it out, and it's very similar to what the Enochian language is, where they have, for example, van would be a certain letter, or for another letter you would have pal, or et cetera, et cetera. And so you would wind up. So what you're actually doing is you're breaking down your statement of intent in magic, and then you're synthesizing something. After you break it down to the simplest form, you have to build it back up again. So what magic basically is the merging of synthesis and destruction to sort of put in cheat codes into the universe to get shit to work, whatever you want to occur. And, this, unfortunately, if people were to pretty much tell you that's how it was, everybody would be doing it, which would actually be kind of interesting, but also kind of scary. That'd be fucking terrifying. And that's why I don't share the information, because it's fucking terrifying. The idea of a lot of these, especially the fact that our occult world is littered with these alt-right believing fucking white supremacists.
Yes.
Those are not the people who need to really know how to do magic.
No.
Let them talk shit about magic. Let them talk bullshit about magic. Go ahead. Let them talk until the stars are numbered.
Yes.
That would be great, because all they're doing is talking and massaging their own egos. But they don't have the actual keys that Michael Aquino had,
Yes.
which is the point. They don't need it. They shouldn't have it.
And what about this individual who's kind of like, apparently he was brought to your attention by Pac-1 Morales. And you can ask Pac-1 Morales if he's available. He's probably asleep, but it wouldn't hurt to reach out to him as well. He could be brought back on. I thought that was rather amusing when Pac-1 Morales started going into hydration and Pedialyte, and basically Peter shut him down and started talking.
Well, the stuff that Peter uses, the stuff that the butt cleaner told.
Yes, the colonics. Yes.
Okay, colonics. Yeah, that's the term.
I was surprised he didn't go into that. I thought he was going to go into that.
Well, he did. He said that the colonics person told him about this other stuff.
Oh, so that must have been before I came back, right? It was while I was
that was before that was while you were gone. And I looked at the other stuff, and I was like, that stuff barely has anywhere near the amount of the electrolytes that Pedialyte has. Mm-hmm. So I'm surprised that she sold him on it, because that's like that. It's like that kind of new agey stuff, The new agey stuff. It's all fluff, but no delivery.
There we are.
Which is why I laugh. If anyone ever sees me walking down the city holding a big ass healing crystal in my hand, no, I'm not trying to heal the energy of the world. I'm trying to knock a fool out if he gets in my face. Yeah. That's how you use healing crystals. You get a massive piece of quartz and you connect it to somebody's fucking temple or jaw.
There we are. Yeah.
That's what you use crystals for. You don't use them to hold it in front of you. I ward you off, so and so and so. It's like, yeah, I could so see someone doing that. Some airheaded fool walking around, and they'll hold out like their freaking quartz crystal to some thugs, and the thug would just knock them out right there. I'm sorry. There's something horribly pragmatic about the entire New Age cult. It's none of it's useful. It's all useless. All of it. It's absurd.
Yeah. I mean, maybe when JoJo's with us on Wednesday, we can get kind of like her idea of exactly what might be useful in that regard. But
well, I'm sure there are some ideas that filtered in that were used from I guess useful things such as chakras and whatnot, but you'll meet people who never worked a day in their life with their chakras who live to be 109.
Yes. True.
Whereas you have people who are breathing and doing all this shit who are dead by the time they're 40.
Well, I mean, didn't Peter Moon's Tai Chi instructor die of diabetes ultimately?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, so there you go. What is the if your thing isn't giving you real world fucking power you can prove, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah, that's a bit of a mystery to me. Quite the paradox.
What are you doing? The reason I would not be doing what I do if it didn't give me a real world result. If someone didn't type in chat, holy shit, bro, what did you do? That dude almost got hit by a car. He got fired from his job.
Yeah.
If I didn't get that confirmation, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah. But by the way, Nancy Volker says, I just want to use magic for some solid lotto numbers. And then Diane.
Well, actually, you can. You could do that. You could use magic for lotto numbers. But the thing is, you have to make sure you mentally have a good relationship with money, because almost everyone who wins the lotto is broke a year later.
Yeah, no, it's awful.
No exceptions.
Yeah.
No fucking exceptions. I don't know why they even bother. And the thing is, the amount of money that they win doesn't come close to the amount of money they spent on lotto tickets over their lifetime.
I mean, that's I could get what you're saying. I mean, it's amazing.
It's hilarious.
It's sad. It's sad. It's amazing the amount of money that people spend on lottery. And Sammy Romero says, hi, Doug, just a sec. And let's see if he's renders himself available. If so, then I can finish eating this watermelon here, which is towards my hydration. I got the water bottles around me. I have the tea. Yeah.
What I didn't tell you was I almost got hit by a car on Friday. That was so fucking irritating. What I need to do is what I'll do is I'm gonna hook my phone up to my computer so I can upload some pictures and send them to you privately. But to show you what the area is like, there's an area that cuts off from this Asian community where you're literally going down a very steep hill, and there's no sidewalk. It's just street, but there's an area next to another row of houses, another community, where there's just like this patch of grass in this hill. Mm-hmm. I'm walking down the street, my music is on high blast, and all of a sudden I see something out. I hear something that doesn't sound right, and I just jump on the side of the fucking ledge, where the grass is. I jump out of the street, and this fucking utility truck is flying down the fucking hill. The guy had to be doing 60. In New York, the laws is that you're breaking the law if you're doing over 20.
Oh, by the way, bring Sammy on. He's with us now.
Hello.
Yes, there we are.
Hey, Sammy.
Thank you so much.
How's my audio?
It's great. It's great. You have no idea how glad I am you're here. Let's let Jameson finish what he's saying about almost being hit by the truck, but then I want you to join in on all of this and help hold the stage. Then I can finish this watermelon here. And, honestly, but you have no idea. It's just one of these things where I'm glad you're on tonight. I had to be taking care of multiple things, and then we had the challenge with the Russians attacking through the better part of while Peter was here. He immediately took that as, oh, they're here because of me. He said, me. Why wouldn't they attack while Douglas is talking? And, I had to put it into some perspective for him, of course. But it's just, oh God, it was a hard night. It's just been hard tonight. And of course, what I had going down yesterday, which I just pretty much got over, which was, the shingle shot. And you may have heard, I don't know if you heard it at all, where I was saying how your electric warmers, they saved my ass. They arrived just as that fucking
Thank you. Thank God.
yeah, what do you call that shit that you sleep on top? The bed pad, the heated pad is what you sleep on as opposed to the blankets. Because I had no electric blankets, effectively, or half an electric blanket, because they come with these two stupid twin like controls. One of them dies, effectively half the blanket's dead. Then I
Right.
had to balance that out by these heating pads that were meant to be slept on. I was using those as blankets, and then what happened was that well, they died basically just at the time your warmers arrived to save my ass. So
Oh, okay.
oh, you have no
Yeah.
idea. You have no
by,
idea.
by the way, that was my significant other, my señorita. That was her suggestion to get you those.
Oh.
So I let her know that you live in San Francisco. That was her idea.
Oh, bless her.
So
Oh, let
me
her
just
know.
taking me just taking credit. That's just what men do.
Yes.
You know.
Yes. Well, thank God that she.
Yeah.
Thank God for her, and let her know that I worship the ground on which she walks. Okay.
Oh,
Oh
no
my
problem.
God. Yes, by all means. Yeah, Jameson, finish up. Tell us about. So
Yes.
All right. So I did not see. All I know is that there was one person in the truck, and by the time they had sped down the block and turned, I couldn't get a look at the license plate number or anything. All I know is it's one of those trucks you would expect to like fix utility poles or something. This shit was suspect as fuck, because usually those trucks have three or four people piled in there side by side. They usually don't have one person driving. So I know for a fact, and the guy swerved onto the area where I was walking, and I had jumped out the way just in time to avoid getting hit by him.
yeah.
But I pretty much knew that day that was an assassination attempt.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's and believe me, it's not it's what did I experience the other day that was quite similar. I mean, for those of you who just laugh and say, "Oh, Jameson's indulging himself," God, there was something that just happened. Oh, yeah, it was. Oh my God, I had to have the shingles shot. So the shingles shot had to be scheduled because you have to make an appointment, and so this appointment was made. It's a 2-part shot, and so when the second part came along, then I woke up later than I should have because I stayed up later than I should have. But I had made certain the appointment was for as late in the day as possible, which was like 4:20. They got a 4:20 appointment for me, and so I get this horrible experience where I'm trying to use my welfare phone. There's no other word for it. Because I'm on Medicare and Medi-Cal, I am provided a free cellular unit that is, well, you get what you pay for. It's a piece of shit. And this piece of shit is just, it doesn't function. For all intents and purposes, it's a non-functional unit. They provide you a service where you get the messages like days, sometimes weeks late, and this is compounded by the fact that obviously I'm a public informant, and without any self-indulgence whatsoever, it's simply the fact that Amanda Yu would attest to this if she is still alive or would ever appear with us, because she's always taken over by something, but the poor dear, she'll send messages and I'll send messages, and neither one of us gets our messages for weeks. And so these obviously go through some kind of filtration. Somebody gets the messages first, and then they put it into the phone. This can't be working this way with everybody else, or dysfunctioning this way with everybody else. It would just be unacceptable. But so when I send messages out, people get them days later. The same when they send me messages, I might get them a week later. It's bizarre. I got one weird ass message from Jameson Reese saying, "Yeah, Jim and I'll hold the show tonight." And obviously he sent that during a transmission day, but I didn't get that till like days later. It was bizarre to get that message all of a sudden. So Well, such being the case,
Yeah,
when I'm trying to, yeah,
Douglas, I must have sent that to you when I was wasted.
it could have been that as well, but
Because that's the only time I send you messages.
yeah, most of the time he sends me messages. Yes, he's either wasted or he's hospitalized. The other time he'll send it to me is to let me know I'm in the emergency room and I won't be on tonight, and usually makes it back anyway. He busts out of the hospital and makes it back. But such all being said, so when I'm trying to call the cab, by the time I get up and get dressed and get ready to go to get my shot, and it's only like I've got like 20 minutes to get there basically, and so I call the cab and the phone is not working. It's just not responding. It keeps giving me a white screen with just the word on the top, news period, which I have never seen before. News period, no other. It was just awful, and so I had to shut it down, open it up again, which just takes minutes and minutes. And by the time, it's time I should be at the appointment is by the time the cab arrives. I tell them that. We get there, and of course, I do know that I'm stressing myself for no reason, because when I get there and I told the receptionist, oh, I'm so sorry I'm late, I'm lucky to be here at all, and, oh, no worries, when I say the nurse, she says, oh, yeah, we have people who come here an hour late. And, oh, can you take me? I'm an hour, and I figured it was some bullshit like that. But nevertheless, when she gave me the shot and then said, this is going to be rougher than the last time, and take your painkillers, take your painkillers. And, at first, I went home, did some drinking, listening to music videos, just shaking my butt. I'm not feeling bad. Oh, then when I go to sleep and then I wake up feeling like I've been hit by a truck, and then it's like my body is just sensitive everywhere, and I'm just super freezing, and like I couldn't even make it to the bathroom without putting on all my sweats. I had to take all my sweats and put them on to make it to the bathroom, or I would have collapsed from the cold. It's that bad. And it was just, a whole day was killed like that. And then I had to talk to Pete that day because he just desperately needed to talk about the 9. And so it was just oh my God. And so our dear electrolyte beer. She's telling me to get electrolyte beer. Oh my fucking God, that must taste like shit. That must taste like liquid piss. I mean, piss is liquid, right? Unless you're really sick, but that's I'll look into it. Let's, see, might try one, but my hopes are not up for that. No, what I get is PBR, and that's the smoothest with my Coke. I mix it together in what the Germans call diesel, and it's an appropriate name because that's what fuels me throughout the night. So basically, I give this over to Sammy and Jameson now. That's just a minor hint of what happened over the past 24 to 48 hours, really. And it was just bizarre. And so that being said, by all means, start talking. I'll keep chewing this watermelon. By all means, go on, Sammy. What's been going on with yourself? And obviously they tried to kill Jameson. Oh, that's what I was going to say. So when I called the cab, and by the way, so just so people know, Russian Hill has got all these parked cars on it from neighborhood people. You have to have the sticker that you live in area and then you park here, unless of course you're hired to work in the area. Then then usually they have to have the signs up that you're working. In other words, people literally put the clapboards up and shit, and work will take place in this from this period to this period here. It's just a horrible system because San Francisco is so congested, and but there's always parked cars and trucks, and so I'm just standing on the edge of these parked cars and trucks waiting for the cab to come. And as everybody knows, if you're a driver, you know this, you're not going to scrub right past parked cars and trucks. You're not going to get close to them. You're going to stay in the middle of the road. And it's not like this is a heavy traffic area. So anybody who comes up or down Russian Hill, they're going to be staying close by, the middle of the road and not going to be brushing up near where they're going to be taken off rear view mirrors and shit of other vehicles that are parked. But there was standing, and one vehicle, yes, came so close that they almost hit me, which didn't make any sense. That's like literally veering as close as you can to the point where you're taking off rear view mirrors off of parked vehicles. That's how close they were getting. So that was like they're willing to risk their car to try and scrape me or hit me. It wasn't. That was bizarre. So that happened almost on, that almost took me out on the way. I would have wound up at the hospital, but not in the sense of getting my shingles shot. That was, so that was bizarre. So these things do happen, and there's no rhyme or reason to them. Is it synchronicity? Just, coincidence? Somebody just happens to be a very bad driver that day, potentially drunk in the middle of the day. It seems like it might be a lot more. So I mean, obviously my appointment was in the system. People could access it and read when I was going to be outside of my house waiting for a cab to pick me up and calculate something like that. None of this is inconceivable, and I'm not overthinking it. This is just, in my life, this is something that is just all too reasonable that it could be that. So yeah, it could be an assassination attempt on Jameson, because that would look at what he did tonight. He kept us. By the way, you may not know this, Sammy, but we were attacked by the Russians tonight, and they just kept at it. And if it weren't for Jameson,
I saw a little bit. I glanced a little bit to your show. I was kind of busy, but I did see a bunch of 64 and a bunch of hieroglyphics and stuff.
Yeah.
Something that So I thought something was up, but unfortunately I couldn't tune in.
Yeah.
In fact, you guys woke me up, actually.
Oh God, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
So tell us what else has been going on with yourself lately. Oh my God.
Well, Doug, let me give you an update on the homeless lady that was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, another way to get rid of people like that would be to tell the authorities that she set up all these stickers and it's attracted kids, so you're afraid of her influence on the kids. That's okay. Go on. Yeah.
Right. She ended up. She's gone. Thank God. But I think it has to do with the neighborhood.
Yeah.
I live in a very urban area, and people have kids, whether they're in the underworld or regular civilians. And I was telling JMO that this lady was changing really in front of a school.
Yeah.
Which made things very, it made things very suspicious to me, because
That's it. Say she's exposing herself to children, and that would be, if she ever comes back, that's a tactic to get the authorities to respond. So go on.
Right. So it didn't make sense for a homeless lady to be just posted up there, changing in front of a elementary school, which obviously to me, this is not a normal homeless person. This is somebody that I guess was allowed maybe for a certain time to be there. But I think eventually the neighborhood pretty much kicked her out, because she's no longer there. So what I've tried to do is kind of pretty much either smash and either pour some salt on some of because she put a lot of designs and a lot of it's kind of like arts and crafts, quote unquote.
Yes,
if you want to call it
it's
that.
all occult shit. It's all voodoo shit.
Well, it's like I said on Facebook. 90% of good magic is arts and crafts.
Yeah.
Okay. And I mean, the thing about it is, when she was there, I mean, she literally had a briefcase full of all this material. So this is what made it a little particular, a little weird. That, I mean, this person's homeless, but they sure have a lot of time to do this. But anyways, she's gone, thank God. And I've just slowly, I pour some salt in some of the stuff and try to destroy it as much as possible, and and move on. But what I was telling JMO that my significant other and I, we did get in an argument, and I thought about it, that this might have something to do with it, because it was a pretty nasty argument, and it's not normal of us to do this. So
yes, thank you.
It was one of those things where I had to do what I had to do as far as any remnants of what's left, and kind of move forward. I don't think I'm not that person to dwell on stuff like that. By the way, if you hear a background noise, I'm around people, so
okay.
Just to let you know.
Thank you for contextualizing that. That's important. Thank you.
Yes. I'm actually getting dinner from my significant other. But anyways, Yeah, so I did what I did, and thank God she's gone, and that's behind me.
Thank
So, yeah.
God. I was thinking about that. Believe me, at some length. So go on. Yeah. About
Yes,
other
so
things as well. And
oh
yeah,
yeah,
I think when we're like what you said, your significant other and yourself, you truly do love each other. I can sense that. So the idea that the two of you would get into a heated argument, it really shows you the influence that this person was having was baleful. Go on.
right, and that's interesting. You said that is that you know that just her presence there, I kind of to me, it pretty much confirmed to me that okay, there's more than just a homeless person being there. She has more than what her purpose is. But anyways, pretty much what I've been doing is just trying to, especially with my work, just trying to stay ahead of what's going on. It's just a lot of uncertainty right now in my field, and pretty soon though I'm gonna start making, making some moves, and and trying to, just keep a good head on my shoulders. But other than that, I've been fine, thank God, and you know, I'm gonna continue to support you, and Team Dietrich, and yeah. So that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Thank God. Thank
Yeah.
God. Okay. Do you mind if I share with people that your brother's taken up fishing?
No, go right ahead. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. That's fine. Go ahead.
Oh my
Yes.
God! I just want people to know that it's official now. Isaac is taking up fishing as a hobby, which to me is just, oh my God! It's like that when Sammy told me that, I just felt so bad. It was like it was the same as if Sammy told me that oh God, my brother's starting to wear adult diapers, or
Well, let me contextualize that a little bit, okay?
yes.
My brother worked, especially alongside the entertainment industry and with his job, but especially the entertainment side, because he had to be around people, especially that for some reason, they're full of themselves in that industry. That I'm tired of, you know, being around people like that. I just want a hobby to just be by myself and just relax. So it's just I understand. Hello.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
We're here.
Oh,
Yeah.
and I understand, and it's I found it funny. I mean, I'll try it. I'm just not gonna be, I'm not gonna be a big fan, yeah, of it. But it's pretty much it. It's his time to just unwind and and just chill. Because really, that entertainment industry that he worked in is just a lot of fakeness, a lot of bullshit that you got to deal with, and he just
Pretense. Go on.
yeah. So it's one of those things where I just need something. I don't want to go to a baseball game or a football game or a Laker game to be entertained. I just want to just relax and not care. So it's one of those things where that's just where he's at in his life. He goes through phases like that, so it is what it is.
Yes.
But yeah.
Basically,
And,
he's trying to detox. He's basically
Right.
socially detoxing, and he's purging himself of all of this pretense, and yet at the same time, you get what I'm saying. It's just, oh my
Right.
God, he's
Yes,
starting to fish
it is.
now.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Do you mind if I go on mute for a second?
Oh, of course
If you
not.
don't mind.
Yeah, yes, go
Okay.
ahead. And
Okay.
this is where he's physically attacking someone for all the noise they're making. This is what's going on. Is that Sammy is now choking someone. He's doing this off of mic. He's doing this off mic, so we can't hear all of the noises. And when he's done with this, then he'll come back to us. So our man Jameson is here, of course, to help.
Yeah.
Keep things occupied. Yeah, Sammy says yes,
Well,
and ordering food. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and that same day, I decided to oh my gosh. Well, the good thing is I was able to speak to my therapist,
Okay.
And I was telling him about you, and he's interested in some of your work. So I sent him
wonderful.
some links, and
Yeah.
hopeful, I also pitched the book to him because it's a really good book. I'm probably gonna show him my copy, and
It seemed
let
almost
him
as
look
if
at it.
Peter didn't want to talk about it when I brought it up tonight. And
Well,
I said,
yeah, I
"No,
also
sorry."
wanted to know what he did talk about at the Mount Shasta. I mean, did he talk about the book?
He did at some point. He did bring up in his presentation. I know that for a fact, and we will have JoJo discuss that because she was obviously watching his presentations, and so JoJo will discuss that with us on Wednesday. But my impression was he he gave the book away to a number of people. He copies. And he did bring it up during one of his presentations. As a matter of fact, he might have used that as kind of like an intro into, as opposed to an outro. So I know for a fact he did do that. So it was something that he brought to the attention of people who were there, and he had a lot of exposure while he was there. But I do know that his attitude has been extraordinarily reticent to advertise the book at all. So let's just put it this way: Peter Moon he's not promoting myself at all. He's very afraid to, in the sense that he will say that basically they can't handle this. They can't handle this. So his whole attitude was, say, for instance, this one individual who was very involved with the movie contracts. People might remember Peter Moon was speaking for a long time about these potential movie contracts that were just interminably going on through these negotiations. And he kept saying, oh, this would add to some kind of exposure to this Montauk thing into a television series or something like that. But he basically said,
who would really be interested in a Montauk television series?
I can't imagine. I
mean, who's going to play the part? In aging David Duchovny. He could play. He could play. What's his name? Oh my gosh. Who's the guy he's always talking about?
Basically, he was a one-trick pony. David Duchovny basically died with the X-Files, and nobody misses him. This is like
no, but I do miss the chick who played Scully because she was really cute.
Well, my dad had a crush on her as well, so there you go. I was forced to get very acquainted with
her. It was her and Xena. Oh gosh, yeah. Xena. Oh, the woman who plays Xena still looks gorgeous, by the way. She doesn't age. She ages quite well.
Yeah, maybe she looks better now than she did during the series. You're talking about the New Zealander. Actually, much more attractive was the young chick who was with her, who was basically her lesbian lover.
The blonde, right?
Yeah. She was okay, and Hudson Like, who was the blonde, was Hudson Like, was the villainess. And there was one time Xena's soul went into the body of the villainess Hudson Like, who was so she played basically Xena, but in the body of Hudson Like for a period of time. And that was probably the highlight of the fucking series, because then you had her and the cute blonde hanging out together, and it was just a far better time for everyone. The big, chunky, hunky New Zealander chick was, it just was what it was. It's she might look better now than she did then, and that's the way it is with some woman. They get.
Who the?
I can't remember the actress who played Xena, Warrior.
I think it was Lucy Lawless.
Lucy Lawless. Yes, she might look better now than she did then. Yeah.
She still looks good.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name of the actress who played Scully. Scully is the fictitious character. The name of the actress was.
That was. Oh my gosh.
The one my dad had such a crush on.
Gillian Anderson.
Gillian Anderson. So Gillian Anderson was the one that my dad had a crush on. That's what forced me. Because he would not miss an episode of the X-Files, that's what forced me to become acquainted with the fucking X-Files, which is something.
And I had this horrible crush on the girl from Flipper, who turned out to be that actress who thought she was Spanish, but thought she was his Native American, but is actually Spanish.
Okay. Flipper. You're talking about the original series from the 1950s?
No, from the 90s.
Oh, there was
The remake.
a 90s flipper?
Yeah, it had Jessica Alba in it.
Jessica Alba, who's Filipino.
Yeah, I had a mean crush on her growing up. I would not miss an episode of Flipper.
Yeah, no, she's really cute, but she was definitely not the Invisible Woman for the Fantastic Four. Oh my God,
No,
what?
she was not. I don't know what they were thinking.
They were not thinking at all. They just thought she was popular. Let's make her. And by the way, just so people who don't know this, I'd be surprised if people don't know this, because it was kind of like one of those popular culture trivia facts. It's just nothing against her at all, and I certainly don't judge her for this. Personally, you know, like I said, a lot of times in the past we were making fun of people for incest, and then, you know, it's just I'm over that. There's far too many people who wrote me and with these just heartrending stories about they're products of incest and they had no control over that fact, and you know, so I personally have apologized for just coming down on incest as a thing. It's just apparently it's just common enough where you just can't judge people for this anymore. It's just there's too many people who are products of those kinds of unions. But such being said, Jessica Alba and her brother apparently were like intimate, like an item. And it was just known. It was just like one of these things. So one of the funniest things I ever saw was Jessica Alba, where they took one of these photos of her trying to look alluring and sexy and basically crooking her finger in this come hither pose. And somebody added a subtitle, photo taken by her brother. So anyhow, there you go with that.
Yeah, I think that the other woman I had a huge crush on was when I was a teenager, and that was like Rose McGowan. When she was like in those like adult movies, well, not adult movies, but like rated R movies, and I would sneak downstairs and watch them, and I was like, "Oh, she's so hot."
Yeah, let me look her up.
You know,
yeah, let me see.
not.
Oh my God, tonight was just horrible. Oh my God, it was just, you know, just Rose McGowan. Oh my fucking God, what the fuck did they do to her? Oh my God, Rose.
Yes, she completely transformed.
Yeah, like, she pulled a Sinead O'Connor. She looks like Sinead O'Connor now. Oh my God, poor dear. She's on something called Planet Terror. But Rose McGowan is now effectively bald. I mean, she basically does.
Yeah, this is what she gets for marrying fucking Marilyn Manson. I mean, shit.
Oh, this was the funny thing that I wanted to bring up. So this film. What was this film that you need to check out? You need to check this out. Let me look this up. Horror film. You know, what was the title of it? It was basically shit. We Need to Do Something. That's the title of the film. Is We Need to Do Something. And this is something most people would hate. They would just feel that they wasted an hour and a half or 2 hours of their life watching this. I did not feel that way at all. But then I'm very different from most people. So, but this was something that most people would just say, you know, they want a monster. They want some kind of culmination to whatever it is they're experiencing. But the reality is that when you go through horrific experiences in life, you don't get a reason. And the majority of time, there is no boss fight at the end of a video game. You don't get that. That's not life.
Yeah, there is no closure in life.
Yeah, there's no closure. Thank you.
It's just fucking, it's just the fucking emptiness you have to live with, and the anger and a seething rage that turns you into a Jameson.
Right. And so I do want to reinforce that, and it's
okay, I'm back.
Yeah, okay, yes. So what I was
let me put this image in the chat actually, because I was like that was why I was actually attracted to her, because you know, when I was a kid, of course.
Who you attracted to?
Any number of women. He was bringing up any number of
Oh, okay.
different women.
Oh,
One
my
of them
bad.
was Lucy Lawless, because, and I think that this was just the victimization that a child has when they see someone elevated. It's basically, it's kind of this thought with most kids, their thought is, if everybody likes it, it must be good. So, if you're told that this woman's hot and she's thrown up on the screen constantly, you simply take that as, well, this is what I'm supposed to like. That's what I think was going on with Lucy Lawless and what.
No. I actually found her attractive because she had these long legs. It was always I always had these weird fetishes since I was a kid. I don't know. I was just abnormal, man. I was like too sexually mature for my age, even though I didn't learn about masturbation until I was 15.
How does that happen? I mean, how does that happen? I mean, you've got this thing between your legs, and it's kind of like that's easy to reach for. It was kind of like, this was the funniest thing, just to put this into some perspective for people. The one time to show you how, I didn't hold this against her, but just to show you just how her mind works or does not work, her dysfunctions. My super toxic medical cosmetologist V was like, when she was working on myself one time, and then there was like, she suddenly saw something which I still cannot explain. It's not there now, but it was just there then. For whatever reason, I had like an imprint on my neck as if I had a noose around my neck. It was like, like a bruise or an impression that was around my neck, as if somebody had tried to garrote myself. And I had no idea how that happened. And this is not normal, and it's not normally on my neck, mind you, but it happened to be there then. I saw it with a mirror. But basically, she saw that, and then she freaked out and ran away to the other end of the room and said, "Have you been stimulating yourself with autoerotic masturbation?" That was her first thought, was that I was somehow noosing myself and jacking off while suffocating myself. This was the first thing that came to her mind, was that this is what I was doing. And I said, of course I gave her that look like, are you fucking kidding me? And that what calmed her down. That's what calmed her down, was I gave her that look just like, oh, come on, Raul, really? That come, So I said, what are you talking about? And she gave me a mirror, and I was like, oh my God, I was shocked. I was like, how did that happen? Where did I get that? But I have no idea where that happened. But when I related that to Lori and Ann Fenton, she thought that was the funniest thing in the world. And she thought that was really strange that V would think that. And at the same time, what she said was, why would anyone do that when you've got this penis right between your legs? It's so much easier to reach for and takes so much less energy than, choking yourself to the point where you're literally leaving an imprint. Why not just go for the penis and whack off instead? But anyhow, that brings us back to, our man Jameson here, and how it took him till the age of 15 to discover that part of his body. It's kind of...
No. I always knew it was there, but I didn't know how to stimulate it. It just got it's just like that finger that got large. It's like, okay, there's nothing I could do about this, but okay.
Well, you are different. You're just different.
Yeah, I something wasn't right.
I mean, no, granted, now I'm in the opposite direction, and what happened to me was not an example for anyone else. It was based on hypersexualization, being exposed to my father's father, my grandfather on my father's side, raping my sister, and my having witnessed that. Obviously hypersexualized myself at far too young an age, and I first ejaculated when I was like 9. And so I was consciously aware of all too many things. But such being said, we'll turn this over to Sammy in a moment. The one thing I want to bring up.
Well, that's actually the average age, which makes me so much of an outlier.
The average age is not 9.
What is it, like 11, 12?
It's got to be like probably your age, really, for many people. 11 or 12 maybe these days, because all the kids are exposed to porn because they're all given cell phones. So the moment you give a child a cell phone, you're giving them total access to porn, and they'll be subject to porn the moment they get that cell phone.
Shit, you might as well just get it over with because it's gonna happen anyway.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. But...
Well, then again, I would be a horrible parent.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
don't quote me. I'm not someone who can take care of kids. The reason why I like cats is because cats take care of themselves.
To a degree. I mean, they don't clean their own litter box, so as far as I'm concerned.
Granted, but they're not like dogs where you have to tell
up
them
their
to
shit,
do
yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
I mean, dogs are like kids that just never grow up. They stay retarded.
Yeah, all pets are like children that never grow up, but but dogs are more childlike than most. Yes. So this film that I was bringing up, Sammy, while you were gone, was the film that I think that Jameson should really check out. It's called We Need to Do Something. But there is this one scene in it that is absolutely horrifying until, I found out, the source of the voice. By the way, in terms of Peter Moon, he often tries to ease myself onto his audience or other people by bringing up this Crowley comparison. And that just simply scares most people away. But I can see why he's doing it, because he has the same attitude I do about Crowley, but most people on Earth do not. The fact is that when I think of Aleister Crowley and I try to explain him to people, the first thing I tell them is that, well, when it comes to Aleister Crowley, just think of him as the world's first heavy metal rock star. I mean, that's basically what Aleister Crowley was committing himself to, was that kind of mystique. He was just
he created the goth.
Yeah, bad boy mystique. He's bad boy mystique, and so when he created bad boy mystique and tried to be that bad boy, and then Sammy takes off. Can't say I blame him, but there you go. But at any rate, when it comes to Peter trying to introduce me via Aleister Crowley, it's just something that just turns people off more than ever. I mean, it's just, he's just not getting it. But it's in what he's trying to do is trying to make me less sinister. Believe it or not, that's his way of doing that, because he thinks people are familiar with this guy, and he thinks that somehow that normalizes Douglas Dietrich, which to most people is far out than Aleister Crowley, because Aleister Crowley didn't cross-dress. So
yeah, I mean, maybe Ingo Swann is I don't think Ingo Swann.
At any rate,
that's horrible.
Yeah, so with this movie titled "We Have to Do Something," we need to do something. We need to do something is the name of the film. There's this horrible scene in the film. There's several horrible scenes. The whole thing is a series of horrible scenes. But there's no closure to it. So don't go into it expecting closure and you won't be disappointed. Have no expectations and you won't be disappointed. But basically, in the film We Need to Do Something, there's this particularly horrible scene where the family goes into the bathroom, which, by the way, I do not live on a floodplain. I do not live in hurricane country or tornado alley. And so all of this is alien to me. But apparently in some states, Amber Alerts are also used as weather alerts. So I did not know that. So the term Amber Alert would be like in California and many states that are, I think blue states in particular, means a child's been abducted. But they also use that for like weather alerts, I think, in red states. For lack of a better word, that's a gross generalization, but that's the best I could make of the situation.
They usually give us weather alerts.
Are you in a red state or a blue state?
All right, I'm in a blue state.
There you go.
This is
weather alerts are separate. That's the way it is in California. So that's you're reinforcing
okay.
my point.
Okay. So in red states, I was getting red blue confused because sometimes I think Democrats are red and
no, Democrats are blue. Blue.
Yeah. This happens.
Okay,
I always make that mistake because I'm like.
And what I'm saying is grossly inaccurate anyway. I'm just coming up with a gross generalization. It's just state by state, apparently. It shouldn't be that way because Amber Alerts have to do with something the FBI established, and therefore Amber Alerts are federal. So, but nevertheless, in this film, it was like I could have sworn they were using the term Amber Alert for weather alerts, and you'd be surprised at you just trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. They're probably trying to keep this accurate to a degree, but then again, the rest of the film lapses into fantasy, so who the fuck knows? But they bring up a very important, shall we say, several important phenomena in this film, or at least one major important phenomena that I was totally unaware of before, and are aware of it, but really didn't really know the name for the condition. But when it comes to the film, one of the scenes is they all go into the bathroom because nobody builds basements anymore, apparently. And so they go into the bathroom to shelter through a hurricane. And the apparently bathrooms, because they have running water and the bathtub, they're considered the best place for a family to go into because of the running water and the bathtub. And that way you have the necessity of water when you're trying to survive a hurricane. So everybody goes into the bathroom instead of the basement these days. And
that is a horrible idea.
Well, it certainly seems so.
You're just literally you might as well be holding a kite. Lightning is just going to be like, yes,
because the pipes.
Because the water.
Because the water. Oh, okay. Okay.
You'll get electrocuted.
Well,
you get struck by lightning.
Well, I mean, it's not like they're expecting you to be soaking in the tub throughout the hurricane or something like that. So it's not like, whatever the case may be, it's the bathrooms are apparently built very solid. So these days they build the bathrooms very solidly in these areas. And so people go into these bathrooms, and there you go. That's where they hang out.
You know what? This explains why there's a phenomenon that I did not know about, but I recently learned about, of people dreaming about bathrooms.
Okay.
And but this, instead of just having regular bathroom dreams, like you walk into a regular bathroom, people have been dreaming about what they call the bathroom universe. And now the bathroom. All right. So here's where shit gets strange. According to Reddit and all these other fucking places, because I didn't even know this shit was a thing until I was listening to because I listened to this guy's podcast who's always into this creepy shit, like how horribly people were mutilated and tortured and stuff, and he's into like strange and dark shit. So because I'm into dark shit, because dark minds think alike. But anyway, he's telling this story about how like he's having these dreams where the toilets are too high up, or there's always something distorted about the toilets where you can't use them, or there's too many people crowded in the toilets and stuff. And I'm like, what the fuck? I never had a dream like that. I've got to be the anomaly, because apparently they're saying that these things are common.
Yeah. There's people who have dreams about like public toilets, where you ever notice public toilets are just overflowed with turds. Like, a lot of people don't flush, and a lot of people, they dig. It's like when I went into a gas station once and just had to take a piss or a shit, I can't even remember which, but the toilets were just full of shit, like piled up, like people were grooving off of, like piling their shit onto other people's shit to like piled up in the toilet. There are people who have dreams of that, and that's like, all the toilets in a public facility are rows and rows of them just full of shit. Yeah, that's people have related dreams like that to me. So yeah, that's
common.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Apparently.
How is it so in every dream I had, the toilets were fucking normal and operative.
Well, I don't know. Maybe in one sense you're healthy as opposed to all these other people. Obviously they've got baggage. But so
No. Maybe I'm the one who's fucked up because I'm abnormal, dude.
I don't have dreams like that where or rather maybe some dreams that sort of thing happens, but it's affiliated, with something else. Honestly, I don't have that many negative dreams these days after diagnosis. that was.
I always have dreams about fighting people, and I did have that dream where, oh gosh, I sometimes I've been having a lot of dreams where I'm actually on this cast, right? And then I have to go into some kind of chat room and type in some kind of password to be able to access the chat, and for some reason I'm never able to get in.
Okay. So if you can't if Sammy's abandoned us, see if you can bring somebody else on so I can eat, my watermelon rather than talking about this, because I do want to do that and hydrate. And
Yes.
So see if we can bring Chris Collins on. Chris Collins, have you got a fucking Skype number? Oh, and Bizarre HD, that's George Knight. Can George Knight come on? George Knight, let us know if either one of you two guys or both of you can come on. Let us know. But at any rate, so with the movie that we have to do something, the whole thing was that they're in the bathroom, and then they're blocked from getting out because a tree collapses and basically blocks them from getting out of the bathroom. So there's this one horrible part. Now, by the time I was watching this, it's obviously very late in the night, very early in the morning. And their dead dog, which the girl had sacrificed in an occult ritual, the girl who's in the bathroom had performed an occult ritual to basically get back at a bully. And she got back at him by basically killing her dog and cutting its tongue out and burying the dog. And but somehow everybody thinks the dog has come back. And then the little brother is petting the dog because they reach through the crack in the door. And they're like saying, "Oh, you're a good boy." And then the dog answers in a human voice, "I'm a good boy." Of course, it's just this. That's when it grabs the kid, and it's. But by the way, they're grabbed and they're trying to fight the dog, and then the girl is grabbed by the dog, and she winds up ripping the dog's tongue out, which she'd already sacrificed, and all of this part is very surrealistic. But the voice is what gets you. It's just, "I'm a good boy," and then so when that first scene, when that plays, just the reaction that I had was, okay, it's just horrific. And then, but the moment I found out by going through the chat, by going through, the stupid, thread of, what do they call it? Comments, the commentary thread. When I found out, at first I thought it was somebody making a joke saying the dog was Ozzy Osbourne. I thought it was just a joke, and that was funny. But then the more I pursued it, the more I found out, no, it's really serious. The guy who did the voice for the dog was Ozzy Osbourne. At that point,
oh my God,
nothing was scary anymore. That took all the scariness away. I mean, because Ozzy Osbourne's just a fucking joke. So when you think about that, oh, it's Ozzy Osbourne. Okay, then it's just a joke. Then it's all just jest. It's that at that point that diluted, that dispelled the horror, which I think is a positive. I didn't want the anyhow, so there you go with that. And by the way, Chris Collins says Lucy Lawless looked pretty damn fine on that episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm, so I'll have to look that up. And oh my God,
yeah,
oh shit,
yeah, all right, so I tried to add on others, but I was unable to get them.
Okay.
It's literally my horrible monotony, which
no, it's not that you're monotonous. I mean, you can go on about your dreams and shit. Maybe people find that fascinating. I just I'm just trying to chew here. And usually when Jameson talks, I usually feel compelled to kind of intervene if he, gets too gruesome for people, or, starts talking about, oddball channels where, what was that channel where you said you saw this, the war injuries, which of course by the way, it's not that I'm seeking.
Yeah, that's horrible video. Oh yeah, that's not actually on a YouTube. That's its own website.
No, of course these things wouldn't be on YouTube. Yeah. None of this shit would be on YouTube.
I mean, because all the other gore sites were taken over by the Russians, right. So now the Russians are just grooving off gore porn 24/7. Because that's literally all they fucking do. I'm not exaggerating, people. I'm dead fucking serious.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. in the headspace they're in now as a nation and whatnot. What appalls me is, I'll bring this up when Sammy comes back or when anybody else comes back. I'll try and get into some of these serious topics concerning the Russians.
Well, while you take your break, what I could do is I could really just rip my claws into the fucking assholes of Popular Mechanics and all these other and of Facebook in general.
Okay. I mean, go ahead. I mean, burn bandwidth for a few minutes while I chew this and finish it. What was I going to say? So that people, I'm sure you know this. I'm sure Sammy knows this. I guess I'll discuss it when he comes back. I'm getting messages or just emails asking me about, of course, the image in thumbnail tonight. Embedded in a thumbnail of live stream. So no, that is not my son, and so everybody should know that. I think most people who have been listening to me for a while and who've seen photographs of my son know that. Okay, you knew that.
Yeah, we can tell the difference between your son. And the Blood Boys.
Yeah, and that's actually not one of the Blood Boys. That's actually a funny situation where this was actually an Asian fan who was listening to me and for years and wanted a photograph taken with myself and offered his blood and some evidence that he was clean, no STDs, no diseases. He brought some medical blood test results with him. So that was probably the only meal I've had outside of the Blood Boy harem in what must be years and years. So they just want the photograph taken, wanted wanted to experience what it was like to be supped by a vampire, have his blood taken. And so my son took the photograph, and there were several that were taken, but I put the one that would actually conceal his identity the most, one where you didn't get a full face shot of him. So that was the one I embedded in thumbnail of live stream to just kind of protect him. But there we have that. So that's a little something that was there. That was kind of incidental and trivial. But
no, I have no doubt that if you were to somehow, if someone had tossed you, given you a nice warm mug of my blood and you drunk it, all hell would be raised. That could not happen. Like pandemonium would be unlocked. Like your eyes would turn red and all of a sudden wings would sprout out your back. And, then we would have the physical manifestation of Taush Malek here.
Well, we'll see. That's yeah. By the way, just so people understand that's not how vampires can ever imbibe blood. They don't. It's not like they can even subsist off of plasma bags, just so people know.
Well, I mean, someone would have to cut my head off and like turn me upside down with like some machine and just drain all the blood out of my body or something.
It's kind of what they did to
kind of like they do in the Middle East. Kind of like how ISIS has those like fucking meat factories.
Right. There's that, but I was gonna say it's also kind of like what they did to Penny Bradley when they were operating on her. Back there. She said her body interpreted it as her being beheaded and shit. So her body thinks that she's headless at this point.
Holy shit! That is wow.
Oh, you know what that's similar to? Like in the film, We Need to Do Something. In there, they present a girlfriend of the main character who may be a figment of her imagination or may not be. But this girl has Cotard delusion, which is, I'm familiar with it but never knew the name, so I don't have it. But Cotard delusion is apparently a rare mental disorder where you are convinced that you are dead, or that parts of your body are dead, or one of your organs is dead, or one of your limbs is not functional or dead. But basically, this is one reason why people are cutters. Apparently, they're trying to see if they're actually bleeding to see if they're alive. So apparently, one source of cutting in girls is that some of them suffer Cotard delusion, where they think they're dead, and the bleeding proves they're alive. and that's why they're cutting themselves, is that they're trying to see if they're still alive because they're convinced that they're dead. So that,
Interesting.
yeah. And
I always thought it was done because, the physical pain feels better than the emotional
oh yeah,
hell.
no. Apparently, that's a lot of people, but Cotard is one of these factors that just one among.
I'm looking at the syndrome. That is very weird.
There we are. So that was.
That would be a nasty curse to put on someone.
There we are.
Ooh.
Well, another reason you should see the film is that the girls conduct a curse, and then but for some reason the main character feels overwhelming guilt about it. So she has all these visions and nightmares because she's obviously suffering from all-consuming guilt, which is like there's no reason she should be. It's like, where does that come from? Obviously, it was indoctrination by her dysfunctional parents, especially her father, who can't get over his alcohol. I realized how great a man my father was, the man who raised and guided me, because he overcame his alcoholism. And you notice that in this film, because I was able to appreciate that all the more because of this film, because the father is shown to be so weak and impotent because of his alcoholism, and he cannot take the leadership role, and he spends the entire movie basically sucking on alcohol wipes and shit because of his alcoholism.
Oh my gosh, that's when it reaches that point. Yeah, when it reaches a point where you're sucking alcohol wipes.
Yes.
It's time to go into the car, turn it on, shove a lot of ice in that back motor, and just turn on your favorite music and just let the engine run. It's
that he's got it's just awful. The film is, by the way, unwatchable and unbearable to most people. A forewarning: you will not like watching this film, and the ending's not enjoyable, and it's not happy. And
I like unhappy endings.
Yeah,
so you're definitely right down my alley. This sounds like an enjoyable movie, by the way,
from
what you're describing so far.
Yeah, and again,
it does sound.
Yeah, it's inconclusive. So it's
psychological horror. That's my favorite type of horror. Psychological horror.
There you are. But it's very supernatural. And it's but it is horrific. It is far more horrible than any horror film you would see that has an actual monster because of the horror of it. And
that's the entire point of psychological horror, is that the horror isn't coming from something that's visible, that you can perceive. It's coming from some imperceptible domain. That's what drew me to Lovecraft, because I was like, I've had enough of the jumps. I was bored to shit of the jump scares and the monsters. They weren't doing it for me. Right. They weren't doing it for me. Ghost, aliens, okay, yes, occult demons, blah blah blah. That's the story of my fucking real life. So what the hell? That's not gonna scare me. Give me some interdimensional madness. That although I have to say that I have got to be the only person who reads Lovecraft and actually laughs while reading it, because sometimes just the exaggerated reactions of the characters to the fearful situation just seems so bizarre to me that it's hilarious. Yeah. Well, so it actually is kind of comedy to me.
Well, yeah. Okay. You can go on about that while I finish this watermelon. There we are. So let me tend to that, hydrate myself, finish this watermelon. Our man Jameson will speak to everyone for a bit, and then when I come back, I'll take over with a monologue, and unless he can find somebody else to talk to for a bit of time. Obviously, I put the offer out there to other guys. What about Sarah Thomas Lyons?
Oh my gosh, Sarah Rachel Adams. Yeah, I gotta have a good chat with her.
Oh God, yes. Anyhow, so Chris Collins says, I do appreciate the offer, but I'm currently chiming in while working and admittedly don't think I'd be proficient at burning bandwidth. Oh God, you'd be surprised if you just get started bitching about something. For Chris Collins, it would be his ex-girlfriend and how she fucked him over. But Jameson, okay, it's all yours.
All right.
Yeah, take over for a
bit. Okay, so what I'll speak of are the fucking idiots of what do you call it? The idiots of Facebook, and this is quite funny. Of course, we have popular mechanics making an article. What would it look like if America went to war with Russia? And this is why we need diplomacy. Hundreds of thousands of millions of people would die, and 1,000 nukes would go off. And I'm thinking, okay, when the fuck were you being paid by the freaking Russian oligarch? I actually made that comment, but what's horrible is there's a lot of Ukrainian support, and this is good. Support Ukraine because Russia's a piece of shit. It's a turd bowl. Just flush Russia down the goddamn toilet. I can't be done with that country soon enough, and I hope the entire thing is nuked off the map. In fact, I hope Cthulhu rises there and just fucking sucks the existence of all the human inhabitants. Well, except for the ones who aren't assholes. But I don't think Cthulhu would really care who it kills. So anyway, to get back to the point, while I'm looking at these web advertisements for supporting Ukraine, and I'm looking at the comments of people, because it's like whatever the fuck, let's see how bad the American mind is, and they're like, Russia's protecting its territory from Ukraine, and other people like, what about the invasion of Ukraine that killed Russians? And other people are like, oh, this is fake news, and these are your average white American. They are so goddamn degenerate. So I literally called them out and saying that, yeah, you guys are making the Russians your white master race. This is so fucking lame. And I'm actually surprised that I have not gotten reported yet. I have to say, I'm actually impressed that I hadn't gotten reported. And that's because the way I worded it in such a way that nobody could claim that I was making a personal attack on them. However, this is just fucking sickening. Now, you want to know why the Russians are freaking attacking civilians? Because if they tried to attack the Ukrainian forces, they would get wiped out. It's the only thing they can fucking attack. And that of course, that in and of itself has to be qualified. Also, if Russia had nukes, they would have used them already. They don't have nukes. They don't have operational nukes. So the entire thing of them flexing off these let's see, Popular Mechanics also had an article where they were talking about how they have these supposedly these S7s, which are supposed to be their version of the F-22s. And they only have 6 of them. And they're like, well, what if they have them? Why haven't they put them into operation yet? And they showed, Putin standing in front of one of them. They can't put them in operation because that's their last. Because they'll lose so much fucking money. It's not funny. Those planes have to pay for Putin's way out of Russia so that he doesn't get killed by an angry mob, which is going to happen at some point. And that will be very, very amusing when it comes to it. But for the most part, I've been turning my gaze inward and have been spending my time becoming addicted to gaming again. And gaming has become fun to me again, especially, playing the PlayStation 5 that my brother got my family, which was really great. My sister enjoyed her birthday over the weekend, and that was fun. And I, of course, am, getting back to work in my spell work and everything else. But yeah, gaming has been really the only thing that has kept me pretty much. Gaming is the only thing that's kept me sane from really just wanting to explode on everything. Gaming's the reason why I suppose the human race is still alive. But honestly speaking, what I will say is it's a lot better than drawing, which is what I've given up on. Of course, the graphic novel I'm working on will never happen. It was a good idea. The entire story was a great idea, but I don't have the skills to produce it. And it's such an intimate work to me because of the character is an aspect of myself, a female aspect of myself, that if I can't draw and write the story, then no one can. So it's at this point where I'm just saying, fuck it, you know. What I'll do is I'll try to shape this world into the world that I imagined in the reality that I was creating, which is a sort of world where everyday technology like we have still exists, but things like magic in those sort of fantasy like role-playing games and whatnot could really be done. Basically a world where the boundaries or the sort of veil has thinned so much that you could probably, you know, you chant something and shoot a fireball at someone or something, you know, and why the hell not, you know? Of course, to do that, that would take a tremendous amount of human sacrifice. But I do believe that with the times that are coming, there will be a tremendous amount of humans who will die anyway. So why not dedicate those deaths and repurpose them to creating a world where the veil is thinner and where even more grosser physical feats of magic are possible than what we have now, where you could do something like summon a tornado, and I'm sure someone like Michael Aquino could do that in all honesty, but your average run-of-the-mills magician like myself or these people who are on TikTok and YouTube, they're not going to walk around summoning tornadoes and, you know, shooting lightning out of the sky. I don't even think Michael Aquino could do that much, but I mean, he probably knew the spells that could do them. Probably. Maybe he could have. I don't know. I don't want the guy to seem like he was omnipotent, but he was pretty goddamn strong for what he was. Which brings me back to that, you know, piece of shit who was trying to model himself off of Michael Aquino and model his mannerisms off of Michael Aquino, who was more or less, you know, saying that under First Amendment rights of expression, predators should have a right to take pictures of other people's children playing in playgrounds and parks and whatnot. You know, and he said it and he justified it in such a way that maybe he really was channeling Michael Aquino, because that he said it in a way that's very reminiscent of Michael Aquino, and it almost to a disturbing degree. But again, you know, these guys, they all get wrapped up in this alternative right bullshit, this conservative bullshit, which is a front for the sort of not only the predatory pedo networks of the, you know, white American right, but also for the white supremacists. And, you know, that's all it really is. It would make more sense, you know, it would really, really make more sense for them to just come out and say, yeah, we're white supremacists. And yeah, we don't give a shit about women's rights. We don't give a shit about this and that's rights. Instead of trying to regurgitate this fucking Jordan Peterson intellectual verbiage, which is just bullshit. You know, because if you need to write an entire book just to say that you're a piece of shit, what the fuck is the point of you existing here? Well, anyway, this seems to be all too common in a lot of these occult lodges, which are mostly either white or have a sort of white supremacist attitude about them. Probably because you're not going to find many people of color. It probably has to do with the fact that there's not as many people of color in this country to begin with as compared to the whites. with the exception of maybe the Hispanics, who can go either way, because there are some who are white Hispanic, there are some who are brown Hispanic, there are some who are black Hispanic. But even that's a mixed bag of chips. And as Douglas himself said, those in the Latinx culture who identify themselves as white would take up the mantle where the whites left off. And that's very true, and that's very troubling. This is why we are going to wind up going into a stage where we will have a civil war. Honestly, is it preventable? Yeah. Why would I like to see it? Because I'm just sick of the bullshit. It's because, at this point, the demons inside my heart will not let me rest in peace unless they get to let their, how do we say? I'm not going to go there. I'll just leave that alone. But what I'm going to say is that, at this point, the Russian war is going to spill into the United States. Vladimir Putin's most potent weapon was never nukes to begin with. It was never any of this exotic technology that he claimed to have to begin with. It was the propaganda and getting Americans to believe that he had it. Because again, he was an intelligence agent, the KGB, which became the SPF, I think. That's sort of like the CIA here in the United States. So when it comes to the way they would operate from an intelligence standpoint. So his most potent weapon has nothing to do with the military forces in Ukraine. That's being used to actually split a lot of us here in the United States. That's furthering the chasm and the split here between the right and the left here in the United States. The right who decide to jump on Trump's microscopic penis and get there and proclaim that everything Vladimir Putin is saying is true, and that he is the living Christ amongst men, while those of us on the left know better.
Thank you. That I just got back to hear a bit of that. By the way, when you're referring to the successor to the KGB, the state within a state, that is the FSB. Those are the acronyms, the FSB.
FSB.
Yeah, and so that people understand where our man Jameson is coming from. Honestly, all I could do is reinforce what he says. There's nothing that he's saying that bears any argument or brooks any argument. It just needs basically detail and reinforcement and context. So, by the way, a kiss to our dear Diane Hillis-Buchberger. She is basically someone who is checking out for the night, and I love you dearly, honey. Hopefully you have wonderful dreams, and let's hope, of course, that we see her again on Wednesday. And aside from that, I do understand people missed me while I was gone, and that's certainly deeply appreciated. One of the things that I wanted to bring up, and here's where we will go on to screen share. Let's just see this, and this is where we're going to go into a very sensitive area at this point. May as well. And with that, I'll transition into monologue, unless we get somebody else on with us for a while, which we're still going to try and attempt. We're still going to try and attempt that. But let's hit the screen share. Now, let's see how this works. Share screen. Turn that on. Start sharing. And okay, so we've got this new setup now, so it's colorful, and it's just weird as hell. So can you see this, our man Jameson? Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So you can see the. Okay, so I lower this, and we will go into Messenger, and we're going to go to. I did ask Jim Forsyth, are you all right? Is your sister all right? Because it's obvious that was just, a ploy to check out, you know, what he said earlier about, oh, I got a phone call from my sister. That was okay. That was odd. And let's see now if we can find, okay. Now, okay, no need to read the guy's name out. Let me try and put some context into this individual. This is a black African American who has been a dear friend of mine for many years. He communicated with me on email and basically was first impressed by myself when I was explaining how Abraham Lincoln was no historical friend to black Americans. And he understood that. And so he was impressed by what I said. And it turned out that this man was, just to give him, in all fairness here, because this guy is, you know, until recently, until the latest message he sent was, you know, always pretty much on the positive. Interestingly, the only mutual friend between he and I at this point is Laura Lee Solomon, and that's from long time ago. That's like a remnant. Her timeline, she's locked out of. She's locked out of her timeline. So that's the timeline she's locked out of. This individual actually served as a private security, or rather what I would call a uniformed security, private security enforcement agent, meaning, you know, you would call it security guard, but that's a term everybody universally hates who's in the industry. I don't mind it personally, kind of like the term Oriental, which I think, you know, Peter Moon was maybe a bit too hung up on trying to rationalize. Just as I was saying I wasn't hung up by it, I was really surprised he took offense that people were taking offense to it. You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
But this man has served as personal uniform security, meaning like basically a guard to museums and stuff in Japan and Germany. So we're talking about a black man who speaks fluent Japanese and German, and has learned martial arts, and he's very proficient, and he's had my admiration and respect, and then at the same time has really just been probing too much into online alternative information forums. Now, you wouldn't know that by his timeline, which is a positive, because all you see on his timeline is basically positive stuff. He just emphasizes the positive to what some might consider almost an unhealthy degree. Really, it's kind of like somebody whose timeline, all you see is positive stuff, then you do wonder, right? You know, it's like, but you know, that's fine. He's got his garden. He weeds his garden. He doesn't like the weeds in it. All he wants are the flowers. And that's okay. That's what it is. And so here he was in Germany, you know. So he seems to travel regularly between Germany and Japan, because I know he's been in Germany doing work professionally and in Japan. So I was only kind of, how would I say, mildly thrown off one time when I was speaking heavily against Cuba. And I was pointing out the fact that the Cubans under communism and the Castro brothers that have taken over, you know, after the death of their brother, at the time I was speaking, Castro was still alive. And I was talking about how the Cubans really, for the tourists, because, you know, I don't know how many people are aware of this. Yeah, in the office guy, me, there we go. Yeah, I like that. No, we never would have guessed that was you. That was like, you know, because there's millions of bald black men all over Japan and Germany, right? It's like, who the hell else would it be, right? That's like, but there we go with that. Such being said, there he is in uniform. There we go. So when it comes to, you know, what was I saying again, Jebson? I was talking about the, you know.
You're talking about something he said that
Cuba. So for those of you who don't know, Cuba is a big tourist destination for non-Americans. A lot of Canadians and other people love going to Cuba. And that's because it's cheap, because it's communist. And a lot of people go there because they can fucking break the law there. In other words, Yeah, I'll tell you the truth. A lot of people
Well,
go.
I did find out that a lot of older men are going to places like that from Europe so that they could fuck underage girls.
Thank you. And a lot of people go there to fuck underage boys. So just so you know, a lot of people go there just to fuck kids, boys or girls, to places like that. And one of the ways that Cuba caters to these tourists is, people want to be served by white people. They don't like to be served by blacks because a lot of whites, they trip off of black people touching their food and shit, or black people touching their glass, which they're going to drink out of. So they to cater to these people, the tourist industry overwhelmingly hires whites in Cuba. So it's not like this provides employment opportunities for blacks in Cuba, and blacks are essentially, even though there's a lot of blacks in Cuba, it's not like they have anywhere near the opportunities that the whites have, for, if you could call that opportunity, for what little opportunity there is in a communist shithole catering to pedophiles. So, but one time he tried to present to me a bunch of pro-Cuban propaganda, saying that, Castro was this great guy. Now, the reason I let that slide is because most people don't know Castro's background. And for those of you who don't know Castro's background, know this. You can look it up yourself and you'll find out everything I say is true. Fidel Castro never wanted to be a communist. He really wanted to be a fascist. And so when Francisco Franco died, the fascist dictator of Spain, he put all of Cuba into 2 weeks national mourning. So he would have preferred to have been a satellite of the Third Reich rather than the Soviet Union. But because at the time, the Soviet Union was the only game in town, he just chose communism as basically his vehicle. But the reality was that he, just by the fact that he put his entire nation into a national state of mourning for 2 weeks after Francisco Franco died, it proves everything I say. Obviously, his sympathies were on the right, and the left was just the communist left was simply his vessel towards personal power. So I let it slide with our man here because of, I've got nothing against Fidel Castro, really, because Fidel Castro was a victim of history. So, all such being said, then what the guy sent me recently was just awful. It was just awful. So much so that I have to really seriously, I'm not going to block him. But
if you're telling me it's awful, it's got to be awful. Because
yeah.
You never, because you're someone who usually just, doesn't.
Yeah.
You're someone who's really easy-going.
Yeah.
So
thank you. So it's like, this is like, what he sent me was, and I will put this into perspective with Daryl Neely, and who's known as One with Odin, or just Odin. Daryl is Odin, and the Gurren Radio Network, which Penny Bradley. Yeah.
Why would, if Odin was going to come back as a black man, at least come back as one who's not fucking confused as shit. To the point where you're following the alt-right drivel.
No, this is where we're going to be taking this to. This is why, and it'll bring us to what Penny Bradley and Lou Reist were saying the other day, and it's part of this whole environment. This is what we're dealing with, is the horror here that needs to be put into context with the blacks and whites involved, and with Daryl Neely's got his own show called Blacks and Whites. But James Kimbrough, obviously, this was just something. This is not something I take as, oh, here's another perspective. Okay, it doesn't exist like that. It's just there is reality, and then there is bullshit. This is where we go into the true bullshit. So when I click on this, and the title just says it all, the header just says it all. First off, what we're hit with is the stupid red cap, and the red cap says Black Lives Also Matter. Made you look. Okay, automatically this is a psyop. This is like this is the first thing you see with this red hat is you assume MAGA, Make America Great Again, which is just another way of saying Make America White Again. But this black guy has said, oh, made you look. Black Lives Also Matter. Is that clever? What the fuck is that? It's just shit. It's
I don't
just
know
like,
what it is.
yeah, and then the header says it all. Confused, crazy, and scary. I mean, that says it all. And then this idiot, Michael Brown Parler, who's, he's a friend of James Kibrow, sorry to say. This reminds me of a black guy who, when I first came out as a public informant, there was some black guy, I took his name down, it's somewhere in the records, who was going around saying, don't listen to Douglas Dietrich. Don't listen to Douglas Dietrich. Oh, he's full of shit. And we won World War II. And, why would a black man, you find issue with what I was saying? It just goes to show that they're basically one of the biggest house niggers you could ever encounter. But when it comes to, here's this guy, black guy. First off, this is already unusual. USA surfing. This is a guy who surfs. Right? Now, not many black people surf. It's kind of like, black people fishing and shit. This may be the guy who originally was saying, don't go around listening to Douglas Dietrich. This might be the same black guy. Calls himself Major Payne, which for those of you who don't know...
he's around a lot of old, ugly white folks.
Yes, he is surrounded by old white people. There's one black guy here who looks extremely unhappy, who, doesn't look like he wants to be there.
No, he looks like he works there per circumstance, and he does not want to be there. And he's like, "What the fuck is with that Uncle Tom Negro?
Yes.
I don't want anything to do with him."
Yes. And but this guy here is one of them. And for those of you who don't know, Major Payne is the name of a highly offensive film, and I don't mean personally offensive to me. It's meant to be offensive. That's the nature of the comedy. It's a comedy called Major Payne about some black guy who's a drill sergeant. And in that comedy, they have scenes with people who are politically correct. And they are just devastated for the sake of comedic effect, if that's your idea of comedy. One of them is a blind man who joins the military. So you have a blind man who joins the military, and, he's got a guide dog. Oh, sir, I could be a good soldier, sir. And then the black drill sergeant, gives his guide dog diarrhea or something using some kind of laxative. He gives him dog food full of laxative so that the dog is shitting all over the place. So the blind man's dragged along by the dog while he's shitting all over the place. And so the blind man's dragged through his own dog's dog shit, that sort of thing. And everybody's going, yeah, that's the kind of thing. This is the idea of this man's idea of comedy. He wants to identify with this character who does things like that. So if you find that funny, no, obviously Jameson just laughed because it's hideously funny, right? It's hideously funny. But it's also
just the movie. But that guy is not funny.
The concept. The concept in the film is not funny, but the it's funny when you look at it on the screen, but you get what I'm saying. This is also highly offensive, right?
You wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want to see that shit in real life.
Yes, there we are. Thank you. We have to qualify that. So, I suspect there's like at least a 50-50 chance. This is the guy who originally started attacking myself when I first came out as a public informant. But this individual now has this, which I think says everything. When he says confused, crazy, and scary, he's talking about himself. And so basically, here we are. This is the same guy. Because I remember he said this when he first started attacking me. He said the same thing. Most of my mentors were former World War II Nazis, former World War II Office of Naval Intelligence old boys, and former World War II Office of Strategic Service old boys. And they taught me well. This is the same individual who attacked me when I first came out and said, don't listen to Douglas Dietrich. So here we are. I am no stranger when it comes to the Galen intelligence community that was secreted into the United States intelligence community. I know all too well how many of those Nazis always envisioned a takeover of the U.S. from within in the guise of protecting the U.S. from communism. Yet he says these are the same guys who taught him, right?
He's so full of shit. It's not funny.
Thank you. Unlike most of the Johnny-come-lately folks, I was providing intelligence briefings on Ukraine back in the early 1990s. Well, I was the first person who was telling people about Ukraine and the Russians, decades ago. So, he goes on and on with all this shit. And basically, it is beyond offensive. So, what he's trying to say is the Ukraine cheerleader fools. Here we are, the historian whitewashing. So, when he says, I neither support Russia nor do I support Ukraine, he is definitively supporting Russia by attacking Ukraine. So, this isn't a question of neutrality here. No one is neutral on this issue. It's like World War II. No one is neutral on World War II. You are either on one side or the other. This is a war, and you're not allowed neutrality because you can pretend to be neutral and you will be caught in the crossfire. So when this idiot claims, here we are, the whole thing where he goes into about, just as anyone in Ukraine trying to tell the truth regarding Nazis is usually censored. Dude, they've got a Jewish fucking president, you crazy nigger. How insane must you be to even take this? Here in the U.S., anyone trying to tell the truth about the proliferation of Nazis in many sectors of Ukraine is shouted down as being a Putin puppet or a communist. Have you ever heard?
That's exactly what he is, a Putin puppet and communist.
Thank you.
He's telling us who he is.
Thank you. But beyond that, no one accuses any of these alternative right assholes of being communists. They are Putinists. The ideology no longer even matters. They're just slaves to a single man. And I should know because I often get that you must be a communist attack on several of... Now that's crazy. No one would call him that. He's lying. What everyone would call him is an Uncle Tom or a house nigger or, an alternative rightist, but he puts us all under the Ukrainian symbol. See, this is how you know he's pro-Russian, is because if he were attacking the Russians, then he would have their symbol. Instead, he's got the Ukrainian symbol up and he's attacking them. And he's got James Kimbrough putting, let's see what James Kimbrough put on this. He's got James Kimbrough put the thumbs up on it because James Kimbrough, he can never express himself enough to put a heart. And he's not surprised to put a wow. He's bought into this guy. And so this is
there you go. This is another wannabe white black piece of shit who goes to Japan thinking that he's white.
Yes.
Good chance getting laid, buddy. He looks like shit.
Yes. So the historian whitewashing Ukraine's past. So here we are. This where they show, of course, Nazis. And so what they're trying to say in Foreign Policy magazine, if anyone has, this is the kind of stuff that basically Penny Bradley was saying foreign policy was run by the elites. Well, look at what the elites are telling you, to side with the Russians and that the Ukrainians are the bad guys. But then...
Yeah, the elites are the Russian oligarch.
Thank you.
That are running the United States.
Thank you. And yet her boyfriend, her lover, her husband, for all intents and purposes, is what you'd call a common law marriage. Lou Reese came on, and what did he say? He regurgitated all the Russian talking points. He basically said, what did he say?
Yeah, I was really glad that I walked away for that, and that I, just stayed in the background and was like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point starting a shouting match, but basically what he said was, the Russians can destroy Ukraine anytime they want it, and Ukraine's full of Nazis, and they're holding back and all this shit. Look, if the Russians had the ability to destroy Ukraine, they would have done it by now. And the whole point is they don't have that ability. And if anything, this is how you know that their nuclear arsenal doesn't work. Because the whole reason they're attacking Ukraine, when they tell you otherwise about their stupid rationale for attacking Ukraine, when they get over the denazification crap and they get over, any of the other crap that they go into, such as the fucking biolabs.
It's pure genocide.
What's that?
It's pure genocide.
Well, aside from that, what they'll tell you is geopolitics. They'll try and sound neutral and detached by telling you about, well, we absolutely have to have Ukraine because we're totally vulnerable geopolitically if we don't have Ukraine. It's like the reason the United States could not afford to allow the South to succeed. To secede. Now, let me try and put that into some perspective for people as a diagnostic so I can deconstruct that. But that'll take a few minutes here, and I really need to gather my breath. And to do that, I need to stop distracting myself. So I'm going to stop screen sharing, because the more I stare at this guy's page, the angrier I become, for obvious reasons.
I think you should just kick him.
Just block this guy.
Yeah. Just kick him to the curb. Fuck him. Once you let one of these leeches in, they all think the front door is open.
It's obviously it's one of those things that if he hears this, maybe we'll see. He's welcome to block me, and it's certainly something where I just can't take what he's saying seriously now. If this guy feels that this Michael Brown Parler, the man who attacked me when I originally came out as a public informant, if he feels that he's a source of anything positive, then obviously he's antithetical to myself. He's effectively an enemy. So by that I mean James Kimbrough. Sorry, I named the guy after all. the black guy who works in both Japan and Germany is himself an enemy if he's listening to this guy, because this guy is a sworn enemy of mine by this guy's own account. It's not something like I even know this guy. This guy is the first guy who attacked me. He was one of the first to attack myself when I came out as a public informant. One of the first. I mean, like, before anybody. This guy was...
because he was so busy at the VA sucking them old white dicks.
Yeah. Yes.
That he couldn't wait. Well, I gotta prove myself.
Yes.
Don't listen to Douglas.
Yes. And this has to do with what we spoke about in terms of multiracial whiteness. And it brings us back to Daryl Neely.
Yeah. What's funny is that we see the same phenomenon here in the occult community as well, because there are those blacks who are like really white, and they're tacked on to the alt-right bullshit and everything, this white supremacy bullshit that's regurgitated in the occult, which is mostly Russian anyway.
Yes.
So I mean, it's inescapable.
Or it's been highly Russified. Okay, so here's where we're going to Daryl Neely's timeline. I'm here to make a point, and obviously, of course, he's friends with Lou Reist, and
well, I mean, honestly, the American flag says it all.
Thank you.
I don't have any comments about.
I mean, we're talking about a man whose house was burned down with his mother inside of it. This man's house was burned down with his mother inside of it.
By the very state which he has the flag up for.
I
mean, are you fucking serious?
By his own claim. Now, by the way, this is what going by what his mother said. By the way, his mother is a big fan of mine. Shout out to her. God love her. God knows how these people do it. In terms of, maintaining some kind of fandom for myself. Daryl Neely's been nothing but kind to me. But again, we're trying to put some context.
Well, I would think she's more sensible than he is. Because just being a woman. Just being a woman, yes. But by her own eyewitness claim, she says the fire basically started in her bedroom, if not directly under her bed. So this was something that was started by somebody with every intent to kill her, obviously. And it was by Penny's own words, this woman's own words, that it's probably... They brought up the example of Rocco Fowler. Rocco Fowler was kind of claiming I burned down Daryl Neely's house, and they were saying how ridiculous that was, and they said he didn't do that, but the fact that he's claiming he's doing that proves he's dangerous. Okay, no argument with that. I don't care about that. But the idea is they're saying it really was government-oriented. So if the government did try to kill his mother, burn his house down, and he's got the American flag up, there's something that does not click here. This does not click. And then he's got the profile picture, of course, of Odin from the Marvel franchise Odin. Marvel franchise Odin.
with all
Why
these.
the Marvel Odin
Y-
of all Odins to choose?
You know, by the way,
Historical
I'll confess.
Odin was so much cooler.
Yeah. I mean, I'll confess, I like the Marvel hell. You know, the hell. You know, the Marvel villainous. You know, the mythical hell, but Marvel hell is. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, I don't.
Okay, here we are. Marvel hell.
Unfamiliar with her.
Oh, okay, you'll recognize her when you see Hela. Okay, they call her Hela so that people can distinct that. That's not the correct spelling. By the way, Hela is supposed to be hell, Hel with no A. And so they use Hela because nobody would know what the hell they're talking about when you use the actual mythical. So Hela, of course, they chose a great actress to portray her. Obviously, you know, very similar to myself in drag. People can see why I like her. But, you know, the Marvel Hela character looks like this. And she basically has a Tim Burton chandelier for a headpiece. Okay, so
I like that. I like that headpiece.
Yes. I
awesome.
always like.
You know, that reminds me of, oh my gosh, from Samurai Jack, the fucking cartoon on Cartoon Network. Oh my gosh, what the fuck was that bad guy's name? He had the same thing.
Yeah, but you know, actual people who are into the real historical mythos of heathen paganism concerning the Norse gods, they hate this character with the passion of 1,000 suns because, of course, it's what a Christian would think a pagan goddess would look like with a bunch of deer antlers, right? Which are actually belong to male characters. And here we have some, you know, I never try to make fun of this. When you see overweight people try to do cosplay, you just say more power to them. But okay, it's just you wish they wouldn't.
Yeah, why?
Thank you. Why? Why? I mean, you know, you can understand the gender change sometimes, or you can understand the, you know, blacks redefining it. Let's blackify the character, have some fun with it. You know, what if Thor were black?
Yeah, I mean, but let it be someone who's hot.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, let it be someone with that appeal to.
Well, you gotta admit, you know what this reminds me of?
I don't want to sound elitist.
Yeah. It's kind of like, this is kind of like those fat opera singers from Nordic operas, right? Like Wagner, right? It's like the opera's not over till the fat lady sings. So maybe, I guess, you know, to rationalize
it could work, I guess.
You know, yeah, okay, but it's just okay. It's not this. All right, it's just not this. So there we have that. And so, you know, I actually like the trademark Marvel Hela. You know, it's something which, you know, most people will roast me for, but I can't.
Well, I'm sure she's I'm sure she goes back to Heka, which goes back to Inanna from the mythology, who is also Ariska Gal.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know your stuff. I mean, like Peter Moon said, he couldn't even argue with you on the basis of what you were talking about. But so Daryl One with Odin Neely has this show called Blacks and Whites with Dan and Daryl. And so they talk about quote unquote race issues, which is mostly white grievance. This is basically people talking white grievance. There's Daryl. And but this is.
So
okay.
It's basically, that is, all right, forgive me for saying this. I'm going to be right out, and you know I can't really just
go easy. Maybe don't be right out.
Easy,
don't be right out. Just go easy.
But it's like making a show to show how good subservient blacks, you know, kindly listen to white oppressors voice the struggles of being a white oppressor.
Yeah. Okay. I'll go with that. And let me put this into some perspective because, okay, here's where the puzzling part comes for somebody. I'll try and put this into some context. There was this guy I knew named Rob Nilsson, who for all I know may be dead by now. And it's probably so much better off for him if he's dead. And, you know, I'll see if he still has his Facebook page up. But this guy was a good example of, shall we say, a guy who, how do I compare this poor fucker? But you know, Rob Nilsson, he was he's Norwegian background. And like I told people before, there's this joke about European hell, where they have everybody's worst. How do we call it? Here's Rob Nilsson. This is the Rob Nilsson I knew, and just so people have an idea about this poor guy. He was Norwegian, and he was like this dude who made 2 award-winning films when he first came out, and he won the Sundance Film Festival Award and the Cannes Film Festival Award for 2 different films. So this guy looked like he was up and coming. This guy was like M. Night Shyamalan. When M. Night Shyamalan first came out and everybody said, is this the next Hitchcock? Is this the next big director? And then he crashed and burned. That's how this guy was. And so this poor fucker, Rob Nilsson, he basically was trying to work with me for a while, and it went nowhere. And we were talking about the security contracts that I was working. So he was talking about making a film called Security. Now, you notice, of course, in these photographs of himself, he's got pictures up on the wall of himself, which I think tells us everything we need to know.
Wow, that's bizarre. I don't have any pictures of me in my room.
Thank you.
I do got pictures of my departed cat, but that's about it.
Yeah, there we are. So, but the point with this guy was he started off big, and then he went nowhere. And I can tell you why, of course. It's like what they say about, this joke about European hell. It would be like European hell is where all the British do all the cooking, all the police are German, all the mechanics for your cars are French, everything is managed by the Polish people, so it's managed terribly. All the comedians are Romanian, because of course Romanians have the worst sense of humor in the world. Their idea of funny is staking people up on a stake like Dracula did and watching them bleed their guts out. All the movie directors are Norwegian. I never got that until I met Rob Nilsson, that I could understand what they meant by that aspect of European hell. All the authors of all the books you read are Russian. All the it just goes on and on. But the worst of everybody. But when it comes to Rob Nilsson, the point that I'm making about him, why all of this is relevant, why all of this comes back to bite us in the ass, is that Rob Nilsson, when he originally won that Cannes Film Festival Award in France, it was for the movie about the Biafran Civil War. He had actually gone to Africa. He was in the Biafran Civil War, and he made a movie about him that got him international acclaim and award. It was well earned. It's not necessarily a film that you would watch for any reason because it's not entertaining and it's not really informative. It's just one man who goes nuts when he's in the middle of a war situation. And what he was showing was how the war situation can drive people nuts. And the way that Peter Moon interpreted it, when I told him there was another interesting thing that happened when he went to Africa, he converted to the African religion of Yoruba. So, for those of you who don't know, when I speak of Vaja Huduns or voodoo, that is, of course, simply Yoruba. It's the West African religion as hidden beneath a facade of Catholicism so the slaves could continue practicing their original African pantheism and shamanism under a Roman Catholic enslavement when they were all transported to the New World. So, in this case, you had a man who went to Africa and said he was so impressed by the profundity of African spirituality, he converted to Yoruba. And, the way Peter Moon interpreted it was, he was simply consumed. He was consumed by the Biafran Civil War. Now, I don't look at what he did as anything that was negative, and it sounds kind of
probably
negative.
it was probably legit. He probably was legitimately stirred by it. This isn't uncommon for those of European descent to, go to parts of Africa and be so moved by the, sort of spirit there that they wind up taking an interest.
Oh, yeah. No, his spirituality was sincere. His spirituality was completely sincere. His favorite god, this is where the tragedy comes in. his favorite god in the Yoruba pantheon, the one he related to personally, was the trickster god. And I don't believe that served him well, because I think what happens to a lot of these white guys, because the trickster god in the Native American sense is what essentially approached Justin White, who was on this show to talk about his Chochoa experiences a number of times, as well as several other things. But when it came to the trickster god of the Native Americans approaching the Justin White, I don't believe it served him well, and I don't believe Eshu, or more properly, Alegba, the trickster god of the Yoruba of Nigeria, who's essentially, as they say, a protective, benevolent spirit who serves Ifa, the chief god, as a messenger between heaven and earth. I don't believe that served Rob Nilsson well. And that's
No,
because,
it doesn't.
Thank you.
Here's the thing. The trickster gods are gatekeepers. They are the fiercest gatekeepers, and they're the most powerful of the archetypes. They exist to test whether you're worthy of even going into that pantheon to begin with. So to try to align yourself with a trickster god and work with a trickster god, I wouldn't even do that.
Thank you. And by the way, so people, this is quite accurate. Now, don't ever go with this, but we're not even going to tell you the source here. But basically,
and don't get me wrong, I give Papa Legba his offerings, but I know that I do not ask for his power. I do not ask to become him. It is just merely a matter of respect.
Thank you. By the way, okay, I'll cop to it. One of these sources that becomes available when you look up trickster god Yoruba is inevitably going to be Wikipedia. Now, they did a correct spelling here. This is all of the enunciation is perfect. Eshu, Orisha, and Irun Mole. In the religion of the Yoruba people, he is a trickster god who tries many times to emotionally manipulate and mentally break. Okay, that's all you need to know so far. Go on a bit further to other sources. Yoruba deity, these are from Getty, the Getty organization, anthropology department. Trickster god of the Yoruba of Nigeria and in Afro-Caribbean culture, essentially protective. Benevolent spirit serving Ifa, the chief god. And then at the entrance of, here we are at the California Eshu Alegba, University of California, UC, Regents of the University of California. The Regents of UC have a PDF from their Afro-Caribbean Studies department, and it says the Yoruba trickster god, Eshu Alegba. At the entrance of almost every compound in the Yoruba town is this orangun, a chunk of red laterite rock to represent him. And then they speak of Eshu is not just an ordinary stranger, the Yoruba trickster. He is one of the foremost powerful and respected Orisha, or gods, of Yoruba-speaking cultures. But he's also the god of mischief, like his counterpart, the divination god. But he's a deity universally recognized and appealed to by all, basically so that he doesn't fuck them over. That's normally why everyone's appealing to him. Please, don't fuck me over. So, these are, tricksters at the crossroads of West Africa. All of this is profoundly important. When this man surrendered himself to that spirituality, which he was practicing at the time that I knew him, to give you an idea of the tragedy that befell him, he never produced any film that was liked by anyone ever again after he emerged out of his first 2 awards, winning films. He was working with me to produce a film called Security, because I, of course, was involved with security enforcement. Later on, a group of college students produced a film by that title, which was post 9/11. And right after 9/11, they were trying to show how nobody trusted each other anymore and how ethnic minorities were suspect, and therefore how easily victimized ethnic minorities of the Muslim persuasion could become because of the post 9/11 suspicion of all Muslim immigrants. And so when they produced this film called Security, it was just a person-centered film about suspicion. They released it, got some acclaim, and then he sued them Rob Nilsson sued them, saying they stole his idea for a movie called Security. Now, get this shit. He's suing these kids over a movie that he stole from me. That's how fucked up this guy is. It's like something I don't even hate him for it. You see, I'm not talking about this guy with, hey, this son of a bitch. Hey, this guy backstabbed me. Hey, this guy stole something. I don't give a shit. Because it never went anywhere, and I knew he could never do anything with it. And then when he, how could he do anything with it without me? Because there's no other guy who could tell him that kind of background other than myself. He could go to other people, but it wouldn't be the same Security movie, right? So you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
and then he sues other people
sense.
for quote-unquote stealing that idea. Shows you how at the bottom of the ash can this guy's life fell. But
Douglas, I think more of his fall has to do with trying to stab you.
Thank
in
you.
The back.
Than
it has to do with the trickster.
In other words, what you're saying is Eshu Alegba essentially punished him for trying to play the trickster god on me. In other words, trying to trick me led the trickster god.
Well, I would go as far as say Taush Malek punished him.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Because again, I have a closer relationship with Lucifer than I do with even the gods of my ancestors.
Understood.
So,
understood.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that's understood and it's appreciated. But we can see both here that it's almost like a cooperation between all entities involved, right? You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's just this guy. He fucked himself over, and but let's put it this way. He makes a point. His very existence, not just as an object lesson, but let's take a look at the positive. He makes a point in that the one thing I can say about him is he's not racist. So you've got this individual who's not racist. His problems lie elsewhere. He obviously has a host of problems, but he's not racist. And the point is that we are touched and encourage white people or any cultures to experiment with other spirituality or other culture because it's obviously enriching. So in terms of what happens with these kinds of, shall we say, experiments, most people would find it funny or comedic. Say, for instance, when we use the term Swedish Buddhist, the first thing that comes to mind is an eccentric, blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy who's decided to, in some hippie-like trance, become Buddhistic. But here we have a Nordic individual, Norwegian, who became part of an African spiritual matrix. And so that is something that is almost to be encouraged, and it is a way to counterbalance the Christians trying to turn all these blacks into something they're not, something from an alien culture that that is just not part of their heritage. So it's like there's nothing wrong with these different cultures going out and experimenting with indigenous cultures and appreciating their heritage. Daryl Neely would be an example of, if this were sincere, if this were a kind of just purely spiritual experience, Daryl Neely is a man who's decided as a black person that he resonates with the Nordic pagan religion. And if it were just that, if it just said, okay, I find myself spiritually attuned to Nordic pagan heathenism, that I would worship the elder gods of the old, Jesus Christ. This guy's on Daryl Neely's show a lot. And this guy, is supposed to be like a reverend. And by the way, this is relevant.
He looks creepy as fuck.
Okay,
I don't like him. I'm sorry. I'm just looking at him from just seeing him. He something just, my intuition is just like, ah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know the guy. I don't know the guy
either. But this is just my first impression, and I could be wrong, but my first impressions generally don't fail me. And
Yeah.
I trust my intuition enough to know that this could be.
Well, the guy's really grooving. He's really grooving, and it's cringy. Let's just put it that way. Oh God, that's cringy. He's reaching into his cup for ice, like he's chewing on ice cubes, and it's just like compared to what else he was drinking, and there's a fly on the screen.
If anything, if he was a Satanist, I would say okay, it makes sense. I would say yeah, I could see him being because it's like you know what, I'm a kind of wicked looking white guy
He's
who's
really
into
creepy
something
looking.
that's
Yeah, it's really creepy what he's doing. Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry, we're not going to say the guy's name. Okay.
okay. Yeah. I'm gonna try to let that go.
Yeah, it's by the way, once you see this, you can't unsee it. The guy keeps reaching into this cup for what I think are ice cubes. It's just not. Why would you film this? It looks like he's choking on him. I mean, honestly, it looks like he's trying to pound his chest so he can spit these things out.
He's having a heart attack while eating ice.
I don't know what the fuck it is. It can't be ice cubes. I thought it was ice. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's like he's getting high off it and shit. Whatever it is, it's some good shit. It's like
it's probably meth.
Yeah.
meth crystals and shit.
Oh,
there we go.
Okay, so this guy's on Daryl's show a lot, and he's supposed to be a man of God. Okay, and it looks like he's just washing this shit down with alcohol. Okay, that doesn't look like that was a bottle of water to me. This looks like it was a bottle of vodka or something. It's but this is like, it's just weird. Okay, but going on with Daryl, if he just says I resonate with Nordic paganism and I feel like a Viking, I feel like a man from the north, a Norseman, and this is under the skin, I am this. It would be one thing. But because he goes on with the anti-Ukrainian, pro-Russian line, it's politicized. Okay, so this is not something that's spiritual. At this point, what Daryl Neely is manifesting is what we call multiracial whiteness. So what we are coming up with in this case, this is not a case of somebody who's just found a different kind of spirituality. Daryl Neely's audience, his platform, is dealing with his being received positively by this. I've got to turn away from this guy because he keeps shaking. This is what's profoundly disturbing, is the fact that he can't stop moving. This guy, he can't sit still. There's something about this reverend character who's
he's a cringe factor in and of itself.
Yeah. The fact that he keeps moving like that is bizarre. It's like he can't stop. And then this black guy, I have no idea what this guy's trip is, but supposedly Jim Price.
Yeah. I don't want to know.
I noticed he's drinking too. What is it with all these guys drinking from these weird ass cups?
Well, see, there you have it. They're a cult of weird cup drinkers.
Yeah. It's oh god, and it's just, and it's like he's repeating himself. So you get him in stereo and shit. And then they're bitching about, this week's cocaine sex orgy has been canceled because somebody couldn't keep his mouth shut. Yeah, attention members of Congress. This is a joke, of course. They put this up as a joke. But Kevin McCarthy, grand old Republican leader, party leader. At least they had a Republican signature on it. So, but it's just, it's just all stupid, weird shit. But anyhow, and here's our man Daryl, and he's up here with this white guy, and of course, what's there? I'm not gonna name the doctor. This doctor was, I can't relate to anything that guy says, but I know who he is. There's Daryl. He's smoking. He's like, this guy is occupied all the time, and God knows it's like, that's not good for your health. Okay, that's basically the point is there's a lot of stress that this guy goes through to do what he does. He's active nonstop, Daryl, and he is manifesting a kind of multicultural, like I said, multiracial whiteness. There's no such thing as multicultural whiteness because the very term white bleaches out all other cultures. You get what I'm saying? So he's taken on multiracial whiteness, and this is what he manifests. And so when, he does what he does, and then I hope people understand what we're saying. Rob Nilsson was an example of a sincere convert to an African religion, but he's kind of like an object lesson. And so with Daryl Neely, there's also a kind of object lesson. He's obviously paying a price for what he's doing. I mean, somebody tried to burn down his house with his mother in it.
Yeah. Odin does not take kindly to him, obviously.
Thank you. Thank you. So it's not necessarily that the gods are responding well to either of these people, right?
Yeah. You want to. Oh gosh, it's like the knock method. You want to try to, if you get a knock response, you might have a positive result with the spirit. If you don't, keep walking.
Yeah. So here we have a situation where all of this is relevant. All of this is relevant to everything we're saying because we've just discussed different people reaching out, trying to cross cultural barriers. But in the case of one, it's just a total tragedy, a crash and burn. And in the case of another, it's more like a manifestation of a political insurgency. So when it comes to what this other black guy that we were discussing, who I would have to go back to, and I'll gladly name that son of a bitch out. But the other black guy that we were discussing, who's a true house nigger, the guy who first attacked me when I first became a public informant, which just goes to show you he is definitely of the enemy. And his name is, to go back to his confused, crazy, and scary timeline, Michael Brown Parler. Basically, you've got this Michael Brown Parler guy who was just now thrown at me by James Kimbrough, like, oh, listen to this. It's at that point, James Kimbrough has aligned himself with the cult of the Kings of Edom. This is what we're talking about when we get to the likes of Michael Brown Parler. Now, here you have a black guy who's claiming he was tutored by Nazis as well as naval intelligence and OSS, and then claims that he's anti-Nazi and that the Nazis run Ukraine, and says he's neutral while at the same time effectively taking the side of the Russians. And this is an individual who is your enemy if you're a human being. This is a guy who does not represent any blacks. He's not representing any whites. He's representing the universal enemy, the anti-gods, and the cults.
He's representing chaos.
Thank you.
Confusion.
Thank you! Thank you, and hence the title of his stupid Facebook page, Confused, Crazy, and Scary. I mean, is that supposed to be a positive?
No, not in his case. In his case, it's a very
It's upfront. He's telling you what he is.
It's apropos.
Thank you. He's an agent of chaos. He's telling you up front he's an agent of chaos. So, this is what we're coming down to. We're at the point now when you get these people who represent multiracial whiteness. And this is where we go from someone who actually has been nothing but kind to me, Daryl Neely, has done his best to try and give me a platform on which to speak, which is obviously the minority platform in his venue. And then you get somebody like Michael Brown Parler, who's just unabashedly of the enemy, unashamedly. Then you get someone, he even says, the Ukraine cheerleader fools. And this is obviously thrown on me by James Kimbrough as an insult, because he's calling me a fool. Then what you have in the case of Michael Brown Parler and all these blacks that they've confused is a case of multiracial whiteness where these black men are like, James Kimbrough, you notice in all of his photographs, he's surrounded by not a single black person.
Yeah.
There's just, thank you.
Douglas, it gets worse because the hood rats, it's infectious, and the hood rats are acting like that too. And so those are the people who are stalking me.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you. But they're just mindless anyway, right?
Yeah. Well, for some reason, the sensation I get is that they're afraid to really directly come near me now. It's something about the dynamic since that truck tried to hit me has changed. Mm-hmm. So now they'll sit several seats away. They'll be on their phones while watching me or pretend to just be into their phones, but they'll never come near me. And it's always some queer white guy who tries to get close, and I'll just and at some point I'll just look at the dude and he'll walk away like, okay, I can't get near them. So obviously Solomon Sheikh's necklace of protection is working. Solomon Sheikh, shout out to you, my man, if you're listening.
Yeah. Yeah.
And enjoy and happy Ramadan.
Right. And by the way, yeah, and Ramadan continues until next month when these people fast pretty much, throughout the day and eat only small meals. I don't know how they do it. I mean, personally, that alone would turn me off to Islam. I mean, by the way, HD is saying, same, Jameson, same. I feel you really stirs the pot. You aren't the only one at times. And Chris Collins says, wow, good call. Holy shit. And then HD says, Fork on the Road deity in Mississippi, Robert Johnson blues singer. Well, that's Lucifer in that sense, or rather Satan, to use the more earthy kind of
well, there's a difference
entity
between Satan and Lucifer.
Thank you.
There
And you
are
can explain
different
that. Yeah,
entities.
explain that to people.
Satan, Satanas, would also be the entity who followed Lucifer, who would be Belial.
Thank you.
So Belial, Beliar, Beelzebub, that is Satan.
Yeah.
They're very earthy, whereas Lucifer still has that really, really angelic aspect as well.
Lucifer is divine, okay? Lucifer is divine, whereas Satan would be at the fork in the road in Mississippi making deals with a black blues singer, okay? There we go.
I don't even think Satan would waste his time doing that.
Thank you!
He's got better things to do.
Thank you!
For goodness sake. There's an entire fucking cosmos unfolding. That's Satan. He doesn't have time for your bullshit. That could be a thought form Satan that's interacting with the blues singer. Because again, you have to create a thought form. These things are infinite. These entities are multidimensional. They're of higher dimensions than we are physically. And so they're doing a lot of things at once.
Yeah.
So in order to get through to them, you have to create a thought form or servitor or egregore to connect to them. So the being I interact with as Lucifer isn't Lucifer, but a sort of demon in between, a daemon between man and God. That would be a daemon between me and the actual Lucifer.
Yes, and understand that the classical word daemon is not what you think of when you, as a polluted, primitive Christian, got totally indoctrinated by a post-Dark Ages concept of what daemons are at the time.
Daemon is literally the same as an angel. It's a messenger.
Thank you. In the days of the Greeks, they would use that in a positive, that you would want to be afflicted, as a Christian would interpret it, by demons, because to the Greeks, the term eudaimonia, which you can look up, eudaimonia, EU is the Greek word for good, as in productive, as in, upscale. The Greeks would use the EU prefix for anything good, like eugenics, like breeding up rather than breeding down. The Greeks would use the term eudaimonia, meaning you're in good spirits. Get it? That's
yes. Yes, and there was also a terminology called the agathodemon, which was a daemon, which is a protective entity that would protect you.
Thank you.
And an entity that would assail you would be called a kaiko-daemon.
Yes, thank you. So that everybody knows, where we're coming from with this to a degree.
Yeah. So my occult bullshit does come in handy from time to time.
Thank you. Yes, it does. Now, so hopefully, I don't know if people are getting what we're saying, but I want some feedback in the chat room. Do you get what we're fucking saying? Because what we're saying is, okay, I just received a horrible, stupid link from somebody who had presented himself as a friend, basically presenting me...
It wasn't me sending you a picture of Rose McGowan's ass in 1998, was it?
No. That, which I think you put in the chat room. Yeah, that you put in the chat room, I think, right? And let me take a look at that. I never even opened that link, so...
You will understand why I was attracted to her back in the day.
It's all right. Yeah, I mean, she's all right. Yeah, and like, okay, so that... Well, by the way, Diane Hillis Buchberger sent me the same image, And she said, oh, this was Rose McGowan. Now, by the way, and then she had the boyfriend then who was Marilyn Manson, who, by the way, turned out to be a pedophile, right?
Oh gosh, he's a rapist. He's accused of sexually assaulting women and treating them like shit while he's married to Rose McGowan. How the fuck does that work? Well, who is she fucking behind him? I mean, if they're in an open relationship like Will Smith and Jada Pinkett, you know, which I guess everyone's a swinger in Hollywood.
There you go. Well, I noticed that Marilyn Manson has some really high lifts. So he's got, basically, this guy's imitating Dietrich. And he just wants to look taller than he is. But me, I'm just regaining the height that I lost when I lost 2.5 inches in that stupid taxi cab accident. When I threw
honestly, I don't even like his music. I honestly prefer Nine Inch Nails, who he had a falling out with.
Yeah, and here he is, more in touch with his feminine side. By the way, just to throw up the screen share here, so our man Jameson is on the same page as I am. So I want some feedback in the chat room. I want some feedback in private messages. Let us know if you all comprehend what the hell I'm talking about, what we're trying to say here. But basically, what we got is a situation of...
Damn, I would still smash that, though.
She's not repulsive. I mean, she's all right. Oh, God. Here she is with Harvey Weinstein. Oh, my God, who allegedly raped her. There we are. Oh, my God. Disgusting. And
I now I understand why she does the short hair thing.
She's
look
just
more unattractive.
She's trying to look as butch as possible. She's trying to
push guys away now.
Thank you.
I mean, but then again, the short hair could be kind of cute on certain women.
I'm a short hair freak, but I'm a short hair freak, but this isn't short hair. Okay, this is like, just this side of bald. Okay, this is like military crew cut, basically. Okay, the short hair for women's got to be a little pixie-ish, all right, a little elfin or pixie-ish, and she's none of that. Right now, this is just stay away from me. That's all that is.
I could still work with it.
Yeah, I get what you mean, it's just it's just it's. But then again,
let me stop. I'm sorry. I'm starting to sound like a fucking college kid who can't get laid.
Yeah, well, no worries. I mean, we all kind of know. Yeah, we all kind of know that. Okay, so, again, people respond to us in the chat room. By the way, to Veronica Borrera, she says, Buenas noches, Douglas. Yes, love you dearly, honey. Buenas noches a todas, Senora Veronica Borrera. Love you dearly. And, oh my God, so we probably scared everybody away with just all of this talk of, because this is the stuff people get all freaked out by. And so, but somebody has sent me a message about, well, okay, so then what about Ukraine? And so you're saying that these guys this is the dividing line and shit, and they're bringing up this stupid biolab shit again. So let me explain this to everybody.
It is the dividing line because it's getting us as Americans to want to rip each other's throats out over it.
Yes, that's right. And understand that everywhere it's a dividing line, because you're either on the Russian side or you're on the Ukrainian side. There's no other way around this. You can't say I'm neutral and I have no part in this, because everybody's impacted by it. Everybody's impacted by it because we're going to suffer a food shortage. This is because these are two of the biggest bread baskets in the world, among two of the biggest, and they're significantly the source for places like Egypt, which is one of the most overpopulated places on Earth, in case people didn't know that. And most people probably don't. But for those of you who don't know, Egypt's population is enormous and growing. And it's one of those reasons that Al Gore held his overpopulation climate conference in Cairo, simply so he could point out the window at all of the millions of people on the streets and say, see? Obviously, if he tried...
He's such a piece of shit.
Thank you.
He doesn't realize how much we're all crammed into a small area.
Thank you.
if we expanded out and decided, why don't we use these corporations to expand into unexplored fucking territory? And rather than exterminate the other hominids, why don't we make it so that they have their own habitat?
Well, there we are.
No.
Well, it's kind of like that now, but I mean, they have their own habitat. Obviously,
obviously, they'll be keeping that habitat because every time we try to go in there, they'll rip us apart.
Yes.
Like we're nothing. So why don't we just cluster?
Yes.
Bomb the fuck out of them.
Yeah.
I hate them.
Yeah.
That's the hyena coming out. The hyena doesn't like primates. Nothing personal, folks.
Got it. Yeah. I mean, I don't advocate the genocide of the hominids, but
No, they serve their purpose in the ecosystem, but there's still more room we can take.
Actually, you know what's funny about that? Your average scientist being quite ignorant. Your average conventional scientist who's not working for the government and monitoring these fucking North American primates and shit, or primatoids all over the rest of the world, they would think there is no place in the ecosystem for these higher primates. They would, this is how ignorant they are. And they would argue...
No, they do serve a purpose, and their purpose is to keep human populations in check.
Yes. Human populations don't enter those areas because of them. Although humans don't know that because most of them are too stupid. But all that being said, to put into perspective about the biolabs, remember Douglas Dietrich was the first person who brought this shit up about the African swine fever. And the fact remained that it was all throughout the 80s and the 90s, the Soviet Union was on an industrial scale weaponizing African swine fever. So in 2005, there was an agreement that laid the groundwork for joint bioresearch in Ukraine between the Pentagon and the Ukrainians to defend Ukraine from an African swine fever attack. Okay, these are these so-called biolabs. Now, what I couldn't get, and again, to show people how the situation has come to this point, this dividing line, I couldn't believe Newsweek. I was absolutely dumbfounded. I was taken aback, shocked, dismayed. I think it's disgusting. Newsweek published the statement of Anatoly Antonov without any disqualifications, any qualifiers, any disclaimers, without any disclaimer or disqualifier, or rather qualifier, disclaimer or qualifier. I would call it a disqualifier. They basically published Anatoly Antonov's Russian propaganda. For those of you who don't know, Anatoly Antonov is Moscow's envoy to Washington. And they published this guy, quote unquote, explaining Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And they just did this. It wasn't published weeks ago. They just did this now, yesterday. And here's this idiot, Anatoly Antonov, saying, oh, what does the Pentagon have to do with health issues? Why would they establish laboratories thousands of kilometers away from United States territory in the Ukraine? And he brings up this 2005 agreement. Well, that's because, you motherfucker, and you know damn well, it's because they knew Russia was going to attack their pig population with the African swine fever and basically wipe out a major source of protein. And because they developed these biolabs, established them, these are for Ukrainian diagnostic and basically biodefense laboratories. They're there to counter biological threats throughout the country. This was because of these biolabs, their pig population was not impacted by the African swine fever. But everyone else around them was. So if you ever were to notice African swine fever breakout all surrounding Russia, and one from a lab way up in Siberia, just take a look at a map of the African swine fever breakout around Russia. And you'll see there was one breakout from their lab in Siberia because they don't know how to do any industrial safety standards controls over
Because
their
everything
shit.
is fucking pissed drunk.
Yes,
That's why.
everyone's fucking pissed drunk. And by the
They're
way,
either pissed drunk or they're on crocodile.
yes, yes. And by the way, this is not some kind of racism. Just for all of you to know, the horror of the situation is that the Tsar, who, and everybody knows I'm pro-Tsarist. So obviously everything has its ups and downs, its good points and bad points, and one of the things the Tsars did to retain their power in Russia was they established a very cheap. Chris Collins says, "I get it. Thank you, thank you, thank you." He says, "I get it." And one of the things the Russian Tsars did to keep their population in control, keep their population in check from ever rebelling for hundreds of years, was they developed a cheap mass production vodka, and it made it solely the property of the state. For those of you who don't know Russian history, you can look this up yourself. There was no such thing as private vodka industry in Russia. It was state-owned and state-operated. The Tsar owned all of it, and the Tsar would reward his ministers. Instead of concessions to territory or land, he would give them contracts to various vodka production facilities. In other words, they would get in on the industry that was their primary source of income from their own population. In other words, they were drug dealers to their own population for hundreds of years. And they sold their population this drug called vodka, and their population paid them for it and basically spent the majority of their income on it. And this was horrible. And so when the communists came to power, the early communist propaganda, the early Leninist movement was prohibitionist. They were all anti-alcohol. Then Stalin took over. And when Stalin took over, he reinstated the vodka scam. And the fix was on him. He basically turned it all into Soviet vodka, and he made it worse. Unlike the Tsars, he produced bottles that they still produce today. Again, if you don't believe me, you can look this up yourself. If you buy bottles of vodka in Russia, not the kind they sell here, but Russian vodka bottles, once you open them, you can't seal them. Once they're open, you either finish that bottle or you throw it away. And
Holy shit.
So it's like the bottle is, once you open that cap, you can't screw it back on. It's just they expect you to finish it. So, and anyone who's ever finished a bottle of vodka who's not Russian, you would basically die. Your average person, that you may as well be drinking a bottle of bleach. It's like a suicide attempt. Don't try finishing a bottle of vodka, but you should know what I mean. If you've ever had, it's just awful. By the way, Chris Collins says 9 Inch Nails, infinitely better than Marilyn Manson. Antichrist Superstar will always be great, but Trent Reznor is all over that album. So there we go. In terms of the vodka situation, under Stalin, it was made infinitely worse. And when it came to Putin, by the time he took over after Yeltsin, by the way, under Yeltsin, they tried to stop under Gorbachev through Yeltsin, they tried to stop the vodka habit. And they started prohibition, but everybody started producing their own vodka illegally and blinding themselves to death with bathtub gin vodka type, concoctions. And so what Putin did was he restarted the bottles that you can't close, and he's just done nothing to try and deal with this. So Russia is basically, it's vodka. It's destroyed Russia. So this is not racist. This is reality. And so when we say everybody's drunk and they can't control lab safety standards or industrial safety standards, I mean, we mean it. This isn't racism. It's the horror of their anti-culture. What you have now in Russia is an anti-culture.
And this is exactly what I was ranting about on fucking Facebook, where these assholes are just like, they're like, the Russians are this great superpower. The Russians could wipe us out if they wanted to. The Russians this, and they have no idea how horribly incompetent and mismanaged things are. And what all I do is I'm not going to do it anymore, of course. I only did it because I was in good mood this weekend. I just decided to type some long qualifying statements about it that enabled them to do their own research. And I definitely slammed Fox News and the conservative right as being owned entirely by the Russian oligarch. As I slammed, of course, Popular Mechanics, because they're communist fucking sympathizers.
Or the better way to say it would be Russian sympathizers. I mean, at this point, it's not even ideology. It's just basically they're just basically white supremacists at this point. That's the only ideology that they have. Communism would at least dignify it with a political ideology beyond their skin color. They're simply left now with just skin color as their identity, their identifier on whose side they're on. It's just beyond disgusting. But to
you just brought to memory. There was this fuck who one of the advertisers was advertising, trying to educate people of the reality of skin tone and the importance of having multiple different skin tones, and some dumbass crackers like, it shouldn't matter. And I'm like, the very people who say it shouldn't matter are the people who want you to look over the disparities so that they can continue to gain from it. And someone else was like saying, oh, we all bleed the same blood. And I'm like, no, we don't bleed the same blood. Different races have different responses to medication. So this guy decides to play this trip. He's like, I served in the army. We all bled the same blood. We all did this and we all did that.
That's just like that black guy who said.
And you know what I told him? Yeah. I told him, motherfucker, I was a veteran too. I don't give a fuck no one gives a shit whether you served in the military or not. You think that qualifies you somehow to be an expert in blood all of a sudden? And he retracted his statement. He just completely deleted it.
There you
so
go.
I left my response to him up there regardless. Good. Because he ran away from the situation because he knew I saw through this shit.
Well,
no one cares if you were in the military. There's your status doesn't fucking matter. And this is the interesting thing about white guys is that they're obsessed with status. And you can tell the black people who have been whitewashed because they become obsessed with status. And when you look at a majority of what hip hop culture has devolved into, it has become a music that is obsessed with talking about status.
Yeah.
Bullshit. And so that is why I don't pay attention to it anymore. I liked it better when they were talking about shooting each other with guns and how. And so the old stuff I listened to, when they were actually talking shit about blowing people's brains out and stuff, because it's pretty metal. I mean, even though it's rap, it's still pretty fucking metal. Because in metal, that's what they sing about.
No, I get it. I get it. But by the way, so just so people understand the other aspect that needs to be brought up, when Russia tries to argue about conquering Ukraine with that American Civil War analogy, which, by the way, to tell you the truth, the Russians do not have that level of historical or cultural sophistication where they have tried this to the extent that they could have. In fact, most of this has been from Americans arguing on their behalf. When you have Americans arguing that, saying, well, look at what happened with the Deep South and their attempt to secede from the Union, and we resisted that with all violence and forced the Southerners to reunite against their will. Understand several aspects of this. As I pointed out before, the first thing Americans need to understand is that the American Civil War was a race war. But it was not a race war between blacks and whites. The blacks were collateral victims. It didn't matter who won. The blacks were fucked either way. So putting respectfully the blacks aside for the reality of the situation, because the blacks had no control and no input into it, because the blacks were simply the victims of whomever won, put that aside for the sake of this reality. And in the sake of that reality, understand that the black population in America, functionally in terms of their impact on the war, it's a non-issue. They were one of the major factors causing the war because of slavery, but once the war was on, the fact that they existed, for all intents and purposes, ceased to exist, other than as a tactical factor to be taken advantage of, such as Lincoln, quote-unquote, freeing the slaves, but only in the South, and not when the Union Army needed them. Then slavery was reinstated. In other words, he said, oh, the slaves are freed except where the Union Army needs them as slaves again, which is, you can look this up. And the Union Army, of course, when it occupied the port of New Orleans, slavery was reinstated so that the Union Army could use slaves. So, any idea that the Union was fighting to free the slaves, you're out of your fucking mind. So again, and again, when we bring up the biolabs and the importance of that in Ukraine, and the fact that even though Ukraine was defended from Russian bioattack, their African swine fever got loose and wiped out China's pig population, which ultimately led to COVID. All of that should put into perspective why American biolabs were there. The fact that the Russians are claiming that this is so the Americans could attack Russia with bioweapons, it's all bullshit. And that's, if you believe that, you just hate America. And I'll tell you what, if you believe that, move to Russia. Move to Russia.
Honestly, I would say we should have attacked them with bioweapons.
Thank you.
We should have
Thank
taken. We wouldn't be in this shit.
We
should have fucking wiped them off the map with a fucking billion freaking Castle Bravos.
I wouldn't go that far, but I get your point. I mean, honestly,
I certainly would go that far.
Now, understand, there's a time when I was in Jameson's place with this. Believe me, whenever Jameson says, I have a high tolerance level for it because at one point or another in my life I was there. So, but, I would say that when it comes to the situation, again, of the Civil War, a parallel. When it came to the American Civil War, again, putting the blacks aside, because in reality they were not a factor in the strategy or even the policies of the war to a great extent, other than certain tactical advantages to be had by exploiting them, the blacks were not in power here, and the whites were fighting the whites. So where does the race war come in? These were very different whites. In other words, the South was overwhelmingly Gallo-Celtic in its cultural matrix and heritage and genetics, whereas the North was overwhelmingly Anglo-Teutonic. So for those of you who don't understand, that means the majority of the South was descended from Scots, Irish. This is why the Ku Klux Klan, all of its symbolism is Scottish Freemasonry based. So when it comes to the racial factor, the cultural factor, the South was very Franco, meaning French, and from the French Huguenots, the Protestants, who were expelled from France, which was overwhelmingly Catholic, and they lost that religious war in Europe and were expelled to America. Those people, combined with the predominantly Welsh, Irish, and Scottish cultures in the South, they formed an entirely different race of whites than in the North, which was Anglo-Dutch. And the Anglo-Dutch were prompt, Calvinist, Protestant sadists who were highly industrialized. Everything works by the clock. You earn your keep in God's eyes. In other words, God helps only those who help themselves, which is why they didn't rely on slaves as much as the South. Whereas in the South, very much more get up at noon, fuck the black chick who's not your wife, and have a bunch of little nigglets that, you raise the slaves too, and but you got the white wife to perpetuate the race. And, now, by the way, this is only the elite. The overwhelming majority of the Southerners had no slaves. Just always remember that. You're talking about a fly speck of the population that had them, but they lived like that. The rest of the people were just surviving as whites. And these people were mobilized for the war by the elite, but they were certainly defending their way of life, and the North sought to exterminate them. So understand that when Sherman marched through the South, his policy of setting the South on fire, burning all of its foodstuffs, was to literally annihilate the southern population through mass famine, both black and white. And so when he attempted to exterminate the southern population, all of this was the North carrying on the hundreds of, you could call it the 1,000-year-old policy of the British, where they attempted for 1,000 years to annihilate the Celtic fringe. The Anglo-British core of the British Isles attempted to exterminate the Scots, the Irish, and the Welsh, and you have only to watch movies like Rob Roy and Braveheart to understand the historical reality of this. They literally said every Scottish husband must turn over his Scottish wife to be fucked by an Englishman before he gets to fuck her, so that his child will be ours. I mean, this was a law! They did their best to breed the Celts out of existence, to exterminate them, everything they could. All that the American Civil War was a continuation of the Anglo policy of exterminating the Celtic fringe. The South was the Celtic fringe of North America that the Anglo-whites attempted to exterminate. This was a race war between the Celts and the Anglos, carried across the Atlantic. That is your American Civil War. If you don't understand it as a race war, you don't understand the American Civil War at all. So understand that in this race war, where the Northern whites attempted to exterminate the Southern whites, what was the reason for this? It had nothing to do with the fucking blacks. That's all political propaganda. The reason why is if the South had succeeded in secession, if they had succeeded to secede, then the North would have been denied their outlet to the sea. That was the mouth of the Mississippi. The North would have had no access to the Mississippi River Delta. The largest port in the world for hundreds of years was New Orleans. It was the unofficial capital of the South after the Civil War. New Orleans, as the largest port in the world, which it never got that billing, was even considered the future capital of the United States by science fiction writers. There was a man who wrote a book called The Black Flame. And this individual, he envisioned New Orleans as the capital of the world. So that was Stanley Weinbaum, by the way, who wrote the book, The Black Flame. And so my point being that the North said, well, we can't afford the South to secede because we lose our outlet to the sea, the largest port in the world where all of America's oil comes through when we industrialized, and the North was beginning to industrialize. Then all of our oil from Venezuela, from everywhere else, came through that port before it went into pipelines to be distributed across the United States. They said, therefore, we can kill all of the people and keep all of the land. Now, this is what Russia is saying Ukraine is. That Russian-European border security pivots around Ukraine. That Kiev, the capital, is an essential piece in Russian security strategy as it protects Russia's eastern land border and on the sea, Russia's access to the Black and Caspian Seas. That this in turn geographically threatens Moscow's access to 4 seas, the Caspian Sea, the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, and the White Sea, and that the deep water system of European Russia connects the inland with Russia's peripheries, including the Azov Sea, where Moscow obtains the majority of its energy sources like coal and oil, and thus the Azov and Black Seas are essential pieces in Russia's security strategy. Now, all of this is pure bullshit because Russia claims to have a functional nuclear arsenal, which renders all of that moot. Japan and Germany have none of these advantages. Yet they're economic superpowers. And their quality of life is some of the highest in the world. Everyone, as a refugee, is trying to escape into Germany. Nobody wants to go to fucking Poland or Czechoslovakia, or what's now the Czech Republic and Slovakia, or any of those bumfuck places like Hungary. You wonder why these fucking white trash nation satellites are always bitching about fucking immigrants. There's nobody wants to go there until now, when the Russians created an immigrant problem of Ukrainians who have no place to go but these countries. So, in terms of all of this, what you are stuck with is the reality that Russia's nuclear arsenal is obviously one that does not work, or this would not be an issue to them. If Russia had a functional nuclear arsenal, they wouldn't need Ukraine. Just like America as a high-tech economy, post-industrial. We have no industry in the heavy industry sense. Whatever defense contracts we got building ships, planes, it's not turning them out by the hundreds or the thousands like in World War II. We don't even have the capacity to do that. So all America has as an advantage, its educational system, its high technology. We don't need the South anymore. The South could secede and America wouldn't miss it. In fact, North America's quality of life would probably improve. But when it comes to the Ukrainians, the Russians say they're at the American Civil War level of war. They say that just as the Americans say the Confederate States of America does not exist, it's an alien nation on American soil, this is an invasion, in effect, an insurgency, the Russians are saying that about the Ukrainians, basically. But, as I pointed out, just as the Southern Americans, the Americans of the Deep South, were racially very different from the Americans of the North, the Ukrainians are just as different from the goddamn Russians. They are very different white ethnicities. Even though they both speak Russian, rather one speaks Ukrainian, the other speaks Russian, and people who listen to it might think they're identical languages, just like they might say that about English. Obviously, they're very different. The people of the Deep South speak a very different English from the people of the North. The people of Ukraine speak a very different Slavic language from the Russians. Even though the Russians claim they're all speaking the same language. It's all bullshit. Just like, you would sound very different if you were trying to use a Southern accent. You would obviously, sometimes Southerners in the Deep South would talk and North Americans from the North could not understand them, and vice versa. The same with, and nobody understands Bostonians because they all talk like they've got mashed potatoes in their mouths. Like John F. Kennedy did. Only everybody thought that sounded sexy. And again, that brings us to the difference between American and British English. And just so you fucking know, Americans speak English the way it was originally spoken. We still speak English the way it was spoken during the time of the Revolutionary War. The British went on to inbreed and mutate so their language all sounded different. They're the ones that are wanky. It's not the original language. Ours is the original language. We speak it the way people used to speak it on both sides of the Atlantic. The British went on to speak more and more weirdly and differently and developed this accent that everybody thinks is sexy. Which is kind of like, I won't go there. But the point is, the Russians and the Ukrainians speak very different languages. There are very different ethnicities. This is not a civil war, it is a race war, and the Russians are trying to conquer a sovereign state, and they're trying to do this for, in their most detached moments, would be arguably geopolitical reasons that would be, obviated if they truly had a functional nuclear arsenal. Then they wouldn't need all this strategic bullshit because, dude, you got nukes. Anybody comes near you, you blow them away, right? Obviously, the nuclear arsenal doesn't work, and that's why they need Ukraine so bad. They wouldn't need to otherwise geographically buffer themselves. Thank you. I mean, oh my fucking God. So, I'm hoping people will respond to that and tell me if you get it. So, again, by the way, HD says bingo, but I don't know if he's talking about 9-inch nails or what I'm talking about. So clarify that, please. And as well, anybody else in there Chris Collins included, but also people besides the people there. Let me know if you understand what the fuck I'm saying. Oh my fucking god. And our man Jameson is back, and he can review what I said later. In the interim, let's see. Sammy sent us a message in the chat room saying, "Yes, I'm okay. Sorry, something came up, had to take care of." I said, "Can you come on now?" But he didn't respond. See if you can bring him on, Jameson, for a few minutes. Then the two of you can hold it while I give myself a refreshment break. And
he's on. He's on, but he's on mute.
oh, are you there with us, Sammy? I think he is. I hear something. He says yes. Yes. Okay, Sammy. Well, come on.
Hello.
There we are. Thank God.
Hello.
Okay, now I can. So, Sammy, everything that I've said, is that comprehensible? Do you get what I'm saying?
Let me tell you guys something. Yeah, I had to take care of something because the significant other wanted me to. So, right now she's the boss. So I didn't hear nothing you guys said.
Oh, no worries.
Sorry.
No worries. Oh, dude. I totally get it. I totally get it. I mean, I would rather have sex than be doing what I'm doing right now as well, I assure you. And I know, she just needed to be taken care of. And, of course, she got you on your knees and doing what you had to do. But, by God,
Well,
I mean,
not necessarily. It's some shit I had to do. It's just when you're in a relationship, stuff you got to do.
I get it. I get it. I'm just kidding.
How it is.
Well, I tend
of course.
I tend to think that we wish it was as good as sex.
Yes.
Since it's relationship related.
Yeah.
Because if it's sex, then I could just pay money for. Well, if you have money to pay for it, theoretically speaking.
That's
well,
right.
I mean, I pay for it a different way, but
Yeah.
You gotta pay for it one way or another. Yes.
Right.
Yes. One way or another, you're paying for it. Yes.
Anyway, I left out when Jamie was talking about discovering how to beat off at 15 years old, something like that. Sorry, that's the last thing I heard. Sorry.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but I was gonna ask. That's the norm, right, Sammy?
No.
No. Don't ask me. Okay. I was very sheltered. Doug knows that. Okay, to a certain degree. I'm a big square, JMO. Okay. And I hate to admit it, but I think Doug is nice enough not to tell me himself at times. I'm a square, bro. And sometimes it's just best to put it that way. But believe me, don't feel bad. It is what it is. It's not a big deal.
Yes.
But anyways. No, what was the topic? Sorry, Jim,
nothing. We were just so glad your community got rid of that homeless woman, and honestly, that was great. And you know what to do if she or another gang stalker like that ever comes back. Basically, tell the authorities this person is exposing themselves to kids, and that alone would get it. I don't know why I wasn't going in that direction.
Also, if you see any dead animals lying around that are ritualistically strewn out, do not walk around them. Do not walk on them. Just walk around them.
Okay, I see.
Do not cross any circles, and do not. And if anyone leaves any boxes that are sealed with wax, don't open them.
Oh, okay, I will.
Because I saw this fucking video where these guys are trying to go into this haunted house, and the thing that haunted me the most. About this video, the only thing that was scary, was the fact that the engineers of the house felt it was a good idea to put the circuit, to put a socket, where you put plugs in, on the floor.
Wow.
How the fuck do you
now that you mentioned that
on a floor, dude?
That's crazy.
If it floods, you're gonna get electrocuted.
Ooh. Yeah.
Oh wow. Now that you guys mentioned that, my niece actually burned down my sister was looking for homes, okay? And my niece, this is about maybe 15 years ago, maybe. My niece was about 3 years old, and she, for some reason, got a wobby pin and started just, putting it into the socket. Well, she kept doing it. and she shocked herself.
Ooh.
I guess hard enough. Well, the problem is it short circuited the wiring, and the next day the house burns down.
Holy shit! Oh.
Now, one of the reasons why I know is because my sister told me, that house we were looking at burned down, and when they did the investigation, it was an electrical fire, and the last thing, it was pretty much my niece that. My sister believes this to the day that my niece probably has something to do with that because she kept messing with the.
Was she shocked to the point where she was hospitalized? Like had to go to the hospital?
No.
Okay.
No, I just think just the fact that she was tinkering with the electrical because my niece and nephews were badass kids. Yeah. So it was one of those things where one of them saw one of the. I think it was more than just my niece because my nephews were there, and I think one of them saw the other one do that. So monkey see, monkey do. Yeah. So I think they effed up they short circuited probably the wiring, and the house burnt down.
That's incredible. In terms of
so diabolical. I love it.
Yeah, in terms of that's similar to what Jameson did. I mean, but I mean, when she was sticking the pin into the circuit, she didn't get shocked herself. She got shocked, right? But not to the point where she was hospitalized.
Did, but not to the point where she was hospitalized.
Okay,
thank God.
Good.
But still, I mean, kids are bad. I mean, some kids are, it's just kids are. They're just kids, okay? That's the best way to put it.
Well, this is why, kids scare me to fucking death. I mean, I cannot be around them because I know they do stuff like this. And, but Jameson did that where he shocked himself. Weren't you thrown across the fucking room or something?
I was thrown across the room and the circuit breakers shut all the power down in the house. And my father had to reset everything. What has happened though is that weird electrical phenomenon does follow me where lights will sort of go dim and shit.
Oh great. So he's like that horror film with the guy who was in the electric chair and then he keeps coming back through electrical currents and shit.
Lawnmower Man, right?
Something like that. Lawnmower Man was a Stephen King film, right? And then the guy who was electrocuted, there was some other stupid movie where the guy went into the electric chair and then
okay.
Yeah, came back with the whole, uniform. In other words, he was wearing the prison uniform and he had the collars and cuffs. On the electric chair, you get the shit put on your wrist bracelets, where they electrocute you through your wrists and your ankles and shit. So he had that shit on, as an incorporeal entity who was coming through electrical switches and shit. So, yeah, there you go. Jameson's like that.
Well, let me explain something, okay? This is what my brother and I did. I don't know if I told you that this, Douglas, okay? Obviously, you guys know, my dad was a minister and a pastor and grew up in church, right?
Yeah.
Well, our denomination, we baptize, okay? We have a whole baptism and everything. Well, we're playing church and, we're singing hymns and, playing, I'm banging on a pot and, we're having church. This is my brother Isaac, me, and my other sister. Well, we grew up in the country, right? And there was small chicks, okay? And there's a watering area. Well, we decided to baptize the chicks, the small little chicks. Well, we pretty much killed them, okay? When we baptized them, we were obviously drowning them, and when we were keep baptizing them and they were gasping for air and flapping the little wings, we thought they caught the Holy Spirit. So we would keep doing it we think it's, oh my God, it's the Holy Spirit, they're in the Spirit. Well, we killed about 4 or 5 of them and and we thought they passed out. How Benny Hinn used to touch people and they pass out. Well, that's what we thought. That, they're fine. They just, they passed out. They'll be fine. They'll get up. And no, they're dead. And, they were dead. They died. But in our mind, we're playing church. But anyways, obviously my parents weren't so happy. But the context of it, they're like, okay, well, don't play church with them because just don't play church.
Yes.
So we couldn't play that. We couldn't play that game no more because we ended up killing those chicks. So we got spanked a little bit, and we moved on. But just kids do very. I don't know. Sometimes it's you look back on it, it's just it's just nonsense.
Yeah, it's just horrible in
Yeah,
any way.
it's horrible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's kids are kids, but that's why I said it's. Thank God I don't have any. Honest to
Well,
God, kids are scary. Go on. Yeah.
I, I don't want to bring up bad memories or anything, but when you did work at the library, was it one besides obviously what was going on? Was that part of your job that you did not like to do, being around kids, besides the whole abuse thing? If you didn't want to, if it wasn't for that, you probably wouldn't be dealing with the kids, or this is just this time in your life and this stage in your life.
It was horrible. It was horrible. There's no other word for it. It was
Okay.
distressing in every sense. And it was compounded, of course, by the fact that, as I told both Peter and Jojo, we had the senior ladies who were working there who were,
Right.
in a sense, babysitting the kids, but in reality, the kids were helping to babysit them as well, because the woman, say for instance, when I was saying that the woman would read them stories, the woman literally half the time could not turn the pages because of their hand shaking so badly, and so kids would turn the pages for them. So you end up with a situation where who's watching whom? I mean, really, it's just a. What'll happen is when JoJo is with us on Wednesday, I will be speaking more about this in depth. You will notice that when Peter Moon was with us tonight, he was not really interested in speaking about that to any great length. He was more on his own trip, which was the, whatever it was, which is, to me, is just not very memorable. He was speaking about the 9, of course, but he got into that later. He originally started speaking about basically, here's this Stephanie and this, it's what he speaks about, and he does his thing, but it had nothing to do with what he had done with JoJo and myself. I was rather surprised. So when JoJo's with us, we can speak of that. And then because I took them both, the one thing he did bring up was, Douglas took us to Presidio. He showed us this, and and then it was like he was back on whatever he's on. And, but when it comes to what we're dealing with, when it comes to that, you'll hear more about it then. But basically, what I can tell you is the experience was horrible. It was just all around negative. I have no positive memories of much of my life. The overwhelming majority of my life has been extraordinarily negative. There's positive aspects to it, of course. And the positive aspects are such that, a lot of it has to do with forgetting all the negative aspects. I can remember that as the positive aspects, where I'm partying. And, then we had the interesting trip, of course, with Jim Forsyth tonight, where he came on. He said a few things and then basically said, I've got a call from my sister. Let me take this. And then, just disappeared. And then, of course, he goes to sleep, I presume. He'll hear this tomorrow, whatever. We'll see how he does on Wednesday. But it was just, it is what it is. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing with Jim Forsyth, and if you don't like me for this, then it is what it is. It's just come from me. Look, Doug, I like to contribute, but I also like to contribute in other ways as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think part of a friendship is action. Okay, I've had to learn this with my relationship with my significant other, and it goes with women. Women teach you a lot. I think this is why Doug is very drawn to just the female creature as it is, a woman, because they're just more pleasant.
Yes.
So I've learned a lot as far as sensitivity and basic things that as a man I overlooked. Okay, so my friendship with Doug is, it's special to me because, and it's not in no gay way or anything, but I appreciate what Doug has brought to this world. as much as people say he's ignored, he's not really ignored. It's just people don't want to humanize Doug. And that's sad because Doug is, you've showed many far more characteristics of humanity, how it's supposed to be, than a lot of people who proclaim that, they're holier than thou, or that they come from this prestigious family. So to Jim Forsythe, it's not that he has obligations, everybody does, is he needs to contribute, maybe, donating. I'm not saying if he didn't, if he did, I stand corrected. But donating, donate to Doug and buy his book, buy someone your book, in little aspects like that, because I think friendships needs balance, and there's boundaries, but you need to also reciprocate. Doug, you open your platform to to me and to everybody, your listeners, but there is a balance where you have to balance things out, where the last thing I want is Doug thinking that I'm using you. I'm not saying you're not useful to me, but I also want to reciprocate that to, yes, I appreciate what you do and understand what you do. And, to a certain aspect, it's been a blessing to my life. But like I said, it's not one-sided. It has to be a balance. And this is my thing with people that, proclaim that they follow you, is you have to balance things out, or in a sense, because if it's just one-sided, then you start getting leery and people start getting creepy, and it's a very toxic situation. It can fester up. Am I making sense? I don't.
No, I deeply appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah.
And, the tragedy is, of course, like Jim Forsythe was saying, he's now in a position where he's trying to save up for himself to try and store some food in case there's a food shortage. Honestly, if we get to that point where we got this food shortage, I think that's pretty bad.
We'll see raping and looting in the streets.
Yeah,
and all that
yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
That's what you told us to be thankful we don't see.
Yes.
Well, I'm gonna tell Jim Forsythe this, okay? Jim Forsythe can go and probably get food stamps he can cross the border and probably get food stamps because he's white.
Yeah, that's true.
He can. He's white. I know Daniel a little bit that he did, but for the most part, they can get all the help they want.
Yeah, it's true. He is in low income housing. So if he's in low income housing, he's got to qualify for food stamps.
Well, it's what I'm saying. It's I can bitch and grow and grime about my situation, and it's very stupid, and it's unhealthy, because what I come here for is not to panhandle, and I'm not saying he is, but what I'm saying is there's a balance, okay? And it's not that what he did was wrong, really, but it's just you need to balance, because you're a great resource, Doc, but that's not what you are either. You're a human being.
Yes.
And this is one of the things why I always try to kind of relate that to you, that just like the procedural, that chapter is not your life.
Yeah.
And not even the cult. The cult's not your life. It's just what you know. It doesn't make you. The way I see you and the way I try to, take for what you teach is what's for me, but I also try to at least give balance to understand that I'm not crazy. At least not completely. I have my flaws, but it's you're a real person, and people as a person, people want little gestures, and little gestures go a long way, So, that's
absolutely.
all.
And believe me, your gestures, thanks to your significant other of sending those warmers, was decisive. Believe me. And when they arrived, just as the other heating, shall we say, the heating pad died, it was significant. This is something that prevented me from really getting sick, because God knows I had the fever and the chills and everything else, and needed that that warmer to pretty much make it through the night. And so,
And I mean,
yeah.
don't get me wrong, it blesses me too
Yeah.
to see that you care, that you know what, you have people that care, and that's one of the things that I think people that are into the chaos never take it into account. I think this is why your detractors never take into account. They can call you a cross-dressing vampire, etc., etc. But no, you have people that care about you, and this is where they kind of don't. This is where people don't have love in their heart, like truly have love in their heart.
Right. It's
They
true.
don't take that into account because, we're talking about the article, a couple of days ago,
Yes.
you and I, and what you did is, you paid the price, obviously, but in the long run, you did a lot for humanity. And even when someone that's not in your paradigm, like certain stuff, Doug, I'm never going to understand to the full extent that you do, but I know it's real. I know it's real because you see it now, even with the entertainment aspect where they talk. Not too long ago, we're talking about how Elon Musk. For some reason, idiots like him get platforms and they ask his opinion on what are the dangerous things that you fear in the world today. So, they gave this jackass who just has money. That's all he does.
Yeah.
It just has money.
Yeah.
One of the things is, well, I'm worried that artificial intelligence might take over humanity and, and turn against us. And I looked
we
at
should
him.
be so lucky. Yeah, go on.
Right. I looked at him and you're a moron. One, because if it wasn't for this artificial technology, you wouldn't have your money.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Last I checked, this guy's not Amish. Okay. Now, if he was Amish, I could understand. He's a billionaire Amish guy, but you're not Amish. So, people like that are not aware and they think their money, they can hide behind their money and think they're quote unquote intelligent. It's sick. And unfortunately, the world buys into this, that they think they have prestige, and for some reason, money's supposed to make that. And, obviously that's not true. But at the same time, what I'm really just trying to get the point is balance, okay? Doug is a very giving person, but I'm a giving person as well. But I always understand balance, and that's what I try to show. And and not to to be shaming people. It's not really that. It's just common courtesy, and maybe it's not common nowadays, but it's just my 2 cents.
Well, deeply appreciated and understood. Yeah. And I want to thank you so much for
no problem.
Being with us tonight to help put this into perspective for everyone. And believe me, I want people to understand that our man Sammy Romero and, of course, his brother Isaac, they're very balanced. And when it comes to Sammy Romero, he's truly one of the anchors of sanity when it comes to this program. Honestly, when it comes to truly a sane and balanced individual, probably Sammy is more so than any of us when it comes to everyone on Team Dietrich.
You're being kind and I appreciate it, but it's just that
aside from his murdering chickens when he was young,
right,
they got they're imbued. Yeah,
I would say that was your first sacrifice. Your first sacrificial
ritual.
You know what?
Interesting you say that because it's part of the Old Testament, so I could have made that an excuse, But I remember what I told you guys that about a member of one of a kid in our church demanded money from his pastor because that's one of the things that orphans, I guess, in the Bible, you're supposed to give them money, and he got money out of it.
Oh my God!
He actually told the pastor, "Hey, I know the Bible talks about you giving to the orphans and the widows. Well, where's my money at? Cut me my check."
Oh, I'm so going to church now.
Well, guess what? The pastor had to cut him a check. Now,
shit.
I'm not sure if the members, I didn't check up if there's still members at that church. Probably not, but it is what it is. But
if I were the pastor,
anyways,
I would have found some way to get rid of them. Yeah.
well, no, he had to cut him a check. But what I'm trying to say is, that that's just, I like to give a little bit, at least in my paradigm, because I can't talk about what I don't know. So it's just keeping in my lane, just staying in my lane, pretty much.
Well, I definitely want you both to know that I just couldn't do this show without you. It's one of those things where, honestly, without the ability to give myself a little bit of a break and a refreshment. By the way, our man Chris Collins says that what I said earlier was perfectly comprehensible. So he says fifth graders could understand it. God bless you. Thank you so much, Chris. Deeply appreciate it. So what I'm going to do is basically take a refreshment break. Should be back in a matter of minutes, but these two gentlemen will hold the stage. Before I go on that refreshment break, I'll give everyone a little bit of a background as to what happened this week. We're going to cover it again with our lady JoJo here on Wednesday, but when they're both here, JoJo and Peter, maybe my tone will be different. Not that I have anything that I'm trying to hide from them. Obviously, they're free to listen to this, and JoJo most definitely is going to hear it. I know Peter doesn't usually review what I say. But,
Yeah. Well, I mean, we could use that to our advantage sometimes.
Well, let's not give anyone any ideas. But in terms of what happened was, just so people know how weird the week was. Understand, I met with JoJo and Peter on Wednesday. I told everyone on Sunday, which during that transmission lasted into Monday, that I would not be here in the middle of the week. And a whole bunch of shit went down. In other words, it was on Sunday the 10th through the morning of the 11th, Monday the 11th, that I was transmitting. During that time, in all weirdness, a dead whale washed up on San Francisco's beach, which I've described this kind of phenomenon before.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
The explosive whale.
Yeah, so basically, a dead whale was discovered in the San Francisco Bay near Alameda, the former naval station, on Monday night. And it was a 40-foot adult male, dead and floating in the bay for some time, apparently. It's unclear how the whale died, but it ended up near a ferry terminal where it was deemed a hazard for obvious reasons we've gone into in depth before. And the Army Corps of Engineers was brought in to tow the whale away. So they were, as far as I know, they were, last time I checked, currently keeping the whale, the whale corpse, the explosive corpse, at an Army Corps of Engineers facility until a proper disposal method could be determined. Understand, there's no real proper way to get rid of biomass that's that large. It's something that in the past there have been just asinine attempts in ignorance to blow the carcass up, and stuff like that has resulted in catastrophe. It's just these things are just, they're dangerous, and they're just incredibly, they present a problem. They present an almost intractable problem. But the fact that happened on Monday was not necessarily ill omen. I wouldn't take that as ill omen, but it was odd. It was just one of those odd things that happened to start the week. Then what happened was that, in case people don't understand it, the vampire aspect of my nature is obviously well known at this point. Nothing that I even bothered to try and qualify or hide or and have been trying to educate people about. Indeed, we were attacked tonight on the basis of my ethnic heritage, so to speak, my species, and attacked at depth and at length. And so when it came to my mother being more vampiroid than myself, half vampire, as opposed to myself only a fourth through her, she would never sweat. And when she began to suffer from vasodepressor syncope later in life, that manifested consequent or collateral to a catastrophic brain injury. Then she sweated for the first time in her life, became diaphoretic, meaning a kind of sweat broke out, and that was a very bad sign. My case, I'm more human than she is, and so I do have that sweat, that capability to sweat, and it's not something I enjoy. But when it came to what happened the other day, there was a convergence of just odd events. Now, one of these things was I wanted to prepare for JoJo and Peter coming. And in case people don't understand, great example of this, Sammy may never have seen this before. So what I'm going to do is put this in Sammy's message box, or I'll put it in, Mr. Jameson Reese's as well. I may as well put it in the text box and see if you guys can access it. And if you can't, I'll put it in your private message boxes. But both of you have probably seen this image. I would be surprised if you hadn't, because you've been following me for some time, but maybe you haven't. So let's see if we can make it available to you now. Let me see if I can get it out of my files here. And this is what I sent to JoJo, and I made certain that she understood the situation because, she was saying, oh, gee, I'd really like to visit and see your library, because this is the way that she really relates to people, is going through their libraries. And look, I appreciate that. That's the way I am. But,
Dude, you live in your library.
Thank you. So you're aware of the situation, and you've seen...
I've just seen it in my head.
Yeah, okay.
I can just see mountains of books everywhere.
Yeah, and that's essentially what it is. And so when I sent her this photograph so that she understood the situation, it was something where I forewarned her. I said, now, look, you really can't enter my home because it's actually physically dangerous at this point. And I pointed out, yes, women have entered my home and insisted on kind of like a deep immersion where they stayed overnight. And then what happened was I just had to, confront them in the morning, so to speak, with, well, I know it wasn't pleasant for you to stay here overnight. Now, interestingly enough, Laura Lee Solomon and Judith Agert were the last two to do that separately. And when they did that, they both swore up and down that they had supernatural experiences, which I related to JoJo, and the fact was that these supernatural experiences were not negative. They didn't see something that completely terrified them and left them scarred for life, but what they did experience was certainly unearthly. So there's the back room, so that people understand the whole house is like this to one degree or another.
Nice.
And
that's exactly how I thought it would be.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I did. I honestly, it honestly looks better than I thought it would be.
Well, that's in the back. It's better in the back. So that people understand this, that's the inverted ship's hull that the house frame was built over. So
dude, that is so fucking cool. That is a true crypt. Yeah. I love it.
Oh God. Well, anyhow,
no,
Sammy,
I mean, that's that is truly no, you're right. It is a crib. My thing is obviously it is what it is, but I think I just think it's just your thing, I don't see how like if I was in dire need, I needed to stay in your place, I wouldn't really think of anything of it. I mean, it's your place, but anyways, go ahead. I'm sorry. Just
no worries. By the way, just to point out to people, the person who took that photograph was V. Now, the toxic medical cosmetologist, and by the way, this is not to disparage her. What I hate about her is not this aspect of her personality, but when my mother died, V thought that it would be a great time to latch on to me because she thought like I inherited the home. She didn't think of us as renters. And so when she basically tried to visit my home and, get intimate with myself, it was because she thought I was now a property owner. And she actually, when she unleashed this on the internet, and it became kind of a meme unto itself. Everybody who looks at it doesn't really grok or grasp what they're looking at. They look strange to them, but most of them don't comprehend that's an overturned ship's hull from the gold rush era. She actually slapped her watermark on it. So if you look on the lower right-hand corner, you'll see the V. And so that's from V. And so when she basically slapped her watermark on it, it was because people were starting to spread that all over the internet without giving due credit. And so I know why she did what she did, and I understand that. Once I convinced her, look, there's no way we can convert even the front parts of this building into a salon for her, because she just felt that she had that I could help her turn parts of this building into a salon so she could have her own access to San Francisco, like a salon in San Francisco, because many people operate out of their homes because they can't afford to pay lease for these overhead salons, which is just astronomical in most cases. So, I could understand why she was coming on to me and why this happened. And, then when
that idea, the fact that she would think that makes her seem repulsive to me.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I understand what you're saying.
It's an intrusion of the worst type.
Yeah,
it just rubs me really wrong.
Yeah, and still, that's not what bothers me. It's completely other aspects of her. But in terms of, I hear what you're saying. But when my point is that when I showed this to JoJo, one of the other things I said was that, it's just not. I don't even understand why Laura Lee Solomon and Judith Eggert wanted this immersion experience into sleeping here overnight, but when they did, and like I said, they both had supernatural experiences, albeit it wasn't violent or something horrible that left them scarred for life. It was just, they certainly experienced the supernatural. Both of them would swear up and down to that. In the case of Judith, she was convinced that she was speaking to my dead mother. So that was interesting. In the case of Laura Lee Solomon, she saw a big white guy walk through the walls, and he had on like a football, upper football, what do they call the harness, the armor that they wear, the shoulder pads and all that shit. Yeah, thank you. There's a name for that whole getup, but she saw him walk through the wall with that big white guy, but he had a big beard, and the number on his football jersey, she remembered distinctly. I don't remember the number, but she gave the number and the description to that baseball player who at one time was a fan of mine, and I got rid of him when he wanted to, maintain the friendship and communications with Daryl Hamamoto. And Robert Lacey was his name. And when she told Robert Lacey the number and the description of this person she saw walk through the wall, Robert Lacey identified exactly who it was. He knew who it was. In other words, he said, "Oh, I know who that is," and he identified the guy, which is just absolutely bizarre in and of itself. But of course, you would think that would be a bonding moment between them. But Robert Lacey hated her beyond all reason. I mean, just beyond passion. There were no words for his hatred for Laura Lee Solomon. But then again, everybody hated Laura Lee Solomon. But my whole point is this place is obviously haunted. That's not what I was bringing up to quote unquote scare JoJo away. I just wanted her to know it was physically dangerous at this point. It's only gotten worse since those ladies visited. It's now physically dangerous for anyone to visit, literally. If they were to come in here, the books are so precariously balanced, and sometimes they all collide. And when it's like books colliding, we're not talking about a stack falling down. We're talking about a wall of books falling down that can conceivably bury you alive. Which, by the way, is how my mother always told me I was going to die. She would always say, that's how you're going to die, is buried alive in your books. But, since my parents died, obviously the books took over more and more of the home, to the point where I just no longer buy them. I don't even enter bookstores anymore because it's like an alcoholic entering a bar. But, my point is that the other aspect of this is that there's no way I can use the shower, of course, not because there's books in the bathtub or anything like that, but because literally, as I brought up before, we have a water tank of only 30 gallons, which is just like, there's effectively no hot water. You use up 30 gallons of water. It's like smaller than an aquarium. It's only the bottom of the tub. You have to wait half an hour for it to reheat. There's no way to take a hot bath in here. You can't take a hot shower. I can literally catch pneumonia in here because of the temperature, which, as people can see from the photograph, the temperature in here is, for all intents and purposes, you can keep meat in this place. This is like a meat locker in here. And,
there would be no way you could maintain. There would be no way you could maintain those books otherwise.
Yeah, that's true too. And they're already moldering anyway. It's cold and it's moldering. It's cold and it's mildewy and it's musty and it's dusty. It's uninhabitable. And
now I can understand why the werewolf, a friend of yours, is really
bitching all the time when he sees me. Hey, you smell like your apartment. Yeah, you smell like your flat. Yeah, it's not an apartment, of course. It's a whole flat. And so the whole point is that so I have no facilities in here in which to basically truly maintain hygiene. The way that I maintain hygiene to a degree is I shower at the estates, bathe at the estates when my son takes me there, and it's often enough, a few times a month, where I can do that. But I'm not bathing on a daily basis, and I'm not showering on a daily basis. Of course, I'm not really going out and sweating either, so it's not like I really need to, but people should get the point. So before JoJo and Peter Moon visited, I wanted to make certain that I was freshened up and hydrated, and I go for my shampoos at the salons where I rendezvous with my toxic cosmetologist. And so when I saw her was on April 1st. And I wanted to make sure she did a little bit of extractions from my nose because I had some blackheads and I wanted my nose to heal before, I rendezvoused with JoJo and Peter Moon. And then I had to shampoo and do some touch-ups again because, of course, my hair is all bleach white. That's my natural hair coloring. So I had to do some touch-ups on the hair dye. And so she wasn't available on Tuesday, the day before Wednesday, when I was rendezvousing with Peter Moon and JoJo, as I knew she would, take the money and then say, oh, I can't see you again. So I basically gave the remainder of what I was going to give to her to Rose, who is the Chinese woman who basically had a crush on me and was really angry when I wound up using V as the cosmetologist to the point where she wanted to fire V. My only regret is that didn't happen and I didn't wind up going along with Rose as the primary care provider, so to speak, for my hygiene outside of the home. But, Rose was very much into chemicals and my mother was disastrously sensitive to chemicals. So we wound up with V because she was dealing with all the organics. So such being as it is, I saw Rose on Tuesday. And then when I gave her the money that I did, then Rose said, well, let me treat you to dinner. Or basically, now by that time we were done. It was about 6:30 p.m. And for those of you who don't know, San Francisco is totally dead meat in the water. Now, JoJo and Peter Moon will attest to this. They were in Chinatown with me after 6 p.m., pretty much when everything had shut down and died. The only things open were restaurants. And there's no real way you go into a restaurant and, order take home. You basically have a meal in a restaurant and then you take a doggy bag home. So Rose wasn't in the mood for that. She took me to the only place left open, which is a Chinese bakery. Now, by the way, Chinese bakeries are nothing like Western bakeries. Just so people understand it, Chinese bakeries have baked goods that have a lot of meat in them. Lots of meat. And then they also have some, confectionery type deals, like baked goods like Westerners would have, which are like cakes and shit. But they're nowhere near like Westerner cakes. I mean, Westerners...
Oh, they have like those... Do they have those pork rolls?
Yeah, like that. Yeah, that's
I love
a Chinese
those
bakery.
pork rolls.
Yeah, of course.
Oh my God.
So what happened was when I was with Rose, I ordered a bunch of this meat-filled pastries that I hadn't eaten in a long time. And of course, because I deeply love this kind of Chinese food that I didn't have access to for a long time. Like I told people, I get Meals on Wheels and it's just mostly vegetables, right? So I was ordering all these meat-filled pastries. And so I went home and I gorged. And so when I went home and I'm gorging on all these meat-filled pastries, and my stomach just wasn't used to all of the pastry part of it. All that bread stuff just got into my system, and combined with the fact that, like I said, I'm the only show where, I can, without any sense of self-consciousness or shame, probably talk about my bowel movements. Almost nobody else does this, but, it's just so people understand what it's like for a vampire. Basically, I don't have bowel movements very often. For one thing, I don't eat very often. I mean, right? I drink blood. So I'm not eating all that often. I maybe have a meal like once every few days. And so I'm not having that many bowel movements. And then when I do have them, it's usually after like a week of meals or a week and a half of meals. And then they tend to be really big. And that's a problem because I had this cheap landlady who purchased a toilet that's based on California water conservation regulations, barely flushes. So then I'm beating these bowel movements down the toilet with a stick, basically. So it's just horrible. The whole situation's horrible. And but so then what happened was basically because I'm eating all these pastries. Bear in mind this is the day before I see JoJo and Pete. So I was just slamming down all these meat-filled pastries, and then I went to sleep, all full, right? And then I'd had meals during the week too, a few meals, and then anyhow, so what happened was, and this was the problem my mother had, was because my mother drank far more blood than I did and ate far less food. When she had a problem as she got older digesting solid foods, then she began to suffer what they call vagodepressor syncope. It was also something to do with her sensitivity to chemicals. For instance, because my mother's hair barely began to thin, the dermatologist even told her she was never going to lose her hair, but she basically had thinning hair, and so they said, well, let's make it really full and rich, and so they prescribed minoxidil. So minoxidil helps stimulate follicle growth, but the other thing it does is it lowers blood pressure. So in order to have it lower your blood pressure, for most people, they put it in a pill form. But my mother was so sensitive to minoxidil, when I rubbed it on her scalp to help stimulate hair growth, with the single application of minoxidil to her scalp, she absorbed it through her scalp, and it lowered her blood pressure and triggered a violent fainting spell. That was one of the factors in causing a catastrophic brain injury. So this is the horror of what we were contending with, and so it's one of the reasons I'm probably sensitive to chemicals, and also I'm just sensitive to food. So when I ate all this shit and then I suffered a vasodepressor syncopal attack, what would be called a collapse, I suffered it in bed. So basically this is the night before I see JoJo and Peter. So what happened on Tuesday night into Wednesday morning? In the middle of the night, I woke up in what would normally have been a fainting spell had I been conscious and standing up. In other words, all of that food got unable to digest it. My body just wasn't used to solid foods and is really unable to digest it. Then it just was compacted into an area of the intestines where a part of my spine was depressed or pressured, and that's what triggered a syncopal collapse. Now, just to give you an example of this, they sell pills that sometimes relieve back pain, and some of these back pain pills, you'll notice, have diuretics in them. And the diuretics are to make you piss. In other words, some people have full bladders and that causes a back pain. That's why they give you back pain pills that make you piss, because it relieves the pressure of the bladder on your back and helps relieve the pain. In my case, it's the food compacted, somehow depresses the spine along some area of the nervous system when it gets past a certain point in the intestinal tract, and then triggers a violent fainting spell. So I was lying down and sleeping, and I woke up in completely saturated in sweat, completely enervated, like just in horrible shape, to the point where I didn't know if I could make it to the bathroom. So I, made it to the bathroom, barely made it, then tried to go back to bed and lie down because I really couldn't pass the bowel movement, because basically I'm constipated, because that's the nature of the horror of what I am. It's my body's not really digesting the food, so I can't really pass it out. So basically I had to do, thank God, due to Meals on Wheels, one of the things they give us is free prune juice. So I have all these containers of free prune juice. So whenever I get these situations that hint of maybe suffering this, then I slam down some prune juice, and I could barely get that down. I mean, I was so enervated, so weak from sweat, so dehydrated, so just, I wasn't at the point where I was considering calling the ambulance, though I could see where I could have gotten to that point. But, I slammed down the prune juice and then, had a bowel movement. And then, of course, basically, it's large enough where, by having to beat it down with a stick. But at any rate, so that's what happens before I see JoJo and Peter the next day. I mean, basically, that's the night before. I'm totally enervated and had basically a medical incident. I went through a medical incident. So I see them the next day. And, so I'm trying to avoid the sun. So I've got on what I get on, the eye protection goggles, basically, the face mask, the hat. And I meet them, and God knows they probably thought I'm hiding terrible burn scars or something. But, when I met JoJo, she understood. And then, we went to the restaurant. She got to see my face. That's when I took off the breather mask and everything else. And so she certainly knows, seeing me up close. She's able to testify to the fact that my eyes change color. So she did see that, and she did witness that. And she did say, "Oh, my God, your eyes change color." And so that happened right in front of her eyes. And, Peter was on his trip. And, so we were doing this thing where we went to the Presidio. Then we went down to Chinatown. And so we went to two different restaurants. One was originally at Fisherman's Wharf. Then we went to one in Chinatown. But it was just, we'll talk more about that when, they're with us on Wednesday. And then when I went home, then what happened was pretty much was up throughout the night, was doing okay. And then on Friday, had the shingles shot, the second shingles shot. And then that hit me like a hammer on late Friday night into, it stole Saturday from me. Basically, I spent all Saturday with sweats, full body sweats, fevers, chills, systemic muscular pain and agony due to the shingle shot. And then had to talk to Peter because he was dying to talk to me about this Council of Nine shit. And then, then when I spent time talking to him, then, after that, that was all part of that horrible, painful agony haze, that painful haze of agony. And then then you saw what happened tonight. He went through his deal, and he's going to be speaking about this on the Exopolitics show. And so there you go with that. So everybody now knows this has been a very odd week, and my visit with Peter and JoJo was bookmarked. Essentially, the bookends were these two bizarre medical incidents that took place before and after I saw them. With that, I'll go to refresh myself and leave our man Sammy and Jameson Reese to hold the stage. But I don't know if either one of you has any observations to render.
I just wanted to say something. My mother also has the condition where she can't sweat for some reason.
Interesting.
So that's interesting. That I don't know what that is.
But by the way, that's a medical condition for some human beings, and that's what Prince Andrew was claiming he had, because he, of course, was basically the assailant who had raped this underage girl, who basically said he was sweating all the while that he was raping her, and very clammy, and all the rest of that she described. And he said, "Oh, that's impossible. I physically cannot sweat." And that's when they demanded he provide medical evidence that he cannot sweat. And that's when he basically paid them off and said, "Okay, let's settle this." And he gave her millions of dollars. But that's a medical condition in human beings. But understand that for vampires, that's the norm. Vampires do not sweat. And this is why you don't hear about vampires in desert cultures. You don't hear Arabs or Jews talk about vampires. In ancient Jewish lore, you never hear about the ancient Jewish vampire or the Arabic vampires. There's no vampires in the Muslim world or in Jewish. It's because they're not a desert species. You have the ghouls there to handle humans in those cultures. That ghouls are, of course, like a kind of primatoid canine, really. They're more like hyenas that are bipedal. They're almost like bipedal hyenas, really.
That's sort of how I envision them in my mind. Yeah. It's interesting you say that, because I did draw a picture once. They do remind me a lot of the cynocephali.
Thank you. Very similar. And the ghoul are, of course, they eat the dead, and so they're part of the ecosystem in that part of the world. But in the non-desert world, the vampires evolve mostly in the far colder regions, and because they don't sweat, it's like a pig. Just so people understand this, pigs don't sweat. And this is why the Semitic cultures, forget all the bullshit that you heard from Peter Moon or Sigmund Freud or any of these other people saying this is symbolic of filth and cannibalism, or, really because pigs are so much like humans physiologically, you can use their heart parts, etc., to replace human parts. It's not because of that the Jews and Arabs didn't eat them. It's because it requires too much money to maintain them. All of your water in your town would go to maintaining the pig population. There'd be nothing left for the people because the pigs need to be watered constantly because they don't sweat. Therefore, if you're trying to maintain them alive in the desert, you need to be keeping them up to their ass in water all day, or else they're going to die because they'll dehydrate because they don't sweat. So there you have that. Now, vampires are like pigs in that regard. They don't sweat and therefore cannot survive in a desert environment. Now, because I'm 3/4 human, I'm very different from your average vampire. My mother thrived in the absolute cold. That's why she could tolerate San Francisco. I, on the other hand, am more human than she is, and therefore the cold really does bother me. So there we have that. So hopefully, a bit more education for everybody on these conditions, and that hopefully provides people some form of enlightenment and a little less prejudice towards different species in our world. Let's see what else.
And that is definitely the real cover-up of the governments, because all these species are from Earth, and they want people to believe they're aliens because they don't want people to realize that they're incompetent to do anything about these other species.
Thank you. Thank you. No, I mean, it's so true. Absolutely. And Sammy, if you have any insights, do share them. I'm going to send Chris Collins this photograph because he asked for a copy of it. So let me see if I can open this, and I will put a heart on his comment and read it much later. In the meantime, both of you gentlemen, take the stage. I'll see if the conversation's going well enough before I check out for a few minutes. Let's see if both of you are. Is Sammy with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, thank God. Okay, both of you, by all means, start talking, please, that I can feel more secure in taking off once I hear the two of you.
Yeah. I'm here too. What do we talk about? Give us something interesting.
I think there's too much for you both to talk about. Oh my fucking God. I think both of you, Jesus Christ, the condition the world is in today, what have you not to talk about, for God's sake?
Right. Well, I reviewed a little bit of Jesse Smollett back like 3 years ago.
Uh-huh.
And you remember that Coast Guard / Marine guy that tried to pretty much go on a killing streak?
Yes, he had the plans for a massacre. Go on.
Right.
A blueprint. He had
he only got 13 years.
Yeah.
Which is mind-boggling.
Yeah.
It just because yesterday it was kind of a slow day at work, so I'm like, well, let me catch up on some of these episodes that Daniel does on his channel, and when you were talking about it. And then I looked him up, and I'm like, he only got 13 years. To me, it's it confirms to me a lot of what you talk about, Doug. Where, to a certain degree, this government, or pretty much the authorities in this government, especially in the quote unquote the justice system, really do want a civil war.
Yes.
It's just, it doesn't make sense. You have a domestic terrorist, he only gets a little bit over a decade. In fact, he was going to get probation, but they had to overturn it.
God.
And because it's going to be, it's going to be obvious.
Well, it's simple. Most of them are white, and they want slaves again, and they want to destroy everything that's not white. It's really really simple, and that's the same reason why I want civil war, to wipe them out, to exterminate them.
Well,
Well, and it's go,
go
you know,
on.
and you're right. I mean, it's you make a point. And for example, the Ukrainian refugees are coming down, and I have no problem with them. I think it's great. I think any immigration.
Well, there's a
But
catch. Well, there's a catch to that. They're not sending them through regular routes.
That's
They're
right.
not sending
They're
them
making them come
they're
to fucking
they're
Mexico.
they're forcing them to come to Mexico because they know that way a lot of them are going to wind up being chatteled into sex slavery.
right.
They know
Well,
that.
okay.
Because
That's
these are
what
all
they want.
overwhelmingly women and children. These are all overwhelmingly
Okay.
women and children, almost exclusively so. Go on. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
God.
When I found that shit out, I was like, "Get the fuck out of here!"
Oh, then forget it. It's like they're lamb to the slaughter. I mean,
Yeah,
they're
that's
really,
that's exactly what they are, and that's the
they're really
point.
gonna have fun with them. I mean, they're really gonna have fun with them.
Yeah, it's
And it's
we're basically enabling the bullshit that Putin's doing, and Joe Biden is saying, "Oh yeah, keep it going, guys." That fucking piece. I hate these crackers, man. I hate to say it. I fucking hate these crackers.
well, and it's the system. It's what it is, and it's stuff like that I go back and take a look, and people have no idea about that Coast Guard. People like get amnesia, and people don't care. But the reason why I went back, because I was curious about how much time he got, and he got about like 13 years,
And
if
that's
that.
yeah, that's outrageous. It's outrageous. There's no other words for it. So what I'll do is I'm going to take a refreshment break. When I come back, I'll enter into monologue. I'll be gone for about 10, 15 minutes at the longest. Both these gentlemen will hold the stage. They're doing wonderful. They're on a good start. And anybody who thinks that maybe we're in a rut and we keep covering the same situation over and over again, what I talk about in monologue should help put that into some perspective. Unfortunately, this is the problem we are confronted with. We are confronted with a problem of basically a white supremacist America that is effectively, by its inaction, taking Russia's side. And I will put that into context and qualify it. Obviously, people will argue America's doing a lot. It's a terror. No, it's not. I mean, and we've already put into perspective what's going on with these Ukrainian immigrants. Just so everybody knows, the president of the Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, made it illegal for men of combat age to leave. So the men cannot leave Ukraine if they're under 60 years of age and they're over 16. It's just everybody from 16 to 60, you are stuck in the Ukraine if you're a man. If you try to leave, you're considered a traitor and you are under conditions of war. They could legally execute you. I doubt that they would do that, but they would probably, force you into the army, basically. So the men are not leaving. So the only refugees are women and children. That's all you've got. The seniors are too old to relocate. Most of them are just staying there to die. When it comes to the all of these women and children, they're welcome in Eastern Europe, because many of them will be exploited. In terms of them coming through Mexico being the requirement for them to even enter the United States. This is the horror that we're dealing with. This is part of an intrinsically a corrupt and evil system, and they're simply taking advantage of the war rather than, how is that helping? Honestly, you're just creating more victims.
That's all America does. That's what this country is created for. Mass victimization.
Yeah, and so
That's all this country ever did.
So when we have this second civil war, that's what our objective will be to change. Our objective will be to change that. Of course, I have brought up before my ideas about the deportation of many white Americans.
I say we just exterminate them.
Yeah, okay, we can't say that.
I'd be more than at least the ones that aren't on our side. The ones that are on our side, they can live.
Well,
And
yeah.
I'd be happy for them to live alongside us as good people who aren't fucking red.
Yes.
But
yes.
the Reds, we exterminate them.
Well,
That's it. No questions asked. We
yeah,
exterminate.
well,
Men,
obviously-
women, children, everything.
Yeah,
Just get rid of them.
Obviously,
Wipe
many
their entire bloodline out so that we don't have any freaking pedophile pieces of fucking warped, twisted shit that are incest running around trying to rape everything.
You know, before I go on my little refreshment break here, let me address that. Marjorie Taylor Greene and other white reactionaries throw the term pedophile around with ease. That has to stop. In our toxic and brain-optional political climate, certain pundits, politicos, and random Twitter dingbats have decided to spend the early days of National Child Abuse Prevention Month, which this month is, in case you did not fucking know, shooting the label pedophile around like a spitball. It's outrageous, several steps beyond offensive, and utterly indefensible. Though we live in an age when many of the lines you don't cross have been run over and worn away, this particular trend crosses a line the vast majority of us can still see clearly. And it has to stop. Senators who plan to vote in favor of U.S. Supreme Court nominee Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson were labeled as being pro-pedophile, a malicious assertion grounded in nonsense. People who spracketh out against the Florida parental rights in education law, called the Don't Say Gay law by opponents, were all swiftly declared, by all too many, to be pedophiles. This is something from politicians to TV hosts. I mean, these horrendous claims are leveled not just by online trolls, but by members of Congress and the hosts of television programs viewed by millions. It was Tuesday night of the week before last, or even this week, I don't remember by now, when the Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene said, "The Democrats are the party of pedophiles." Liberals are sometimes turning around, highlighting lists of high-profile Republicans who have been proven to, even admitted to, child sex abuse, and tossing the pedophile label back. But let me say this. Nobody should be hurling the term pedophile around like a schoolyard insult. It clumsily implies an unspeakable crime and diminishes an issue that deserves nothing but the most serious of concern. I don't care what your politics are. If you're shouting pedophile at random people, you're making it clear you know nothing whatsoever about the issue of child sexual abuse and care about it even less. And child sexual abuse is so widespread. According to the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, about 1 out of every 4 girls experiences child sexual abuse at some point in their childhood. For boys, it's about 1 out of every 13 that we know of. A 2019 study conducted by researchers from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, well, Google as well, teamed up with the NCMEC, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, to produce that 2019 study. And together they found the illegal distribution of child sexual abuse imagery online, because Google is a search engine, they could do this. They proved that it has grown exponentially to nearly 1 million detected events per month, exceeding the capabilities of independent clearinghouses and law enforcement to ever take any action. So we should focus on prevention instead of distracting from the real issue. If any of the people flinging the term pedophile around or shouting it into a microphone actually cared about child sexual abuse, they'd be using their platforms, particularly during National Child Abuse Prevention Month, which this month fucking is, to discuss how to keep abuse from happening. Now, Char Rivette, the executrix directoress of the Chicago Children's Advocacy Center, spracketh of how the flippant abuse of the word pedophile impacts the important work her organization and others like it across the country are doing. Research proves about 90% of child sexual abuse is perpetrated by someone known to the family. Rivette said that's what her group sees in Chicago. To quote a she at length and verbatim, if I can call that up on screen, "We're a microcosm of the country. There are 1,000 children's advocacy centers across the country, and they'd all tell you about the same thing. The vast majority of these cases are somebody who spent time with the family. It's not stranger danger. It shouldn't be a term loosely flung around as a derogatory term. Whenever I hear this kind of thing, I just think, oh great, here we go again, another way out there point of view. That's totally inaccurate. That totally misrepresents what's going on. It just detracts and distracts from the real issue, which is that children are most likely to be sexually abused by a member of the family, a friend of the family, or someone known by the child. Anytime we start directing energy somewhere else, we are ignoring the reality that children need to be protected within their own family and groups. And we aren't actually doing anything that protects children. The best defense against your child being victimized is to be aware of the adults in your child's life, set up boundaries, have rules in your house that kids don't sit under blankets with adults. We don't allow kids alone in rooms with any single one adult. We don't keep any doors closed, ever. You have house rules and boundaries that you always enforce. It's also important to have open communication with your child from a very early age about sexual health, about their bodies, about protecting their bodies. And Jenny Coleman, the directoress of the Massachusetts-based advocacy group called Stop It Now, said her organization has worked hard to debunk myths surrounding child sexual abuse, teaching people abusers don't fit any specific profile. And to quote a she at length and verbatim, because I've got a much shorter quote from her up on screen, she says, "It's really easy to think of a monster, but it crosses all faiths, all genders, all political profiles, all economic profiles, and all cultures. If you're using child sexual abuse as a way to scare people into practicing your values, that's not right. That's absolutely not right. Child sexual abuse is one of the worst things anyone can think of, and it's being used to demonize people in a way that has nothing to do with prevention. This kind of demonizing of people, saying they're a pedophile, is actually making the environment more dangerous. We can look at these opportunities to talk to each other and say, hey, I know you really want the best for children, so let's set standards of behavior that help us monitor behaviors. A safety plan is the adults' responsibility. Adults need to set the rules for a family that are just like other rules. Now, people in positions of power and people with social media platforms, large and small, could be having fact-based educational conversations about the seriousness of child sexual abuse in America. They could be promoting the work and advice of groups like Rivette's and Coleman's and others across the country. Instead, everyone's choosing to cross a line that not long ago would have been taboo. And everyone on the red side of that line is choosing to act like cruel fools. we need to remind them where that line is. This has to stop. All of this just makes me sick to talk about it. When I think about everything that I dealt with for years in the Presidio, when I think of child sexual exploitation at the industrial scale, to the point where it's leaving enough bodies to fill up a bomb shelter that was meant to hold 100 living people for 100 years. As I saw in the Presidio, all cemented and blocked up from your view, from your access, as evidence today. And by the time we get enough people in positions of power on my side, when we can have those bunkers blown open, all the perpetrators will be dead. This is the world we're living in. But the real enemy is the Republicans. They're the ones who keep shouting pedophile. They're the ones who keep pointing at the Democrats, saying Ketanji Brown Jackson was soft on pedophiles, that she let them all go. It doesn't matter what she did. What matters is the fact that this is being politicized by only one party, the Republicans. And this is the same kind of name calling where they've rendered the term meaningless. It's like calling everybody Nazi. Putin's invading a nation because of these imaginary Nazis. All of this is at the point where it's almost impossible for me to maintain detached analysis. I'll do my best when I return, but this is the best parallel I can think of. Before Sammy Romero returned, Sammy, I want you to know that Jameson Reese and I were discussing this multi-racial whiteness. And we were discussing black examples of this multi-racial whiteness, but it went beyond that. There was a black man who attacked me when I first became a public informant. He attacked me before anyone else. And his name is Michael Brown Parler. And we went to his Facebook timeline, and I will basically leave a link to that here in the chat. And you can access that yourself and take a look at this son of a bitch. And this guy was suddenly shoved in my face in my own private message box by a black man who I knew for years and thought of as a friend. And I remember the kind of revulsion that was experienced by these hardcore traditionalist Albanian chicks I used to know. There was this one Albanian chick that I slept with who got me the job at the Presidio military base as a librarian's aide named Leanne Prifty and her sister. And they had some relation of theirs, a cousin or something like that, who then came around to San Francisco. By the way, the link is in the chat room now. By that I mean the text box. And when this guy opened up to them, because he was in San Francisco and this was his coming out place, and he explained to both these ladies he was gay, and he expected them to be proud of him because, you know, they both lived in San Francisco, he forgot their Albanian heritage. And they basically chased him out of their home, after which they basically sanitized all the cushions he sat on, basically powdered them with antibiotics because they felt he would have infested their home with AIDS. They thought of him as the most repulsive phenomenon in their lives, that he was like a shame on their gene pool, that their gene pool needed chlorination to eliminate his kind. This is how Russians feel about all alternative lifestyles. This is how I felt about this black guy I had known for years who had been following me from the beginning, who sends me this link to this son of a bitch, who he apparently doesn't realize, or maybe he does, was the first person to attack me when I came out as a public informant. And this son of a bitch claims he was essentially raised by Nazis, but he condemns Nazis. Now, this is the kind of madness that we're dealing with. And as a colored person, he's taken the side of the whites. Now, he and I are the ultimate in terms of enemies. He is my antithesis. He's not my nemesis by any means, but he's an example of what it's like to be the opposite of Douglas Dietrich. The kind of colored person who wants to be white so bad they can taste it, to the point where they reiterate and regurgitate all their madness. All of this is what I felt about James Kimbrough, this friend of mine on Facebook, and in general for years, when he confronts me with this as his new religion, so to speak, his new politics. And this is a guy who has not betrayed myself. I feel revulsion for him in the sense that those Albanian ladies felt towards their gay relation. I feel that revulsion towards him because he's betrayed all humanity. He's betrayed his own ethnos. He's betrayed the human species. He's one now with the kings of Edom. These are the people who are the agents of chaos. These are the people who are, by the man's very title of his own Facebook page, sow craziness and confusion. There's no rhyme or reason to what they do in the end. You can try and psychologize it or rationalize it, that they must have some rationale. In the end, they're simply mad. They're simply agents of chaos. This is why, as a Nazi, as a National Socialist, I advocate order. And this is why we must have that order in order to overcome this chaos. Now, I'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. I'll leave you two gentlemen to hold the stage, and honestly, you can take it from here, I'm sure, while I recover my voice. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Hey, Jim.
well, yeah.
No, I mean, it's very interesting Doug brought that up. There's a coworker of mine who is black. Okay.
Mhm.
Now this guy, I mean, look, this guy will never get laid. Okay. I hate to put it this way, but not that I care. But this guy will never get laid. Okay. I don't think he can pay a woman to get laid. Okay.
Those
He-
sadly are the kind of guys who do get laid, which is
No,
the sort of fucked up thing about this world.
No, J-Mo. You look at this guy, okay? Because look, it's a vibe, okay? Okay, and that's not the point. My point is, he spews a lot of right wing, just bullshit, okay? And it's the idea of the outsider. Oh, I'm an outsider. I'm the victim. The victimizer wants to become the victim at the same time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is what the quote unquote right tries to do, is they try to portray their victims, because really that's what they are. The in a sense, but no, they're just full of shit. They're the ones doing all damage. But see, that's when someone is really when someone doesn't give a damn or doesn't care what people think, they're just not going to care. What I can't stand about the right is they want to be the good guy, but they're not. Everything you do doesn't say order or logic. It says chaos. And by screaming out pedophile, well, you don't do that, because that's very damaging. If someone accused me of being a pedophile, you're already damaging my name without even proof. The fact that someone alludes the fact that you are one, it's already damaging in itself.
Well, that's because in the right, a majority of them are.
Absolutely.
They literally are.
Absolutely.
I mean, that piece of shit Gates is still running around after his, after what he did. This is just ridiculous. This is why I am more than happy to see it come to blood being shed, because I desire to spill my fill before I die. I desire to make my own sacrifices, human,
Well,
in the
well,
flesh.
well, and see that's that's a one way of looking at it in a sense that war is part of humanity. War is what improves humanity. It unfortunately is not peace. It's never been that way.
It's all men are
Um,
good at. It's all men are
well,
created for. Men are
well,
the problem with everything.
in a sense, yes, but and so when you look at these people, I mean, first of all, Marjorie Green, okay, and this is what bothers me about maybe you know as far as as far as minorities or people of color in this country, okay. Um, First off, I'm not into politics, but there's one thing that I'm gonna say is this: um, you need to get rid of the establishment, the old establishment, and one being, the old farts. You got to get rid of them. Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, all these assholes that shouldn't be in politics. You should not be anything to do with this country no more because you're outdated. Um, and people trying to push these outdated narratives are no longer. It doesn't work no more because people are batshit crazy, JMO, with these narratives that, well, they're a bunch of pedophiles. You can't if and this is what bothers me, okay? A lot of these people, a lot of these congressmen, a lot of these senators come from a law degree. You need to hold people to their words. You know, that's defamation of character.
I don't consider those things human beings anymore.
Well, you know what I mean. It's
Yeah,
in
yeah.
in a sense.
What I mean to say is that once the people we're talking against, they shouldn't be considered human beings. They should be considered vermin to be exterminated. We shouldn't dignify them by calling them human. They're not.
Right.
They've lost that privilege.
No, and it's one of those things where it's going to be a pendulum swing. It's going to be a tipping point, and we talked about this before.
Yeah.
It's going to be the next election. I already see it.
It'll be these
It's going
midterms coming up.
or that, but definitely, you add more fuel to the fire when it comes to these this is just gas. You're gaslighting and you're gaslighting and you're gaslighting. And the problem with because a lot of these crackers they're just hopeless because this is what they gravitate to. They're not about problem solving. They're not about refining. See, a lot of people don't understand this is what kills the United States is the lack of mobilizing and refining each other. It's not. It's segmented, it's fragmented, and it's prejudice. The prejudice is going to overtake and it's going to crumble because you can't keep stepping on the necks of people and expect them not to fight back and throw you off. And we're seeing it already. You know, we're seeing with these gas prices, we're seeing with food, we're seeing with education. People are not plugged into how they used to be. Even with this pandemic, what this pandemic has taught us is a lot of what we thought was vital is bullshit. A lot of it's entertainment. Hell, our entertainment's bullshit, but even our educational system is bullshit. JMO,
Everything is bullshit.
if you look at schools, they're inadequate. They can't adjust. Teachers cannot adjust no more because you give these young minds access to options now then they don't need to be plugged in no more. And this is one of the things that, fortunately, you and I weren't privy to, options. So when you give people options not to be plugged in, then this is where it's going to really cut. Okay? It's like, I'll give you an example. Let's say, and obviously I'm not aware of your background. Maybe I'm not, I'm wrong, but imagine if you would have option to homeschool and you started your journey to the left-hand path and your practices earlier in your life. You know, having access to people like Doug, because your time, you got to choose. You got to choose your time. You don't have to be around this school environment. You don't have to be around this society that is really make believe, because once you're out of school, they don't really, even college, J-Mo, it's like you're only there because.
But the thing is, you felt. I get what you're saying, but the problem is you need to be in that school because you need to see the bullshit. If you're sheltered from the bullshit, you won't know it's there.
Absolutely.
It's because I wasn't homeschooled that I have the street smarts I have. Mm-hmm. If I was homeschooled and I had started stumbling into occultism, I'd probably be listening to the wrong person.
Sure.
I'd be about the same bullshit that 90% of everyone else is into. I get pulled into this fucking disinfo propaganda bullshit.
Can I ask you a question? Were you ever into Dungeons and Dragons?
No, I was more Magic the Gathering.
Okay. Is that a prelude to the left-hand path? Is that something to do? Okay.
No. It's got nothing to do.
Okay.
My venture into the left-hand path was baptism.
And that's
in the name of Jesus Christ. I shit you not.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Things started to gradually open up more and more, and I started to see more and more of what I started to see the sort of face of the creator that everyone so worships that I didn't quite like. And that I can never undo.
And how's that so? Like how was that face to you?
How was that what?
How was that like that face of Jesus Christ? Like how was that face to you that you didn't like?
It's indifferent.
What do you mean?
There's nothing personal about it. It's indifferent. It doesn't care. It doesn't whatever life comes in, it doesn't matter how horrible it has to suffer as long as it exists. That's all it is. It's just a plaything. It's indifferent. When we go into the cosmology, even when you go into Hebrew cosmology, in order to create something, you need to separate yourself from it. You can't.
Right.
And this is the same. This is true in art. This is true in music. You need to separate yourself from it to create it. In other words, you're indifferent from it when you're creating it. I don't want to give this soul or any of this stuff back to that thing. I rather destroy it. I rather annihilate it into chaos out of defiance of it.
Okay.
There is no return to it.
That's a different outlook. I mean, this is where I think you and I are different, but I understand what you're saying. Now, in my experience, because my path is a little different and the right-hand path, I got exposed to the politics. I got exposed to the human element of it that has made things very... I can see why your outlook could be that way. I've had to understand that humans are humans, and humans tend to ruin things.
This has less to do with that. I mean, look at nature, look at the world itself, look at everything. Everything has to subsist on sacrifice. Without sacrifice, you have nothing. And there's truth to this. And what makes the white race really significant is that they believe in taking everything without giving anything in return. And that's the reason why this world is shit. And that's the reason why I'm more than happy to see this civil war happen. And I rest assured they won't win.
This is why sometimes I look at people like try to use Doug as, like, don't get me wrong, he's very useful, but he's a person. Know what I mean? And I think when people try to use him for occult information, and he's not a punching bag in the sense that throw your problems at him and he gives you advice. It's not how it works. So when I hear people complain to him about, oh, your drawings, and your cross-dressing and stuff, it's almost like, but you still trying to use Doug for your own resources. You just don't want to be associated with them.
Yeah, they could go fuck themselves.
And
honestly speaking, I mean, I know what I'm saying is going to be crude. I know Douglas wouldn't exactly agree with it, but they could go fuck themselves. If their hangups is on that, they don't deserve the information. They don't deserve the information. They're better off being fed to the wolves and being left to slaughter.
No, and
if they can't get over themselves that much.
Right, and it goes back to that gay aspect that is. A lot of the people are really closet gays, and it doesn't matter. It's stupid tonality because, like, we talked about Peter Moon playing bat football and how it is what it is. But at the same time, I mean, these are grown ass people. Look, you know what I mean? It's can be.
Yeah, I don't have any interest in playing sports with a bunch of dudes. Honestly speaking, I rather play volleyball with ladies.
Well, before obviously, of course. And anyways, it's just, to me, the more you look at things, JMO, this is why I have to smell the roses and enjoy my life, because the more you look at it, the more you realize we're headed to that civil war. So I rather enjoy the peace that we quote unquote have, and it's gonna come, and it's gonna come, and who knows? I don't know if we're gonna set off or they're gonna set it off, but right now it looks like they're going to set it off, and they already have with the insurrection, and the way they've handled it is grossly. It's gross how they handle it.
Yeah, it's favorable to it's obvious what side they want to win, which is why I'm more than happy to see everything collapse, and it will. It will. I don't care whether I have to summon the fucking anti-gods myself to do it. I don't care if I have to cast a spell that activates everything in the harbor ray and sets this all off. I don't give a shit. They won't win.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where
I think I was put here for vengeance. That is what I am. I'm a sanguine individual. So that's.
Yeah. By the way, that whale that washed up on Doug's on San Francisco, they blow up, right? Is that what you guys were referring to? What happens to them? They blow up, right? Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I audible?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did I go off for a moment, or was I good? Okay. Oh, yeah. The whale carcasses, they build up all these gases once they reach Sure.
Right.
And they just burst.
Mm.
And if you happen to be if you ever see them, they'd have to try to cut them open and get out the way really fast, because the velocity of the innards flying out is so fast it's not even funny.
Wow. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah. And if that were to hit a person, that person would be crushed.
Mm.
That'd be worse. That's like it'd be like getting hit by a train. Really. That's the level of force you're talking about. And these creatures are several tons. I mean, they probably weigh more than a fucking train car,
Right.
moving at high velocity. So I mean, shit, you have that, and you have innards rushing at you at more than 60 miles an hour. I mean, dude, it's a
Yeah,
disaster.
that's pretty much a weapon, pretty much.
Yeah, yeah. And that's why my thoughts was the what the military should do is they should have flown it over to Russia.
They'll probably eat it. I mean, they ain't no food over there.
Well,
They probably eat it.
Well, they'll die trying. They should have flown it over to Moscow. Given it to Putin as a gift. He might actually want to approach that thing and show how manly he is, and who knows, it might
try to write it.
Yeah, yeah, and in the process, it'll explode at the right moment. do the world a favor, and it will put it into this fucking bullshit.
Well, all these
But
bots
then,
you guys go ahead.
But then, knowing we're in a state where it doesn't matter anymore, because if he dies, what happens is all of a sudden this is going to give the American insurgency their fuel to just react. And if he stays alive, they're still going to have the vitriol to react. It's just going to take more time. I'd rather him just be getting rid of, so we could just get this shit over with. Because I do not want to be here on this planet. I do not want to be in this fucking world.
Look, let me tell you something, okay? When I sent that package to Doug, okay, I had no intent of what's going on, okay? I just wanted to send him something. I think I sent it to him at the right time, and he got it at the right time. Okay, I think all this stuff is going to happen right when it's supposed to. And I think it's frustrating because, you and I and Team Dietrich are probably the few people that see this from the outside in, where you see what's going on. You see the pieces forming. And someone like you that just wants to get stuff done, it's understandable. I just think, like anything, the right time, it's going to happen. It's just going to be at the right time.
Yeah, well, the thing is, while, rather than having fun, I'm focusing myself on preparing for that time. I want to have a lot of things out of the way in my arcane work and physically, so that when that time does come, I'm ready for war rather than comfortable in shock when it happens. I want to be ready for it. I want to see this all fall.
Right. Well, look, JMO, I completely understand. Okay, I think you and I can agree on what's there and what's to come, and it's like it's gonna come. It's just a matter of when.
And I assure you, it's not going to be confined to just the United States. It's going to be global.
No,
it's going to be global.
You see it.
It'll be everywhere.
Because that's the thing about it is people smell blood in the air. Countries smell blood in the air. And people want peace. And believe it or not, there's people waiting. This is what Americans don't realize, okay? Americans don't realize that the world's watching us and they're seeing our turmoil. There's countries that study us. China. North Korea, the Russians. The Russians are somewhat successful because all they do is just look at our weaknesses. Our weaknesses are these white savages that live here are completely idiots, and they are backwards in their thinking. They're very pro destruction. So the best way to create destruction is to create somebody, or to create a lie that they can attach themselves to and feel like they're the righteous ones and kill everybody else. And it's people smell the blood in the air, and this is where things are going to get really interesting, because
it's interesting you bring that up, because astrologically speaking, where the peak of it is going to be around the 25th to the 26th of this month.
wow,
That's going to set off the chain. We're going to say that it's a good time, from what I'm being told, from what I've seen. I'm out from a source that I would deem reliable, at least. It would be a good time for us to be very diplomatic and hold our own emotions in check,
right,
especially when people are outside, from people outside of us, because those triggers will be there.
interesting. JMO, I have to get going. Okay.
All right.
I don't mean to be hanging, but I have to get going. I have to wake up tomorrow.
All right, man. It's as always, it's been great talking with you.
Send my respect to Doug, okay? And
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Take care, man. Well, yeah. So for you, the listeners out there, I'll just relay this to you. Basically, there's a lot of things that are going to happen. The 25th to the 26th of the month is going to see a retrograde, and that's going to be a time where violence is going to be really possible. I suspect that's going to be a time where we'll see a sort of escalation of things as they seem. And I hope, in the very least, people will realize that there is no diplomatic way out of what this world has gone through. There's no diplomatic way to what Putin has done. It's because of him that we have COVID-19. When he released that swine flu, it's because of him that, we are in this world we're in, and people are still supporting him despite it. The very people who are dying because of him are still in support of him, and this is absurd. Now, what do you tell someone who supports the very person who's going to put a gun to their head and put a bullet in their brain? What do you do when there's so many people out there like that? How do you maintain a sense of hope? How do you maintain a sense of faith that things are going to be good, or that things might work out? You can't, because the situation isn't going to work itself out. You know that this is going to plunge into a nightmare. We're already seeing it. We're already living in it. It's everywhere. While TikTok might be a good place to see some of the footage of this.
Is that a yawn that you just suppressed?
Yeah.
Were you abandoned by Sammy? Are you speaking alone?
Yeah. Sammy had to leave.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, give me a few seconds. I'll be right back. I'm going to basically.
But I'll have to get some coffee a little later so I can stay up. I don't have any energy drinks. So
that's probably for the best for your health. Shall I I can go for a few more minutes, right? I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Okay.
You could go for a few more minutes.
Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes and take over completely. I want to certainly thank yourself and Sammy for holding the stage for as long as you could. Did he say what he had to go? Was it another emergency with his girlfriend, or he just basically had to go to sleep, or?
I am uncertain as to the circumstances of it.
Yeah. With another suppressed
Yeah.
yawn. It's oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to hold it back. It's not out of tiredness. It's just like, at
Got it.
some point, yeah,
It's
I'm
just
probably gonna,
reflexive. Yes, it's reflexive. So
I'm gonna need something sugary soon. My brain is like running low on sugar.
oh God, you have any Coke? Or I forgot. How do you respond to Coca-Cola? I don't mean cocaine. I mean like Coca-Cola. Do you have any of that or?
No, but I do have an uneaten peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Oh, disgusting. Oh, God. I don't know which is worse. At any rate, I will be back in a few minutes. See if you can hold it till then. And I appreciate what you're doing profoundly. I do hope that while he was here, Sammy and yourself were able to hold the stage. I suppose you did quite well. Our numbers are maintaining. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Hold it till then. Thank you.
All right. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, you have someone who doesn't care whether he's killing civilians or not, and there are people saying, well, and here's the idiocy of it. People are saying, well, how come it's wrong when they kill civilians, but civilians can kill them and they're soldiers? It's like, dude, are you freaking serious? If it's considered a war, wars have rules, and if it's not it's a crime. It's an international crime because this isn't a war. This is an assault. This is a slaughter. It's a senseless slaughter with no true aim. Putin's true aim, I think, is to exhaust Russia till there's nothing left in it, as a means of making his own escape. Or if he's even, I don't think he's thinking even that far ahead. I think he knows that he's going to die. I mean, he probably has cancer. He probably has something terminal that's wrong with him. He's always seeing like these doctors and these cancer specialists and whatnot. And rest assured that there are probably a hell of a lot of people in Russia who would be more than happy to curse his ass. So I mean, I highly doubt that any workings of any occultist whose names I will not say would well be really significant in causing his downfall. The individuals like that, they sort of create their own downfall. And the same thing will happen to Xi Jinping. It has to at this point, because the only thing Ping has going for him is that he hasn't acted, he's acted, but he hasn't overtly like done what freaking what do you call it? He hasn't done Russia has done as far as what Russia has done to Ukraine. Because I think China knows secretly that it can't. If they think they can, I think they're horribly mistaken. And this is, I've actually found something that's very interesting from yesterday. China has made a semi-secret delivery of missiles to Serbia, which is a Russian ally. So this tells me that this front is already going to expand and go global. The prices of everything has gone up in the stores. As for gas prices, I actually did see a gas station that had to close down for a certain amount of time due to the sort of crunch that's going on. So yeah, this is honestly speaking, I hate to say this. This is going to be kind of cruel of me, but this is a very horrible time to start a family. So yeah, if you're someone who was probably considering as to whether you would want to bring kids into this world, I would say now's not the time. Don't do it. Because I can't understand why so many people are born during wars at all. Outside of the fact that men rape like crazy, because that's just what men do during wars. Anything horrible imaginable, males would do it because that's just how twisted the male species is. But outside of that sort of cynical point, it's like, yeah, you don't want to consider having a family in times like these when we're going into a world war and, food and things like that are going to be more scarce. So
I suppose. So there we are. And certainly I appreciate what you're saying, and hopefully most people take that into consideration. But there you have it.
I'm not trying to discourage humans multiplying per se, although that would be a discussion for another time. What I am trying to do is just say that, if supplies are going to be scarce, you're going to have a very hard time providing for a would-be family or children.
Mm-hmm.
Things are going to be a hell of a lot more expensive.
What brought this up?
I was just, reflecting on the war and, how things are going to really, suffer as far as supplies and things are concerned globally.
I know it's pretty hard to believe that it takes us that far, but it has. It already has. So it's definitely we're in difficult.
You said it's hard to believe. No, it's not hard to believe. It's hard to believe that it's taken this long.
Yes, true enough.
I mean that could just be my level of cynicism speaking, but I honestly was suspecting this would happen all the way back when Obama was still in office, and I couldn't figure out why it wasn't happening. Not that I was planning for any of this stuff. No, I wasn't.
Right.
In fact, in the headspace I was in, I think I was more flirting with suicide in those times.
Mm-hmm.
That was a very bad time.
Understood.
Drinking was like I would have been. I would have been one of those Russians drinking vodka without the resealable cap and finishing the entire bottle, saying next. That's how bad things were back then.
Yeah, so sorry to hear that. Oh my God. And but definitely glad that you survived. Certainly the important thing is that our man Jameson makes this program possible. With that, sir, take your time. I'll be ready to take over now. Are you going to run and refresh yourself?
Yes, good sir. I'm going to get some sugar into my hypoglycemic brain so I can stop yarning.
All right. And say goodnight to our listeners. Let them know that you'll be behind me.
Good night, folks. I will be behind you to excoriate you with all types of gruesome things if Douglas needs help.
There we are. There we are. And thank you. Love you dearly like a son. Have a blessed morning. And, of course, stay by my side and let me know you're there every once in a while with a hint that you're alive. Other than that, of course, I'll take over at this point. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer, Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, and Aftermath Tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from Mr. Ben Astenius's very book of that same title, The Unfinished Man, and of course review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejedine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire. as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For the sake of your tour, you can find information or contact Ben Estenius personally at the TucsonMurders.com. Tucson is spelled like Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com. Or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Now I'm getting some incoming messages, just going to check them before I dive deep into everything that I'll try to make as obvious for you all as possible in terms of current events and how they're impacting your world and why you should care. And obviously, I've got a lot to live up to on the basis of what one kind individual said alone. Honestly, this wonderful individual told myself in, let's see now, our latest episode before tonight's, that, here, let me see what he said. Shout out to Jusa Dude, and Jusa or JUSA Dude said, "I always come to you for accurate context, and you have yet to disappoint. Salute." So thank you profoundly. I hope I can live up to that. That is a lot to live up to, and I'll do my best tonight, of course, with the time we have remaining. And we purposefully expended a lot of time tonight and have but 3 hours left. That's okay. We'll do our best by that. Now, understand, of course, that when it comes to what the Sino-Slavic Synaxis is attempting to do, they're attempting to establish a new world order. We were talking about these black people earlier who have decided to partake in multiracial whiteness to basically demonstrate that they are acculturatedly white, that they have eliminated all vestige of ethnic identity towards representation of the white ideal. In other words, they use their skin color as a weapon. They've weaponized it on behalf of white grievance. So they are human weapons of, well, the man, as they used to call him in the 60s. Obviously, the white community that considers itself the dominant power in America today, and which has to be dethroned from that position in order for the rest of us to thrive. Now, in terms of Russia's New World Order that they are attempting to establish with the help of whites in America, understand how bad it is for Africa, which is what these blacks don't seem to realize. Now, many blacks in Africa don't seem to realize that either. On March 30th, just a day after a Russian missile hit an administrative building in the port city of Mykolaiv in southern Ukraine, killing at least a dozen people, Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, made the case for the establishment of a new world order. In a videotaped message to his Chinese counterpart, Wang Yi, Lavrov claimed the world is living through a very serious stage in the history of international relations. And he added, "We, together with you and our sympathizers, will move towards a multipolar, just, democratic world order." Now, Lavrov's sentiments echoed his Russian dictator, Vladimir Putin, and the communist Chinese dictator, Xi Jinping's February 4th joint statement announcing the beginning of a new era in international relations. In that statement, the two dictators not only called for a new multipolar order, but lamented the West's unilateral approaches to addressing international issues, claiming such attitudes incite contradictions, differences, and confrontation, and hamper the development and progress of mankind. I'm sorry, I just have to laugh when I read what they say. Without a doubt, this is a credible observation, especially regarding the United States' policies around the world. Exempli gratiae. Washington has sanctioned Zimbabwe's government, and rightfully so, for committing gross human rights abuses, but continues to support the equally repressive Ugandan government with military hardware, cash, and training. Well, yestermensis, just last month, the U.S. Senate passed a resolution urging international criminal courts to investigate Vladimir Putin, his security council, and military leaders for possible war crimes in Ukraine, which are all too self-evident. Nevertheless, Washington still refuses to recognize the International Criminal Court, or the ICC, or cooperate with it in any way with its investigation into possible war crimes, all too self-evident as well, committed by U.S. troops in Afghanistan. The hypocrisy of the American empire is also apparent in its approach to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Despite Israel's countless, painfully documented human rights and international law violations, decades-long illegal occupation of Palestinian territories, and apartheid policies against the Palestinian population, the United States has blocked 53 United Nations Security Council, or UNSC, resolutions critical of Israel in the last half a hundred years. And not only, well, obviously, it's not only Russia and China that are disturbed by the West's obvious hypocrisy in the international arena. Africa, too, has grave concerns about the current global order and has long been calling for the United Nations to undergo substantial reform to address the deep-rooted injustices in its handling of international affairs. In 2005, for instance, the AU, the African Union, Africa's version of the European Union or the EU, adopted the Ezulwini Consensus, calling for a more representative and democratic UNSC, or United Nations Security Council, in which Africa, like all other world regions, is represented. And speaking at the 35th Ordinary Session of the AU Assembly in February, the Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed renewed the call for Africa to be granted a larger role in the United Nations. In this context, it may seem understandable for Africa to support the multipolar order, the world order Russia claims to be building with the help of communist China. However, Beijing and Moscow are not calling for any reform that would diminish the enormous sway they readily have over world affairs. They are also not acting in a way that demonstrates under this new order that they themselves, that they would hold themselves to the same standards as everyone else, or that less powerful states and peoples would have any better access to justice. Indeed, as recently as in 2021, the Communist Chinese Empire blocked a United Nations Security Council statement condemning the military coup d'etat in Myanmar. And between 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother was murdered, and 2019, Russia vetoed no less than 14 United Nations Security Council resolutions on Syria. These great powers are self-evidently selective and casual proponents of democracy and human rights, just like their nemesis, the United States. But African nations now appear hell-bent on ignoring the hypocrisy demonstrated by the Russian and Communist Chinese empires, and eagerly awaiting the emergence of their new world order. So there's niggers in Africa as stupid as the ones we have here in the United States. There are dangers in idolizing Putin's Russia, and Xi's Red China. Putin's popularity is an outstandingly irrational and possibly dangerous high in Black Africa. Despite the illegality and brutality of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, for example, Putin's name adorns long-distance buses in Zimbabwe. And African leaders also seem reluctant to punish or even caution the Russian dictator for its destructive special military operation in Ukraine. At the recent United Nations General Assembly vote on a resolution calling for Russia's suspension from the United Nations Human Rights Council, the UNHRC. For example, the majority of African states either abstained, such as South Africa, or outright voted no, like Ethiopia, which almost justifies the Japanese not fighting on their behalf in the days leading up to World War II. Even Jameson is asking me if I'm serious about this. All too serious, unfortunately. And meanwhile, South Africa's influential opposition leader, Julius Malema. There we are. Jameson Reese says, holy fucking shit. Black, white, two of the worst races in the world. Indeed. And as I was saying, the opposition in South Africa, a communist nation by government, Julius Malema has urged Putin to teach Ukraine and NATO a lesson. Because, in his words, we need a new world order. He has also claimed that Putin has given the Russian army clear instructions to avoid civilian casualties in Ukraine. This is despite the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights recording no less than 2,000 civilian fatalities, with 726 people killed, including 52 children that we know of by what remains were left that we could identify, all of them caused by the use of explosive weapons in populated areas. In light of the self-evident disdain for territorial integrity, humanity, and the right to life itself, Putin's Russia is currently showing in Ukraine. Black Africans should stop and think how the Russian dictator's proposed New World Order would likely work out for them. And it is not only the carnage caused by Russia in Ukraine that should make Black Africa think twice about supporting the New World Order promoted by Moscow and Beijing. Under Putin, Russia has been inundated by state-affiliated and state-sponsored political filth and terror. Putin's political rivals and anyone daring to act against the interests of the Kremlin, including journalists, have faced assassination attempts both in Russia and abroad. Many, including former Federal Security Service agent Alexander Litvinenko and journalist Anna Politkovskaya, have been killed. Human rights groups and independent media organizations have been targeted and shut down. Elections have been turned into a sham, and private enterprise has been all but killed. Jameson Reese says, fucking burnt crackers, they don't deserve to be called black anymore. Thank you. Under Putin's orders, the Russian military has waged many immoral wars across the world. Russia's indiscriminate shelling of residential areas in Syria and Georgia claimed thousands of lives. Similarly, the communist Chinese empire under Xi Jinping is a hotbed of repression. His administration has arbitrarily detained, tortured, and mistreated millions of Turkic Muslims in the northwestern Xinjiang region. It has also frequently targeted intellectuals, civil rights activists, and journalists, and moved to restrict any alternative lifestyles of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersexed, and allied plus communities. And most certainly, there be no such thing as women's rights in Red China. Thus, Malema and other African tyrants who look forward to Putin's new world order should stop and consider what they are wishing for. and a liberal world order led by despots with blood-soaked histories cannot help Black Africa fulfill its democratic aspirations. Normally, well, historically, maybe when I was more naive, I would say Africa must chart its own path. Obviously, Africa does not need to subscribe to Red Chinese, Russian, or American interpretations or manifestations of democracy and multilateralism. It simply needs to secure equal rights and representations in a genuinely progressive multipolar international system that safeguards its democratic and economic interests as enshrined in the Constitutive Act of the African Union. The ill-advised and misplaced enthusiasm for Putin's strongman policies is a somber reflection of Black Africa's failures and imprecise trajectory under the toothless African Union. Almost 21 years after its establishment, the AU carries very little weight on the continent itself, and it has almost no voice on the global stage at all. And while its pursuit of permanent representation on the United Nations Security Council is an extremely praiseworthy and essential exercise, it has gradually turned into an expedient and intermittently expressed soundbite. Be that as it may, Black Africa should focus on establishing a world order that is defined by strong, independent, and democratic multilateral institutions. Undoubtedly, that is what Red China and the Russian Empire are eager to avoid or destroy, because they want the license to intimidate, repress, silence, and kill, both at home and abroad. As Jameson Reese says in the text, they kiss the fucking mighty crackers balls. Black Africa can die with Europe. Fuck it. Now, I'm not at that level of cynicism, but I'm precariously close. And we have the financial collapse of entire countries thanks to the greed of one empire. 2 countries are collapsing financially: Pakistan and Sri Lanka. One of which is the home of our Islamo chaplain, Salman Sheikh, a shout out unto he. Sri Lanka being spraken of earlier in the episode tonight by Peter Moon. Both debt-ridden, thanks to corruption and projects that have not taken off and funded by expensive communist Chinese loans. You might ask, why should the regional superpower in between them, Asian India, why should they care? Well, they've seen an increase in terrorist activities every time Pakistan is in trouble, and that will not be any different now. They have seen the deadly effects of Sri Lankan refugees coming to India. The same with refugees from Bangladesh and Burma. With rice selling at 300 rupees a kilogram and oil at 900 rupees per liter, Sri Lanka has gone into a deep economic crisis, and it is a question of time before their currency goes into a tailspin. India has stepped in to help, clearly understanding that it will face significant problems from refugees and other issues if Sri Lanka is not bailed out. It was Kazakhstan, Egypt, Maldives, Papua and New Guinea, Malaysia and Laos in the beginning. It has come to Pakistan and Sri Lanka, home to the Eurasian continent itself. When each of these countries set up infrastructure that they did not need and now face a situation where they cannot repay these loans, they are giving away part of their countries to the Communist Chinese Empire. The Red Chinese Silk Route / road is being built, country by country. Pakistan thought it could protect the part of POK, the POK, the Pakistani occupied Kashmir, by letting the Communist Chinese road to Iran to pass through the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and parts of Baluchistan. Once Red China built its infrastructure projects there, no one would dare to step into Pakistan is what they thought. Now, one of the biggest issues in Pakistan is how these Red Chinese people working in Pakistan treat the locals. A new form of colonization is happening, without firing too many bullets. After years of war and colonization by the British and the United States, both these countries went into overdrive to make themselves rich using the resources of other countries. Then they worked on the religious front, economic inducement to convert to Christianity. And this has been going on in many countries, and through that, they elect leaders and finally control their actions. The communist Chinese decided that instead of converting, because they don't have a religion at all, being an atheistic communist state of secular materialism, they would use economic inducement and win over countries. Different models were tried, and now they believe that one of the best is to induce countries to take up massive infrastructure projects that their countries don't even need and will never utilize, certainly not to the fullest, by a long shot. They bribe the government members sufficiently to ensure their support. Red Chinese organizations get the contracts, and the communist Chinese banks give loans to finance these projects. After some years, the countries are never able to repay these loans, and the communist Chinese banks take over these parts of the country. Typically, these are all the country's ports, dams, roads, etc. It is all their infrastructure, everything that makes them a modern nation. Given most Asian countries need money, Red Chinese money is now going around every country, and all countries surrounding Asian India have been taken over in some form or the other. India itself has refused to participate in the Commu-Chinese One Belt, One Road project, the new Silk Route, and by surrounding India and fomenting trouble in many of those countries, Red China is applying pressure on India itself to fall in line with them. The current Asian Indian government is sharp and has been holding off the Red Chinese aggression from different directions. One tactic that was used years ago by companies wanting to acquire another was to keep the other company so distracted with useless things to do that they did not see what was coming. Somehow, I believe that the Red Chinese are doing the same to India. Aggression in the north, letting Pakistan and Sri Lanka fail so that there is a perceived threat of Red China taking over parts of those countries. Asian India will get busy, and that is exactly what is happening. But I do believe that the Asian Indian side has also seen through this and is keeping the Red Chinese busy thanks to the Quad, their insincere communion with the Japanese Empire, the United States, and the United Kingdom, and other such initiatives. The sum of this game will be negative, and the only losers will be humanity. This human species is the only one that can bring such grief to itself by using its best faculty, the ability to think, so destructively. There is a need for new leadership in countries to take this world to a different way of living. I'm the only one that can provide you that leadership because I'm the only one who has ever and always proven, time and again, that Russia is a fake power. Winston Churchill famously called Russia a riddle wrapped in a mystery, inside an enigma. A more accurate description of the current Russian Federation is a forgery wrapped in a deception inside of a lie. Numerous analysts have focused on Moscow's campaign of disinformation, disinformatia, to undermine the West, but they have barely noticed that the most important subject of disinformation is Russia itself. Moscow has a long record of deceiving Westerners and depicting its empire as invincible. In a previous imperial incarnation, Soviet communism and socialist internationalism were supposed to ensure salvation for all humanity, until, that is, they were exposed as a fraud. Today's Russia has created an image of great power status economic strength, and military power that is rapidly unraveling in Ukraine. This is revealing that the Russian state structure itself stands on rotting foundations. According to numerous Western reports, Russia's state disinformation was supposed to be sophisticated and persuasive. In reality, it has failed to convince anyone outside of a narrow group of true believers that Moscow is conducting a just war of denazification in Ukraine. Attempts to control the narrative have failed miserably because of early exposure of Kremlin war aims by Western intelligence services and by an effective information campaign by the Ukrainian government and civil society. Similarly, Russia's much vaunted cyber warfare capabilities have been grossly exaggerated, as Kiev was evidently well prepared for any digital disruption of Ukraine's critical infrastructure. Russia's military prowess has proved to be another myth that fooled Western analysts. Simply studying Russian reports on Western systems and their own weapon systems meant to defeat the West, battle strategies, and military theories is insufficient to grasp actual capabilities. Little attention has ever been paid to morale, ethics, incompetence, poor training, dismal education levels, corruption, falsified reporting, interethnic factors, and officer-soldier relations inside the Russian military. Only I ever paid attention to any of that. This has resulted in a grave failure from everyone else to foresee the defeats that Russia has sustained in Ukraine that only I predicted. Although Moscow has wrought enormous destruction in Ukraine, it will not have the resources or manpower to sustain any prolonged war or occupation. Russia's economic strength is also a fig leaf. Simply citing figures about its national wealth funds and foreign reserves has failed to underscore that the Russian economy is primarily based on revenues from fossil fuels. Without large-scale energy exports, the budget simply cannot sustain the spending necessary to keep the Federation intact. And with the sanctions starting to take effect, many of Russia's federal regions will seek alternative revenues to survive, whether by curtailing Moscow exploitation of their natural resources or turning to neighboring states for direct economic ties. As Moscow's budget depletes and its energy revenues decline, any incentive to remain in the failing Federation will rapidly diminish, and Russia's state fragility will be increasingly transparent. Western governments are completely failing to grasp the significance of this historic moment. Incremental measures to assist Ukraine and sanction Russia allow the aggressor to make military and economic adjustments to stay afloat. The time for de-imperializing the Russian Federation is here, not through Western military intervention, but by massively bolstering Ukraine's armed forces, cutting all trade and energy links with the Russian Empire, and helping this artificial state to embroil itself in internal conflicts. A military defeat in Ukraine that reveals the inherent weakness of the Kremlin, combined with crippling economic sanctions that collapse living standards, will provoke public unrest, regional revolts, and power struggles within and between various elites. Intensifying internal battles in a collapsing economy will culminate in state fracture and the emergence of new entities that will reject Moscow's delusional imperial project. NATO should not intervene militarily unless its territory is breached, but it can encourage and develop links with the fledgling states that emerge from a crumbling Russian Empire. Some observers mistakenly blame Putin's invasion on an old doctrine. The Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, unprovoked and brutal, has led to discussions about Russia's putative half-a-thousand-year history of imperial aggression. Frequently, these histories begin with the concept of the Third Rome, first articulated clearly by a Russian monk in the 1520s, which was supposedly the center of a Russian imperialist ideology that sought, and continues to seek, to conquer the world. But this narrative misconstrues the history and relationship of Christianity to dreams of empire half a thousand years agone. At the time of its conception, the Third Rome idea had nothing to do with conquest of the world, but rather with theological claims made by Russian Orthodox church leaders about Moscow's place in the Orthodox world. In the past 100 years, that idea has been co-opted into a narrative of eternal Russian expansionism. Such false tales threaten to distort policy towards Russia by obfuscating Putin's real motivations for attacking Ukraine, which have more to do with modern forms of Russian nationalism and revenge for the collapse of the Soviet Union. Bogus theories about an innate Russian drive to expand will only complicate negotiations with Moscow, especially a possible post-Putin Moscow. By the way, I just received an incoming news flash about Volodymyr Zelensky addressing fears about a chance of World War III with Russia. And I'll read that after transmission. If I find anything that needs to be shared with yourselves from this news item, I'll share them with you on Wednesday. I've already articulated that there is nothing to fear but fear itself. And I mean that. Be afraid of fear and nothing else. You certainly have nothing to fear from motherfucking Russia. Now, that story of the Third Rome begins with the Roman Empire and its acceptance of Christianity in the early 300s. Within 2 generations of that conversion, the empire had divided in 2, a western half with its capital in Roma, and an eastern one centered in Constantinople, today Istanbul. The West collapsed in the early 400s under multiple assaults by barbarian armies, but the empire continued for another 1,000 years in the East. Today, it is generally known as Byzantium. After the empire split, the Western Church centered on Rome and the Latin language, and the Eastern Church centered on Constantinople and Greek, diverged culturally and theologically. The Roman Church evolved into what we know as Catholicism, while the Greek Church became what we know as Orthodoxy. The formal separation is usually dated to 1054, when leading figures in each camp excommunicated one another. In the view of the Orthodox, the Roman Catholic Church had lost its way, and their own capital, Constantinople, became the New Roma, or the Second Rome, which stood at the center of true Christianity. In 1453, the Islamic Ottoman Turks completed their conquest of the Eastern Roman Empire by capturing Constantinople. They renamed the city Istanbul, but for the Orthodox, it remained Constantinople. The cultural capital of the Orthodox world was now under Islamic rule. All of this led to an existential crisis in the Orthodox Church. Though the leading authority in the Church remained the Patriarch of Constantinople, some Orthodox authorities began to ask who the earthly protector of Christians might be, now that the Byzantine Emperor was gone. After 1453, the only state in the world still ruled by an Orthodox monarch was Moscow, a rising power on the eastern fringe of Europa. The idea that the Tsar of Muscovy might be the earthly defender of all Orthodox Christendom, was first clearly articulated in the 1520s by a Russian monk named Filofe. In a letter to an official in the retinue of Tsar Vasily III, Filofe wrote that 2 Romes have fallen and a third, Moscow, stands. But recent work by experts, particularly Marshall Poe and Donald Rowland, shows that Filofe was not drawing a blueprint for world domination by Moscow. Rather, he was reminding Vasily of his special duty as ruler of the Third Rome to protect and sustain the true Christian Church. Otherwise, that realm would fail, just as Roma and Constantinople had before. Filofe also implied that in the end, even Moscow would fail, as the great empires of the Old Testament had. That eventual failure would bring on the end times. For 2 generations, the Tsars ignored the Third Rome formula. They began using it from time to time only in the early 1600s. Even then, it had nothing to do with designs for world conquest, but with enhancing the status of the Muscovite church leadership within the Orthodox world. In the 1660s, Central Russian church authorities actually rejected the Third Rome doctrine, as they tried a different approach to increasing their status within the Orthodox world, bringing their religious practices in line with those in Constantinople and the most prestigious Greek monasteries. Only the Old Believers, a breakaway group of Russian Orthodox who sought to maintain what they saw as the purity of the Moscow Church, held on to the concept. It was not until the 1800s that Russian historians unearthed the Third Rome doctrine and claimed that it was an ideological justification for the expansion of the Russian state. By 1900, Russian commentators were reading it in many different ways, as a statement of Russia's special mission to unite the Asian East with the European West, of its special role in uniting all Slavs, or of its messianic mission to bring true Christianity to the entire world. This last interpretation entered Cold War discussions of Soviet aggression through the writings of Russian philosopher Nikolai Berdyaev. In the 1930s, Berdyaev had argued that the Bolsheviks' promotion of world revolution was simply another manifestation of Moscow's messianic ambition, supposedly encapsulated in the Third Rome doctrine. During the Cold War, Western commentators took this even further, reading the idea as part of a centuries-old Russian plot for world domination. Amongst meditation on the Tsar's role as protector of orthodoxy had been re-envisioned as an inherent Russian urge toward universal empire. With the invasion of Ukraine, a number of commentators have revived this anachronistic reading of the Third Rome. The misreading of the Third Rome concept is dangerous. The idea arose in a world where people thought of politics in terms of Old Testament precedents, Judeo-Christian prophecy, and the role of earthly rulers in defending the one true church. Taking it out of that context and interpreting it as a sign of an inborn Russian aggressiveness presents us from grasping the essentially postmodern context for the invasion of Ukraine. Revanchism for the collapse of the Soviet Union, an exaggerated fear of NATO expansion, and new forms of Russian nationalism motivate Putin's assault, not some supposed eternal messianic mission. Essentializing Russianness with fairy tales about the Third Rome precludes the realistic appraisal of Putin's policies necessary for dealing with the Russian government. But, such being said, what then is behind Russia's history of atrocities? The pictures emerging of atrocities in Bucha, Ukraine, are shocking, but are they really surprising? Consider the Russian way of war during the past decades, from Afghanistan to Chechnya to Syria, All these wars were characterized by mass casualty attacks against civilians by the Russians, as well as credible allegations of the summary executions of civilians by Russian forces. In the 1980s, the Soviet Union waged a 9-year war in Afghanistan, during which time Human Rights Watch reported over 1 million Afghan civilians are believed to have been killed, most in aerial bombardments. Tens of thousands have disappeared, many of them victims of summary executions. The atrocities continued in the following decade, this time closer to home. During Russia's first war in Chechnya in 1994, according to Russian human rights experts, around 25,000 civilians died during just 2 months of fighting in the capital of Grozny alone. During the Second Russian War in Chechnya, Russian soldiers summarily mass executed at least 38 civilians in Grozny between late December of 1999 and mid-January of the year 2000. I'm sourcing this fact from the Human Rights Watch. And on February 5th of the year 2000, Russian soldiers summarily executed at least 60 civilians. Again, I'm sourcing the same catalog of information, the Human Rights Watch. Now, the International Federation for Human Rights found the Russians in Chechnya in the year 2000 had engaged in summary mass executions and mass murders, physical abuse and torture, intentionally causing grave harm to people never directly involved in hostilities, deliberate attacks on the civilian population, to the point of ignoring any and all military targets. During their 2 wars in Chechnya, the Russians flattened Grozny, once a city of more than 400,000 people. Indeed, the United Nations once declared Grozny the most destroyed city on Earth. That's saying a lot when you take into account World War II atrocities like the firebombing of Dresden. Now, in the few hours we have remaining, justice can never be done here. But most recently, during the Syrian civil war, a war that Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad was in danger of losing before Russia intervened in 2015, 8,683 civilians were killed by Russian bombardments, according to the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights. Now, atrocities are not only committed by Russia's conventional forces. Last year, the European Union imposed sanctions on the Russian mercenary organization, the Wagner Group, which operates as a proxy for the Russian government and military. The sanctions related to serious human rights abuses, including torture and extrajudicial, summary, or arbitrary executions. And this was the European Union I'm sourcing, themselves citing the Wagner Group's actions in Libya, Syria, and the Central African Republic. The Wagner Group is known to have deployed at least 1,000 of its men to Ukraine. What we are seeing in Bucha now is nothing more than the Russian way of war at work, which is designed to bludgeon civilian populations into submission so as to expunge any possible resistance. And unfortunately, we can expect to see many more bukas in the coming weeks. We've already seen that with the shelling of a bus station, killing over 100 people. It's long past high time for Joe Biden to escalate the Ukrainian war. Russia's war crimes, the systematic murder of civilians, some shot in the head at close range while their hands were tied behind their backs, should oblige President Joe Biden to escalate the war in Ukraine. The barbarities we see on our television screens are what dictator Vladimir Putin is doing right now in conquered territories. He must be pushed out of them. Until now, escalation has been treated almost universally as something to be avoided that only Putin would attempt. Fear of war spreading across Europa or intensifying with nuclear or other weapons of mass destruction has been used to excuse Western military aid always falling short of enabling Ukraine to defeat the Russian Empire, actually winning the war. Fears of escalation are real enough, but acknowledging them must not dictate strategy or tip the West into cajoling Ukraine implicitly to accept a fragile and humiliating armistice. Biden's hypercalibration of help has always, then, been excessive and misguided. As a plain matter of observable fact, it has not worked. But now there are two additional factors that weigh in favor of heightened action. Monstrous Russian brutality, exposed as the ebbing tide of Putin's military withdraws from Kiev suburbs, adds decisively to the argument that the Kremlin tyrant must be defeated on the field of battle. Worldwide revulsion at charred bodies and shallow graves would allow a forceful leader to carry public opinion with him if he laid out the case for intensified efforts that are not just different in degree, but different in kind from what we have done so far. Biden rightly but insufficiently repeated his assertion that Putin is a war criminal. Likewise, Germany's Chancellor Olaf Scholz vowed to step up sanctions against the Russian Empire, and he even added, "We will continue to make weapons available to Ukraine so the country can defend itself against the Russian invasion." Significantly, his words were almost identical to those of Joe Biden, who basically mouthed platitudes such as, "We have to continue to provide Ukraine with the weapons they need to continue to fight." What's sadly notable is their repetitive use of the word continue. Continue signals that there will be no change. Continue implies that the right thing is already being done. Biden said fight, and Scholz said defend. Neither of them said win. Win is simply not in their Western vocabulary, because the West is a culture of losers and self-defeat. The enemy knows only how to win. All you know how to do is lose. For all the outrage and stepped-up discussion of retributive justice for war crimes, including comparisons with the trial of the Nazis at Nuremberg, Biden and the West are not changing course, even though they know a massacre is occurring. Remember, genocide is happening even as you hear my words. But we're still where we've been for months, dickering about and micromeasuring what we can get away with without making our enemy too angry at us. Don't let Putin turn his attention to us. Hopefully he keeps beating and raping that child over there so he doesn't touch my hot bun ass. Aside from war crimes, the second development now argues strongly for supplying Ukraine with weapons with which it can win. It is that neither Russia nor Ukraine seems capable of winning now, and this is likely, as Niall Ferguson argues, to extend conflict indefinitely. Or, as Walter Russell Mead notes, the logic of warfare now seems to lock the two sides into further, perhaps escalating military, economic, and political conflict as each looks for some pathway to victory. Stasis, accompanied by rapidly rising death, displacement, and destruction, is the logical consequence of a Western approach that supplies weapons sufficient only to prevent Ukraine from being defeated, but not sufficient to let it win, and imposes sanctions tight enough to damage the Russian economy, but never tight enough to staunch the flow of funds to Putin's military machine. As Jameson Rees says in text, an inertia of endless death, a mass sacrifice to the anti-gods, an endless supply of blood for them to drink. The case, my case, and therefore your case, for escalating the war against Vladimir Putin is not one of moral preening in the wake of recent outrages, nor the cheap militarism at the expense of difficult statesmanship. It rests on the fact that there is neither advantage nor merit in meeting this crisis with policies that prevent it from being resolved as it should, and condemns innocent and peaceable millions to continuously endless war. Escalation now would not even commit American forces to the fight, but it would commit the American empire and all the West with it to defeating a dictator and the wider movement he represents, one shared by the communist Chinese empire that seeks to make conquest an accepted modus operandi once again, ending vacillation and coming down firmly on the side of human rights, territorial integrity, and national self-determination should be our clear short-term objective in Ukraine and our crystal clear long-term strategy worldwide. Because Volodymyr Zelensky's compelling question is, what is the United Nations for? Russia was furious about blatant violations and contravention of norms and rules, but Moscow's UN ambassador, Vasily Nebenzia, was not fixated on sickening atrocities blamed on Russian troops in Ukraine. Instead, he was fuming about supposed infringements of protocol on calling meetings. This bizarre mini-circus at the beginning of a searing Security Council session on last Tuesday, of yestermenses, no, yesterseptimania, last week, only served to prove Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's subsequent point. What is the point of the United Nations if it cannot act against crimes against humanity and punish the perpetrators? The Ukraine crisis is far from the first time that the United Nations' impotence, baked into its institutions by the veto-wielding power of its 5 permanent Security Council members, and its need to often seek consensus on the most controversial of issues, has failed to act to prevent atrocity. But the onslaught in Ukraine is truly exposing the limits of this post-World War II institution. Russia, as a permanent member of the Security Council, can effectively veto investigations into its own proven crimes. Zelensky proposed a conference to discuss reform of the United Nations and the Security Council itself, an oft-mooted idea that never goes anywhere. He argued that there was no point in a Security Council if it could not promote security for United Nations member states. He also called for a Nuremberg-style trial to bring Russian war criminals to justice. In his latest powerful video address, or the latest one I was able to review, Zelensky told Security Council members, "Please show how we can reform or change and work for peace. If there is no alternative and no option, then the next option would be to dissolve yourself altogether. And I know you can admit that there is nothing that you can do besides conversation." Some U.S. lawmakers have called for Russia to be expelled from the Security Council. Yet, even if the United Nations General Assembly were to cast a required two-thirds vote, two-thirds of the vote would be required to do so, Moscow could use its veto to block its own removal. And even if it did not, Red China would likely back Moscow up. Critics of the United States and the West often complain they also manipulate the Security Council for their own ends. In 2003, for example, the Bush administration attempted, but failed, to obtain a second council resolution authorizing military action in Iraq, fueling the claims of opponents that the subsequent war was illegal. In the past, the Security Council has created international tribunals and investigations into war crimes in places like Rwanda and the former Yugoslavia. But there's no chance Moscow would vote to put itself on trial, meaning that if Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and his generals face justice, it won't come through the United Nations. The applause that rang through the Security Council chamber for Zelensky's speech must have sounded rather hollow from Kiev. A United Nations mandate should provide troops to protect Kiev and Odessa. Why, it was last Sunday that I made my case that President Joe Biden should escalate the Ukrainian war. Of course, such is only right, but that's also only part of the equation. The whole world should get tougher against Vladimir Putin's thuggery. Now that the world has seen irrefutable evidence that the atrocities committed by Russian forces in Ukraine, and now that Ukraine's brave military and citizenry have sent those forces into retreat from the Kiev region, the case for and means of a worldwide response are all the more evident. Some of us don't have much use for the United Nations, but if there were ever occasion for one of the United Nations' two primary aims, namely collective defense of sovereign territory, Russia's brutal and utterly unprovoked invasion of Ukraine is it. Russia is so obviously violating all international norms and all semblance of civilized behavior that the rest of the world, not just Europa, should unite against it. On April 4th, Linda Thomas Greenfield, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, said she would formally request that Russia be suspended from the United Nations Human Rights Council. All fine and good, but it's weak tea. The Human Rights Council is a sham anyway, and it has no powers useful in a military conflict. The American position should be bolder. Ever since the start of the war, Ukraine has argued that Russia should be evicted from the powerful United Nations Security Council, both in punishment for its actions in Ukraine and on the legal argument that its Security Council position was never formally ratified anyway after the collapse of the old Soviet Union. Without a Security Council position, Russia could not veto a concomitant move to suspend Russia from the General Assembly as well, for clearly violating the terms of the United Nations Charter. On April 5th, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky repeated the call to oust Russia from the Security Council. And Ukraine is right. And with Russia no longer able to veto a collective defense move, the General Assembly should authorize one. The authorization should provide carefully circumscribed parameters that givest Putin no pretext for attacking NATO nations or using nuclear weapons. Granted, in practice, most of the troops required would come from NATO nations, but by operating under the United Nations rubric, the deployment would isolate Putin without the specific Russia versus the West narrative that feeds Putin's preferred propaganda. The mission would be defined as follows. Part 1 would be the easiest and least controversial. Because Russian troops are effectively gone from the region around Kiev, the United Nations military contingent should deploy to the outer limits of Ukraine, held territory there. Its announced purpose would be not to pursue retreating Russian forces, but to maintain a security perimeter, purely defensive, to ensure Russia does not mount a renewed assault in that region. Crucially, the security perimeter would be described as essential protection for a humanitarian relief mission. You know, the antithesis of Putin's special military operation. The carnage left behind by the Russians is so dreadful and widespread that international relief efforts are morally necessary. Those efforts for providing food, medicine, and infrastructural necessities absolutely must be protected from further Russian violence. This is exactly what the United Nations was created for! Left officially unsaid, but important, is that if international forces are there to protect Ukraine's north and west, that will free up Ukraine's own military to concentrate all its forces in its beleaguered southern and central regions where Russia continues to conduct its murderous rampage. Very little Ukrainian remnant need be left behind to guard Kiev. As Ukraine's trained armed forces are a finite resource, that human resource should be able to be used where most needed before Russia's superior manpower can deplete that resource beyond repair. Part 2 of the mission would push the envelope just a bit further, but still well enough within reason that it shouldn't come close to catalyzing a nuclear response. Part 2 would deploy UN-authorized troops in a defensive ring around the great port city of Odessa, which right now remains free from a major Russian assault. The salvation of Odessa is crucial. Not only is it the only remaining major seaport in Ukraine's hands, and thus necessary for Ukraine's ability to conduct basic international commerce and for delivery of humanitarian sustenance, but it is also a cultural gem the world cannot afford to allow to be bombarded. Known as the Pearl of the Black Sea, Odessa is culturally far more Mediterranean than Russo-Slavic. Its museums, gardens, and parks, including Gorky Park, are famous. Its architecture exquisite. None of this can be allowed to be turned into a Mariupol-like rubble by the motherless fucking Russians. The message to Putin should be clear. You absolutely may not attack Odessa. Your forces will be repulsed and annihilated by the United Nations sponsored forces. But if you steer clear of Odessa, UN forces will not attack yours. Again, the UN mandate would be defensive, cultural, and humanitarian. Surely the United Nations should not be so feckless as to be unable to authorize such desperately needed action. Surely not even President Joe Biden is so feckless as to be unable to lead the world to agree to such a collective reaction to ongoing war crimes. Stop tiptoeing around. Let's act. Everybody hates Vladimir. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has created utter chaos in Eastern Europe, but it has clarified one thing in America. Vladimir Putin is a bad guy, and Russia is a bad actor on the world stage. That story comest through loud and clear in recent polling from the Pew Research Center. More than 9 in 10 Americans, 92%, said they have little or no confidence in Putin's handling of world affairs, compared with 6%, who said they had at least some confidence. That is a drastic change from 16 years ago, when less than a majority of Americans, 45%, said they had little or no confidence in Putin, while 1/3 said they had at least some confidence. In 2006, 22% did not provide an answer, compared with just 1% in 2022. Views of Putin's Russia have turned similarly negative, and rapidly. In a Pew poll from January, 49% of Americans described Russia as a competitor, while 41% said Russia was an enemy of the United States. In March, 70% of Americans called Russia an enemy, while 24% said Russia was a competitor, according to Pew. Another 3% saw Russia as a partner, which, well, what? I mean, these were obviously diehard libertarians. I mean, fuck Republican at that point. At that point, you're a baby-raping libertarian. Which is what all libertarians are. There is a party of pedophiles, you dumb motherfuckers. Libertarians want no enforcement of laws. They want to do away with child labor laws. That's their political platform. But in terms of the Pew Research, that clarity of public opinion on Russia and its motives should strengthen President Joe Biden's hand as he seeks to deal with this crisis. America is remarkably unified on this front, a rarity in such a deeply polarized environment. It also shines a particularly harsh light on the praise that former President Donald Trump and all of his allies have lavished on Putin since the start of this conflict. There seems to be little appetite among the American public for people who see Putin in anything but a negative light. One other note. These numbers also suggest that Putin's years of spade work to paint Russia as something short of an enemy towards America have been made utterly meaningless. The point? Russia and Putin have shown Americans who they are, and Americans believe them. Putin's war in Ukraine united Americans against the Russian Empire, to a point. For years, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin looked to divide Americans. There was electoral interference, disinformation projects, and of course, that ever-present dodgy Russian money sloshing around Washington and other Western capitals. All served to weaken American resolve. But in the space of just a few short months, Putin has done something far harder than dividing Americans. He's united them. Well, up to a point. A new poll of these U.S. adults conducted by Pew Research Center found the number of Americans who said Russia was an enemy had surged from 41% in January to 70% in late March, when the poll I'm citing was conducted. 24% described Russia as a competitor of the United States, while just 3% said it was a partner. All of them deep red libertarians and pornography distributors of the child variety. Why am I not surprised? Shaking my head. Crucially, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has led to revulsion along both sides of the political spectrum in these United States. Democrats and Republicans largely agree on the subject, with 72% of Democrats and 69% of Republicans describing Russia as an enemy. And Pew notes that the changes in attitudes is asymmetrical, pointing to separate results that show negative views among Democrats increased by 23% in 2 years and 35% for Republicans. Pew so notes that, and here I quote as they, while negative sentiment towards Russia has increased substantially among both Democrats and Republicans since 2020, Republicans' views have changed more drastically. So this being America, dysfunction and division are never far from the surface. For the Biden administration, this relative unity against Russia is no relief. Most signs suggest that any support for action against Ukraine will not help his underwater approval ratings. Indeed, polls suggest that voters support President Biden's actions against Ukraine. They just want far more of it. A survey conducted by the Associated Press Nork Center for Public Affairs Research and released late last month found that while the United States had imposed jaw-dropping sanctions and supplied more military aid to Ukraine than ever, 56% of the country thought Biden had not been tough enough on Russia. Even Democrats weren't sure, with 43% favoring a tougher approach. Exactly what such tougher action would entail was never necessarily clear, given mixed signs from other polling. Only I can provide you the clarity that I've already articulated in that regard. Even so, congressional critics have seized upon this idea. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell, the Republican from Kentucky, has accused the White House of only belatedly doing things it had been slow-walking out of fears that they were too provocative or too escalatory. But the lack of action on Ukraine from Congress reflects Republicans' own mixed record on Russia, as The Post's Mike DeBonis wrote last week. President Donald Trump, still a major power in the party, is deeply skeptical of U.S. relations with NATO and has ordered his staff to withhold aid to Ukraine days before pressuring Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to share compromising material about Biden's son Hunter that the Republicans are pursuing today. Zelensky, once a big player in one of the two impeachment dramas that engulfed Washington during the Trump misadministration, is now the star of the show, remarkably popular not only among Democrats but Republicans too. Congress is yet to send any piece of standalone legislation on Ukraine to Biden for his signature. And though blame lies with both parties, Democrats have little impetus to allow legislative action that could bind the White House to action, such as a proposal to supply Ukraine with MiG-29 jets under NATO member control. May lay the blame with the opposition. Dan Diller, the former aide to Richard Lugar, a longtime Republican senator from Indiana who died in 2019, told DeBonis, "If not this, then what? If you can't get your act together on legislating on something where there is so much unanimity, when can you ever do it?" Even a purely symbolic vote in support of NATO and its principles was opposed by 30% of House Republicans last Tuesday. or Tuesday before last. And you have that Russian rhetoric that adds weight to all the charges of genocide. All the new evidence of atrocities may push harder lines. The Washington Post, along with other media organizations, human rights groups, and Ukrainian officials, have documented, well, they've all documented significant evidence of violence against civilians and self-evident war crimes in areas held by Russian forces before they were forced to withdraw in recent days. In response, the Biden administration has been imposing new sanctions that include 2 of the empire's largest banks, as well as Putin's adult children, while the U.S. Department of Justice also indicted Konstantin Malofeev, the first criminal charges against an oligarch since the invasion began. But is that enough for Americans? Some polls have already suggested that more than a third of Americans would favor military action in Ukraine, even if it risks war with a nuclear-armed Russia. These polls, as well as the most recent by Pew, which showed that a plurality of Americans view Russia as an enemy, were conducted before the shocking scenes we saw this last week from places like Chernihiv and Bucha. Some U.S. lawmakers are hinting that the sanctions on Russia, historic in scale and scope, should also be permanent, or at least stay in place until Putin leaves power, which he never intends to do. In interviews with Politico's Nahal Tuzi, Republicans and Democrats alike argued that sanctions should not be lifted anytime soon. Representative Tom Malinowski, the Democrat from New Jersey, told Politico, "I cannot imagine returning Russia's wealth to Putin after what he's done and while Ukraine lies in ruins." But Biden administration officials have suggested that they view sanctions as a means to an end, negotiations that will end the war. And even after the latest shocking scenes of war crimes from towns that Russian troops have fled, in their cowardice and fear, White House officials have suggested their decisions won't be motivated by emotion. Biden, who himself has a long history with Putin, is no fan of the Russian dictator, as his recent ad-libbed remarks, "For God's sake, this man cannot stay in power!" "The show?" Biden spracketh from the heart, and people around the world were grateful. Only pundits and politicos were horrified. Biden's biggest mistake? It wasn't what he said about Putin. It was taking it back. It may go down as Joe Biden's biggest mistake since he took office. As the president emerged from Catholic church service in Georgetown last Sunday evening, a reporter asked him, "Mr. President, do you want Putin removed? Mr. President, were you calling for regime change?" Biden simply said, "No." Less than 24 hours earlier, speaking just a metaphorical stone's throw away from motherless Russia itself, he had said something completely different about Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. For God's sake, this man cannot remain in power. Biden has also described Putin as a war criminal, a thug, and a brute. He said that after meeting with refugees from Putin's chosen war and seeing the suffering of the Ukrainian people firsthand. He reacted as a grandfather, as a father, and as any empathetic human being would. Biden's pronouncement in Poland sparked activity on signal apps from former American military personnel in Poland and Ukraine on humanitarian efforts. A Trump-loving former member of the American military praised Biden, saying, "About damn time." There were messages coming in to people I know who follow such apps. My manager, Selena Khan, follows them for me, as I have no comprehension of how to do so. They were established by that Edomite cunt, Lena Shea, who set up everything just so that she could shut me down and get myself banned permanently from Facebook, as was her mission, on behalf of the anti-gods she so serves and raises her children as a sacrifice for. One of these messages relayed to myself from Selena Khan was from a driver in Ukraine who lost his family, saying, "Thank God someone said this." Others were equally effusive in their praise for the bluntness and candor of Biden's simple 9-word statement. The world now sees, as the pastor of a mission providing relief effort to the displaced Ukrainian citizens told, apparently said on my app, which I cannot even access, but was read to me by Selena Khan. These cheers coming from ordinary people in all walks of life around the world, those who didn't like it were simply other world leaders. So a few minutes after Biden left the stage in Poland, the White House issued a hasty retraction, denying that Biden had decided to advocate for regime change in the Russian Empire. The headlines and the pundits naturally fell in line and talked about what a horrible gaffe the president had committed. He was taken to task for giving Putin an opening to proceed with further atrocities against the innocent people of Ukraine. Such statements show an incredible lack of insight. Putin has already shown he will manipulate and conjure up facts with an ease and flair that would make Donald Trump jealous to justify the atrocities he has already inflicted and those he plans to inflict again. Whatever Biden did would be twisted to suit Vladimir Putin. At least Biden spoke the truth as he saw it for once. The pundits say Biden made an egregious mistake with his statement. Allow me to zig while others zag. The mistake wasn't in making that goddamn statement. The mistake was in retracting it. Whether or not you agree with the statement, it was made. It was blunt. It was game-changing. Walking it back undercut everything else done on the trip. Let's be as blunt as Biden was in his statement, all of which was meant to put Putin in a box. Biden and NATO emerged stronger after the trip to Brussels, the erstwhile capital of Europa, where Western leaders vowed to stand firm. There was no waffling. When Biden showed up to greet the 82nd Airborne, he was reminding the world of America's professional military muscle, vetted and able to act. His public speech in Poland rivaled that of any American president made during wartime. In response, during Biden's speech, Putin fired missiles at Lviv, Ukraine, just a few miles from the hotel some of the people were staying in who sent those apps Selena Khan read to myself. I thought the president was candid and clear in Poland. He didn't say anything that I hadn't heard thousands of Ukrainians say in the last 10 days. It isn't anything that I hadn't heard Americans, some Russians, Europeans, and citizens of the world say during the last month. Putin is public enemy number 1 in the world today. If you don't advocate for getting rid of him when he threatens the safety of the entire world by threatening nuclear weapons amongst other threats of power and threat projection, then what the hell are you about? The president merely echoed the thoughts of those who are suffering, and the hastily worded correction was crafted by those who are out of touch and immersed in an elitism that few who are suffering can even understand. All world leaders are afraid of anyone advocating regime change, apparently even when it is sorely needed. For they fear that if you say yes to regime change in Russia today, then tomorrow the mob could overthrow you in your own country. After all, world history is full of such lessons. Nothing frightens the powers that be worse than the prospect of a chaotic rabble rising up to take on a country's leadership, even when it may be warranted. Now, I myself have served in wartime as a weaponized whore, leasing my body out for pay as a weapons platform. During that time, I've personally interviewed on the spot, on site, the war zones that I've patrolled, grandmothers in all the regions of Yugoslavia, whose insults for Vladimir Putin would make drunken sailors, truck drivers, and longshoremen blush. I've personally spracketh with Russians who can't stand the man. I've spoken in San Francisco to a Polish cab driver who is afraid his grandson will never get a chance to grow old because Putin will torch the world. And while Putin's actions should be everyone's concern, the White House staff is too busy trying to play polite politics with a man who deserves nothing but a padded cell, limited access to other humans, and only enough daily rations to keep him adequately fed. They don't get it! The White House also felt the need to correct the president on 2 other occasions while on his European trip, and Biden's staff just don't seem to understand that doing so projects an aura of weakness. It hurts the president, and it damages his message. Donald John Trump never corrected a goddamn thing he ever said. His minions in the White House usually shrugged their shoulders and said, "The president said what he said," leaving it to everyone else to try and figure it out. That also played to his base, who defended Trump for speaking his mind when others would not. Every time Biden speaks his mind, his underlings are afraid of gaffes and blowback. So in an attempt to protect him, they weaken him and the office of the presidency itself. American interests are not served in such fashion. Not that corrections should not be made when warranted, but was Biden wrong? Was his emotional and visceral response to the sufferings of millions in error? One thing the White House staff doesn't get, cannot understand, and can never communicate about the current fight in Ukraine is a phenomenon as old as our empire. America loves an underdog. Most Americans understand the Ukrainian fight that way, and they're likely to back our president when he stands up for the underdog. America has always loved underdogs because America mythifies itself as starting out as an underdog. Whether or not you think America has morphed into something uglier or greater than that in subsequent years is a matter for a different episode and limited inspiration. We see it in our novels, our movies, and TV shows. Hollywood embraces this and perpetuates it. There's something about persevering in the face of violent opposition from mediocre minds that draws everyone in. We all side with the Star Wars rebels. Our love of the underdog knows no limits. All are invited to join. We'll even take converts from the evil empire. We pay homage to the spirit of the underdog when we side with St. Peter's in the NCAA tournament, or root for a team that's never won the big game. That's why, when Volodymyr Zelensky said, "I need ammunition, not a ride," people around the world rallied to him. His struggle emboldened us all. So when he took Western leaders to task last weekend for a lack of courage, that too landed squarely with Americans. If Biden wants to figure out why his approval ratings are so goddamn low, perhaps he should re-examine those crafting his message. He's done fine, gaffes and all, when he speaks for himself. When others do it, not so much. When I fought the secession wars in the former Yugoslavia, I spoke in the modern vernacular with people from all walks of life, from mayors to military personnel and refugees, who understood the tightrope the Western world walked even then. There was once a mother of 3 children who told myself outside Sarajevo, I wish them to make the right decisions, but I hope they understand what we have lost when they decide. Joe Biden leads a battle while trying to walk that tightrope. The threat of Putin deploying weapons of mass destruction is real and growing by the moment. Biden's visceral reaction to Putin during his speech in Poland is thus put in the proper frame. The fear is that without regime change in Moscow, the quality of life on the planet is in danger of being reduced to that of primitive man huddled in the caves. If we survive at all. I'm not talking about nuclear apocalypse. I'm talking about the shortage in food supply, the lack of incoming natural gas. All of that will be enough to lead to riots and mass rape and cannibalism on our streets. Certainly those in Europe before it crosses the Atlantic, but this side of the Atlantic soon enough. No one really wants to confront that possibility. It's too horrific to face squarely. But you cannot dance around the head of a pin, and you cannot allow Putin to hold the world hostage while he tries to dominate the globe for the greater glory of himself. So Zelensky confronted the reticence of the West with a simple question. Weekend before last, in a late-night weekend speech, he asked, so who runs the Euro-Atlantic community? Is it still Moscow because of intimidation? Let Russia know that the truth will not remain silent, and let every nation in the world feel the depth of Russia's injustice against Ukraine, against everything that keeps the world within morality and humanity. Zelensky has galvanized the world against Putin with his words, and it is time world leaders quit tiptoeing around the grave threat we all face. The Ukrainian people, more than any other who have faced Putin's wrath in his time as Russia's dictator, are showing the world what it takes. Visit an open-air market and see the resilience of the people. Look at the rural farmers who still have horse-drawn wagons with balding bridge stone tires, on rusting hubs and axles removed from aging automobiles. You haven't lived until you've seen a local merchant load it down with a brush drive through remote Ukraine in a wagon with a Chevy or Ford logo nailed to the back. These people are living almost the same rugged lifestyle they've lived since the Middle Ages. Some don't have electricity. Many heat their humble homes with nothing but firewood. The most strikingly beautiful building in many small communities is their church. And yet still they won't give up. And they don't hesitate to call for regime change in Russia. They've seen what Putin is and what he can do. As the mayor of Kiev said last week, or week before last by now, the Ukrainians are fighting for the ideals of democracy embraced by most Europeans. Putin has found out that he cannot win against such determination. He can only destroy. He can only level the world. Like the man said, some people just want to watch it all burn. Putin, some surmise, saw an easy target in a divided country, parts of which he already occupied. He obviously never had a plan B if he was wrong. He just continues to embarrass himself, exposed like Donald John Trump, with the vestiges of his manhood waving in the breeze for everyone to ridicule. Putin is the Dark Lord of the Scythe who dreams of being a Sith, and is exceedingly dangerous and as menacing as a puffy-faced former KGB officer can be. So why give Biden grief for calling it as it is? And why would you backtrack at all? His trip to Eastern Europe helped nail down further sanctions against the Russian Empire, reaffirmed the strength of NATO and our commitment to our allies. Posing with the members of the 82nd Airborne in Poland, Biden was throwing heavy shade at Vladimir Putin. Delivering his speech that close to Russia on Polish soil was another masterful strategic maneuver to show Putin where we stand. It's a sobering day indeed. And yes, it was meant to intimidate the Russians. At the very least, it had to get Putin's attention. In the last month, Biden has taken off the gloves in characterizing the essence of that former KGB lieutenant who now runs Russia to the ground, to the dirt, and beneath its shod. Biden has declared him a thug, a terrorist, and a war criminal. Biden spent time with refugees, as I did when I was in Yugoslavia. He spracked to them as I did, and he came away with the same feeling as a father and a grandfather that I did. The world is unsafe as long as Putin continues this war. Even if he stops and walks away now, he's still done untold damage that will reverberate into our shared future. Biden was right. His retractions be damned. For the world to achieve any sense of harmony and begin to heal, Vladimir Putin cannot remain in power. The question remains how to achieve that goal without risking the end of civilization itself. And the horror of that thought, not the fear of other leaders and their political concerns, is ultimately why Biden walked away from the obvious statement, Putin must go. But even if the Russian dictator has united much of the United States, that his country is the enemy, Americans remain divided on how to deal with that enemy. This brings us to Trump, Putin, and the paradox of propaganda. To quote Rit from Politico magazine, at a time when President Joe Biden's own weaknesses make him an easy political target, Trump and his political apparatus instead seem to be unable to move past the abyss of election fraud lies. This is a now familiar feature of Trump's cramped thinking. He has been trapped by the lies of his own media ecosystem, to the point where it inhibits his own power. Trump invents lies. His favored media sources repeat those lies endlessly. And Trump himself believes them. Trump devised the stolen election lie to hold on to office, but his inability to relinquish his fixation on it is making Republicans abandon him. Had he not fooled himself into believing the coronavirus pandemic would disappear, he probably would have won re-election. I don't think this dynamic is unique to Donald Trump. I have a theory about propaganda. Having served as a propagandist at the nation-state level myself, once working for Saddam Hussein. When you set out to brainwash others, you end up brainwashing yourself. The intent of propaganda, of course, is to contain the effect to the audience, who will be steered toward beliefs you find useful and away from beliefs you find dangerous, regardless of whether either is true. But ultimately, the task of keeping mental double books becomes too difficult. The false world you create drives out the real one. Vladimir Putin's war on Ukraine is a vivid example of this dynamic. Putin, of course, was trained by the KGB and places enormous value on information as warfare. You hoard the truth for yourself by gathering secrets and weaken your enemies with lies. But ultimately, the lies escaped and infected their creator, just like a weaponized virus from a biolab. Putin sought to convince his people Ukraine was weak, corrupt, and lacking in any popular legitimacy. He wound up believing his own lies, launching a ruinous war premised on his expectation that Volodymyr Zelensky's government would collapse immediately and that Ukrainians would welcome Russians as liberators. Indeed, even as the military campaign has been a ruinous fiasco, the propaganda campaign has continued to work. The Russian public still supports the war all the way. Putin's popularity in Russia is the highest it's ever been. They now truly believe they will conquer all the world. That's not my projection. That's their actual purpose, as stated officially. Putin's problem is that his people have been so convinced by his lies that they are unprepared to handle the defeat he is going to deliver. As Julia Loff has reported, and I shall read a paragraph as writ by she. As Stanovaya and others have pointed out, the news of compromise from the Russian delegation to Istanbul triggered a massive outcry from Putin loyalists and the extreme nationalist wing in Russian society that has been encouraged to flourish in the last decade. Russian social media networks lit up with rage that Vladimir Medinsky, one of the Russian negotiators, was selling out Russia and its dreams of empire by acceding to anything in these talks. Even Ramzan Kadyrov, the theatrically cruel and deranged leader of Chechnya, who rarely disagrees with Putin in public, asked the Russian president in a video address to let us finish what we started. We warriors do not consent to these negotiations and to these agreements. Putin's long campaign to suppress independent media and foment nationalist aggression against Ukraine is a catastrophic success. Externally, all his foreign policy objectives are being undermined. Russia is facing economic and diplomatic isolation, has cemented Ukrainian nationalism, and is enlarging NATO. Domestically, the main threat he faces comes not from Russians seeing through his lies, but from Russians who believe them all too fervently. Because it is difficult to measure, the power of propaganda is often discounted. After all, the audience for propaganda in free countries is generally drawn from people who agree with it in the first place. So how can we tell if the propaganda is changing their beliefs as opposed to merely reinforcing them? Even in authoritarian countries, there'd be no way to detect what people would believe in an alternate world where they had free access to information. We can see they often embrace the lies fed to them all too eagerly. Political scientists David Bruckman and Joshua Kalla conducted together a fascinating experiment on the effect of Fox News, recruiting its devoted watchers, nearly all of whom identify as conservative Republicans, to spend 7 hours a week watching CNN. The effect on the subjects was massive. The experiment revealed the Fox News effect in reverse by measuring the change in beliefs produced by exposing an audience of people who had largely been brainwashed by Fox to the truth from CNN. Watching CNN opened their eyes to facts that had been completely concealed to them by Fox. Fox watchers exposed to CNN became more likely to believe things that were actually factually true, such as other countries having more success containing COVID than the United States, and less likely to believe things that are patently, absurdly false, such as the claim Joe Biden was happy when police officers got shot. Most interestingly, the treatment group became less likely to agree with the statement, if Donald Trump did something bad, Fox News would discuss it. That is to say, a group of Fox News watchers, after being exposed to the facts from CNN, came around to the conclusion that Fox News is concealing coverage of Trump's transgressions, which all the rest of us have always known. Bruckman and Kalla refer to this dynamic as partisan coverage filtering. That is, it works not only by reinforcing pre-existing beliefs, but also by blinding its audience to facts that may discomfit them. Bruckman notes, chillingly, that we should think of organs like Fox News more like state media, possessing the power to shield leaders from any accountability by making their supporters ignorant of their misconducts. Obviously, because Americans have the choice to switch channels anytime they want, Fox News does not work exactly like state media. Only in Australia, where it is effectively the state media, as owned by Rupert Murdoch, the Australian mogul, not a Russian oligarch, but effectively so. Yet, in a polarized world, propaganda sources serve a similar function. Partisans will simply internalize a ban on forbidden news sources, making repressive Putin-esque steps like arresting editors and closing down newspapers completely unnecessary. In other words, people filter themselves, voluntarily, once indoctrinated to do so. They simply shut down. I will not listen. Many of the problems in American politics are directly a result of the fact that Republicans control a propaganda apparatus and Democrats do not. Now the question of mainstream media bias is a complex one, and I don't deny places like CNN and the New York Times have at least some liberal biases, and that these are growing in response to revulsion at reactionaries. I maintain, however, that they are not functionally similar in any way, shape, or form to Fox News. Whatever social liberal biases may tilt the coverage of conventional media, they report bad news for Democrats regularly. Democratic presidents will never enjoy the kind of all-supportive coverage that Republican presidents get from conservative media. Conservative media gives its audience a picture of Republican presidents not terribly different than the coverage of Putin in Russian state media. Democratic presidents have no such benefit. Their voters will routinely watch or read critical news stories about high inflation or a botched Afghanistan withdrawal or the failed Obamacare website or Whitewater or anything you can bring up, including Hunter Biden. But Republicans have the external protection of a state media machine, a mass media that insulates their own voters from any news of their failures. But this same dynamic makes failure itself far more likely. You see, Republicans cannot identify and correct errors because their internal communications norms render heresies literally unspeakable. Joe Biden and Barack Obama both were elected in the first place because incumbent Republican presidents failed so spectacularly. The paradox of propaganda is that the advantage it creates for Republicans also sows the seeds of their own demise. And understand, in that context, we didn't start this fire. Trump and Putin did. But we've got to put it out. We know exactly who got the world into this mess. The challenge for the rest of us is what to do about it. Now, when I was in Yugoslavia, so many decades ago, I ran into a woman who had once lived in these United States. She told me that life here reminded her of a runaway hay wagon on fire rolling into a small village. Instead of fleeing or trying to put the flames out, the American people argue about who's at fault for starting the fire while the village burns. Now, here we have decades later, a lifetime later after I heard that sage observation. I'm watching Joe Biden in Poland, where our president was speaking. He made a comment about Putin that was nothing more than a heartfelt observation following a prolonged meeting with Ukrainian refugees, saying, "For God's sake, this man can't remain in power." The world cheered and Biden's overreactive staff cringed, trying to walk back or clarify the statement less than an hour later. Then the president came forward the following day to clarify the clarification, standing by what he said in the first place and further explaining it. To me, it was like watching people beat the guy to death who said the villagers should get water and put out the fiery hay wagon. And as a matter of fact, returning back from my son's estate, I got home just in time not to watch the Oscars ceremony. And after the slap heard around the world made its way into my social media feed, I simply could not be bothered. I muttered that I'd just seen displaced people, maimed and injured Ukrainians and colleagues who had died trying to report on the war. I really didn't care who slapped who or why. And my attitude actually made a few people angry. Of course, I'll stand by my initial reaction. Arguing over a single stick on fire while the wagon burns seems silly to me, but I will say this. We seem to have forgotten the old adage about sticks and stones, and my father's warnings about starting fights. As a comedian, if you have to worry about getting slapped every time you make a joke that doesn't land, well, there are either going to be a lot of bruised comics or a lot less comedy in America. And that, my friends, is what the fiery wagon actually means for us. We've lost the ability to reason, along with our sense of humor. We're not arguing over who's at fault for the fiery wagon. We're frozen in fear of it. Some of us aren't even sure the wagon's on fire. No one will joke about it. That, by the way, is precisely the goal behind the steady stream of disinformation disinformation we've been fed by our politicians and the press for at least the last 20 fucking years. We are fearful, brittle, and unable to laugh, or even just frown at a bad joke. Unable to argue about who's at fault for the fiery wagon, some of us are just pouring gasoline upon it. Those who are encouraging the fire are also stifling those who are trying to put it out, sometimes making us doubt the fire can or even should be extinguished. Takest, for example, a question that was asked of Kate Bedingfield, the White House Directoress of Communications, who briefed the press for the first time Tuesday before last. She stepped up to the podium because Jen Psaki and her principal deputy, Karine Jean-Pierre, were both out of the office due to COVID. They're both fine, apparently, but were staying home at that time. Bedingfield did well in her first outing, even laughing off a ridiculous question about a hypothetical bombing by Israeli forces that sounded as if it came from the mind of a 5-year-old. But she could not or would not explain the administration's inability to assist Ukraine in providing air cover over its own skies. Granted, a no-fly zone administered by the U.S. military would inevitably lead to a confrontation with Russia that few but Vladimir Putin himself seem to want. There are other ways to assist, however. Ukrainian authorities have suggested a Lend-Lease Act, similar to the one enacted to aid European allies before the United States entered the last major ground war in Europe, before Yugoslavia. That would be World War II, for those who wonder. So, Bedingfield was asked, has that been approached? Has the administration considered that? By the way, that was signed into law. I just want everyone to know. But at that time, Bedingfield said, well, I think the president has been explicitly clear that he does intend to engage, or does not intend to engage U.S. troops in any way in direct conflict with the Russian military. But she was informed, right, but this wouldn't be troops. To which she said, I'm sorry? And the journalist questioning her had to basically educate her in the facts of reality. This would not be troops. They're talking about Lend-Lease for the aircraft. They would supply the pilots. To which Bedingfield said, so I guess a couple of things. One is the assessment of our military is that the anti-air, anti-tank, the munitions that we're providing to the Ukrainians are the most effective things that they can have on the battlefield. That's the assessment of our military commanders, and of course, something that the president factors significantly into his decision-making. The second thing I would say is that, again, he's been very clear that he is not interested in engaging the U.S. military in direct conflict with Russia. And there are, for example, on the question of the MiGs, there are significant logistical challenges that may raise those issues. As to whether there's a specific discussion about Lend-Lease, I don't have any further detail that I can provide on that, except to just lay out those two key points that have really been driving the president's thinking and decision-making on this. Well, she didn't know anything about what ultimately became law within a matter of hours. That is a classic example of a non-answer. Kind of like answering the question of whether or not the wagon was on fire by saying, squirrel, and pointing in the general direction of the nearest tree. The amount of disinformation and misinformation about aero superiority in Ukraine has been exacerbated by poor reporting, thus confusing the issue and perhaps the administration's response. Maybe the White House never wanted to tell us the truth for fear we'd misunderstand the answer. It's hard to believe that Biden is unaware of what Lend-Lease is, though perhaps Bedingfield is. Still, the larger question remains about the need for Ukrainian air support. Our military assessment of what Ukraine needs does not jibe with the fact that the country keeps getting bombed with impunity. So why can't we put out that fire? Biden recently pledged another $500 million United States dollars in military aid for Ukraine. We're already supplying a wide variety of high-tech munitions, so you have got to wonder why a few aeroplanes that Ukrainians can fly themselves are not in the offing. Shortly after noon on Tuesday before last, Biden seemed to address that in a brief statement after speaking with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He said that they had discussed weapons the U.S. had already contributed and the critical effects those weapons have had on the conflict and continued efforts by the United States with allies and partners to identify additional capabilities to help the Ukrainian military defend its country, rather than take the attack to the goddamn enemy, where it belongs to be taken. A short time later, he asked Putin to release information. Well, I mean, Trump did. Let me try and contextualize that. You see, meanwhile, while Biden was vacillating, or is that even the correct term? Vacillating, yes, are going through his inner and outer vicissitudes. Meanwhile, while he was just blathering, Donald John Trump had a thing or two to say, of course. And keeping it real, Trump issued a press statement at about the same time that poor young lady, Bedingfield, was questioned by the journalist about Lend-Lease in her first briefing on this earth. Trump saying it was 100% true that he'd made a hole-in-one on the 7th hole at the Trump International Golf Club in West Palm Beach. In his statement, Trump said, "Many people are asking. Anyway, there's a lot of chatter about it. Quite exciting." A short time later was when he asked Putin to release information about Hunter Biden's laptop. At least we know he's got his priorities straight. Turns out Trump is the guy who doesn't care about the fiery wagon or the burning village unless it benefits him. And in the meantime, he wants you to know how great he is at golf. You see, Billy Joel was right. We didn't start the fire, but we sure as hell have added to the conflagration. That's where Putin and his diabolic endeavors thrive. In the middle of horror, strife, and war. As it turns out, he lit the wagon on fire and pushed it into the village. He and others like him, including the traitorous Donald Trump and all his minions, have purposely misled the rest of us so they can loot the village as it burns. Of course, it's possible Trump is merely the village idiot con man. Michael Cohen, Trump's former fixer, and now one of his greatest critics, has said something recently that puts all this into perspective. He said he had told an acquaintance who still loves Trump that he only feels that way because he's still making money off Trump. The man nodded in the affirmative, and Cohen said, "You're willing to sell democracy for $1? When democracy is gone, do you think you get to keep the dollar?" You see, Trump doesn't care about you. Putin doesn't care either. These are the people who want to watch it all burn down, man. They don't care about the village. They don't care about the villagers. They only care about themselves. The rest of us have to prioritize our response. Put out the fucking fire. Prosecute the arsonists. Rebuild the fucking village. Together. We can do without the village idiot and the guy who set the wagon on fire. You see, Trump's trashing of Ukraine pays off for Russia. Republicans vote to reject NATO and democracy itself. A couple of weeks are gone by now. Some Republican senators took to the microphones to declare that the war in Ukraine has shown that Democrats are a bunch of weaklings who can't defend America. What a shocker. One of them even called Joe Biden Bambi's brother. But despite their fist shaking, you could see they were just going through the motions. That's because they know their party is hopelessly confused about what they need to do to appeal to their base on foreign policies these days. Elected Russo collaborationist, Republican insurgent officials are all over the map on this issue, with a growing faction becoming more hostile to support Ukraine by the day. It's actually not unprecedented for Republicans to vote against military action instigated by Democratic presidents, and it isn't even unprecedented for them to refuse to back NATO. Back in the 90s, many of them voted against intervention in the Balkans region after the former Yugoslavia splintered, even in the face of ethnic cleansing and mass genocide. The House Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent leader at the time, Tom DeLay of Texas, said he didn't trust the president and claimed the crisis was falsely described as a huge humanitarian problem when, in comparison to other places, it was nothing. His words. It was not nothing. I think what he said accurately summed up the thinking of many Republicans at the time. Their hatred for Clinton was so overwhelming they simply could not support anything he did, and frankly, they just didn't care about all those war crimes. If anything, they were sympathetic to the Serbian strongman who had been terrorizing the region for most of the decade, Slobodan Milosevic, who was eventually found guilty of war crimes by the International Criminal Court in The Hague. But after the many decades of reflective Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent hostility to the Soviet Union and their virulent anti-communist scaremongering, it is still a bit startling to see so many of them suddenly ambivalent about real Russian aggression. Why? There was a time when the hardline right-wingers defined themselves by their antagonism toward America's strongest post-war adversary. They were so paranoid about it that for a time they believed the entire government was overrun with Russian spies, and the whole country was in danger of being overtaken from within. Not anymore, because they've come to realize that very fear among themselves. They are the Russian spies that have overtaken our government from within. On Tuesday night, before last, the House of Representatives held a vote for a simple, non-binding resolution expressing support for NATO and calling on President Joe Biden to strengthen the organization's commitment to defending democracy. All the Democrats and 2/3 of the Republicans voted for it. 63 Republicans voted against it. Nearly 1/3 of the entire Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent caucus voted against support for NATO as an alliance founded on democratic principles. That was their primary reason to vote against it. The Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency truly is Putin's party. Fuck the concept of them as Trump cultists. These are Putinistas to the core. This was the most anodyne resolution under the circumstances you could possibly come up with. This isn't like Kosovo when they were voting on whether to authorize airstrikes. It was purely symbolic statements to back the NATO allies, which are bearing a huge burden of taking refugees, and a statement of support for NATO's founding democratic principles that the Republicans find so revolting, citing the threat of authoritarian regimes and internal threats from proponents of illiberalism, the nihilists of the cult of Edom. If you look at that list of the Republicans who voted against this resolution, nearly 1/3 of the goddamn caucus, you'll see that it includes all the usual Trump cultic suspects and a few more we might not have known was in that faction. Considering all the kind words Trump himself has had to say about Putin ever since he began this invasion, it's obvious this is where the Trump base is on this issue. And it seems to be growing in Congress. And this wasn't the first House vote that made this clear, although it did garner more votes than any of the previous ones. The first vote on March 2nd was a resolution urging sanctions against Russia and military aid to Ukraine, for which all of the Democrats, even the true blue anti-war lefties, voted. Only 3 Republicans declined to support it: Matt Rosendale, Republican from Montana; Thomas Massey, Republican from Kentucky; and Paul Gosar, Republican from Arizona. Before Tuesday night, 21 House Republicans had already voted against support for Ukraine or sanctions on Russia. 2 weeks later, on March 9th, the House voted to suspend oil and gas imports from Russia. 2 Democrats voted against it, as did 15 Republicans. On March 17th, the House passed a bill to end favorable trade relations with Russia and Belarus, and 8 Republicans voted against it. All of the Democrats voted yes. Meanwhile, members of this faction are busy proposing legislation of their own, which explains their objections to the aforementioned resolutions and bills. North Carolina Representative Madison Cawthorn and Arizona's Gosar want to prohibit the military from deploying any more troops in support of Ukraine in Europe than are stationed at the Mexican border. 10 more Republicans want to bar the delivery of military aid to Ukraine until the border wall is completed. I think it's only a matter of time before they propose an invasion of Mexico along the lines of Putin's incursion into Ukraine. Before Tuesday night, before last, 21 House Republicans had already voted against support for Ukraine or sanctions on Russia. And that number had only grown from one vote to the next, culminating that night in 63 Republicans voting against even expressing support for democracy itself. That third of the caucus will have an enormous influence if the Republicans take control of the House next January. So where is this coming from? Some of it is simple contrarianism, of course, just as it was back in the 90s. There is, after all, a Democrat in the White House. And some of it comes from a very real admiration for the Russian Empire, especially its dictator, Vladimir Putin. But a lot of this attitude is no doubt due to Trump's trashing of Ukraine and its president, Volodymyr Zelensky, over all these years. They truly do believe that Ukraine deserved to be invaded, largely based on the misinformation they've been fed about biolabs and Nazis, both of which they believe America is responsible for perpetrating. And of course, Trump blamed Ukraine for the electoral interference in 2016, no doubt having been told that by Vladimir Putin himself. But there are other rationales as well. Some simply don't like NATO and have bought into Trump's nonsensical view that Europe is a welfare case. Many of them just don't think the United States has any reason to have allies or joint defense agreements, which reveals that they have no knowledge of history itself. They also seem to think that Russia is super strong and America is extremely weak. So it's a mistake to hit the hornet's nest. These are the people who dress up in the goddamn red, white, and blue flag and sing, "I'm proud to be an American," at their wedding receptions. It's obvious this is where the Trump base is on this issue. And needless to say, aside from his impressive manliness, a lot of Republicans appreciate Vladimir Putin because he believes in traditional family values and won't let that woke, gay, J agenda infect his culture the way the Democrats have done here. Because, let's face facts, this is all the Democrats' fault, especially the alleged Biden crime family and the bogus climate change pushers who cooked the whole thing up to screw up the oil markets and force their radical Green New Deal down the throats of real Americans. By that we mean whites. This faction within the Republican Party is so powerful that it's become mainstream. The big question is how many Republican voters are with them. If the voters are following the same trajectory as their representatives, there are more today than there were a month ago, and that's frightening. Putin's war crimes and his military failures are making his Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent apologists squirm. The American right bet on Russia's swift victory in Ukraine to push authoritarianism at home. Now they're spinning. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. When Russian dictator Vladimir Putin first sent troops to invade Ukraine, the assumption around the world, except for Douglas Dietrich, but especially among those on the radicalized reactionary right, was that Russia would enjoy a swift and brutal victory over the fledgling democracy. In these United States, Republicans broke into two camps. Putin fanboys like Donald Trump, Representative Madison Cawthorn of North Carolina, and Fox News' Tucker Carlson were practically drooling with glee, declaring Putin was a genius, acting out of love, and gearing up a narrative about how Russia's commanding victory was a blow against the decadence bred by democracy. Others were a little more squeamish about openly backing Putin, but nonetheless backed the notion that his invasion was proof that authoritarian leaders are manlier, stronger, and more effective leaders, especially compared to mewling wimps like President Joe Biden and the Democrats, along democratically elected leaders like Volodymyr Zelensky. Then the unexpected happened. Russia did not conquer Ukraine in a weekend. Ukrainians fought back and defied the expectations of both Vlad Putin and his Republican cultists. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, got so mad she openly started yelling at Ukraine to just give up. The images started to pour in of the atrocities committed by Russian forces, really giving lie to the authoritarian claims of Putin's moral superiority over the decadent West. It quickly became all too clear that the right was not as clever as they thought with their assumption that democracy is a house of cards. Yet, as late as Thursday before last, Tuck Carlson was still at it on his primetime Fox News show in a segment where he brought on far-right British politician Nigel Farage, the yellow house nigger of British reactionary rightism, to blame Russia's invasion on the unnecessary provocation of Vladimir Putin by American and European efforts to promote democracy in the region. Naturally, Tuck Carlson framed this argument as a strike against the elites who want to silence hard truths, because reframing reactionary drivel as rebellion is his one big rhetorical dick trick. But then the weekend happened. And while no one should get in the prediction business on something as unstable as the invasion of Ukraine, there is now little doubt that Russia is facing major setbacks, especially in terms of being pushed back in Kiev. The evidence clearly proves the violence Russian soldiers unleashed on the local population, including committing horrific massacres of helpless civilians. President Joe Biden has declared that Putin is a war criminal and called for him to be tried for war crimes. Now even the biggest Putin apologists at home are struggling to argue back in the face of images of dead civilians with their hands tied behind their backs and laying in the mud in Bucha, a suburb of Kiev. Just to underscore how Russia is very much the bad guy here, Putin's government is trying to claim that Ukrainians killed those people, which is easy to disprove and also preposterous. Putin is making it very hard for the American right these days. Not just for the Putin fanboys either. He's also making life harder for Republicans who merely want to portray him as stronger and more adept than Joe Biden and the other supposed weaklings of liberal democracy. You know, all us snowflakes, who turn out to have been forged in iron, while the Republicans are burnt in clay. So Tuck Carlson as usual decided to pivot. On Monday of the week before last, he retreated from the Putin apologia. Well, the Putin apologia. And from the Putin apologia, he pivoted back to his safe zone of hyping the good news that Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán was re-elected. A Putinista who promises to pay Putin in his rubles. Prior to the Ukrainian invasion, Tuck Carlson had been using Vic Orban as his avatar for his totalitarian longings. He's repeatedly run segments using Hungary as evidence to his aging right-wing audience that while the white nationalist utopia of his dreams is there for the taking, at the low price of abandoning all liberal democracy. For now, this fantasy version of the supposedly white idyllic Hungary will be dangled out in front of Fox News viewers as a distraction from the true nature of the ideology Carlson is peddling, visible in the dead bodies rotting in the streets of Bucha, who all happen to be painfully bleach white, fish belly oyster white, as Tuck Carlson and his bleach belly white oyster bed of Cracker Jack viewers. But still, this whole situation has done as much damage to the softer version of Putin apologia, the kind that doesn't try to defend him on moral grounds, but still argues that he's stronger than Biden and other Democratic leaders. As such, many of them, like Bret Stephens of the New York Times, are pivoting to an asinine claim that Putin never intended to conquer all of Ukraine, and that this was just a play for the eastern regions. It's a claim being taken up by Michael Brendan Doherty of the National Review, and of course former Intercept editor Glenn Greenwald, who is a primary cheerleader of the anti-Putin camp, as they call themselves to avoid being called pro-Putinistas. It's not hard to see the appeal of this narrative. If Putin's invasion was actually the behavior of a canny fox, not a crazy fool, as Stephens argues, then that preserves the spine of the Republican argument that Putin, and all authoritarians in general, are smarter, stronger, and more effective than liberal leaders of democratic nations. Republicans can maintain the pose of believing in the morality of democracy while still advancing the idea that it's inherently weak as a system, which in turn allows for a more in sorrow than anger pivot back to Donald Trump, if and, well, rather when he attempts another coup d'etat in these United States. And as Zach Beauchamp writes at Vox, These Republican arguments do not stand up to even light scrutiny. When one looks at the structure of Russia's military campaign, public statements by Russian authorities, or even a basic cost-benefit analysis. What happened with Putin isn't even that mysterious. As expert in authoritarianism, Brian Clays explained last month in The Atlantic magazine, the stubborn myth of the savvy strongman, the rational, calculating despot who can play the long game, doesn't hold up to reality. In truth, authoritarians often make catastrophic short-term errors, the kinds of errors that would likely have been avoided in democratic systems because they hear only from sycophants and end up making decisions with bad information, having long ago run off or killed anyone who would speak truths they don't want to hear. One only has to watch the video of Putin lashing out at a chief intelligence officer for very mild pushback to see that it is almost certainly what's going on with him. But the American right doesn't want to hear that, whether they are cheering for Putin's victory or not. To admit that he screwed up is to admit that the democracy might have hidden strengths, precisely because it allows liberal values to flourish. As Ezra Klein notes at the New York Times, the right has been exploiting a sense that liberal democracy is exhausted, ground down, defined by the contradictions and broken promises. They've been using people's exhaustion to advance an anti-democratic argument that ideologies like Trumpism are a necessary alternative. But Ukraine's refusal to bend the knee to Vladimir Putin has been a reminder that liberalism is a marvel of imagination and ambition, and that basic values like democracy and freedom are, in fact, worth fighting and, yes, even dying for. Again, it would be unwise to make bold predictions about how this will ultimately play out. Putin is devious and unhinged, and there be no telling what he will do in the face of these setbacks in Ukraine. The right's hopes that this situation can be leveraged as propaganda for authoritarianism around the globe have also not been totally dashed, and could come roaring back if Russia regains any ground. Still, it's heartening to see that neither Ukraine nor supporters of democracy around the world are cowed so easily. It appears that authoritarians both here and abroad started to buy their own propaganda about how liberal democracy is a paper tiger. Now they're finding out that it actually has teeth. Its canines, its vampire fangs, are represented by Douglas Dietrich. And in the fight against Vladimir Putin, our Senate has unanimously approved a measure that once helped the motherless Russians rally against my biological father, Adolf Hitler. You see, the Senate unanimously passed major legislation late Wednesday, midweek, to revive a World War II-era program allowing President Joe Biden to more efficiently send weapons and other supplies to Ukraine amid Russia's bloody invasion. Senators quickly rallied behind the proposal, known as Lend-Lease, as Ukraine's military proved it could fend off Russian troops who have been shelling Ukrainian cities and towns since late February. The Lend-Lease program, created during World War II, was seen as a game changer in that conflict, as it allowed the American empire to quickly resupply the Allies without time-consuming procedural hurdles. Lawmakers are resorting to extraordinary tactics, last used during the most significant global conflict of the 20th century. Yet another sign that the American empire and our allies in Europa believe Russia's invasion presents an existential threat to the liberal order. It's also an indication that the Western world believes Ukraine can now win the fight against the Russian invaders. Congress recently approved nearly $14 billion of military and humanitarian assistance for Ukraine, some of which has already been doled out. On Tuesday, the State Department announced an additional $100 million in funding for Javelin missiles and other material, bringing the total security assistance to $1.7 billion since Russia invaded on February 24th. The necessity of resupplying Ukraine's armed forces took on greater urgency in recent days as the brutality of Russia's war was further exposed, with lawmakers reacting swiftly to urgent pleas from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in particular. Horrific images emerged from the town of Bucha last weekend, showing civilians laying dead in the streets with their hands tied behind their backs, prompting Western leaders to amplify their allegations of war crimes. In a brief speech on the Senate floor Wednesday night, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer called the massacres pure evil, adding that Russian troops are carrying out a genocide in Ukraine. To quote his T, "When we murder wantonly innocent civilians because of who they are, whether it be their religion, their race, or their nationality, that is genocide, and Mr. Putin is guilty of it." The Ukraine Democracy Defense Lend-Lease Act of 2022, as it's now known, would expedite the transfer of critical military equipment and other critical supplies to Ukraine by cutting bureaucratic red tape. It allows for the de facto grifting of equipment, with provisions stipulating that recipient countries would repay the U.S. at a later date. To quote his Senator Jean Shaheen of New Hampshire, the lead Democratic sponsor of the effort, "As the war in Ukraine unfolds, delivering military aid as quickly as possible is pivotal for Ukraine's ability to defend itself against Putin's unprovoked attacks. The Kremlin is committing horrific assaults throughout the nation on civilian infrastructure and targeting innocent men, women, and children." Senator John Cornyn of Texas, the lead Republican on the effort, held up final passage of separate legislation as leverage to pass the Lend-Lease bill. That separate measure, a revocation of normal trade relations with Moscow, is slated to pass Thursday morn as part of a bipartisan agreement to vote on additional Russia-related legislation, including an embargo on Russian oil imports. I have not followed up on whether it was passed, but we can only pray. It's unclear, or was unclear at the time I learned of it, if the House would take up the Senate-passed Lend-Lease legislation before both chambers left Washington on Thursday for a previously scheduled 2-week recess. The House was expected to pass the Russia trade bill after it cleared the Senate on Thursday morning. Regardless, the United States is pushing the Russian Empire to the brink of default. Russia is in imminent danger of default after the United States cut off the country's ability to pay its debt using frozen dollars sitting in American banks. The Western countries sanctioned about half of Russia's foreign reserves, roughly $315 billion, because of its invasion of Ukraine. Although the U.S. Treasury had been allowing Russia to use some of its frozen assets to pay back certain investors in dollars, the Biden administration last week blocked the empire from assessing its stockpiles. That could force Russia to pay off its debt in rubles, or not at all. Either action would constitute a default, as Fitch Ratings confirmed last month. In a press conference last Wednesday, the Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov argued that a default would be artificial because it has the dollars to pay, it just cannot access them. To quote his T, "There are no grounds for a real default. Not even close. Significant amounts of our reserves are blocked in foreign countries. So if this blocking continues and these transfers are blocked from the blocked amounts, then they will be serviced in rubles. If this is not possible, then in theory, of course, a default situation can be organized." Well, welcome to the position the Americans put Japan in before World War II, motherfucker. And our man George Knight says, "Douglas, I'm free to come on if that's okay." So that was that thing. That was the message that our man George Knight is here and can be brought on. Jameson Reese, are you there? let's see if Jameson is with us, and we can see if we can bring our man on. If not, well, I'll have to produce for myself, right? It appears our man Jameson Reese has... Oh, there he is. You there, son?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
there. Can you bring George Knight on?
Yes, he's being called at the moment.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. Let me tell him what we're calling. All right. Thank you, son. Appreciate that. And appreciate your being here at all, of course, with everything we're contending with. Let's see if we can get our man George Knight on. And if we do, we'll finalize some of our geopolitical arguments for tonight, and we can go into all this financial shit in our next episode. I mean... Okay.
Hello, Douglas.
There we are, good sir. Thank you for coming on. Now, I pray that, your lovely wife did not exercise herself into pneumonia the last time you were on.
Yeah, thank you very much, Douglas. No, she's all good, thank you. She survived, luckily.
Thank God.
Yeah, she has now, she's overcome that now. So she's overcome it. So she's absolutely fine. When she trains now, she's not overexerting herself. No, which is, brilliant news. We've all fully recovered. I still feel like I'm a bit tight-chested at this moment. But other than that, I'm feeling absolutely great, Douglas. Thank you for having me on today.
Oh, of course. It's always an honor. And while you're on, I want to congratulate your empire, the British Empire. It appears that Boris Johnson has really matured. He traveled to Ukraine. Perhaps you can give us a bit of an update on that.
That's true, Douglas. Yeah, he was walking throughout the streets of Kiev with Vladimir Zelensky. So he managed to travel. I didn't know how he got into the country. I'm not sure if he traveled to Poland and he crossed the border, but it's because Kiev is quite northern, so I don't know if he actually flew directly into Kiev or the surrounding area. I have no idea how he managed to get inside, but it's hit the news. Yeah, that he was walking amongst. The only thing I saw was some of the people of Ukraine handed over gifts to Boris Johnson, which was lovely to see.
Yes,
just shows their solidarity towards the British people. Yeah, which is they're grateful for all the help and support they are receiving.
Absolutely, and I'm certain that how he got into the country is a state secret, because that had to be a high-level security secret to keep him safe.
Absolutely, yeah. Exactly. That's the first thing that came into my mind as well. He actually, he's the first leader to actually, go in personally into Ukraine and meet with Zelensky. So, which is wonderful. And he's really matured. And I think, he knows he has to do it as well. But he's doing it for the right reasons. He's doing it for the right reasons, which I'm very grateful for.
Yes. So we're all very impressed by that. And aside from all of that, I'm sad that the Queen will not be there this Easter or Good Friday to pass out what she usually does in the past. For Americans who are not aware of this, the Queen was usually very much present to basically pass out like tokens to elderly people, usually around Easter. Was that not the case? But I believe her some of her relations will be present in her stead to do that this year. Are you aware of this, or this may have been something that you may not see the forest through the trees living where you're at?
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, I do apologize. I'm not aware. I believe she will have some of her family members constitute and to be there instead of herself. I know that Prince Andrew, the paedophile, has done some public duties recently, and it was the first duty since the civil court agreement that he passed off, the settlement that was passed off through the paying 12 million British sterling pounds to defray, I believe her name is. What's her name? Beg your pardon. Is it?
I
can't remember now.
I forget. Yeah, but basically his victim, one of his younger victims.
Yes. That was. Oh God, that was. That was handed to him, trafficked by. Gilel, what's her name? I forgot her name as well.
Oh God, there's been so many. I mean, there's so many victims that were involved with him and Epstein and who else was it? I mean, Jesus Christ, it's been
the woman. What's her name? Oh my Lord, I can't remember. I can't believe it. I hope I haven't experienced fog brain. It's cloud.
No, everybody would forget this. It's just too much. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Thank you, Douglas. So sorry, you carry on.
No worries. So what I'm referring to is called the annual Maundy service. So this is MAUNDY. You might have heard of this. It takes place at Windsor Castle. And what happens is that you get these Easter week celebrations, but what would happen was normally in the past, the Queen would distribute these special coins to pensioners at the service as part of this old tradition. And what Buckingham Palace announced on Friday into this weekend was that Prince Charles and Camilla would represent the monarch in the Queen's absence. To pass this out. So I'm not quite sure what, the whole celebration is so ancient. I'm not quite sure what it represents at this point in history. But does that strike any memory bells with you? You don't remember anything?
Not this upcoming one. No, not for this Easter weekend. I'm afraid, Douglas. No, I do apologise. Yeah, but no, I'll look into that. I certainly will.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, look into that. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
I was out Saturday night, Douglas, actually. I went out to celebrate one of my friend's birthdays, and his younger brother was actually asking me questions about some of my posts that I post on Facebook, which was, I was very grateful for. I was like, oh, yeah. And he was saying that, you mentioned about the Third Reich. And he goes, I've always had an interest in, how their technology was so advanced. And I was like, well, happy to explain anything you want, any questions you have.
Yeah.
And so, I did have to, I basically, explained a lot of the situation and how basically the propaganda is out there, and most people have been indoctrinated to believe that, with what people perceive as the ufological phenomena as in terms of the disc craft, because as you know, we've talked on previous shows, we've explained that there are multiple explanations and there are different phenomena with the ufological experience or phenomena out there. There are the biological, the extratemporal, as well as the technological. And so I explained to him about the Third Reich and how the ongoing continuous war, and I explained about daylight saving time to him.
Yes.
And he was, it makes so much. He was like, oh my God, it makes so much more sense. And and I explained to him basically with the government's due diligence, what they've conducted is research themselves.
Yes.
Post the Second World War, with the Americans' experience with the Japanese after the Second World War, with whether or not life exists out there. And I explained to him like what I learned from you, Douglas, with when they were researching the molecular level, when they were looking at molecules going down to the spec before Rosalind Franklin uncovered the DNA helix structure in the 1950s. I was explaining to him that they concluded life was out there in the 1980s, going down to the molecular level, because all the ingredients for life are out there in the universe. Yeah. Other planets will have the same life, the life ingredients to manifest into a functional life form. It's out there. It's saturated with the ingredients for life. But the problem is whether it can manifest into a functional life form. This is what they, in turn, with the Cray supercomputer, when that was being introduced into basically like organizations like MIT or RAND, research and development, they started to experiment and research whether or not, it's possible for life to exist out there. And they concluded it was so complex with the helix structure of our own DNA. Yeah. It is so complex that life is virtually impossible. Our very existence is a miracle. Yes. We shouldn't even be here at all. But the fact that we are is that what people perceive as, there's got to be life out there. But I was explaining all that to him, and he's a Christian also. I was explaining to him why we're so interested in Mars, and I was explaining about Olympus Mons, which my best friend was there, and he knew about Olympus Mons being the largest mountain in our solar system. It's an active volcanic volcano. It is higher. It is 1.5 times higher than Mount Everest, or I could get the exact measurements. Yeah, it is so high. And it's on the northern west face of the Martian planet, and it's facing directly towards Earth. And the last time they estimated it erupted was around 25 million years ago. And I said, RNA, our own ribonucleic acid,
Yeah.
sources from Mars, and I was explaining that to him. And at the end of, he had to disappear because they went off to the nearest town for their celebrations. I just stayed in my hometown with my best friend, and that he went on. But I said to him, next time I'll have to explain it to you because I've actually been doing a lot of research from Douglas. I was explaining about you and how I get my information and where it sources from. And I was saying I'm actually going into the theological side of things. So I'll explain about the Christian aspect to it for you, because of course I was explaining about humans coming from the aquatic theory, the aquatic ape theory, and I was explaining that David Attenborough, he's very much into that notion, that aspect of it as well. And I was explaining how evolution, because you have Darwin's theories and how human beings come from the savannah. I said about the flaws with that by explaining that why we are who we are is through evolution, through the aquatic. We are sourced from the water, and it's when you look at species such as the dolphin, they were land mammals that integrated into the water, and that is why dolphins exist. And I said we come from the water. We are primates, but our ancestors come from the water. And I explained that we are bipedal and that we are naked and all those things, Douglas. And I was explaining about with our dietary nutritional value, that we were intaking, we were eating a lot of shellfish, we were getting iodine. And I was explaining all this to him, and that's why he brought the Christian aspect, because obviously with a lot of these people nowadays, you can go on about, what's his name? I'm trying to think of you got like, what's his name? It's like a guy called Harris. There is, who's the other guy? I'm trying to think. I remember him clear as day the other day. Mm-hmm. He basically, he's an atheistic anti-theist, and he just
right. Oh God, I'm trying to remember his name too. The man who wrote the book, The God Part of the Brain. Right?
That's it, Douglas. That's the man. What's his name? I forgot his name. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
I'll look it up because I don't remember his name. Yeah, I don't remember his name either. So I'll look it up.
Yeah, thank you.
Right now I'm getting distracted when as soon as I tried to look up God Part of the Brain, for some reason Britney Spears came up, and that was cute. That's distracting, poor dear. God Part of the Brain, and so here we are. That was his name
Hawkins.
is Matthew Alper, is what they say. Matthew Alper, but there was some other guy whose name was kind of like Hawkins or something that you're thinking about, right?
I believe so. Yeah, what's his? Oh my God, I'm gonna have to get it up. I'm so sorry, Douglas.
No worries. I mean, I know what you're saying, and so understand that half the time after I spout this shit out, I forget it myself. But
because he's not worth remembering at all.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Dean Hamer was the guy who wrote a book called The God Gene. And so what you've been doing is research that took you beyond what I said, because I never heard of this son of a bitch. So, but I know who you're talking about now. This is the first time I've learned about him. So the guy's name is Dean Hamer, and Hamer, and he wrote The God Gene. And so these are materialistic atheists who are claiming that this is all like an evolutionary gift, for lack of a better word. This reminds me, to give you an example of this, was when my father died. And when my father died, I remember relating to one of these people who I had to deal with while I was providing care provision for my surviving mother. And this was a white woman who supposedly was supposed to be like a grief counselor. And when I was presenting to her about my dad's death and how when he died, his eyes opened exactly the way my mother's would when she died 5 years later, half a decade later. Both their eyes at the time of death opened extraordinarily wide, like they were looking at something exceedingly bright, and I knew they were seeing the other side. And when I was, and this happened before they died as well, in kind of like a prevision. And when I was explaining that to this woman, she was saying, oh yeah, that's all the hallucinations provided by chemicals in the brain, because evolution gives us this gift so that we're able to transition with this, what she felt was just like a hallucinatory processing. And but this is like her rational spiritual materialism, just basically a form of atheistic materialism for what's really happening. And this is the kind of, shall we say, even when they see it, In other words, they don't believe it. These people are incapable of comprehending anything deeper than what they, they just, basically their transmission system is off. So, yeah. So go on now with, and you're so fortunate that all your parents are still alive. Oh my God.
Very. Douglas, this is why that's why I said that's why I'm getting married this year, because fortunately, and I said this a couple of years ago when COVID started, I said that I'm so grateful that I have all my family here. Everyone's alive.
Yeah.
I've not lost anyone. So that's what I said. It's so important that we do all the most important things now whilst we have everyone here, and that's what's so important. And I am so lucky and grateful for that. Everyone's healthy, and I'm not. There's no upcoming worry about losing anyone either, which is I'm so grateful for. But thank you, Douglas. And there's something I wanted to get into with, and a lot of my friends, because I do have a lot of friends who are incredibly atheistic, and they don't believe in all this. They don't believe in this. Whereas I have learned a hell of a lot from yourself. And it goes back even to I've been reading the book, the Revelation of the Magi. I've been reading that by the divinity scholar.
Translated by the divinity scholar.
Yes, it was translated. Yeah, exactly, Douglas. Thank you. It was, of course, it was written in the Syriac language, which is the closest language to Aramaic, which is the language that Jesus spoke of. And so, and I've been getting a lot of this from yourself, Douglas, a lot of the information, and speaking about, Herod, King Herod, and, explaining that to a lot of people. So it's one of those things I will have to put it in a post or something like that to contextualize it. It's just like the story, and it's so important that people understand this, that when there is a lot of literalists, people who take things materialistic, nihilist, or atheistic, that when they read the Genesis story, when they read the Bible, and they think of Adam and Eve, they interpret it as the world's very first man and woman. They don't look at it as, humans have been around for hundreds of thousands of years.
Right.
But they can't interpret, because it's all spoken metaphorically.
Yes.
Now, Adam and Eve were the very first farmers. They were the first man and woman with free will, because, like you explained, Douglas, prior to agriculture, which is what started the revolution, which is the way the world is revolved around today, is because of this revolution of agriculture, which started everything. Man was hunter-gatherer, so they would only go out and hunt for what they needed for the day. And what agriculture allows man to do is to have a surplus out of food storage. They were able to store more than what they needed, so they had a surplus. And this is what brought into the concept of, now the tribes, the hunter-gatherer, are now trying to pillage or loot whatever the farmers are storing or what they're growing on their crops. And this is what developed into the concept of, now we need borders, we need boundaries, we need walls. Yes. And after that, when you invade, when they penetrate that boundary or border, then you need a defense force. And so this is how it revolutionized everything. This is the whole story of what it's saying and what it's telling. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. And once they hear that, and it's explained basically in layman terms, then it makes perfect sense to them. And so that's why it's so important. And I've done a post about Adam and Eve before, the whole story, and I would, I'll probably, maybe in the future,